Monster Mountain Range. The bright sunlight shines through the layers of leaves, casting a mottled light, and also makes Bai Hao's eyes shine in the bushes. At this time, Bai Hao is hiding in the bushes. His eyes are fixed on a cluster of grass in front of him that moves from time to time. His dry lips tremble with excitement. Come out quickly. The 100th monster, as long as it comes out, I can awaken my own system and start my journey in the Douqi Continent. That's right, Bai Hao has traveled through time, and he traveled to the Douqi Continent in Dupo. At first, he could still accept it. After all, the benefits of travelers are obvious to all. Every senior has reached the peak of his life after traveling through time, and he is no exception. In fact, Bai Hao also triggered the appearance of the system at the beginning, but only left him a sentence: please meet 100 monsters, and then you can open the real system. Just one sentence to send him away. Bai Hao was so confused. Why is there a requirement to open the system? And the requirements are so cruel. That's a monster that eats people without leaving any bones. How could a good young man in the 21st century meet this? He was eaten as soon as he showed up. But for the sake of the system, Bai Hao endured humiliation and squatted in the bushes for a day and a night, waiting for the monsters to pass by here. Finally, he counted 99 monsters. Now, the last monster is missing, and he can activate the real system. The last one. Come out quickly. Staring at the bushes that kept moving, just when Bai Hao's eyes swelled up like balloons, a horse with 3 horns on its head finally walked out of the bushes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully meeting 100 monsters and activating the crossing system. Screening system type. Why does this sound so weird? Forget it. I want to see what kind of system I can get. Rubbed his hands excitedly. Screening successful. Congratulations to the host for activating the Naruto Summoning System. The system is binding. Naruto Summoning System? Bai Hao wondered if he had heard it wrong. Isn't this Douqi Continent? Why did they give him a Naruto system? Although he is also a Naruto fan, isn't the jump between Naruto and Dupo a bit too big? But soon, the system's voice broke his doubts. Naruto Summoning System binding successfully. The host uses the summoning technique to sign a magic beast as a summoning beast, and can get random rewards, including but not limited to the ninjutsu, illusion, and physical skills of the Naruto world. The system activation gift package has been put into the system space. Please check it. Summoning a monster with the psychic technique? That's quite interesting. Bai Hao raised his eyebrows and immediately called up his system panel. Name, Bai Hao. Age, 18, gender, male, cultivation, fighting, spirit level 1. Each time you sign a monster with the same cultivation level or above, you can upgrade to a higher level. Skill, summoning technique, system gift. Items, activation gift pack. Comment, did you see the horse in front? It can beat 10 of you. Bai Hao's mouth twitched and he couldn't help comparing himself with the horse in front. It's just a horse. Wait until I open a gift pack and I'll kill it. He opened the only gift pack in the system space without hesitation, and suddenly a bright light shone. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards: clone technique, transformation technique, substitute technique, summoning scroll. Can sign 10 summoned monsters. Note, as long as you get the blood of a monster and drip it on the summoning scroll, you can make a contract. No more? Not even a fireball? Bai Hao was speechless when he saw the things in the gift package. There are only 2 ways to sign a contract with a summoned beast. One is to make the summoned beast sign a contract with him voluntarily under good communication. The other is to conquer the summoned beast by force, such as Madara against the 9-tailed fox. The triangle horse in front is a first-level magic beast. Although it is not very strong, it is more than enough to beat him. It is impossible for Bai Hao, who only has the 3-body technique, to conquer it by force. It is even more impossible to communicate. There is no result between different races. This is simply a start with nothing, but I like challenges. Looking at the horse in front, Bai Hao showed a wicked smile. The green grass under the sun seems to be more tender and juicy. The triangle horse eats so happily that it seems not to notice the shadow approaching behind it. But at this moment, the triangle horse suddenly looked up and saw a mare with hair as light and beautiful as cherry blossoms. Like it has 3 horns on its head and a pair of big eyes blinking. At this moment, it felt love. It couldn't help but let out an excited neigh, raised its front hooves high, walked around the mare, and tried to rub it with its head. But just when it rubbed the beautiful mare, the mare suddenly banged and turned into a puff of white smoke. The triangle horse's small eyes were filled with great doubts. At this moment, Bai Hao jumped down from a tree nearby, holding a big stone in his hand, and smashed it hard on the head of the triangle horse. Bang! With a muffled sound, the triangle horse was hit so hard that it saw stars and fainted all of a sudden. One of its horns was broken and blood flowed out. Damn, isn't this done? Bai Hao quickly shook his numb palms, walked over and took out the spiritual scroll, dipped his fingers in the triangle horse's blood and dripped it on the scroll, and a circle of strange runes immediately appeared on the blank scroll. At the same time, the system's voice also rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the first-level magic beast, Triangle Spirit Horse, as a summoning beast, and raising the cultivation level to the second stage of Fighting Spirit. Ding! The summoning beast was successfully signed, and the blood limit was obtained. Sharingan, Genjutsu Sharingan. Oh, Sharingan! This reward made Bai Hao's eyes light up, and then he felt the change in his eyes. The dark pupils slowly turned into a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Everything in front of him became clearer. Is this the pupil power of the Sharingan? Love it. Just as Bai Hao was immersed in the observation of the Sharingan, a huge shadow passed over his head. It was a huge magic beast. There was a fiery red spiral horn on the lion-like head, and there was a pair of purple wings behind it, which was very powerful. Could this be Amethyst Winged Lion King? Bai Hao was stunned. At the same time, the sound of the system confirmed his guess. Ding! Triggering task. Sign a contract with the 6th level magic beast Amethyst Winged Lion King as a spiritual beast within 5 days. Description: bullying a little stallion is nothing. A man must conquer the wildest and fiercest magic beast. Reward for completing the task? None. Penalty for failing the task: reclaim the system. Sign a contract with the Amethyst Winged Lion King? Bai Hao almost vomited blood, asking him to accept the Amethyst Winged Lion King within 5 days without any reward. But if the task fails, the system will be reclaimed. Isn't this forcing him to die? That's a 6th level magic beast, comparable to a Duhong strongman. How can he, a mere 2nd level Douqi, do this? Now there is only one way. Sign as many spiritual beasts as possible to obtain powerful helpers. Damn, this is simply a hell-level difficulty at the beginning. Bai Hao cursed, but his body honestly began to look for magic beasts nearby. Appearance of the purple crystal winged Lion King here means that this place is already deep in the magical beast mountain range. The magical beasts here are not simple. Bai Hao must be very careful, otherwise he will become food in the mouth of the magical beast before he can last for 3 days, which is tragic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 1st level magical beast Earth Nether Python as a spiritual beast, and the cultivation level has been raised to the 7th stage of Douqi. Signed the spiritual beast successfully. Obtained Water Escape, Water Array Wall, Spiritual Scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 1st level magical beast, Piercing Skylark, as a spiritual beast, and the cultivation level has been raised to the 8th stage of Qi. Signed the spiritual beast successfully, obtained Fire Escape, Heaven Prison, Earth Escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. In the past 2 days, Bai Hao carefully searched for targets in the magical beast mountain range. With his current cultivation level, he can only cause trouble for the 1st level magical beasts, and can only flee if he encounters a 2nd level magical beast. Fortunately, the rewards for the 1st level monsters were not bad, and the ninjutsu they gave were quite powerful, allowing him to slowly fight the 1st level monsters head-on. In 2 days, he captured several 1st level monsters, and the harvest was quite rich. But there was still a long way to go before he could subdue the purple crystal winged Lion King. We have to speed up. Gritting his teeth, Bai Hao was about to continue looking for the next monster, when suddenly a fireball rushed in front of him and hit him directly. Bai Hao's pupils shrank slightly, and without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side and barely avoided it. Boom! The fireball didn't hit Bai Hao, but it instantly burned several large trees to ashes with amazing power. Looking at the tragic scene caused by the fireball, Bai Hao swallowed hard and looked in the direction where the fireball came from. He saw a sturdy monster that looked a bit like a tiger walking towards him step by step, but the hair on its body stood up like steel needles and was extremely sharp. Is this a 4th level monster? The breath emanating from the monster made Bai Hao shudder, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he be so unlucky to encounter a 4th level monster here? Roar! The 4th level monster's pupils flashed fiercely, and without any hesitation, it stepped heavily and rushed towards Bai Hao. Just as Bai Hao was about to summon a few 1st level monsters to buy time, Suddenly a clear whistle sounded, and a sword energy with a green light fell from the sky, accurately piercing the head of the fourth-level monster and nailing it to the ground. The huge energy raised a cloud of dust. Ahem. Hao hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and when he looked up, he saw a beautiful figure falling from the sky, a delicate body wrapped in a light and elegant plain skirt, holding a long sword, a head of black hair tied into a noble phoenix hair ornament, and a touch of grace and nobility that was difficult to conceal on her peaceful and beautiful face. The woman just landed in front of Bai Hao like a fairy descending. You are. At this moment, in this situation, Bai Hao could only think of one person who could kill a fourth-level monster with one sword. Yun, the leader of Yunlan sect. Before, when he saw the purple crystal winged Lion King, he was still wondering what time it was and whether Yun had been to the Monster Mountain Range. Now it seems that Yun has just arrived at the Monster Mountain Range. It also means that Xiaoyan should have arrived at the Monster Mountain Range now. After Yun fights with the purple crystal winged Lion King, a series of subsequent events will happen. But Xiaoyan is a bastard who failed Yun. When Bai Hao saw it at the beginning, he was so angry that he wanted to do it himself. Now he finally has a chance, and he will never let Xiaoyan take advantage of Yun. As he thought about it, the expression on his face was also resentful and angry at times, and it was uncertain. Yun looked at this strange little guy curiously, especially when she saw that Bai Hao only had the 8th stage of fighting spirit. She said lightly, "This is not the place you should come." Originally, she would not be so nosy with her temperament, not to mention that she had important things to do in the Monster Mountain Range this time. But she couldn't help but feel a little curious when she saw that Bai Hao, who was only at the 8th level of Douqi, dared to go deep into such a place. "Can I say I'm lost?" Bai Hao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. In fact, he didn't know how to leave here. With so many monsters, he would be in danger if he was not careful. "You can leave by walking east from here." Yun raised her sword and pointed in a direction. "Oh, thank you." Bai Hao was very polite and didn't dare to be impolite. The Yun in front of him was still a real Douhuang and the leader of a sect. His strength had not been sealed by the purple crystal winged Lion King. With his current cultivation, it was good enough for him to say a few words. At this moment, the corpse of the 4th-level monster on the ground, which was killed by Yun's sword, suddenly squirmed as if something was squirming inside. Finally, a sharp claw broke through the fur, and out of it came a miniature tiger that looked exactly like the monster. "What is this?" Seeing this for the first time, Bai Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be a parasite or something? The 4th-level magic beast red flame tiger has a chance to be reborn when it is hurt, but its cultivation level is only 1 level. Yun said lightly, raising her long sword to give the red flame tiger the final blow. "Wait a minute." Bai Hao was shocked and quickly stopped in front of her. "Leave this to me, I can do it. This is a summoned beast, it can't be wasted. Whatever you want." With her beautiful eyes, she glanced at him lightly, put down her long sword, and the wings of Douqi behind her fluttered and flew away directly. "Just leave like that?" Bai Hao was a little anxious. Now Yun had only one thing to do: find the purple crystal winged Lion King. If he didn't stop it, things would develop in the established direction. Damn! Bai Hao quickly used the illusion of the Sharingan to control the red flame tiger and signed the summoning scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 4th-level magic beast red flame tiger as a summoned beast, and its cultivation level was raised to the 9th level of Douqi. Successfully sign a summoning beast contract and get 1 Douhuang 1-day experience card and 1 Manjiki Sharingan 1-day experience card. Douhuang? Manjiki Sharingan? When Bai Hao heard this reward, he was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. Haha, system, I really love you to death. Yun will be protected by me, and Xiaoyan, don't even think about succeeding. Deep in the Warcraft mountain range, Yun and the purple crystal winged Lion King were facing each other. Neither side took action, but just looked at each other, with their eyes speculating. Finally, the purple crystal winged Lion King, the overlord of the Warcraft mountain range, spoke, and the beast's eyes were filled with dangerous light. Human woman, this is not the place for you to come. I came here this time to exchange the purple spirit crystal with the Lion King. I can exchange it with you for what you need. Even though she was a Douhuang, Yun was still a little afraid of the purple crystal winged Lion King, and her attitude was not tough. This king doesn't want anything. You can't get the purple spirit crystal. Please go back. The purple crystal winged Lion King snorted coldly, not giving Yun any face at all. Since the Lion King is so unkind, I have no choice but to force it. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, but at this moment, a breath of Douhuang suddenly rushed over from a distance. The aura appeared so suddenly that Yun and the purple crystal winged Lion King were stunned. They stopped immediately and looked at the direction where the Douhuang breath came from. Until Bai Hao's figure appeared, but his movements seemed a little strange. He opened a pair of fiery red Douqi wings behind him. The flying speed was not only not fast, but also shaky, as if he had just learned to fly. But the breath of the Douhuang was absolutely true, and Yun and the purple crystal winged Lion King did not dare to be careless. It was not until Bai Hao came in front of them that Yun realized that this Douhuang was actually the little guy she had just saved. "It's you?" She couldn't help but be a little surprised. This little guy turned out to be a Douhuang? How is this possible? How come she has never heard of such a young Douhuang in the Jiama Empire? "We meet again." Bai Hao smiled slightly and carefully controlled the Douqi wings to keep himself stable in the air. When the purple crystal winged Lion King saw that Bai Hao actually knew Yun, his heart became solemn, but as the overlord of the Magic Beast mountain range, he must not lose in momentum. He roared, "Human, are you here for the purple spirit crystal too?" The purple crystal winged Lion King's huge voice scared Bai Hao. "Why are you shouting so loudly? It's not like I can't hear you." "Can you shout so loudly just because you are a magic beast?" Ignoring his complaints, Yun was also concerned about Bai Hao's position. If he also came for the purple spirit crystal, then there would be another melee. "Are you here for the purple spirit crystal too?" Yun's clear and pleasant voice, like pearls falling on a jade plate, drew Bai Hao's attention. He looked at Yun's beautiful face and said seriously, "No, I don't care about purple spirit crystals. I'm just here to help you." Purple spirit crystals were really useless to him. "Why are you helping me?" Although Bai Hao said this, Yun was still a little skeptical. After all, she and Bai Hao didn't know each other. She had saved Bai Hao before. Now it seems that she didn't need to do anything at all. So there was no relationship between the two that was worth Bai Hao's help. "Because you just saved me." Bai Hao grinned and turned to look at the purple crystal winged Lion King. His face turned cold and he thought to himself, "System, use the Manjiki Sharingan experience card." Ding, the experience card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Manjekyo Sharingan Uchiha Itachi Limited Edition, and the remaining experience time is 23:59. Suddenly, a powerful pupil power emerged, and Bai Hao's eyes slowly turned into the shape of Uchiha Itachi's Manjeki Sharingan. At the same time, the powerful pupil power made Bai Hao's observation ability rise to countless levels. Is this the power of the Manjeki Sharingan? Feeling the changes in his eyes, Bai Hao couldn't help but smile sideways. At the same time, he immediately formed seals with his hands, and his fighting spirit surged. He shouted, "Water style, water array wall." Bai Hao's chest suddenly swelled up, and then a large amount of water spurted out of his mouth, turning into waves and rushing towards the Amethyst Winged Lion King. Seeing that he actually took the initiative to attack, would the Amethyst Winged Lion King be so angry? With a cold snort, the purple crystal on his body suddenly shone brightly, and the purple flame surged out, turning into a huge pillar of fire that rushed straight into the sky. With the high temperature of the purple flame, the pillar of fire instantly evaporated. Bai Hao's water escaped into mist, and the remaining force swept towards the place where Bai Hao was originally. But Bai Hao had already seen the condensation of fighting spirit in the body of the purple crystal winged Lion King through the power of the Sharingan. At the moment when the purple crystal winged Lion King took action, the wings of fighting spirit behind Bai Hao fluttered, and he flew behind the purple crystal winged Lion King. His tightly closed right eye absorbed a large amount of fighting spirit and suddenly opened. Amaterasu, the purple crystal winged Lion King, turned around, and just as he saw Bai Hao's pair of evil and seductive Sharingans, he inexplicably felt his heart shaking, and suddenly a cluster of black flames ignited on his body, spreading over him in an extremely unreasonable way. Feeling the high temperature coming from its body, the purple crystal winged Lion King tried to use the purple fire to counterattack it, but soon it was surprised to find that the purple fire not only did not devour the black flame, but its own purple fire was devoured instead, and the black flame burned even more fiercely, with the momentum that it would not go out until it was completely burned. In horror, the The purple crystal winged Lion King quickly used the large amount of Douqi in its body to form a layer of purple crystals on the surface of its body, isolating the flame of Amaterasu, and then fell off and finally got rid of the burning. But this also consumed a lot of its Douqi. "Human, you are looking for death!" The purple crystal winged Lion King roared, flapped its wings behind it, and flew directly towards Bai Hao, and the huge beast claws slapped down with a strong wind. So fast! Bai Hao was shocked. His Sharingan had already caught the action of the purple crystal winged Lion King, but his body, which had just become a Douhuang, could not react in time, and he had no time to dodge. Just when the purple crystal winged Lion King's claws were about to tear him into pieces, Yunyun took action. The cyan sword light penetrated with an extremely powerful momentum. The sharp sword light made the purple crystal winged Lion King dare not be careless. He quickly retracted his claws to avoid being cut off by Yunyun's sword. But this was just the beginning. As soon as Yunyun's sword fell, the second sword had already approached the purple crystal winged Lion King again. The long sword trembled, and several sharp cyan sword chi shot out. Looking at Yunyun's powerful attack, the purple crystal winged Lion King snorted coldly, raised his claws again, and just relied on his strong physical strength to withstand Yunyun's round of attacks. After the attack was offset, a low roar sounded from the purple crystal winged Lion King's mouth, and his huge body twisted, and the attack speed was extremely terrifying. Facing the powerful attack of the purple crystal winged Lion King, Yunyun did not dare to confront him head-on, and could only dodge. The cyan fighting wings behind him fluttered, and he flew back with his delicate body. "Where are you running?" The purple crystal winged Lion King chased after it, but at this moment Bai Hao appeared in front of it again, blocking its way. "Don't block the way." The purple crystal winged Lion King raised its huge claws without hesitation and slapped it. Compared with Yunyun, Bai Hao was only a low-star Douhuang, and the threat was not the biggest. But Bai Hao did not dodge, with a confident smile on his lips. At the same time, the Manjiki Sharingan in his left eye condensed as he looked at the purple crystal winged Lion King. "Tsukuyomi!" At the claws of the purple crystal winged Lion King, Bai Hao's left eye suddenly condensed, and a large amount of Douqi in his body also surged to his left eye. The moment he saw Bai Hao's Manjiki Sharingan, the purple crystal winged Lion King's heart suddenly trembled for no reason, and his spirit was shaken. When he reacted, he found himself in a blood-red world with a blood moon hanging high in the sky. There were several huge stone pillars standing around, and several huge iron chains were connected to the stone pillars, which tied up the limbs and head of the purple crystal winged Lion King, making it unable to move. Bai Hao stood in front of it, holding a sword and looking at it. "Where is this?" Such an unfamiliar environment made the purple crystal winged Lion King alert immediately. What surprised it even more was that it found that the fighting spirit in its body could not function at this moment. Can't even break free from several iron chains. "Welcome to my world. You will spend 72 hours here, and in these 72 hours, everything is at my disposal. Although your purple crystal skin is very hard, I believe there will be a way to pry it open." Bai Hao said lightly, holding a sword in his hand and walking towards the purple crystal winged Lion King, raised it and stabbed it. Yunyun was about to turn back to help when she found that Bai Hao had helped her stop the purple crystal winged Lion King, but she found that the purple crystal winged Lion King's attack had stopped halfway and just stopped in front of Bai Hao. "What's going on?" Yunyun frowned slightly, and the wings of fighting spirit behind her fluttered and flew to Bai Hao's side. Seeing the purple crystal winged Lion King standing there quietly, not knowing what to do, she couldn't help but ask Bai Hao curiously, "What did you do to it?" The irritable purple crystal winged Lion King said to calm down, so there must be something wrong. After hearing Yunyun's words, Bai Hao suddenly panted slightly. The consumption of his pupil power made him feel empty and mentally exhausted. He said, "It was just an illusion." Almost at the same time, the purple crystal winged Lion King also recovered from the illusion. His limbs softened, and he almost fell down. He looked up at Bai Hao with great anger in his eyes and roared, "Human, you are looking for death!" In the world of Tsukuyomi, the purple crystal winged Lion King endured the destruction of Bai Hao for 3 days and 3 nights. But he didn't fall down? "This guy is so resistant?" Bai Hao whispered, also a little tired. Performing the Tsukuyomi once consumed a lot of his mental energy, and since it was his first time using it and he hadn't gotten used to the feeling, it was still quite tiring. But the Amethyst Winged Lion King could still stand after being hit by the Tsukuyomi, which really surprised Bai Hao. It seems that his use of the pupil technique of the Sharingan needs to be improved. And for the Amethyst Winged Lion King, it was the overlord of the Monster Mountain range, but it was actually hit by a human illusion, which was simply a shame. Arrogant human, today I will make you pay the price. In the roar, the Amethyst Winged Lion King burst out with amazing momentum. With a swing of the giant, the red spiral horn on the top of its head immediately burst out a half-meter thick purple flame, sweeping towards the two. With such a close range of fire waves rushing over, Bai Hao and Yunyun both spread their wings of fighting spirit and flew back. At the same time, Yunyun quickly formed a strange hand seal in front of her and shouted softly, "Wind push!" As the crisp shout fell, a huge green wind rolled out in front of her, blocking the purple flames that followed. At the same time, Bai Hao took advantage of the entanglement between Yunyun and the purple crystal winged Lion King to go to the other side to take a breath and recover, and watch the excitement. Yunyun's strength is not inferior to the purple crystal winged Lion King. Even if he does not take action for the time being, there will be no problem. When the purple crystal winged Lion King is about to use the sealing technique to seriously injure Yunyun, he will help her. This way, he can win Yunyun's favor. At this time, on the side of the Warcraft Mountain Range, Xiaoyan had already noticed this Douqi-level battle. He stopped a few dozen meters outside the battle circle and came to the top of a big tree with the cover of the huge forest and clearly watched the battle in the air. The aura of the Douqi-level battle made his mind tremble, and his mouth was dry. That's the legendary purple crystal winged Lion King? There are still people who dare to cause trouble to it? Seeing Yunyun fighting with the purple crystal winged Lion King, Xiaoyan was a little surprised. The purple crystal winged Lion King is a 6th-level magic beast, comparable to a Douqi, and that woman is also a Douqi. She should be one of the strong men of the Jiama Empire. There will be a good show to watch. Yao Lao's voice sounded. In a Douqi-level battle, who do you think will win, teacher? Xiaoyan asked softly. Normally it's hard to say who will win or lose, but the aura of the purple crystal winged Lion King seems to be a little weak. It should be injured. This battle will most likely be won by that woman. Yao Lao said. It's hard to say who will win in a duel between two Douqis, but Yao Lao felt that the purple crystal winged Lion King didn't seem to be in a good state, and his mental strength was not strong enough, which was completely inconsistent with the state of a 6th-level magic beast. Unless the purple crystal winged Lion King has been severely injured, the battle between Yunyun and the purple crystal winged Lion King intensified, with purple flames and blue wind blades all around, destroying large tracts of forest. But the situation became more and more obvious. The purple crystal winged Lion King had previously been hit by Amaterasu, which consumed a lot of his fighting spirit. Later, he was hit by Tsukuyomi, which consumed a lot of his fighting spirit. He was in a bad state, and now he was suppressed by Yunyun. Seeing that the purple crystal winged Lion King's power was gradually weakening, Yunyun seized the opportunity and attacked decisively. The long sword in his hand trembled suddenly, and a tiny light that was almost the size of a thumb instantly shot out towards the head of the purple crystal winged Lion King. Even the space trembled a few times where the light passed. Wind extreme, meteoric kill. The purple crystal winged Lion King instantly felt like he was facing a great enemy. It felt the extraordinary power of Yunyun's move, and it had no time to completely dodge, so it could only quickly turn its head to the side. The beam of light hit the hardest red sharp corner on its head, cutting it in half. The intense pain made the purple crystal winged Lion King roar in pain, and a strong purple light suddenly emerged from his body, illuminating half of the forest. The overwhelming purple light finally compressed into a dark purple light column that was only half a foot long. As the purple crystal winged Lion King's huge claws slapped down, it shot towards Yunyun. Purple crystal seal. The dark purple light column directly crossed the space and shot directly into the defenseless Yunyun's body at close range. At the same time, it flashed in front of Yunyun, and the huge hand claws with strong wind fiercely slashed towards the latter's chest. Squeak! With a harsh metallic sound, Yunyun was hit hard and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. As his body flew backwards, his body turned violently, and his fighting wings fluttered. His body flashed one after another and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. After forcing Yunyun to retreat, the purple crystal winged Lion King had already consumed most of its fighting spirit. Just as it was about to issue an order to hunt down Yunyun, Bai Hao appeared in front of it. Lion King, have you forgotten about me? Lion King, I'm still here. Bai Hao suddenly appeared in front of the purple crystal winged Lion King, and his Mangekyo Sharingan exuded a deep pupil power, which made the latter's heart tighten. The purple crystal winged Lion King did forget about Bai Hao for a moment. The battle with Yun Yun forced it to concentrate and not dare to be distracted at all. But now, Bai Hao appeared again, and it was too late to react. Illusion Sharingan! The Mangekyo Sharingan condensed, and the purple crystal winged Lion King had no way to resist in its current state. It was directly hit by the illusion and let Bai Hao manipulate it. And Bai Hao had only one goal, to sign the purple crystal winged Lion King as a summoning beast. After controlling the purple crystal winged Lion King with illusion, Bai Hao took out the scroll, took a drop of blood from the broken horn on the purple crystal winged Lion King's head, and dripped it under the spiritual scroll to sign the contract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 6th level magic beast, Purple Crystal Winged Lion King, as a spiritual beast, and the cultivation level has been raised to a 1-star fighter. Because the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King's cultivation level is too high, it has obtained additional cultivation to be raised to a 9-star fighter. Successfully signed the spiritual beast, obtained Chidori, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique. Successfully signed the spiritual beast, obtained Alchemy Technique, Alchemy Formula Collection 1. The voices that sounded in succession from the system made Bai Hao very excited while listening to it. I actually gave you the Flying Thunder God Technique directly, and the Alchemy Technique? Ha ha ha, system! I love you to death! Bai Hao was ecstatic. Just signing a 6th level monster, he got the Flying Thunder God Technique. This reward was already very unexpected. He never expected that the system would reward him with alchemy skills. You know, the status and treatment of alchemists in the Douqi Continent are very high. Originally, he thought that the system would only reward him with things from the Hokage, but he didn't expect that things from the Douqi Continent could also be rewarded. Don't worry, excited, Bai Hao took a look at his system panel. Name, Bai Hao. Age, 18, gender male. Cultivation, 9-star Douqi. Each time you sign a magic beast with the same cultivation level or above, you can upgrade 1 level. Skills, ninjutsu. Psychic Summoning Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Chidori, Expandable. Alchemy, First-Class Alchemist Items, Complete Collection of Alchemy Recipes. Evaluation. After reaching Douqi, you have finally become a real man on this continent and can pick up more girls. Bai Hao was very satisfied, but the last evaluation made him a little embarrassed. What does it mean to pick up more girls? Is he a person who can be satisfied with can pick up? However, this also reminded Bai Hao that he had to find the injured Yun Yun quickly, otherwise Shaoyan would get there first. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found something wrong. There is actually a 3rd Do Huang? Seeing Bai Hao's appearance, the purple crystal winged Lion King did not know what he did, and the latter went back silently. And Shaoyan also turned around and prepared to leave. He did not want to be discovered. But just as Shaoyan was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Bai Hao. Seeing Bai Hao's sudden appearance, Shaoyan's heart tightened immediately, and his palms subconsciously placed on the Xuanzang ruler behind him, ready to fight at any time. You want to fight with me? Seeing Shaoyan's actions, Bai Hao pretended to be angry, and the invisible pressure pressed over. No, the junior is just a little too vigilant, and I have no ill will towards the senior. After a little thought, Shaoyan slowly let go of the Xuanzang ruler and smiled apologetically. He didn't know Bai Hao's purpose, but facing a Do Huang, any action should not appear. Even Yao Lao said, "Don't be anxious. See what he wants to do. A Do Huang should not be easily angered, but if you want to fight, your master can still protect you." Yes. After responding secretly, Shaoyan said to Bai Hao with a hint of humility, "I wonder what the senior can do for you? Do you have any healing medicine? Give me some." Bai Hao said lightly. Shaoyan was stunned. Healing medicine? Did this Dao Huang senior come to him for healing medicine? Did he get injured in the battle just now? But he didn't look like he was injured. Although he was full of doubts, Shaoyan still responded and took out a jade bottle from his ring, saying, "Senior, I only have this kind of hemostatic powder here. I wonder if it is suitable?" "Yes, it's okay. Thank you." Bai Hao took the hemostatic powder from Shaoyan's hand, fluttered the wings of Douqi behind him, and flew away, leaving Shaoyan with a confused face. "Teacher, he asked me for healing medicine. What does that mean?" Shaoyan asked blankly. A bottle of healing medicine was nothing to him, and being able to give a Douhuang healing medicine and make him owe a favor was obviously a very worthwhile deal. But Bai Hao took it and left without saying a word, which made him stunned. Even Yao Lao didn't understand. I don't know, maybe it's the quirk of a Douhuang? The old and the young didn't understand, so they could only shake their heads and walk back to the direction of their hiding place. After getting the healing medicine, Bai Hao quickly searched around for Yunyun's whereabouts, and finally found Yunyun, who was already unconscious under a waterfall. Looking at Yunyun, whose clothes were wet by the running water, and whose figure was curvy, Bai Hao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But he didn't have time to appreciate it, because Xiaoyan should be back soon. Without hesitation, he picked up Yunyun and immediately ran in the other direction at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Under the protection of Yao Lao, Xiaoyan did not alarm any monsters and returned to his hiding place carefully. When passing the waterfall, his steps suddenly stopped. Looking at the empty water flow, his heart was also empty. It seemed that something that originally belonged to him was gone now. In another cave, Bai Hao found a relatively bright cave and walked in with Yun in his arms before he breathed a sigh of relief. That kid Xiaoyan should not have discovered that I took his wife away, right? Reassured, Bai Hao put Yunyun on a relatively flat ground in the cave, and then looked at Yunyun's injuries, frowning involuntarily. From the chest below the jade neck, a hideous scar was shocking. Blood stained her clothes red, and Yunyun's beautiful cheeks also contained a faint pain. But it looked a little charming. Although he knew that Yunyun would definitely wake up in the end, Bai Hao still carefully reached out his hand. At this moment, Yunyun suddenly opened her eyes, with a hint of coldness and shame in her eyes. However, after seeing that it was Bai Hao, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Hao did not panic, but said calmly, "You were injured by the seal of the purple crystal winged Lion King and fainted in the middle of the process. If I hadn't brought you here, you would have been eaten by the monsters outside. Your injuries are very serious. It will be very troublesome if you don't deal with it quickly." As he said this, Bai Hao scattered the hemostatics he got from Xiaoyan on the ground next to Yunyun and took 2 steps back to show that he had no ill intentions. Yunyun secretly felt the injuries in her body and found that her whole body was in a state of numbness. She could hardly move her whole body. She bit her silver teeth and said, "I didn't expect that it would use the sealing technique in the end." She originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that the purple crystal winged Lion King had consumed a lot of fighting spirit by Bai Hao, and then take it down together. Unexpectedly, she acted too hastily and was seriously injured by the powerful counterattack of the purple crystal winged Lion King. After struggling for a while and finding that she still couldn't move, Yunyun stopped struggling helplessly and shifted her gaze to look at Bai Hao. Although they were both Douhuang, Bai Hao's handsome face still surprised her. She had never heard of such a young Douhuang in the Jiama Empire. He looked much younger than her. If he was really just a young Douhuang, it would be fine. But Yunyun found that although Bai Hao had the aura of a Douhuang, his temperament did not seem to have the temperament of a Douhuang. At least he didn't even dare to look directly at her. His handsome face couldn't hide a trace of shyness, just like a young man full of blood. Douhuang should not have such self-control. This guy looked quite harmless. "Please help me apply the medicine," she said softly. Her voice was pleasant, with a touch of nobility that was difficult to conceal. "Shall I do it?" Scratching his head, Bai Hao's face gradually became a little embarrassed. Although he knew the direction of the plot, he was still a little nervous if he did it himself. He now had the cultivation of a Douhuang, but he didn't have the experience and self-control of a Douhuang. In his previous life as a pillar of the motherland who had been single for 20 years, although he had read a lot of learning materials, his heart could not help but beat wildly when he really saw it with his own eyes. "It's not impossible, but I want to make it clear in advance that you should not say that you are responsible for seeing your body. Oh no, dig out your eyes or something like that." Hearing this, Yunyun was immediately in tears and laughter. Only at this time did someone dare to say such words in front of her. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of pedantic person. As long as you don't do anything beyond the line, I won't repay kindness with enmity." But even if Bai Hao wanted to do something to her at this time, she seemed unable to resist. Even if her injuries healed, she might not be able to do anything to Bai Hao, the Douhuang. "Then let's begin." Bai Hao took a deep breath and began to carefully tear open the clothes at Yunyun's wound, step by step, muttering softly, "Don't look at anything indecent. Don't say anything indecent." These words seemed to really have magical effects. Bai Hao's heart slowly calmed down, and he was not unable to move at all. He slowly performed one action after another. Yunyun couldn't help but feel a little funny when she heard Bai Hao's muttering, but also a little moved. The following steps were similar, and Bai Hao remembered them deeply in his mind. Although it was the first time he did it himself, the whole process was still very smooth, until he finally helped apply the medicine. Bai Hao took off his robe and put it on Yunyun, helped her lie down on the ground beside him and said, "All right?" Hearing this, Yunyun's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, with a layer of attractive blush on her beautiful face. "Thank you." "Well, then you take a rest first. I'll go out for a while." Bai Hao coughed lightly, turned around and hurriedly left the cave to do business. Looking at Bai Hao's rather embarrassed back as he left, Yunyun couldn't help but chuckle. He's really a little guy. In the woods outside the cave, Bai Hao took a few deep breaths to restore his heart to normal, then called up his system panel and took a look. Name, Bai Hao. Age, 18. Gender, male. Cultivation, 9-star Douqi items, Douqi experience card. Remaining time 1534. Maneki Sharingan experience card. Remaining time 1534. Once the experience card is used, it cannot be stopped halfway, and now there are only 15 hours left. Bai Hao has to use the remaining 15 hours to do something important before it gets dark. Otherwise, he will go back and sleep until dawn, and there will be nothing left. The cave where the purple crystal winged Lion King lives. Bai Hao came directly to the entrance of the cave, and the aura of the Douqi made the ordinary monsters around dare not approach. He came to the inside of the cave without any obstacles. In the center, he could see a square platform of amethyst stones that were more than 1 meter high. On the square platform, there was a purple ball as big as Bai Hao's head. It was the purple ball that emitted a terrifying heat. That should be the companion amethyst source. Looking at the purple ball, Bai Hao quickly guessed what it was. The companion amethyst source is a rare good thing, but it cannot be obtained by ordinary means. It can only be broken open by getting the amethyst stone. Moreover, in Bai Hao's current state, there is no way to get the companion amethyst source inside. His goal is the amethyst stone. Yunyun came to the Monster Mountain range this time for the amethyst stone, so Bai Hao simply came to help her get it, and by the way, it could make Yunyun like him more. As for the Amethyst Winged Lion King, Bai Hao was walking into the cave. From the depths of the cave, the huge figure of the Amethyst Winged Lion King walked out with a terrifying pressure. However, the Amethyst Winged Lion King has already become Bai Hao's spiritual beast. After the system's forced brainwashing and the dual effects of illusion, the Amethyst Winged Lion King has already regarded Bai Hao as his master. This is also the reason why Bai Hao dared to come to the Amethyst Winged Lion King's territory so arrogantly. Master! The Amethyst Winged Lion King lowered his proud head. "Well, I need amethyst stones. Take me to get them," Bai Hao said. "Yes." The Amethyst Winged Lion King did not resist at all and turned around and took Bai Hao to go deeper into the cave. Deep in the cave, the Amethyst Winged Lion King took Bai Hao to a place where more than a dozen amethyst stones grew. With a slap of his huge claws, he slapped down 4 large amethyst stones. Bai Hao was not polite to get the amethyst stones so easily, and put them all into the system, space. At this time, a small Amethyst Winged Lion King came out from the depths of the cave. Seeing a strange human appear in the cave, it immediately felt like it was facing a great enemy. But seeing that the purple crystal winged Lion King did not attack Bai Hao, the little purple crystal winged Lion King tilted his big head to look at the purple crystal winged Lion King with big doubts in his small eyes. When Bai Hao saw the little purple crystal winged Lion King, his eyes lit up. This little purple crystal winged Lion King is also a 3rd-level magic beast, and its qualifications are not bad. If it is also signed as a summoned beast, the reward will probably be good. Thinking of this, Bai Hao's eyes narrowed with a smile, and he waved to the little purple crystal winged Lion King. "Little guy, come here to Uncle."
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 3rd-level magic beast, Little Purple Crystal Winged Lion King, as a summoned beast, and his cultivation level has been upgraded to a 1-star Great Fighting Master. Successfully signed the summoned beast and obtained the Boundary Uchiha Fire Array. Successfully signed the summoned beast and obtained the body fighting skill Cloud Wing Step. This reward is not bad, a barrier plus a physical fighting skill acceptable. Bai Hao nodded with satisfaction. After all, this little purple crystal winged Lion King is only a 3rd level magic beast, which is not comparable to the 6th level purple crystal winged Lion King. Such a reward is already very good. After letting the frightened little purple crystal winged Lion King go, Bai Hao turned and left the cave, but did not go back immediately. He was hesitating. In the Magic Beast Forest, in addition to the purple crystal winged Lion King, a 6th level magic beast, there are 3 5th level magic beasts comparable to Do Huang. Taking advantage of the fact that the Do Huang experience card has not expired yet, if they can also be signed as spiritual beasts, the rewards will definitely be rich. However, it is not very safe for him to go and cause trouble for 3 5th level magic beasts alone. The most important thing is that Yun is still in the cave. In her current state, if she is discovered by other magic beasts, it will be troublesome. Forget it. Let's talk about it next time. Yun is more important. In the end, Bai Hao decided to go back. He fluttered the wings of Douqi behind him and flew away. As soon as he returned to the cave, Bai Hao saw Yun sitting on a stone, with her jade hands supporting her cheeks, wondering what she was thinking about. After seeing Bai Hao coming back, she couldn't help but smile and said, "You're back. Well, how do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Smiling and nodding, Bai Hao put some fruits he picked on the way back in front of Yun and said, "I don't have much to eat, so I picked some wild fruits. Just eat some. Thank you." Taking the wild fruits, Yun frowned slightly and said, "The external injuries are nothing, but I was sealed by the purple crystal winged Lion King. It will take a few days to recover. Then you should stay here and don't go out for the time being." As Bai Hao said this, he stretched out his palm in front of Yun and spread it out. A piece of purple spirit crystal lay quietly in his palm, emitting heat. "This is for you." Seeing the purple spirit crystal in Bai Hao's palm, Yun couldn't help but show surprise on her beautiful face. "This is purple spirit crystal?" "Well, I heard you and the purple crystal winged Lion King say that you wanted a piece of purple spirit crystal. So I went to find the purple crystal winged Lion King just now and got this piece of purple spirit crystal." Bai Hao said, "You just went alone to find the purple crystal winged Lion King and you got the purple spirit crystal?" Yun's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. It has only been a short time, and Bai Hao has actually gone to the purple crystal winged Lion King's cave and got a piece of purple spirit crystal back. How is this possible? Well, I saw that you wanted it, but you definitely can't get it in a short time with your current situation, so I helped you get a piece back, and I paid a heavy price for it. Bai Hao suddenly sighed. Hearing this, Yun's pretty face immediately looked at Bai Hao with worry and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "For this piece of purple spirit crystal, my cultivation has suffered a great loss. I am afraid that I will fall from Do Huang to Do Ling, or even Da Do Shi." Bai Hao sighed and shook his head. Falling to Grand Do Master? How could it be? Yun couldn't hide her surprise on her pretty face, and she felt even more guilty. For her purple spirit crystal, Bai Hao actually let his cultivation level fall from Do Huang to Grand Do Master. "Why did you help me like this? You only need to wait for me." As she spoke, Yun couldn't continue and her voice became more choked. "So I spent so much effort to get this purple spirit crystal. You must keep it well." As he spoke, Bai Hao took Yun's slender hand with his left hand and put the purple spirit crystal in Yun's hand with his right hand. Holding the purple spirit crystal, Yun felt very complicated. Bai Hao not only saved her, but also helped her get the purple spirit crystal. How could she repay such a great favor? "By the way, my name is Bai Hao. What's your name?" Bai Hao just remembered that he didn't seem to have introduced himself yet. After hesitating for a moment, Yun said, "My name is Yun, and I am the leader of Yunlan sect. So you are the leader of Yun." Bai Hao pretended to be surprised. The latter looked at him seriously with her beautiful eyes and said, "Bai Hao, come back to Yunlan sect with me. You caused your cultivation to plummet in order to help me. I will definitely use the resources of the entire sect to help you recover your strength. We also have Gu He, the #1 alchemist in the Jiama Empire, in our sect. He will definitely have a way." Bai Hao ended up like this because of her. Yun would definitely help Bai Hao no matter what. "I volunteered to do this. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. As for whether to go to Yunlan sect or not, wait until you recover in a few days and leave the monster forest before you decide." Bai Hao scratched his head and did not agree immediately, mainly because he himself had not decided whether to go to Yunlan sect. Nodding, Yun did not immediately ask Bai Hao to give an answer and said, "Okay." Time passed slowly. 3 days later, as a strong breath suddenly spread from the cave, Bai Hao was also awakened. He looked up and saw that Yun had already woken up and was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. Today, she changed into a snow-white plain dress. The slightly weak breath due to the seal a few days ago had disappeared, replaced by a faint sense of mediocrity and coldness. That was Yun's original temperament. Noticing that Bai Hao had woken up, Yun turned her head and her beautiful face softened a little. With a smile on her lips, she said, "Awake." Well, the seal was broken. Bai Hao sat up on the spot. Now he no longer had the Douqi experience card, but was a genuine 1-star Grandu Master, but he could still feel the invisible pressure of Yun's Douqi. But this pressure was not directed at him. Yeah. Nodding gently, Yun moved slightly and came to Bai Hao with a gust of fragrant wind, saying, "Let's leave here today. I will take you back to Yunlan sect and let Guhei help you refine elixirs to restore your strength. If you want, I can also let you be an elder in Yunlan sect. How about?" For Bai Hao, she was half moved and half guilty. Moreover, if a Douqi could become an elder of Yunlan sect, it would be a good thing for Yunlan sect. After pondering for a moment, Bai Hao shook his head and smiled. "No need. I have my own way to restore my strength, so there is no need to be so troublesome. As for the elder of Yunlan sect, I think it is still difficult for me to take on such a big task, so I won't go. If he is really a Douqi and can recover, he will definitely go to Yunlan sect with Yun. But the problem is that his Douqi is only a 1-day experience card. When he goes back, Guhei can't cure him. How can he stay in a place like Yunlan sect? Are you really not going to come back with me? You've helped me so much. I want to help you." Yun looked at the boy's handsome face with her beautiful eyes, feeling a little guilty and a little lost. Nodding, Bai Hao grinned and said, "Master Yun, don't feel guilty. I did everything voluntarily. If Master Yun feels bad, I have no parents and no friends around me. If Master Yun doesn't mind, can I call you Sister Yun?" He smiled innocently. "Sister Yun?" After spending a few days together, Yun also discovered that although Bai Hao had the cultivation of a Douqi, he was indeed just a teenager, and he was still the kind of little guy who was not very experienced in the world. She could clearly feel it. After just a moment of thinking, Yun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and a beautiful smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Okay, then I am your Sister Yun now. So your Sister Yun asked you to go back to Yunlan sect with her. Don't you want to go?" "Ah, this?" Bai Hao was suddenly caught off guard and was stunned. "Come back with me. I can give you the best resources in Yunlan sect, and I will definitely help you recover your strength as quickly as possible." Yun's beautiful eyes looked at Bai Hao closely. Dignified leader of Yunlan sect, at this moment, showed a pitiful plea on her beautiful face. Which man can bear it? Bai Hao couldn't bear it anyway, but he still insisted on a trace of clarity in the end and said, "Sister Yun, it's not that I don't want to go, but there is something I actually lied to you about, so I dare not go." "What is it?" Yun immediately stared into his eyes. Bai Hao felt a little guilty for no reason when she looked at him, and finally said weakly, "That's it. Actually, my real cultivation is only a great doshi. The Douqi cultivation that day was just a temporary improvement, not my real cultivation." He felt that he couldn't lie to Yun like this. At least if Yun insisted on him going to Yunlan sect, this must be made clear. Otherwise, the problem would be more serious if it was exposed. Bai Hao had already anticipated what Yun's reaction would be, and he would not complain even if she blamed him. But Yun heard it and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of resentment appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said in a deep voice, "I knew it. Don't you blame me for lying to you?" Bai Hao looked up in surprise. "Why should I blame you? If you were really a Douqi, I would find it incredible." Yun gently touched Bai Hao's forehead with her bare hand and said lightly, "Do you know that when I first saw you were a Douqi, I was very surprised. When did the Jiama Empire produce such a young Douqi? I'm afraid the entire Jiama Empire will be turned upside down." "Heh." Bai Hao scratched his head embarrassedly. "Now, since you are only a great fighting master, this is just right. You can come back to Yunlan sect with me and I will teach you personally." A happy smile appeared on the beautiful face. Regardless of whether Bai Hao agreed or not, she directly carried him, and the fighting wings behind her fluttered, taking Bai Hao to fly quickly towards the direction of Yunlan sect. Yunlan sect. Have you heard that the sect master brought a disciple back from outside? What? The sect master brought a male disciple back from outside? What? The The sect master brought a man back from outside? Don't talk nonsense, I found out clearly. He is the sect master's new disciple, and he is very talented. Doesn't that mean he is competing for favor with senior sister Nalan? Bah, are they competing? Stop arguing, you will suffer if the sect master hears it. Bai Hao didn't know that his arrival would cause such a big commotion in Yunlan sect. At this time, under the personal leadership of Yunyun, he came to a side room in the hall. You can stay here. I'll have someone bring some daily necessities over later. I'll go prepare the ceremony to accept you as my disciple. Yunyun left in a hurry after leaving these words. Looking at the surroundings, Bai Hao quickly accepted this unfamiliar environment. Not long after, a disciple brought him brand new clothes from the Yunlan sect. He took a comfortable shower and then lay down on the bed. It was the first time he slept in a bed since he traveled through time. He felt a little touched. What was going on? Shaking his head, Bai Hao called up the system panel. Name Bai Hao. Age 18, gender male, cultivation, 1-star grand fighter skills, summoning technique, flying thunder god technique, Chidori, cloud wing step, expandable. Summoning beasts, purple crystal winged lion king level 6, red flame tiger level 4, little purple crystal winged lion king level 3. Alchemy first class alchemist items, complete collection of alchemy recipes. Evaluation. Congratulations, you have finally reached the grand fighter, but don't get too proud of yourself. There are more people who can kill you with one slap than ants. Keep working hard, young man. A 1-star grand fighter at this age and this level, there shouldn't be another one in Yunlan sect. Even Nalan Yanran should only be a fighter now. In this way, there should be no obstacles for Yunyun to accept him as a disciple, and he also has a purple crystal winged lion king as a spiritual beast. If this killer is released, I'm afraid the entire Yunlan sect will tremble. This is also the trump card that Bai Hao is willing to go back to Yunlan sect with Yunyun. Otherwise, Yunlan sect, a place of right and wrong, will only come to ghosts. Now I can only improve my cultivation by signing a spiritual beast. After becoming Yunyun's disciple, I can occasionally go out and sign a few magic beasts to improve my cultivation. Bai Hao has already started thinking about his next lifestyle. Signing a spiritual beast is still his main means of improving his cultivation, and signing more spiritual beasts will also improve his strength to a certain extent. When I reach Dohuang and then raise the level of my medicine refining to the 2nd or 3rd grade, I will have the strength to pursue Yunyun openly. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Just when Bai Hao was ready to have a wonderful encounter in his dream with this idea, Yunyun came back. Sister Yun? Hearing the movement, Bai Hao immediately looked over and saw that Yunyun was indeed back, and she had changed into a green robe, wrapped around her graceful body with a luxurious and graceful face, and a hint of gentleness in her elegant temperament. She was so beautiful that she was beyond description. Even though it was not the first time he saw her, Bai Hao was still very surprised and secretly swallowed his saliva. Seeing Bai Hao's reaction, Yunyun's eyes flashed with joy, and then she said, I just discussed it with the elders, and the other elders all agreed that I should accept you as my disciple. After all, you are already a great fighting master. However, the great elder Yunleng thinks that your background is unclear and he cannot rashly accept you as a disciple. Bai Hao frowned. So what does the great elder want? Yunleng will personally test your strength in 2 days. Of course, he will not try his best, and you just need to try your best. No matter what Yunleng does afterwards, I will accept you as my disciple. Yunyun looked a little embarrassed. Even if she was the sect master, she could not make the final decision. The opinions of the elders still carried a lot of weight. Fight with that old bastard Yunleng. It's shameless for a Dohuang to make such a request. Bai Hao complained silently in his heart, but on the surface he grinned at Yunyun and said seriously, Don't worry, Sister Yun, I will definitely compete well and will never embarrass you. He even waved his fist to show his determination. Just try your best. Anyway, you can't beat Yunleng, just don't get yourself hurt. Yunyun rolled her eyes at him unhappily, stretched out her slender jade fingers and tapped Bai Hao's forehead, saying, Also, remember to call me teacher in front of outsiders in the future, and call me Sister Yun in private. I have something to deal with. You should first familiarize yourself with the environment of the sect and prepare for the trial in 2 days. After speaking, Yunyun turned and left, not giving Bai Hao a chance to say more. Shaking his head helplessly, Bai Hao did not go out, but continued to lie back on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and began to think, If I remember correctly, Yunleng is already a Dohuang. and I am still just a great Douqi. It is very difficult to face him. But I now have a purple crystal winged Lion King as a spiritual beast. It's not that I can't fight with Yunleng if we really fight, but if I really summon the purple crystal winged Lion King, I'm afraid it will cause a big commotion. If I don't rely on the purple crystal winged Lion King, I need to prepare a little more. Suddenly having an idea in his mind, Bai Hao jumped up from the bed and walked out of the middle door. Look, he is the man that the sect master brought back from outside? He doesn't look as handsome as me. Nonsense, I think he is much more handsome than you. A female disciple glanced at the man next to her fiercely, and then she and several female disciples on the other side looked at Bai Hao not far away with peach blossoms in their eyes. Look at his eyes, nose, and mouth. So handsome, I really want to rush up and bite him. Be restrained. He is the man that the sect master likes. Don't talk nonsense. But he is really handsome. Bai Hao was speechless when he heard the whispers about him. Especially those fair-skinned and beautiful senior sisters. They would be shy if they just told the truth. Facing the fanatical gazes of the female disciples and the murderous eyes of the male disciples, Bai Hao finally came to the weapon library of Yunlan's sect after many twists and turns. Most of the weapons of the disciples of Yunlan's sect were made here, and they were free. The person in charge of making weapons was an old master, but his mental state was not old at all. The muscles on his arm holding the hammer were bigger than Bai Hao's. "Hello, I want to ask if you have any flying knives here?" Bai Hao asked politely. The old man did not even raise his head, but just said, "Go in and find it yourself," and continued to work on the iron. Bai Hao looked at the warehouse behind the old man with some embarrassment, and then went in by himself. There were indeed many weapons in the warehouse, and there were many types. Bai Hao quickly found some daggers that were more handy, which should be very good for throwing. After taking 10 flying knives, Bai Hao returned the same way. Along the way, he listened to the disciples around him nodding and commenting on him, and planned to go back to his room to prepare for the trial. But as soon as Bai Hao came back, he saw a girl standing at the door. She was wearing an elegant moon-white dress, with a delicate body and a pair of green jade pendants hanging on her delicate earlobes. There was a hint of coldness on her pretty face, but it did not hinder her beauty at all. Nalan Yanran. When he saw the girl for the first time, Bai Hao almost immediately confirmed her identity. The most profound description of Nalan Yanran in the original work was the early breakup of Xiaoyan's engagement. Such a condescending attitude also made Bai Hao not very fond of her. Although Nalan Yanran was not a real villain in the original work, Bai Hao's first impression of her was still not very good. But that was only the first impression in the original work, not the first impression he actually saw. At this moment, when Bai Hao saw Nalan Yanran for the first time, his impression of her improved immediately. There is a saying that goes, as long as the villain looks good, his outlook on life will follow his good looks. Nalan Yanran bullied Xiaoyan, not him, Bai Hao, so what was there for him to dislike, right? Ahem, you are senior sister Nalan, right? With a light cough, Bai Hao took the initiative to greet her. Seeing Bai Hao coming, Nalan Yanran frowned slightly and looked up and down at Bai Hao. "Are you Bai Hao, the new disciple of the teacher?" "To be precise, I am not yet. I have to wait until the trial in 2 days," Bai Hao said while secretly looking at Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran was only 16 years old at this time, and Bai Hao was 2 years older than her. But Nalan Yanran's temperament was indeed quite cold. At least on her face, Bai Hao could not see the enthusiasm of welcome for the time being. And he could already imagine that Nalan Yanran's purpose of coming here was nothing more than to see what kind of person he was, the guy who was competing with him for favor. Nalan Yanran became Yunyun's direct disciple with her amazing talent and was loved by Yunyun. Now Yunyun just went out for a trip, and when she came back, she had an extra disciple. She couldn't accept it. "I hope you can be successful." Although she was unwilling in her heart, Nalan Yanran didn't show it. At this time, Yunyun happened to come. Seeing Nalan Yanran was actually here, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Yanran, why are you here?" She quickly glanced at the situation of Nalan Yanran and Bai Hao, and found that there seemed to be no discord. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Just now I went to look for you, and you were not there. I thought you went out. I heard that you accepted a junior brother, so I couldn't help but come to see you." Nalan Yanran stepped back to Yunyun's side, took Yunyun's arm, but glanced at Bai Hao. The look in her eyes was quite meaningful. "This is my teacher. Go away," and Bai Hao felt angry and amused at the same time. Seeing this, Yunyun did not hide it and said, Bai Hao, she is the Yanran I told you about. She pondered for a moment and said to Nalan Yanran, Yanran, Bai Hao is 2 years older than you and has better cultivation than you. He will be your senior brother from now on. If you have any questions, you can ask him for advice. What? Nalan Yanran was shocked. She actually became a junior sister? Bai Hao was also stunned. He did not expect Yun Yun to arrange it this way. Wouldn't this make Nalan Yanran hate him? This way, the original wife was stepped down. Wouldn't this make him a villain? Teacher, I don't agree. I came earlier than him. Even if he is older than me, there should be a first-come, first-served. Why does he have the right? Nalan Yanran was quite aggrieved. Teacher, I don't agree. Nalan Yanran raised her white head, unwilling. This made Yun Yun a little embarrassed. Bai Hao is older than Nalan Yanran, and his cultivation is stronger than hers. Isn't it natural for him to be her senior brother? Should Bai Hao call someone younger than him senior sister every day? In fact, Yun Yun mainly wanted Bai Hao to have a sense of belonging, so that he would know that she was really good to him. But now the development of things was a little beyond her expectations. Yanran, what do you think is wrong? What do you want in order to let Bai Hao be your senior brother? Yun Yun didn't know what to say for a while. If Nalan Yanran continued to insist, she could only give up this idea temporarily. However, Nalan Yan was silent for a moment after hearing these words, and then she looked up at Yun Yun, her eyelids drooping slightly, and said, Since this is the teacher's request, Yanran naturally has no reason to refuse, but... She looked up at Bai Hao again, with a hint of arrogance in her eyes, and said, I admit that my current cultivation is not as good as yours, but in 2 days, the Great Elder will personally test you. If you can get the recognition of the Great Elder and truly become the teacher's disciple, then I have no objection. Bai Hao did not admit defeat, nodded seriously, and said, Okay, then wait for the trial in 2 days. I will make you recognize me. Teacher, I still have to practice. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Nalan Yanran took a last look at Bai Hao, turned around and left. Yun Yun is her teacher. Although she is a little willful sometimes, she is not unreasonable. If Yun Yun really wants to accept Bai Hao as her senior brother, she can't do anything. But now there is still the trial of the Great Elder. As long as the Great Elder disagrees, even if Bai Hao can become Yun Yun's disciple, it is impossible to take away her position as the senior sister. I want to see how you will deal with the trial of the Great Elder when the time comes. When leaving, Nalan Yanran couldn't help stamping her feet and snorted in her heart. Seeing Nalan Yanran's back as she left, Yun Yun sighed helplessly and said, Yanran is a child that I usually spoil. She may be a little willful at ordinary times, but she is not a bad person at heart. Don't take it to heart. I know. In fact, I also think that your arrangement for her is indeed a bit unfair to her, Sister Yun. I just came here, and Senior Sister Nalan has been in the sect for so long. Bai Hao showed some apology and guilt. He really didn't expect Yun Yun to directly want him to be a senior brother. Wouldn't this directly give Nalan Yanran a bad first impression of him? But your cultivation is almost the strongest among the current disciples of the sect. I can't let you come here and suffer. There are still 2 days of trials. Remember not to be stubborn because of what you said just now. Just do your best and don't hurt yourself. Yun Yun couldn't help but float a trace of worry in her beautiful eyes. She was afraid that Bai Hao would try to show off his strength in the trial because of what Nalan Yanran said just now. Winning or losing is a small matter, but getting hurt is a big deal. Seeing Yun Yun's concern for him, Bai Hao was also somewhat touched and nodded. Don't worry, Sister Yun. I know my strength and won't show off my strength. That's good. Then you can rest first. Yun Yun waved her hand. Goodbye, Sister Yun. 2 days passed quickly, and the day of the trial arrived as scheduled. As a prominent figure who had been widely rumored in the sect, Bai Hao was going to face the personal trial of the great elder Yunleng today. The disciples of the Yunlun sect came to the square early and occupied a place to watch the excitement. Nearly 1,000 people were already sitting on the steps around the square, and on the stone platform in the square, there was only one person standing, Bai Hao. The genius boy brought back by the sect leader himself was controversial among the elders, and finally he had to accept the trial of the great elder. All these halos made the other disciples look forward to today's competition. Even though they knew that Bai Hao could not defeat the great elder, this competition was still not to be missed. On the stone platform, looking at the crowds around, Bai Hao's mood became a little nervous. This is the first time I have been surrounded by so many people. It's a bit like a monkey being surrounded. Bah, what kind of metaphor am I using? On the high platform outside the square, sitting in the middle, was naturally Yun Yun, the current sect leader of Yunlan's sect, and several elders sat on both sides. Time is up. As the faint words fell, an old man in a white robe slowly landed on the high platform, looked at Bai Hao in front of him, and slowly said, "I am Yunlang, the great elder of Yunlan's sect." Bai Hao also politely clasped his fists and bowed. "Meet the great elder." At this time, Yun Yun on the high platform stood up, and her beautiful body immediately attracted the attention of all the disciples. But they did not dare to look at it too much. Today's trial will be between Bai Hao and the great elder. If Bai Hao can survive the great elder's attack for a stick of incense, he can become my direct disciple. Yunlan opened his thin lips, and a clear voice like pearls falling on a jade plate rang out in the square. Yunlan said this to everyone, but not everyone can express their opinions. The whole place was silent. When Yun Yun said this, two disciples immediately brought out an incense burner with a full stick of incense on it and lit it. "In order to be fair, I will only use 50% of my strength. Young man, use all your means to defeat me." Yunlang looked at Bai Hao and said calmly, "I'm sorry, please teach me, great elder." As soon as the words fell, light blue Douqi immediately covered Bai Hao's body and gradually condensed into a set of armor. The symbol of the great Do Master, Douqi armor. The opponent is a Do Wang strongman, so you must go all out. He has reached the level of a one-star grandmaster at such a young age. That's really good. Seeing Bai Hao's momentum, Yunlang had to admit that Bai Hao's talent was indeed amazing. To become a grandmaster at the age of less than 20 is a rare existence in the entire Jiama Empire. But the more this is the case, the more vigilant we must be. Bang! With a sudden stomp of his foot, Bai Hao's figure shot towards Yunlang. His speed was so fast that he left a residual image on the spot. Body movement fighting skill, cloud wing step. So fast! The disciples in the audience felt their minds blurred, and Bai Hao was only a shadow in their eyes. Yunlang's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Bai Hao's speed to be so fast, but he could still see it clearly in his eyes. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Bai Hao punched Yunlang with a strong true energy, but the latter stepped back quickly, making it impossible for Bai Hao to touch him. The punch missed. Bai Hao's mind was focused, and he formed seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique! Bang! Bai Hao created 3 clones at once and rushed towards Yunlang from 3 different angles. Seeing that Bai Hao had created 3 clones, everyone on and off the field was shocked. This man can actually use such a rare fighting skill as clones. It's incredible. I didn't expect him to have such a skill. So handsome. Clone fighting skill? Interesting. I didn't expect you to have good fighting skills at such a young age. Come on. Seeing Bai Hao's 3 clones, Yunlang also became interested and waved his hand to signal Bai Hao to attack. Grand Elder, be careful. Bai Hao's 3 clones immediately rushed towards Yunlang from 3 different directions, covered with a layer of light blue fighting spirit gauze. Fighting spirit condensed on the palms and smashed towards Yunlang with a sharp fist wind. Looking at the 3 clones rushing over, Yunlang showed no surprise on his face. Although it is a clone fighting technique, with your strength as a great fighting master, these 3 clones cannot shake me. As soon as the voice fell, Yunlang's right hand became a claw, and with a sharp energy, he cut through the void and directly tore Bai Hao's 3 clones with 1 claw. Because he knew they were clones, Yunlang did not intend to show mercy. But just as he smashed all 3 clones with 1 claw, the fire wave suddenly lit up and a huge fireball rushed straight towards Yunlang. Fire escape, the great fireball technique. Bai Hao didn't pin his hopes on the clones. The shadow clones were just used for feints, and the fire escape was the real purpose. Now at such a close distance, unless Yunlang immediately burst out with the speed of a fighting king, he would have been unable to dodge. Using clones as feints, in fact the firefighting technique is the real purpose. The idea is good, but this firefighting technique is not enough to hurt me. Looking at the fast-flying fireball, Yunlang did not dodge. He raised his dry palm suddenly, and when he struck out, a huge palm print burst out, directly smashing the fireball into pieces and dissipating into a stream of flames. Easily blocking this move, Yunlang looked for Bai Hao's figure, but found that Bai Hao had disappeared from his sight. Squeak! Suddenly, a high-pitched sound like a fierce bird's cry sounded behind him. Yunlang turned back suddenly and saw Bai Hao holding a ball of lightning in his hand. He stomped his feet on the ground and created a circle of airwaves. Cloud wing step. Under the dual effects of the body fighting skills and the Chidori, Bai Hao's speed reached a new level. The Chidori in his hand stabbed straight towards Yunleng, and the speed was as fast as a flash of lightning. Even Yunleng's pupils shrank suddenly at this moment. Bai Hao's speed had completely exceeded the speed of the great fighting master, and he appeared in front of him almost instantly. Yunleng was shocked by the speed, and the fighting spirit in his body immediately surged, and a gray-white fighting spirit armor immediately covered his whole body. At the same time, Yunleng clenched his fist, also emitting a rock-like aura, and hit Bai Hao fiercely. At the moment when Yunleng made his move, Bai Hao's eyes slowly turned, and the Sharingan quietly emerged, staring closely at Yunleng's movements. At the moment when he made his move, Bai Hao's body suddenly dodged a few inches, perfectly missing Yunleng's punch, and Chidori hit Yunleng's fighting spirit armor directly. Boom! The power burst out, and the powerful aura formed a wave of air that surged out in all directions. Yunleng was directly knocked out, and he retreated more than 10 steps before he stabilized his body. The fighting spirit armor on his body was also hit by Chidori, leaving a gap almost directly penetrated. Seeing this scene, the disciples in the audience were stunned. He could actually force the Great Elder to this point? So amazing. The fighting skill just now was so fast, I didn't see how he did it at all. Everything happened in a flash. So handsome. Although Yunleng only used 50% of his strength, he was still a Douwang after all, and Bai Hao could actually force Yunleng to this point, which was enough to show that his strength was strong, and it was not just talk. On the high platform, the elders looked at everything below and nodded with satisfaction. This boy is not bad. He is indeed capable. He is worthy of being a disciple valued by the sect master, both in terms of qualifications and strength are first class. They also said this to Yun, who was standing aside to prove that they had no objection to Bai Hao. And Yun was relieved by Bai Hao's performance on the field. This little guy didn't disappoint me. Now Bai Hao only has the cultivation of a great Do master, and Yun was very worried that he would get hurt in the trial with Yunleng. But now Bai Hao's performance, while surprising her, also comforted her heart, because Bai Hao proved that her choice was right. Not bad, you've done a great job of penetrating my Douqi armor, but the incense hasn't burned out yet, let's continue. Seeing that he was hit by Bai Hao, and even his Douqi armor was almost penetrated, Yunleng's evaluation of Bai Hao in his heart went up a level, and at the same time, he became more serious. He could already feel that Bai Hao's strength was indeed extraordinary. If he continued to use half of his strength, he even had the absurd idea that he would lose to Bai Hao. Can't let that happen. This forced Yunleng to be serious. He could choose not to be ruthless to Bai Hao, but he couldn't lose to Bai Hao by mistake. After saying that, the Douqi in Yunleng's body surged, again, and the gray-white Douqi made the surface of his body gradually become like rock, revealing an extremely hard breath. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The elder even used the stone armor? Is he serious? Bai Hao also clearly felt the difference in Yunleng's aura, which was obviously a level higher than before. His face couldn't help but twitch. Is this guy going to do it for real? The rock armor gradually covered the surface of his body. Yunleng looked at Bai Hao and said lightly, "Keep going, use all your strength." Looking sideways at the 1/3 of the incense left, Bai Hao secretly gritted his teeth and felt that Yunleng was shameless enough to take him, a great fighting master, so seriously. But on the field, Bai Hao had no way only go ahead. He suddenly held a few flying knives in his left and right hands, and Bai Hao threw them out directly, but the accuracy of these flying knives was obviously not very accurate. Did not shoot at Yunleng's people, but shot to his side. Seeing such an inaccurate flying knife, Yunleng didn't even want to dodge. He couldn't help but think that Bai Hao was too anxious, and didn't even have this little accuracy. Seeing that the flying knife was about to fly past Yunleng suddenly saw that there seemed to be some strange runes on the handle of the flying knife. At this moment, Bai Hao's figure appeared behind Yunleng without any warning, and his right hand was wrapped in fighting spirit, and he slapped Yunleng's back fiercely. Bang! Bang! Yunleng had never expected this palm. He was hit by Bai Hao's palm and stepped back several steps, but he was not injured. The hardness of the stone armor is far from being easily broken by a great fighting master, but this scene still made everyone confused. How did he get behind the Great Elder? I can't see anything. I don't know either. On the high platform, the elders who saw this scene were also confused. With their cultivation level, they couldn't even see how the scene just now happened. How did Bai Hao appear behind Yunleng? Yun frowned slightly, puzzled, As if she had thought of something, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and joy, and she murmured in her heart, "Did this little guy just use the power of space?" Nalan Yanran was beside Yunyun and heard Yunyun muttering to herself, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher, did you see what fighting skill Bai Hao used just now?" Yunyun seemed to be frightened, and then she reacted and said repeatedly, "I can't see it. Let's just watch first." Her reaction made Nalan Yanran even more confused. Looking at Bai Hao on the field, her heart was a little complicated. 2 days ago, she told Bai Hao that if he could successfully pass Yunleng's trial and get Yunleng's recognition, she would be willing to recognize Bai Hao as her senior brother. At that time, she was 100% sure that Bai Hao would not be able to pass Yunleng's trial. A great fighting master fighting a fighting king, even if Yunleng did not use all his strength, the gap between the two would be difficult to cross, so she said that. But now, Nalan Yanran, who had witnessed the whole process, suddenly felt that Bai Hao might be able to pass Yunleng's test and even defeat Yunleng. But as soon as this idea came out, she immediately denied it. "No, this is absolutely impossible. How could he defeat the Great Elder? This is absolutely impossible." Her eyes were fixed on Bai Hao on the field. At this moment, Yunleng was also very surprised, and his expression was a little solemn. Just now, with his Do Wang cultivation, he couldn't even feel Bai Hao's sudden appearance. He was clearly in front of him in the last second, but suddenly appeared behind him in the next second, as if he had jumped through space. But the power of space can only be used by Dozong at least. How could he, a great Do master, use the power of space? This is absolutely impossible. This boy's fighting skills are really weird. The weirder it is, the more seriously Yunleng has to take it. Even faintly, the Do Qi in his body has surged into the strength of Do Wang. Bai Hao even made him feel a little pressure, which was hard to believe. On the other side, Bai Hao glanced at the incense outside the field. Only the last inch was left, and it was about to go out. This will be the last move. Taking a deep breath, Bai Hao slowly formed seals with both hands. Finally, his right hand grasped his left wrist, and his left palm formed a claw and clenched down. A ball of lightning was immediately grasped in his hand, accompanied by bursts of sounds like thousands of birds chirping. "Chidori!" His Sharingan stared at Yunleng tightly and locked his figure. Seeing Bai Hao's movements, Yunleng knew that the next attack should be Bai Hao's last attack. Yunleng slowly took a deep breath, concentrating his attention, staring at Bai Hao tightly with his eyes. As long as Bai Hao made the next move, he would react immediately. The next moment, the sound of thousands of birds chirping suddenly appeared behind him, and Bai Hao's figure appeared behind Yunleng again. Flying Thunder God Technique. Last time, Bai Hao also used the Flying Thunder God Technique to appear behind Yunleng, and then with that palm, he had left the Flying Thunder God Technique on Yunleng. So this time, he also appeared directly behind Yunleng, and the Chidori in his hand stabbed straight at Yunleng's stone armor. This move again? The same routine? The speed was still beyond Yunleng's expectations. But this time he had always been vigilant enough, so although he did not expect Bai Hao to appear, at the moment Bai Hao made a move, Yunleng still reacted, wrapped his palm with a ball of energy, and at the same time as Bai Hao's Chidori stabbed, he also hit it with a palm. Ji-boom! All the power of the Chidori exploded on Yunleng, but the hard stone armor immediately eliminated most of the power and could not break through the defense, but the powerful force still shocked Yunleng and made him retreat again and again. At the same time, the palm also hit Bai Hao. Cough! A mouthful of blood spit out, and Bai Hao's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and he fainted. As Bai Hao flew backwards, the last bit of ash from the incense stick fell down and burned out. At the moment when the incense burned out, Yunyun flew down from the high platform and caught Bai Hao steadily. Looking at Bai Hao, who had fainted with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, she looked at Yunleng with a trace of anger in her beautiful eyes and said coldly, "Great Elder Yunleng, this is just a trial. You are too harsh." Such a cold look made Yunleng's heart tremble. He felt the anger contained in Yunyun's eyes, which was genuine. He immediately clasped his fists and said, "I did hit you too hard. Please punish me, Sect Master. I'll settle the score with you later." Glancing at Yunleng coldly, Yunyun then spoke to everyone, her cold voice echoing throughout the Yunlan sect. "I declare that Bai Hao has passed the test. From today on, Bai Hao is my direct disciple." After saying this, regardless of other people's reactions, Yunyun held Bai Hao and flew to the side hall. Looking at Yunyun, who hurriedly left, Yunleng breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and waved his hand, saying, "The trial is over. Let's all go." Yes. Before Bai Hao opened his eyes, he smelled a familiar fragrance. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the familiar ceiling. He was lying on the bed. Glancing sideways, he saw Yun sitting beside him, lying on the bed and already asleep, with a few strands of black hair scattered on her beautiful face. Very charming. Bai Hao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. When he was about to get up, the pain in his chest made him grimace and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Yun was immediately awakened. When she looked up and saw Bai Hao awake, her eyes lit up and her face was quite surprised. You woke up? Yes, just woke up. Bai Hao nodded and apologized. Sister Yun, you have been here to watch over me? Nodding, Yun did not deny it and immediately complained. You were only unconscious for a day, but Yunlang was too tactless to use such a heavy hand on you. Don't blame the elder, it's my lack of strength. We'll talk about it later. Now, take off your clothes first. Ah, now? Take off your clothes. Ah? Now? Isn't it too fast? Bai Hao was stunned, a little embarrassed, and a little shy on his face. Seeing Bai Hao's reaction, Yun seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Her face slightly reddened, and she said in a stern voice, What are you thinking about? There are bruises on your chest. I'll help you apply medicine. Oh, so that's it. Nodding woodenly, Bai Hao realized that he had thought wrongly, and immediately smiled a little embarrassedly, then rolled up his shirt, revealing his fair upper body. There was only a very obvious handprint on his chest, which was left by Yunlang's palm. Although it did not hurt the heart, it also left bruises. What are you thinking about? She said softly, and seeing that the bruises on Bai Hao's body had not subsided, Yun's face showed a distressed look. That Yunlang is really too unreasonable. He actually used such a heavy hand. I must scold him severely later. As she spoke, Yun took out a bottle of ointment, picked up a little ointment with her jade fingers, and gently applied it to Bai Hao's wound, slowly spreading it evenly. The gentle technique made Bai Hao feel very comfortable, and the pain in his chest disappeared a lot at once. This is the blood stasis cream made by Dan Wang Guhe. Apply it for 1 or 2 days and your injury will be basically healed. After applying the ointment, Yun screwed the bottle and placed it beside Bai Hao's bed. She said in a very gentle voice, The trial is over. Now no one in the sect will have any objections to you. After you rest for 2 days and heal your injury, I will personally guide you in your practice. Well, Sister Yun, don't worry. I will definitely heal my injury in the best condition, and then accept Sister Yun's guidance. Bai Hao grinned. You little guy, have a good rest. Rolling his eyes at him unhappily, Yun stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently touched his forehead, saying, I still have things to deal with. You have a good rest. Okay, Sister Yun, goodbye. Goodbye? Yun left. Bai Hao lay on the bed and began to summarize yesterday's battle. He was quite satisfied with his overall battle. Although he lost in the war end, Yunlang was a Do Wang after all. As a 1-star Do Master, he was very strong to be able to fight to this level, but he should be able to do better. My cultivation is not enough, and I can't bring out the penetrating effect of Chidori. Otherwise, if I can pierce Yunlang's tortoiseshell, it's uncertain who will win in the end. Also, I'm not proficient enough in using Flying Thunder God, and I can't use Flying Thunder God Slash. Otherwise, even if Yunlang's tortoiseshell is hard, it can't stop my Flying Thunder God Slash. There is still room for improvement. Overall, Bai Hao was very satisfied, and he successfully passed the trial. The current result was very good. If he had defeated Yunlang yesterday, his life in Yunlan sect would not be so easy in the future. Squeak! At this time, the door suddenly opened and someone came in. Bai Hao turned his head and saw that it was Nalan Yanran. Yanran, what's the matter? Nalan Yanran bit her thin lips, lightly, looked at Bai Hao. Her face was a little stubborn and whispered, Senior brother. What did you call me? Bai Hao was a little surprised. I say senior brother. Nalan Yanran suddenly raised her voice. Although she was stubborn, there was not much reluctance in her eyes. She whispered, I said that if you can pass the trial of the Great Elder, I will recognize you as my senior brother. Now you have succeeded, and I am here to keep my promise. Although she was still a little reluctant in her heart, she saw Bai Hao's performance yesterday, and she had to admit Bai Hao's strength. Being able to force Yunlang to that point, he was already very strong. Looking at Nalan Yanran, Bai Hao was a little stunned. The previous promise he made was just to deal with Nalan Yanran's casual remark, but he didn't expect Nalan Yanran to take it seriously. He said, The bet was just a joke. If you don't want to call me senior brother, you don't have to call me senior brother. As long as you are willing to recognize that I am the teacher's disciple, that's enough. I am willing to accept the loss. I will not regret it. From now on, you are my senior brother. Nalan Yanran raised her head, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, with a hint of stubbornness on her pretty face. After speaking, she turned around and left Bai Hao's room. Looking at Nalan Yanran's departing figure, Bai Hao scratched his head helplessly. He really didn't want to push Nalan Yanran to this point, as it would make him seem like a bad guy. But Nalan Yanran was also stubborn and willing to accept defeat, which made Bai Hao feel a little guilty. But he soon felt relieved. No matter how unwilling he was older and more powerful than Nalan Yanran, so it was natural for him to be a senior brother, and it was Yunyun who asked him to be a senior brother, so what did it have to do with him? He could be a good senior brother too. After feeling relieved, Bai Hao continued to enjoy the time lying on the bed comfortably. After such a battle, Bai Hao's name was completely spread in Yunlan sect. He was originally known only as the man brought back by Yunyun. Now, after the battle with Yunleng, his strength and handsomeness had completely convinced the disciples of Yunlan sect. Who would not be convinced by a man who is strong and handsome? Even if they are envious, most of them just envy him and resent why they can't be as handsome and powerful as Bai Hao. It can only be said that God is really unfair. After 2 days of rest, Bai Hao's injuries were basically healed, and the bruises on his body were also healed. The pills of the Pill King Gu Hei are really extraordinary. When will I start to make pills? Looking at the ointment in his hand, Bai Hao has already started thinking about making pills. He is now also a first-class alchemist. Although he is an alchemist who has never made medicine, he is still an alchemist. As the most honorable status in Douqi Continent, alchemists are highly respected on the continent. Even a first-grade alchemist can be treated with great respect in some small towns, and the pills made by alchemists are also bug-like in battle. Is there any opponent who is more cheating than taking medicine to recover while fighting? Bai Hao can't waste such a good opportunity. He will start refining medicine when he has the chance. When he raises his alchemist level in the future, many things will be much easier to handle, and his strength will also be improved to a certain extent. After Bai Hao's injury healed, a grand ceremony was held in the sect. The sect master must abide by the rules and hold a ceremony to accept a direct disciple. After a tedious ceremony, Bai Hao was served as a direct disciple of Yunlan sect. The same moon-white robe served as Nalan Yanran, but his was men's clothing, and Nalan Yanran's was women's clothing. Since then, Bai Hao officially became Yunyun's direct disciple. It was a sunny day with a gentle breeze. Bai Hao walked in Yunlan sect, and the disciples he met whispered to him, "Hello, senior brother Bai." "Hello, senior brother Bai." Bai Hao nodded in response. As a direct disciple, these respects were taken for granted, and Bai Hao also enjoyed the feeling of being greeted. But this feeling soon disappeared because he came to Yunyun's door. The first time he was called to Yunyun's room, Bai Hao's heartbeat could not help but speed up. He swallowed hard and knocked on the door. "Sister Yun, I'm here." After a while, Yunyun's beautiful voice came from inside. "Come in." After getting consent, Bai Hao brewed his mood again, then slowly opened the door and walked in, closing the door again. The decoration in the room surprised Bai Hao a little. There were not many complicated decorations in the room, simple and clear, bright and transparent, which was in line with Yunyun's temperament. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, which was unique to Yunyun. At this time, Yunyun was sitting in front of the stage, combing her hair in front of the mirror. Her long black hair was scattered, which made her look less noble and more lazy. "Sister Yun, what's the matter with you calling me here?" Bai Hao asked, standing behind her and admiring Yunyun's hair and beautiful back. Hearing this, Yunyun had just put her hair up, stood up and turned around, with a bright look on her face. She looked at Bai Hao and said, "Now you are my direct disciple. I called you here to guide you." "Here?" Bai Hao looked at the room and saw only one bed. "Of course not." She rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, and Yunyun turned around and went out. When she passed by Bai Hao, she brought a fragrant breeze. "Come with me, okay?" Bai Hao followed her obediently, and the two walked all the way to the back mountain of Yunlan sect. Back mountain. It was Bai Hao's first time to the back mountain. The scenery here was pleasant, with birds singing and flowers blooming. There was also a waterfall rushing down in front of a cliff, which was very spectacular and beautiful. The two of them came to the edge of the cliff. Yunyun turned around, her beautiful face full of seriousness, and looked at Bai Hao and said, "You were not taught by me from the beginning, and now you are already a great fighting master. Whether it is the skills or fighting skills, You already have your own routines. It is obviously not possible to let you relearn the skills and fighting skills of the Yunlan sect, so I plan to use your current shortcomings as a breakthrough to help you make up for your shortcomings. If Bai Hao was still a fighter, she might let him practice the skills and fighting skills of the Yunlan sect again. But now Bai Hao is already a great fighting master, and the fighting skills he has demonstrated are also very strong, so there is no need to give up. Then Sister Yun, where do you think I am lacking now? Bai Hao showed an attitude of humbly asking for advice. After thinking for a moment, Yun's beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly and said, "From your fight with Yun Leng, you are already very good in terms of body skills and fighting skills, even better than me in some aspects." This sentence is the truth. At first, Bai Hao's cloud-wing step only amazed her, but later, the Flying Thunder God technique made Yun unable to tell what kind of fighting skill it was, and the speed was so fast. So in this regard, Yun felt that Bai Hao did not need her to teach anything for the time being. In terms of attack fighting skills, I think you still lack a powerful fighting skill. For example, the fighting skill with lightning in your hand should be your strongest attack fighting skill at present. Bai Hao nodded. Yes. Chidori is indeed the strongest ninjutsu he can perform now. So I plan to teach you a stronger fighting skill called Wind Extreme Meteoric Killing. Wind Extreme Meteoric Killing? Bai Hao raised his eyebrows, very surprised. He didn't expect Yun to directly give him the strongest fighting skill. He really needs a more powerful means of attack now, and Wind Extreme should be the best choice for the time being. He has witnessed with his own eyes the terrifying power of Yun's sword, cutting off the horns of the purple crystal winged Lion King. Yun used Wind Extreme Meteoric Killing at that time. Well, this is the strongest fighting skill I have mastered now, and I can teach you. I hope you can learn it. Yun looked at Bai Hao. Well, I will definitely not disappoint Sister Yun's expectations. So in the past few days, from time to time, a young man's clear shout would be heard from the back mountain, "The extreme of wind, meteoric kill." But what was inconsistent with this shout was that each time only a small sword energy was shot out, and the power was worrying. Bai Hao was not discouraged, and he worked hard every year to practice, and Yun also watched Bai Hao practice every day and gave him guidance from time to time. Until half a month later, the extreme of wind, meteoric kill. As the powerful shout sounded, a small ray of light shot out from Bai Hao's fingertips, fiercely streaking across the waterfall in front of him. For a moment, the entire waterfall was cut off, leaving a deep sword mark on the smooth cliff. Looking at the sword mark in front of him, Bai Hao's face suddenly showed an excited expression. "Success! Sister Yun, did you see that? I finally practiced it." Yun, who was standing next to him, also showed relief on her cheeks. Bai Hao succeeded, and she was also very happy in her heart. "Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded!" Bai Hao was too excited, and he ran over and picked up Yun and spun her around. "Hey!" Yun was startled and wanted to push Bai Hao away, but after trying a little to no avail, she finally gave up and let Bai Hao hold her and spin around, with a touch of tenderness on her cheeks. After a while, Bai Hao finally regained his composure. He realized that he was so excited that he even picked up Yun. He quickly put her down and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Well, I was a little too excited. Sister Yun, don't be angry." "Why should I be angry? I'm happy that you succeeded." Yun looked at the sweat on Bai Hao's forehead due to practice with tenderness in her eyes. She took up her handkerchief with some pity and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. The two were so close that the faint fragrance penetrated into Bai Hao's nose, making his heart beat faster. "Okay, let's go back." After wiping the sweat off for him, Yun was about to take back her hand, but Bai Hao suddenly grabbed her hand. "Sister Yun?" Yun was startled. She was shocked, a little shy, and even a little expectant, so she didn't resist and let Bai Hao hold her hand. "Sister Yun, Just as Bai Hao was about to make the next move, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Teacher, Elder Gu is back!" It was Nalan Yanran. Yun suddenly woke up and quickly pulled her jade hand back from Bai Hao's hand, but her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. "Teacher, Elder Gu, he is back!" Nalan Yanran hurried over but saw Yun's face blushing, and couldn't help but be a little confused. "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Guhei is back. Then let's go to greet him." Yun lowered her head imperceptibly and was about to leave, but stopped and turned back to Bai Hao and said, "Bai Hao, you can come too. You probably haven't seen Elder Guhei yet, but you should have heard of him." Bai Hao nodded. "I know, Dan King Guhei. I'm afraid everyone in the Jiama Empire knows him." He also knew that Gu Hei liked Yun Yun, so he had to go and see him properly. In the sect, Yun Leng and other elders had arrived at the square early and were waiting. Yun Yun, Bai Hao, and the other two arrived not long after. Sect Master. The elders saluted hurriedly. Yes. With a slight nod, Yun Yun's expression had returned to its usual noble and cold look, and his eyes were fixed on a black dot that appeared in the sky not far away. After the black dot quickly enlarged, it turned out to be a middle-aged man in a white robe. The golden fighting wings behind him passed through the sky like a meteor, and quickly flew over the Yunlan sect. But at the last moment his figure quickly slowed down and slowly landed on the square. Dan King, Gu Hei. Except for Yun Leng, all the elders and disciples bowed and said, Gu greets Elder Gu Hei. You are too polite. We are all from the same sect. No need to be so polite. Seeing so many people coming to greet him, Gu Hei also bowed in return. His eyes slowly turned until he saw Yun Yun, and his eyes suddenly stopped on her. He smiled and bowed, saying, Meet Master Yun Yun. Well, Elder Gu Hei has worked hard on this journey. Yun Yun nodded slightly, but she did not show too much respect to Gu Hei like others. Gu Hei is only an honorary elder of Yunlan sect, and he does not actually have many positions. But Gu Hei is a 6th grade alchemist, which is enough for the entire Yunlan sect to respect him. But Yunlan sect and Gu Hei are a cooperative relationship after all, and Yun Yun, as the sect master, is not willing to curry favor with Gu Hei. Gu Hei was used to seeing Yun Yun's calm reactions, and there was no sign of disappointment on his face. However, when his eyes saw Bai Hao, who was standing next to Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, and was also wearing the uniform of a direct disciple, he couldn't help but be a little surprised and asked, Sect Master Yun Yun, this is your new direct disciple? Yes, Bai Hao, come and pay your respects to Elder Gu Hei. Yun Yun waved to Bai Hao, who hurriedly stepped forward obediently, bowed respectfully to Gu Hei, and said, Disciple Bai Hao, greetings to Elder Gu Hei. Gu Hei was very surprised at this moment. Based on his understanding of Yun Yun, the average gifted child might not be able to catch her eye, but now, after just over a month of not seeing her, Yun Yun actually accepted a new disciple. This was simply unbelievable. After Bai Hao paid his respects to Gu Hei, Yun Yun said, Elder Gu Hei must be tired from running around outside for a while. Go down and have a good rest. Although she said that she wanted Gu Hei to go down and have a rest, Yun Yun turned around and left the square first, leaving only a beautiful figure. Seeing this, Bai Hao also slipped away while no one was paying attention to him. Back in the room, after practicing the wind extreme killing for a whole day, Bai Hao was also tired, so he lay down on the bed. He remembered that he had already held Yun's hand in the back mountain, and Yun Yun did not resist. It was obvious that there was a chance. But he was interrupted by Nalan Yanran, which made him feel uncomfortable. It's so hard to get a chance like this. It's uncomfortable. Covering his head with a pillow, Bai Hao fell into a deep sleep after thinking about it for a while. He slept for a long time until dusk, when Bai Hao woke up because of hunger. Sitting on the bed, Bai Hao muttered incoherently, It's time for dinner. After sitting and sobering up for a while, Bai Hao stood up and prepared to eat. As a result, as soon as he opened the door, he almost knocked down a disciple who was delivering food to the door. The latter stepped back and apologized. Brother Bai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's okay. What are you doing? Bai Hao said casually. I'm here to deliver food to you, Brother Bai. The disciple said carefully, and Bai Hao noticed that he was holding a tray in his hand, and the food on it was obviously for 2 people. Then who is the other meal for? It's for the sect master. The disciple replied. After thinking for a while, Bai Hao said to him, Leave it there. I'll take it to the sect master. This is what I should do. I dare not trouble you, brother. The disciple immediately bowed his head and said, It's a bother. I just happen to have something to ask the teacher, so I'll just deliver it to him, so you don't have to make a special trip. Bai Hao took the tray from the disciple and half-heartedly drove the disciple away. The disciple had no choice but to leave. Leaving his own portion of the meal behind, Bai Hao walked towards Yun Yun's room with the remaining portion of the meal. He knocked on the door gently. Sister Yun, are you there? I've brought you food. Bai Hao? In the room, Yun Yun was bathing in the bathtub at this time, with steam rising. She was startled by the voice outside the door. Why did this little guy bring me food? She hesitated for a moment and looked at her current situation. She didn't know whether to let Bai Hao in. She couldn't get up for a while, but if she let him go back... After struggling for a moment, Yun Yun's voice spread out. Come in. It's not like he hasn't seen it before. Thinking of what happened in the Warcraft mountain range, Yun couldn't help but blush on her beautiful cheeks, looking even more charming in the mist. Squeak! The door opened, and Bai Hao came in with a wooden tray and saw that Yun was bathing in the room behind a veil. He was so shocked that he almost threw away the food in his hand. What's going on? Is it going to be a beauty coming out of the bath? But he's not ready yet. Seeing Bai Hao standing at the door, Yun blushed even more and whispered, "Don't look at things you shouldn't look at. Put down the food and get out." Oh. Bai Hao nodded quickly, put down the food, and was about to leave when there was a knock on the door. Guhi's humble voice rang out, "Is Sectmaster Yun here? I have something important to discuss with you." Guhe? The faces of the two people in the room changed. Why was the door blocked at this time? Bai Hao didn't know where to go for a while, but Yun was calm and said quickly, "Is it inconvenient now? If Elder Guhi has anything to do, please come back later." "This matter is a bit important. It's okay. I can wait outside." Guhi's voice rang out outside with a hint of determination, as if to indicate that if he didn't see Yun, he would not leave today. This stumped the two people in the room. Bai Hao looked at the figure on the door, then looked back at Yun behind the door curtain, helplessly spread his hands, and asked himself what to do with his mouth. He really didn't expect Guhe to appear. If it was normal, it would be fine, but now Yun is still taking a bath. If Guhe knew that Bai Hao could stay in her room while Yun was taking a bath, it would be troublesome. Guhe likes Yun, and for Bai Hao, this guy is also a rival in love, and he can't let him catch him in advance. Now Guhe is outside. How should Bai Hao go out? Yun was a little at a loss for a while, but she didn't forget what she should do at the first time. She opened her thin lips lightly, gestured, and her voice wrapped in fighting spirit was gently transmitted to Bai Hao's ears. "Turn around first. I want to come out." Oh. Nodding like pounding garlic, Bai Hao honestly turned around and turned his back to Yun, but his ears couldn't help but stand up, carefully listening to the sound of water behind him, splashing, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little distracted. If he looked back now, he would definitely see a wonderful scene. But if that were the case, he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. There was no sound behind him for a while. Bai Hao was hesitating whether to ask, but suddenly a warm and moist breeze blew behind him, and Yun's voice as clear as jade sounded softly, "Okay, turn around." The voice was as soft as the wind. Bai Hao slowly turned around and saw Yun had put on a dark blue robe, wrapped around her exquisite figure, sitting on the bed, with 3,000 black hair wet on her shoulders. Perhaps because she had just taken a bath, her beautiful cheeks were even more pink. Bai Hao couldn't help but stare at her, and forgot to speak for a while. Seeing his reaction, Yun was secretly delighted. However, thinking that Guhe was still waiting outside, she did not show her joy. Instead, she said softly, "Come over here and stand. Don't block the way." Oh. Bai Hao nodded woodenly and walked to stand beside Yun. Before she could react, Yun said to the outside, "Elder Guhe, come in." Not long after the voice fell, the door was slowly opened and Guhe walked in from outside. Seeing that Bai Hao was also here, Guhe's eyes flashed with surprise, especially since there were obviously bathing facilities in the room. Yun had obviously just finished bathing, and Bai Hao was here? For a moment, Guhe's mind flashed with a lot of confusion, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled modestly, stood half a meter away from Yun, and said, "So Sectmaster Yun is teaching his disciples. I am indeed disturbing you." Yun waved her hand and asked calmly, "It's okay. Elder Guhe, please tell me what you want to say." Such a good opportunity. Bai Hao on the side hurriedly bowed and said, "Then teacher, please discuss with Elder Gu, and I will go out first." "Seize the opportunity and run quick to leave," Guhe said. "No need. This matter is also related to you, Bai Hao. You can stay and listen." Having said that, Bai Hao couldn't leave anymore. He stopped immediately and looked down at Yun. After finding that the latter had no objection, he stayed to see what Guhe wanted to do. "Master Yun, I have seen a lot during my travels this time, and I have found many pill recipes. I can refine some pills that are useful to the sect. It's just that the materials are insufficient now, so Guhe wants to ask you to open the sect's secret realm trial. On the one hand, you can find the required medicinal materials in it, and on the other hand, it can also allow the sect disciples to experience and increase their strength. What do you think?" Guhe said. "Secret realm trial?" Hearing Guhe's words, Yun frowned slightly, lowered her head in thought, and did not give an answer immediately. Guhe continued, "It has been a year since the last secret realm trial, And now you have also accepted a direct disciple, so it is a good opportunity for us to enter the secret realm together to experience it. Hearing Guhei bringing the topic to himself, Bai Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, but did not speak, but listened quietly. The secret realm trial is of great importance. I can't make a decision alone. I will discuss it with the elders tomorrow and then give you an answer. After thinking for a moment, Yunyun looked up at Guhei and said, "Okay, thank you for your trouble." Guhei did not show any impatience from beginning to end. After getting Yunyun's answer, he did not stay for long and turned around and left. Only Bai Hao and Yunyun were left in the room again. "Well, if there is nothing else, I will go back first?" Bai Hao hesitated and asked. "It's up to you." Bai Hao hesitated for a moment. Yunyun said this as if he left now, it would be bad. He hesitated for a few seconds for these two short words. In the end, Bai Hao did not leave but stayed beside Yunyun. After thinking for a while, he said, "Sister Yun, what is the sect's secret trial?" After thinking for a while, he could only find this topic. The secret trial is one of the sect's trials. It is teleported to the Warcraft mountain range through the space teleportation array to test the disciples. Standing up from the bed, Yunyun walked to the table, on which was the food that Bai Hao had just sent over. "Have you eaten?" Not yet. My share is in the room." The sudden change of topic made Bai Hao unable to react for a while. "Then go back and eat," Yunyun said calmly. Scratching his head, Bai Hao didn't understand Yunyun's strange attitude. Is there something wrong? It shouldn't just develop like this. If nothing unexpected happens, this secret realm trial should be held. Go back and prepare well. This is your first trial with other disciples since you came to the sect. Yunyun turned around and looked at Bai Hao, her beautiful eyes looking at the handsome face of the young man. "This is a good opportunity for you to build a good relationship with the disciples of the Yi sect. I hope you can seize this opportunity." Bai Hao's heart suddenly warmed. It turned out that Yunyun was thinking about how to make him build a good relationship with other disciples of the sect. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sister Yun. I will definitely seize the opportunity." This time, he must not let Yunyun lose face. The secret realm trial proposed by Guhei was finally decided to proceed as scheduled after Yunyun and the Elders' Council discussed it. At this moment, disciples of the Yunlun sect came here one after another. When they arrived at the square, Bai Hao, as a direct disciple, stood at the front of the disciples with Nalan Yanran. The secret realm trial has certain requirements for disciples. Not all disciples can participate. Only those who have reached the level of 5-star fighters or above are eligible to participate. Among the more than 1,000 disciples, only 100 or so meet the requirements. At this moment, all of them have come to the square. On the high platform, Yunyun and a group of elders sat in order. On the stone steps in front of the high platform, an elder in charge of the trial glanced around, and an old voice wrapped in fighting spirit resounded throughout the square. "Now read out the rules of this secret trial. The place of the secret trial is the Magic Beast Mountain Range, which has a large number of magic beasts and medicinal herbs. What you have to do is to hunt as many magic beasts as possible to obtain magic cores, or pick medicinal herbs. Different magic cores and medicinal herbs have corresponding points. Later, each of you will be given a storage ring. As long as you store the things you get in the storage ring, your points will be automatically counted. The trial will last for 1 month, and at the end you will be ranked according to your points. In addition to generous rewards, the top 10 disciples, if they are outer disciples, can directly advance to inner disciples. If they are inner disciples, they can get a volume of Xuan-level intermediate fighting skills. And the top 3 can also get personal guidance from the sect master. The elder retreated after he finished speaking. Guhei stepped forward, looked at the disciples below, and slowly said, "This time, there are some medicinal herbs that need your help. The list of medicinal herbs is in the ring. If you can help find any one of them, you can get a 4th-grade elixir I made." All the disciples in the audience couldn't help but breathe tight. The 4th-grade elixir made by the Pill King Guhei himself was enough to make everyone excited, and the requirements were not high. You only need to find the medicinal herbs that Guhei needs in the Monster Mountain range. In addition to strength, luck is more important. After all, if even Guhei can't find the medicinal herbs, it's not about whether you have the ability to get them, but whether you have the luck to find them. This is also the main purpose of this secret trial, to help Guhei find medicinal herbs and try them, by the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After reading the trial rules and the rewards given by Guhei, Yunyun stood up, Her beautiful eyes swept around, and she said calmly, "This trial is not only a test for you, but also a good opportunity to hone yourself. I hope you can all gain something." All the disciples bowed and said respectfully, "Live up to the expectations of the sect master." Then Yunyun waved her hand, and a space gate suddenly appeared on the square. Behind the space gate was the monster mountain range used for the trial. Bai Hao and Nalan Yanren walked in front and jumped into the secret realm. The disciples behind them walked in one after another. Soon, only Yunyun and a group of elders were left on the square. After the space gate was closed, a picture appeared on the square again. The content of the picture was exactly the situation in the monster mountain range at this time, and the situation of almost all the disciples could be seen. At this time, the shot in the middle of the picture was naturally given to Bai Hao and Nalan Yanren, the two direct disciples. Looking at Bai Hao in the picture, Gu He walked to Yunyun's side with a smile on his face and said, "The new disciple of the sect master is only 18 years old, but he has already reached the level of a one-star great fighting master. I'm afraid no one in the entire Jiama Empire can compare with such qualifications and talents." Hearing Gu He's words, Yunyun's eyes were always on Bai Hao in the picture, and she said lightly, "It hasn't reached the point of being amazing. Bai Hao is now a one-star great fighting master at the age of 18, and Yanren is only 16 years old this year and has already reached a 4-star fighting master. Her talent is not worse than Bai Hao." At the end, Yunyun didn't forget to add, "Of course, looking at the Jiama Empire, so far there are indeed few people who can compare with them." Gu He laughed and said, "This is natural, but the forces of the Jiama Empire should not be underestimated. After the completion of this secret trial, they will also send people to participate in the sect competition. At that time, I'm afraid we can't let Bai Hao appear, so as not to let them know that our Yunlan sect has such an outstanding disciple." Hearing this, Yunyun waved her hand calmly. "Don't worry about this, Elder Gu He. Let's focus on the secret realm trial first. I know how to handle the sect competition." Then she said to Yunleng, "Then I'll leave it to the great elder. You must watch the whole process to avoid any accidents during the trial." "Yes!" Monster Mountain Range. Bai Hao was clearly brought in with Nalan Yanren when he was summoned in, but when he got here, he was left alone, with no one around. "I thought I would have a chance to show off, but I'm alone." Bai Hao pouted his lips in boredom and looked around at the dense forest. Although this is also a monster forest, it is not the same as the monster forest in Qingshan Town. This monster forest is a monster mountain range that was conquered by the Yunlun sect and is specifically used for secret realm trials. However, the strongest of the magic beasts here is only level 3, and there are not many of them. This is also to ensure the safety of the trial. After all, there are very few disciples who have reached the level of Douqi, let alone the Great Douqi. All the situations of the trial must be controlled by the Yunlun sect elders. Of course, Bai Hao is an exception. But this also makes Bai Hao a little distressed. It is definitely a good thing for him to be able to come to the Magic Beast Mountain range. His cultivation can only be improved by signing a magic beast of the same level or above. It is also because of this that most of the magic beasts in the secret realm are level 1 and level 2, which are useless to Bai Hao. Now only level 3 magic beasts can improve his cultivation, and level 3 magic beasts may not be encountered. Alas, I don't know if there is a chance to find a spiritual beast this time. It is more reliable to find some medicinal herbs. In addition to magic beasts, there are also medicinal herbs in the Magic Beast Mountain range. It is just right that he can take this opportunity to practice alchemy. Thinking of this, Bai Hao turned his focus to medicinal herbs and began to look for useful medicinal herbs. Gu He also gave each disciple a list of medicinal herbs he needed. Bai Hao took a look. There were 7 or 8 kinds of medicinal herbs listed. They were all high-grade medicinal herbs, and they were all rare. It was good enough to find one, but there were so many. Anyway, he was too lazy to look for them. As he walked forward, he would pick whatever herbs were on the ground, no matter how low or high grade they were. If he encountered a magic beast on the road, he would kill it and take its magic core for alchemy. There were many magic beasts in the Magic Beast Mountain range, and there were also many medicinal herbs. Moreover, this place was only open once a year, and there were good medicinal herbs everywhere. Bai Hao would not let go of any of them. As long as they were ripe, he would pick them all, no matter whether they were low grade or high grade. He would take all the magic beasts he encountered on the road. Although low-grade magic beasts could no longer improve his cultivation, their magic cores were still useful. Moreover, even if low-grade magic beasts could not improve his cultivation, there were still rewards from the system. They were just a little worse, but it was better than nothing. However, because he only has 2 spiritual scrolls, he can only sign 20 spiritual beasts. So even if he wants to sign, he can only sign with 3rd-level monsters, and he can't waste the quota casually. In the square, a group of elders looked at Bai Hao in the picture like a bandit. Wherever he passed, there was basically no grass growing. He pulled out all the herbs and basically took in all the monsters he encountered. And the most important thing is that other disciples would devote themselves to the battle when they encountered monsters, and they didn't dare to relax at all. He was good, and he didn't take those monsters seriously at all. He took care of the 2nd-level monsters casually, with almost no difficulty. This made a group of elders feel that Bai Hao was too. Sure enough, the great fighting master was arrogant, and putting him in there would be a dimensionality reduction attack. However, although they felt that it was a bit inappropriate, Bai Hao was a disciple of their Yunlin sect. They were also relieved to have such a powerful disciple. Bai Hao collected a lot of medicinal herbs along the way, but they were all some low and medium-level medicinal herbs, and there was not a single medicinal herb that Gu He needed. The medicinal herbs that Danwang Gu He needs? I guess he will have to find them himself. Shaking his head, Bai Hao didn't think much about it and continued to walk forward to look for medicinal herbs. Suddenly, there was a fierce fight on the other side, and there were faint roars of monsters, and it sounded like more than one. Is there anyone who dares to provoke a group of monsters at once? Bai Hao was immediately curious and walked towards the direction of the noise. After passing through a small forest, Bai Hao saw a hill in front of him, where several monsters with strong bodies, hair like needles, and tiger-like shapes were standing. Seeing the group of monsters, Bai Hao immediately recognized them. Isn't that the 3rd-level monster, Red Flame Tiger? No, judging from this aura, this group should still be young Red Flame Tigers, only the 2nd level now. When he was in the Monster Mountain Range in Qingshan Town, he signed a 4th-level Red Flame Tiger, so now he immediately recognized that it was the Red Flame Tiger. Although there were only a group of 2nd-level Red Flame Tigers in front, there were quite a few of them, and the 2nd-level magic beasts were comparable to fighting masters. Besides him, was there anyone who could challenge so many 2nd-level magic beasts? Soon, Bai Hao saw a white figure entangled with the Red Flame Tiger's Nalan Yanran. Sure enough, I knew that only she had this ability. Among the disciples, only Nalan Yanran dared to provoke a 2nd-level magic beast. However, Bai Hao did not expect Nalan Yanran to dare to provoke a group of Red Flame Tigers at once. Isn't this too reckless? Or is her strength stronger than I thought? Confused in his heart, Bai Hao did not intend to help, but chose to watch the show. First, on the hill, Nalan Yanran held a slender light blue long sword in her hand, and the light blue fighting spirit lingered around her body. Her figure flashed among the group of Red Flame Tigers, and her speed was very fast. Although there were many Red Flame Tigers, they were not as fast as Nalan Yanran. Her skills were wind attributed, and she was good at light and agile movements. As she shuttled back and forth, the long sword in her hand slashed out naturally, and in an instant she cut out several small wind blades. However, the hair on the Red Flame Tigers was not only sharp, but also had strong defense. The wind blades hit them and made a sound like metal collision, but did not break their defense. After resisting the wind blades, the Red Flame Tigers did not sit and wait for death. They lit up with flashes of fire, and when they suddenly opened their mouths, fireballs rushed towards Nalan Yanran from all directions, almost blocking all her ways. Scorching temperature made Nalan Yanran frown slightly, and her body paused slightly. The long sword in her hand trembled, and she slashed in front of her. A huge wind blade suddenly slashed out, directly cutting the fireball in front of her in half. The wind blade did not disappear after cutting the fireball, but immediately split into several tiny substantial sword shadows, shooting towards all the Red Flame Tigers. A low-level Xuan-level fighting skill, the wind-splitting sword. The sword shadow was extremely fast, and with a sharp whistle, it hit the Red Flame Tiger fiercely, and actually knocked all 4 Red Flame Tigers to the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai Hao was also very surprised. Facing 4 2nd-level monsters at the same time, Nalan Yanran not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but even played such a big advantage. Her strength was really terrifying. After seeing the red flame tigers being knocked over, Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness, and then she raised her sword and stabbed the nearest red flame tiger fiercely. At this moment, a huge shadow rushed out from the bushes next to it at a very fast speed, and a huge beast claw with a fierce gust of wind slapped Nalan Yanran fiercely. The strong wind coming towards her made Nalan Yanran's pretty face change. She quickly raised her sword to block it, but the power of the beast's claws hit her fiercely through the long sword, directly knocking her away. She retreated more than 10 steps and almost lost her balance. Cough! She couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nalan Yanran looked at the red flame tiger that was more than twice the size of the tiger in front of her. Her pretty face turned pale. A third level red flame tiger. It was the mother of this group of young red flame tigers. Roar! Seeing that her children were injured by Nalan Yanran, the third-level red flame tiger roared and rushed towards Nalan Yanran angrily. The speed was extremely fast, and the huge beast claws were smashed down with fierce power. So fast I can't dodge. Looking at the rapidly enlarging beast claws, the already injured Nalan Yanran couldn't dodge at all. Seeing the claws of the red flame tiger about to hit her, Nalan Yanran closed her eyes in despair. At this moment, she suddenly heard a voice. Cloud Wing's step. Bai Hao suddenly rushed out from the side and hugged Nalan Yanran's slender waist. Then his figure flashed again. This time he disappeared directly and appeared where he was standing before. There was a flying knife with a spell stuck on the ground. Flying Thunder God technique. Bang! The sharp attack of the red flame tiger missed. Nalan Yanran opened her eyes in surprise and was stunned when she saw the face so close. Why is it you? It's you. Nalan Yanran was very surprised to see that it was Bai Hao who saved her. To be precise, she didn't expect that someone would come to save her. Why, don't you want to see me? I just saved you anyway. Bai Hao's face showed sadness. That's not what I meant. Nalan Yanran suddenly noticed that she was still being held by Bai Hao. The strong masculine aura made her dizzy. Especially when she looked at Bai Hao's face from this angle, he was really handsome, which made her heart flutter. She couldn't help but blush and whispered, "Can you put me down?" But at this moment, the third-level red flame tiger rushed over again, and the huge fireball brushed the ground. The scorching temperature almost made the surrounding trees burn directly. Bai Hao hurriedly hugged Nalan Yanran and jumped back. The huge fireball almost brushed past him. In addition, Bai Hao's sudden jump scared Nalan Yanran and hurriedly hugged Bai Hao. The two buns pressed down, making Bai Hao's heart tremble, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, he had enough concentration and hurriedly stabilized his mind and focused his attention on the red flame tiger that was chasing him. When he retreated and fell on the tree trunk, the red flame tiger immediately rushed in front of him, and the huge claws of the beast with a fierce gust of wind slapped Bai Hao fiercely. But the next moment, Bai Hao disappeared, making the red flame tiger's attack miss and smashed the tree to pieces. Bai Hao appeared in the same place as before, with a flying knife with a spell stuck in the ground. The Flying Thunder God technique? Whoever uses it will know. This time, he and the red flame tiger had a sufficient distance. Okay, you can open your eyes and come down? Seeing that Nalan Yanran was still hugging him tightly, Bai Hao couldn't help but smile and said softly. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran noticed how intimate she was hugging Bai Hao, and her face turned red, and she quickly got down from Bai Hao's arms. Although it felt good to have a beautiful woman in his arms, now was not the time to enjoy it. In front of him was the third-level red flame tiger, which was angry because of being teased by Bai Hao, and behind him were the second-level young red flame tigers, which were staring at him covetously. The situation was not optimistic. You should be able to handle the adult red flame tiger, right? I can quickly defeat this group of second-level young red flame tigers, and then help you. Looking at the red flame tigers on both sides, the severe situation forced Nalan Yanran to quickly adjust her mentality and said in a deep voice. She was no match for the third-level red flame tiger, but Bai Hao was a great fighter and could compete with the third-level red flame tiger. And she could deal with this group of second-level young red flame tigers alone. As long as one of them had a free hand to help the other, they would win the battle. This was Nalan Yanran's plan. But Bai Hao shook his head, looking at the third-level red flame tiger rushing over. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is not only one third-level red flame tiger. He bit his finger, quickly formed seals with both hands, and finally slapped the ground with his palm, and a huge spell appeared. Spiritual summoning technique. Bang! As a burst of white mist appeared, an equally huge figure rushed out of the mist and collided fiercely with the third-level Red Flame Tiger. It was another third-level Red Flame Tiger, Bai Hao's spiritual beast. Back then in the Magic Beast Mountain Range in Qingshan Town, he also signed a fourth-level Red Flame Tiger. Well, there is no need to wait any longer now. Although his Red Flame Tiger was seriously injured at the time and has not yet fully recovered to the fourth-level strength, it still has a third level. Seeing the Red Flame Tiger summoned by Bai Hao, Nalan Yanran was shocked and opened her mouth slightly. Bai Hao actually summoned another magic beast? This is simply unheard of. Don't be in a daze. He gently closed her mouth with his palm, and then Bai Hao turned around and rushed towards the group of young Red Flame Tigers behind him. The electric light in his hand was jumping, and the cloud wing steps under his feet flashed quickly. The young Red Flame Tigers were no match for Bai Hao at all, and were directly killed by his Chidori one by one, without any mercy. On the other side, two adult Red Flame Tigers were fighting each other, but the strength of the one summoned by Bai Hao was obviously stronger, and it suppressed the other Red Flame Tiger fiercely. Finally, after Bai Hao dealt with the young Red Flame Tigers, he joined the battle of the adult Red Flame Tigers. The winner was soon decided. The 2-on-1 directly pressed the third-level Red Flame Tiger to the ground, and Bai Hao's summoned beast turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared after the battle, leaving only the dying Red Flame Tiger. Since then, this nest of Red Flame Tigers was wiped out, and no one, big or small, was spared. The magic beast just now, was it summoned by you? Nalan Yanran was still in shock. She couldn't understand why Bai Hao could summon a magic beast, and it was also a third-level magic beast. Could it be that he had tamed it before? Well, this is my spiritual beast. Maybe you don't have this concept, you just need to know that it can fight for me. Bai Hao thought about it and didn't hide it. In fact, he wanted to say that a mere third-level magic beast was nothing. He had a more powerful treasure that he hadn't released yet. Spiritual beast? Nalan Yanran obviously didn't understand this word very well when she heard it for the first time, but she roughly understood what it meant. By the way, why did you dare to trouble this nest of Red Flame Tigers alone? Bai Hao still didn't understand why Nalan Yanran came here alone. If it was just a group of second-level Red Flame Tigers, it would be nothing. But this group of second-level Red Flame Tigers were obviously young, which meant that there must be adult Red Flame Tigers nearby. With Nalan Yanran's current strength, she was no match for it, but she still came alone. Because of that, Nalan Yanran raised her jade hand and pointed to a small hill not far away. On the hill, a green medicinal herb was swaying in the wind. It was only the size of a palm, and the stems and leaves were not big, but it was extremely lush. It had 5 or 6 crystal leaves like jade. Among the many leaves, a small red flower could be seen faintly, reflecting the dazzling light in the sun. Is that jade flower? Bai Hao recognized it at a glance. It was a high-grade rare medicinal herb, and it happened to be one of the medicinal herbs that Gu He needed. One medicinal herb could be exchanged for a third-grade elixir from Gu He. For Nalan Yanran, it was obviously very tempting. No wonder she would take such a big risk, even at the cost of angering a group of Red Flame Tigers. Originally, that was what I found, but now you defeated the Red Flame Tiger, so I'll give you the jade flower. Nalan Yanran said in a low voice with her eyes slightly lowered. Looking at Nalan Yanran in surprise, Bai Hao walked over, picked the jade flower, handed it to Nalan Yanran, and said, "Since you said this jade flower is mine, I will give it to you now. Since you said this jade flower is mine, I will give it to you now." Bai Hao smiled warmly. Nalan Yanran stared at the jade flower in front of her in a daze. Seeing Bai Hao's smile, she took the jade flower and whispered, "Then it's a deal. This is what you gave me. I won't be polite." Seeing her whispering like this, Bai Hao also found it a little funny, but he quickly changed the subject and asked, "Where are you going next? Or should you take a rest first? Are your injuries okay?" Just now, Nalan Yanran was hit hard by the third-level Red Flame Tiger and vomited blood. She must have suffered internal injuries. Nalan Yanran shook her head. Her voice was a little hesitant, and she said, "I'm fine, but from what you said, do you want to go with me?" For some reason, when she thought of Bai Hao going with her, she felt inexplicably excited and expectant. It was strange. With her personality, she rarely had such emotions towards other people, but now Bai Hao made her feel strange. It was very strange. Bai Hao nodded and said, "It's easier to take care of it with more people, and I'm also your senior brother. It's my duty as a senior brother to take care of my junior sister." He grinned, revealing his white teeth. Senior brother? Muttering softly, Nalan Yanran suddenly raised her head, a glimmer flashed in her eyes, and said, "Okay, then let's go together." The trial was in full swing. In the huge Warcraft forest, all the disciples basically acted in groups of 3 or 2, so as to ensure their own safety and deal with emergencies. Among them, the combination of Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran was obviously the most outstanding among the disciples, and the efficiency was also the highest. In the forest, 2 figures shuttled quickly among the group of magic beasts. Bai Hao quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth Escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. The hard ground soon turned into a muddy swamp, and more than a dozen second-level magic beasts, the Swift Winged Lions, were all trapped in it. Nalan Yanran saw the opportunity, and the light blue long sword in her hand trembled slightly. When she slashed out in front of her, she slashed out several sharp blue sword shadows and hit the Swift Winged Lions, killing them all. This was the result of their cooperation for half a month. When dealing with groups of second-level magic beasts, they could almost take them away in one set, cleanly and neatly. Yanran, your fighting skills are becoming more and more proficient, and your strength should have improved a lot, Bai Hao said while taking out the magic core of the Swift-Winged Lion. Yes. Nalan Yanran nodded lightly, quietly watching Bai Hao's busy figure, and felt quite touched. These days, she and Bai Hao have been working better and better together. Not only has she mastered fighting skills more skillfully, but her cultivation has also broken through from a 4-star fighter to a 6-star fighter. Such a big improvement in just half a month was incredible even for Nalan Yanran herself. And all this is thanks to Bai Hao. If Bai Hao hadn't been by her side to help her find so many second-level magic beasts to practice with, even if she could do it by herself, it would take more time. The trial will not end for another half a month. Yanran, do you want to do something exciting? After taking out all the magic cores, Bai Hao suddenly showed a mysterious expression on his face and looked at Nalan Yanran. Exciting things. What are they? Seeing Bai Hao's expression, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Could it be that kind of thing? You'll know if you follow me. Bai Hao didn't explain but took Nalan Yanran's jade hand and walked towards a dense forest not far away. Where are we going? Now, isn't it a bit too fast? With Bai Hao holding her hand, Nalan Yanran's heart gradually accelerated and her cheeks were lightly flushed. Ah, what do you mean too fast? No, we're already here. Bai Hao suddenly stopped. Huh? Nalan Yanran looked up suddenly, but saw that this was a quiet forest, surrounded by lush trees and bushes, and it was basically difficult for people outside to see what was going on here. Is it? Here? After seeing the surrounding situation clearly, Nalan Yanran's heartbeat became faster and faster, almost jumping out, and she lowered her head and dared not look at Bai Hao. Yes, it's here. If it's too far ahead, it might be discovered. Bai Hao stared at the front. Nalan Yanran bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and her white hands trembled slightly as she reached for her collar. When she was about to unbutton it, she heard Bai Hao say, "Wait until the male King Kong ape walks away, then we can start." Huh? King Kong ape? Nalan Yanran was stunned for a moment and immediately turned her head to look in the direction Bai Hao was looking at. She saw 2 burly, golden-haired apes sitting on a small hill in front of her, the 3rd-level advanced magic beasts, the King Kong ape, an existence comparable to a high-level great fighting master. You brought me here, actually just to see the King Kong ape? Nalan Yanran suddenly felt a little disappointed. What else? Bai Hao said without turning his head. I found these 2 King Kong apes 2 days ago, and it's not easy to deal with them together, so I need to wait until they are separated before I can do it. Bai Hao was still very greedy for the 3rd-level advanced magic beast. He originally wanted to sign the 3rd-level Red Flame Tiger as a spiritual beast last time, but he already had a Red Flame Tiger, and the system wouldn't let him sign it again, so he had to give up. Now that he finally found another 3rd-level magic beast, he couldn't let it go. Bai Hao meant this. Nalan Yanran felt a little disappointed, but soon calmed down. Looking at the golden ape in front of her, she whispered, "These 2 golden apes are already high-level 3rd-level magic beasts, comparable to 7 or 8-star Great Masters. You are only a 1-star Great Master now. There is no need to take such a big risk for that little point. Although the points of a 3rd-level magic beast are a lot, you can't take such a big risk. If something goes wrong, it's no joke. Points are a small matter. Did you notice that there is a small red flower behind the 2 golden apes? If I'm not mistaken, it should be one of the high-level medicinal materials that Elder Gua needs. Dragon blood flower. Pick it off, and you can ask Elder Gu for another third-grade pill. Both of us can benefit. How can we let it go? Bai Hao lowered his voice, fearing that he would alarm the two golden apes. Give it to me? Nalan Yanran was stunned and looked at Bai Hao in a daze. The opportunity to exchange for a third-grade elixir, and it was Bai Hao who discovered it, but he had already decided to give the dragon blood flower to himself from the beginning? Why? Nalan Yanran just opened her mouth, but Bai Hao immediately signaled her not to speak. Shh! One of them is leaving! On the hill, two golden apes lowered their heads and seemed to be communicating about something. Finally, one of the largest male golden apes turned around and left to look for food. I will drag out the golden ape later, and you take the opportunity to pick the dragon blood flower. Do you understand? Bai Hao said in a low voice, arranging the most direct task for Nalan Yanran. The strength of the golden ape should not be underestimated. With Nalan Yanran's current strength, it is not enough for Yuji to compete, so the safest way is to let her steal the dragon blood flower and let Bai Hao deal with the golden ape. Well, you must be careful yourself, Nalan Yanran said worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a small problem. On the hill, the male King Kong ape had already walked away, and the remaining female King Kong ape stayed on the hill, gently stroking the dragon blood flower with her thick palm. At this time, a voice sounded behind it. Hey, ugly monster, look over here! Hearing this voice, the King Kong ape immediately turned around and saw a human waving at it with a smile, just like an old friend occasionally saying hello when they meet. Bai Hao didn't know whether the King Kong ape could understand human words, but it should be able to understand, because at this time the King Kong ape immediately pounded his chest angrily, dragged his arms on the ground, and rushed towards Bai Hao fiercely. Seeing the King Kong ape rushing over, Bai Hao immediately put away his smile and took it seriously. Come on! Roar! When it was still 10 feet away from Bai Hao, the King Kong ape suddenly jumped high, swung his arms, and smashed down fiercely with a fierce gust of wind. Bai Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and as his Sharingan appeared, he caught the movements of the Congo ape. He quickly stepped on the ground, his fighting spirit burst out, and his body immediately moved quickly to the side. Cloudwing step! Boom! The Congo ape's attack missed, and its powerful arms slammed into the ground fiercely, instantly creating a big hole. Seeing this, Bai Hao couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he was hit by this attack, he would probably be smashed to pieces on the spot with his small body. But he would not give him a chance. He quickly formed seals with his hands and spurted out a large ball of flames from his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The spurted flames immediately condensed into a huge fireball that brushed the ground, rushing out fiercely with scorching heat. Seeing the fireball rushing fiercely, the Congo ape's eyes were full of fierceness, and he actually used his body to hit it directly, breaking the fireball directly, and then rushed towards Bai Hao fiercely with the remaining momentum. What an unreasonable beast! It actually broke my fire escape. However, he quickly formed seals with both hands and finally slapped the ground with his palm. Earth escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. The hard surface immediately turned into a muddy swamp, instantly sinking the feet of the King Kong ape. Roar. Faced with such a predicament, the King Kong ape roared angrily, and a gust of invisible gale roared out of his mouth, like a rapid artillery shell hitting the swamp. The mud in the swamp was visibly receding rapidly. Want to get out? Seeing this, Bai Hao would not let it get out so easily. He formed seals with both hands again. Water escape, water array wall. His chest swelled rapidly, and then a large amount of water gushed out of his mouth, surging out and directly submerging the King Kong ape, causing the scope of the swamp to be expanded again. The strong water pressure pressed it hard into the swamp. On the other side, on the hill, while Bai Hao was holding the King Kong ape, Nalan Yanran had already walked up the hill, picked up the dragon blood flower, and said to Bai Hao, "The dragon blood flower is in hand. We can go now." Bai Hao looked back. At this moment, hearing Nalan Yanran's words, the King Kong ape that was pressed in the swamp suddenly burst out with a strong fighting spirit, and the surging power directly lifted the swamp around it and jumped out of the deep pit. Seeing the dragon blood flower in Nalan Yanran's hand, the King Kong ape immediately placed its hatred on Nalan Yanran, with red eyes, bypassing Bai Hao and rushing straight towards Nalan Yanran. But Bai Hao appeared in front of it the next moment. Water escape, water array wall. A large amount of water surged away, but this time, the King Kong ape in anger increased its strength greatly, relying on its tough body to directly resist the impact of the water escape, and raised its right arm high into a fist, with a deep green fighting spirit wrapped on it, and smashed towards Bai Hao fiercely. A strong gust of wind came towards him, and Bai Hao was also angry. He clenched his right hand, and lightning flashed. Chidori! The two collided fiercely. In the instant of collision, a strong wave of air raged from the middle of the two to the surroundings. But it was only for such a moment. The power of the fist of the King Kong ape made Bai Hao's face change slightly. The Chidori in his hand could not block this punch. The force hit him, and the whole person immediately flew backwards. "Brother!" Nalan Yanran was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to catch Bai Hao and asked with a worried look on her face, "Brother, are you okay?" "It's okay. Is this the strength comparable to a high-star grand fighter? It's really amazing." The dull pain in his chest made Bai Hao have to marvel at the powerful strength of this third-level advanced magic beast. "If you can't beat us, let's retreat first." Seeing the blood at the corner of Bai Hao's mouth, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but say worriedly. Bai Hao was only a one-star grand fighter, and his strength was still far behind that of the King Kong ape. But Bai Hao shook his head. "No, it's just right now." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the King Kong ape that had rushed over again, Bai Hao's fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. The real battle is coming next. The Sharingan slowly turned, becoming deeper and deeper, and, at the same time, the light blue fighting spirit appeared on his body, gradually condensing into a set of fighting spirit armor. With a step of his foot, several cracks appeared on the ground in an instant. Bai Hao rushed out again regardless of Nalan Yanran's dissuasion. The Chidori in his right hand condensed again, flashing with lightning, and stabbed towards the King Kong ape. "Roar!" Seeing Bai Hao trying to stop him again and again, the King Kong ape's eyes were red, his hands clasped together, and smashed down with a strong wind. But this time, under the powerful insight of the Sharingan, Bai Hao's body suddenly paused, and his feet stepped again, and his body disappeared directly on the spot. Cloud Wing Step. Using the fighting skills of body movements, Bai Hao quickly appeared behind the King Kong ape, and the Chidori in his hand stabbed fiercely. Boom! It didn't penetrate as expected. The Kong ape's body was so strong that Bai Hao's Chidori couldn't penetrate it even without defense. Instead, it was hit hard, and the Kong ape's strong body flew backwards. Bai Hao chased after it and immediately followed it, just as he was about to take advantage of the victory. But the Kong ape was a third-level, high-level monster after all, and it was very strong. After being hit by Bai Hao's Chidori, it was able to react quickly. After flying backwards, it turned around as soon as it landed and swept its right arm fiercely. But Bai Hao had already arrived in front of it, and his Sharingan looked at its eyes and suddenly condensed. "Illusion Sharingan! Illusion Sharingan!" The moment the Kong ape turned around and looked into Bai Hao's Sharingan, it suddenly felt a shock in its heart, and its consciousness seemed to fall into an endless abyss, and it immediately lost control of its body. The arm had clearly been swung out, but it suddenly stopped in front of Bai Hao and drooped down weakly. It's been hit by an illusion as expected. At the critical moment, you still have to rely on the Sharingan. Illusions are still very effective against magic beasts. Even a third-level, high-level magic beast can't withstand his illusions. Huh. Bai Hao let out a long breath. The fighting spirit in his body has been consumed by nearly half. It's really not that easy to challenge a higher-level monster. On the other side, Nalan Yanran was surprised to see that Bai Hao actually subdued the King Kong ape. So strong. A one-star great fighting master actually defeated a third-level, high-level magic beast. Nalan Yanran knew that Bai Hao was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. "Brother, are you okay?" After a moment of surprise, Nalan Yanran hurriedly trotted to Bai Hao's side. "It's okay." Bai Hao took out a spiritual scroll. He wanted to sign this King Kong ape as a spiritual beast. Seeing this strange scroll, Nalan Yanran also became curious. She approached carefully with her pretty face and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" "I'm signing a contract with it. After signing the contract, it can be used by me." Bai Hao was about to make a cut on the hand of the King Kong ape, preparing to use a drop of blood to sign the spiritual contract. But at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a huge shadow quickly enveloped the two people. Bai Hao's face changed, and without saying a word, he quickly hugged Nalan Yanran next to him, stepped on the sole of his foot, and quickly dodged to the side. The two had just dodged, and it turned out that another King Kong ape smashed down with both hands. Although Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran dodged in time, the air wave generated by the King Kong ape's heavy blow mixed with gravel and hit the two people hard. Bang! The two were thrown to the ground in a rather embarrassing manner and quickly stabilized their bodies. This is the male King Kong ape that left just now? Seeing the second King Kong ape, Nalan Yanran's face changed, and she immediately recognized that this was the male King Kong ape that left earlier. But now it's back? It seems that the fighting just now alarmed it and made it rush back. Looking at the male King Kong ape with a stronger body and a more powerful aura, Bai Hao's face also became ugly. He was careless, and he didn't expect that this King Kong ape would come back so soon. On the other side, the male King Kong ape looked at the female King Kong ape lying on the ground and suddenly let out a roar, pounding his chest with a dong-dong sound, his eyes red. It seems that it is angry. The amazing momentum that burst out from the King Kong ape made Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran's faces change. Let's go! This time, Bai Hao chose to avoid the edge without hesitation. In his current state, it is difficult to deal with a stronger King Kong ape. The best strategy is to run away. Just as he and Nalan Yanran turned around and prepared to flee, the King Kong ape let out an earth-shattering roar from its throat and turned into a deep green, high-speed rotating wind column. It suddenly appeared and swept towards the two of them at an extremely fast speed, almost catching up with them in the blink of an eye. Be careful! Bai Hao's pupils shrank, and at the same time as he pushed Nalan Yanran away with a palm wrapped in a gentle gust of wind, the light blue fighting spirit armor immediately covered the surface of his body, and the high-speed rotating wind column directly engulfed him. Boom! Brother! Nalan Yanran, who was pushed away, saw Bai Hao being engulfed by the wind column, and a light green long sword immediately appeared in his hand. He looked at the King Kong ape coldly, and the sword body trembled. As the sword slashed out horizontally, several huge wind blades slashed fiercely with a whistling sound. But the body of the King Kong ape was extremely strong. Not to mention that Nalan Yanran was only a 6-star fighting master, and her strength was not enough to shake the King Kong ape. The huge wind blades slashed at her body, and they immediately disintegrated into groups of pure energy that dissipated in the air. And her attack also successfully attracted the attention of the King Kong ape. The next moment, the King Kong ape appeared in front of Nalan Yanran in a few flashes, and its huge arms smashed down with fierce power. Nalan Yanran's pupils shrank suddenly, and she quickly raised her sword to block in front of her. The huge fist hit it, and the slender sword body immediately bent down. But this time, Nalan Yanran had been prepared. When the power of the King Kong ape's fist poured on her body, she stepped on her toes and took the initiative to quickly retreat, unloading some of the power hitting her body, and barely stabilized her body from falling. But her hand holding the sword was still shaking, and she could hardly even hold the sword steadily. A third-level magic beast. So strong. Although Nalan Yanran's strength had improved to a certain extent during this period, she still found it difficult to bear the powerful force of the King Kong ape. At this time, Bai Hao also broke out from the wind column. His fighting spirit armor had been completely worn off, and his face was also a little tired. Seeing him coming back, Nalan Yanran's face lit up. "Brother, are you okay?" "No problem." Shaking his head gently, Bai Hao looked at the King Kong ape with a serious look. "We can't delay any longer. We have to make a quick decision next." He took out the only 4 flying knives with the Flying Thunder God technique on his body and shot them at the trees in 4 different directions around him, and each tree was separated by a certain safe distance. After doing all this, Bai Hao slowly made a seal with his hands and said to Nalan Yanran, "Yanran, step back a little. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake." Nalan Yanran was a little worried. "Brother, you alone? Can you?" "It's okay now, but it will be okay later." As soon as Bai Hao finished speaking, the King Kong ape had already rushed up, with dark green wind attribute fighting spirit lingering around its body, making it not slow at all despite its huge size. "Chidori!" Holding a ball of lightning in his hand, Bai Hao rushed up resolutely. "Roar!" Seeing that he dared to rush up like this, the King Kong ape immediately swung his arms and smashed down fiercely with the wind ball wrapped around it. But the next moment, Bai Hao disappeared directly from the spot, and from another direction with a flying knife of the Flying Thunder God technique, the Chidori in his hand fiercely stabbed the King Kong ape. There was only a muffled sound, and the physical strength of this King Kong ape was obviously stronger than the previous female King Kong ape. Bai Hao's attack didn't even knock it to the ground. Roar! Sensing Bai Hao behind him, the King Kong ape immediately turned around and ran over. But Bai Hao's figure disappeared again. The Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to dodge almost any attack from the King Kong ape. Moreover, Bai Hao also left the Flying Thunder God technique on the King Kong ape when he attacked with Chidori just now. After dodging the King Kong ape's counterattack, Bai Hao used the Flying Thunder God technique again to appear in front of it and slapped the King Kong ape with one palm. Fire Style Heavenly Prison! Fire Style Heavenly Prison! A palm print was placed on the King Kong ape, and several fire spells immediately bound it, restricting the flow of its fighting spirit. As soon as the King Kong ape circulated its fighting spirit, it not only felt that the fighting spirit in its body was severely compressed, but also felt a burning pain all over its body, as if the fighting spirit in its body was burning, and it was as if the fighting spirit in its body was burning unbearably. Roar! After trying several times and enduring the pain several times, the King Kong ape finally tortured himself to unbearable pain and fell to the ground dying. Seeing it finally fell, Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the effect of Fire Escape Heavenly Prison was quite good, and this third-level high-level monster was unable to break free. If it was a fifth-level monster, it might have broken free. Just fell? Seeing that Bai Hao subdued the male and female King Kong apes in even a shorter time this time, Nalan Yanrun's mood was once again greatly shocked. Even a dueling might not be able to defeat two third-level high-level monsters in such a short time, and Bai Hao was only a one-star Grand Du Master. This was too strong. What do you mean by just now? I spent a lot of effort to finally deal with these two big guys. Panting slightly, Bai Hao said somewhat unconvinced. In order to subdue the two King Kong apes, he used all his skills, and his Du Qi was almost exhausted. He was exhausted to achieve this result, but in Nalan Yanrun's mouth, it became just now. Did she want the King Kong ape to smash her half to death? Good fellow, women are the most vicious. Bai Hao complained a few words in his heart. Of course, he didn't really think of Nalan Yanrun as that kind of person. After a short rest, Bai Hao walked to the King Kong ape who was in the prison, took out the spiritual scroll, successfully got a drop of King Kong ape's blood, and dripped it on the scroll, and signed a spiritual contract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the third-level magic beast, King Kong ape, and the cultivation level was improved to 2-star Great Fighter. Successfully signed the spiritual beast and obtained Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Wind Escape Wind Cut Earth Escape, Earth Flow, Wall 8 Gates Escape, Opening 8 Gates Escape, Resting Gate Tianhua, 8 Gates Escape! Hearing the system's reward, Bai Hao's eyes lit up. The previous rewards were all standard, but the latter 8 Gates Escape gave him some unexpected surprises. Moreover, 2 gates were rewarded at one time. If you can practice the 8 Gates Escape well, it will also be a powerful means. The reward this time was not bad. His hard work finally paid off, and Bai Hao was in a much better mood. Aren't you going to take out the magic core? Seeing that Bai Hao had not taken the magic core of the King Kong ape, Nalan Yanrun couldn't help but feel curious. Points are only counted if the magic core of the monster is obtained. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort to obtain 2 King Kong apes? This King Kong ape will be kept as my spiritual beast, and we can take the magic core of the other one. Bai Hao turned around and prepared to attack the King Kong ape that was under his illusion, but when he looked up, he found that the King Kong ape that was supposed to be lying was gone. It actually broke free from the illusion? Bai Hao's spirit immediately tensed up, and he immediately said to Nalan Yanrun, "The other King Kong ape is missing. It may be nearby, be careful." Hearing this, Nalan Yanrun also immediately became alert, and her beautiful eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, but saw nothing. Just when they didn't see the King Kong ape, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open, and the King Kong ape broke out of the ground, knocking them off guard, and its huge claws fiercely stabbed and slapped Nalan Yanrun. So fast! This sudden change made Nalan Yanrun unable to react at all, and she saw that the sharp claws of the King Kong ape were about to cut her chest. Suddenly, Bai Hao appeared in front of her and blocked the fierce attack of the King Kong ape with his back. Bang! The terrifying force hit Bai Hao, leaving a hideous claw mark on his back, and blood was dripping, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. But Bai Hao still endured the severe pain, hugged Nalan Yanrun and touched the tree trunk, retreated 100 meters away, and finally couldn't bear the severe pain in his back, and staggered down. Bai Hao, are you okay? Seeing the hideous wound on his back, Nalan Yanrun's eyes suddenly turned red. Why did you help me block it? Don't talk nonsense. Bai Hao was dying, but he still stood up with difficulty. Looking at the King Kong ape rushing over, he slowly crossed his hands in front of him. 8 gates of Dunjia, open the gate, open! Boom! With a low shout, Bai Hao suddenly burst out with a more powerful fighting spirit, sweeping away his fatigue. And it's not over yet. Open the rest gate. After opening 2 gates in a row, Bai Hao's state has made a qualitative leap. He was originally seriously injured and suddenly became full of energy. Moreover, his strength has also become unprecedentedly strong, directly improving to the strength of a 5-star master. Bang! With a sudden step of his foot, Bai Hao almost turned into a residual shadow and rushed out, colliding with the King Kong ape. The powerful air wave immediately swept around fiercely. Bang! 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 Bai Hao actually fought with the King Kong ape with his bare hands, and his punches hit the flesh, and his strength was not inferior to that of the King Kong ape. The latter had consumed a lot of fighting spirit because of the illusion before, and was almost knocked unconscious when he met Bai Hao, who opened the 8 gates. It kept roaring in its heart. Is this a human? More powerful than me. The punches were faster than the last, and they left after images. Even the strong body of the King Kong ape felt pain and was forced to retreat again and again. Finally, it couldn't bear it anymore, and a strong wave of air suddenly surged from its body, forcing Bai Hao back. At the same time, it clenched its fists and smashed down fiercely with dark green fighting spirit. Looking at such a sharp punch, Bai Hao's eyes suddenly condensed, and as the Sharingan appeared, his body quickly dodged, allowing the King Kong ape's punch to hit the ground, directly smashing a deep pit. The next moment, Bai Hao appeared in front of it, turned around and kicked the King Kong ape hard in the chin, kicking it high into the air. Bai Hao also jumped up quickly, holding the King Kong ape tightly with both hands in midair, and slammed into the ground in a spinning manner. Biao Lian Hua! Boom! The ground broke and the King Kong ape fell directly to the ground. Bai Hao jumped out of it, gasping for breath. I shouldn't survive this time, he murmured in a low voice, and the power brought by the 8 gates of ninjutsu was also used up. His eyes went black and he fell backwards. Before he fainted, Bai Hao felt as if he fell into a fragrant and soft embrace, with a fragrant breeze blowing on his face, and it was soft and comfortable. Hiss! It hurts. The tearing pain from his back woke Bai Hao up from his deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on his bed. Wasn't he in the Warcraft forest? How come I am here after waking up? Is it a dream? But the pain from my back made Bai Hao realize that this should not be a dream. I remember that after I fought with the King Kong ape, I helped Nalan Yanran block it for a while, and then I used the 8 gates of Dunjia. I was wondering why my whole body was sore, and I thought I was beaten up. The mind gradually became clear, and Bai Hao remembered what happened, but he was a little confused as to why he was here. With doubts, Bai Hao sat up and found that there was a person lying beside his bed. Nalan Yanran. She was sitting on a chair beside her, with her hands resting on her head and sleeping on the bed. Her face, as beautiful as a lotus, was also a little tired at this time. It should be that she had not rested well for a long time, and finally she was too tired to sleep here for a while. This girl, is she here to keep watch over me? Seeing that Nalan Yanran was resting here, Bai Hao couldn't help but feel distressed. Nalan Yanran in the original novel was indeed arrogant and somewhat insolent, but after this period of getting along with her, Bai Hao did not find how arrogant Nalan Yanran was, perhaps because she knew that her strength could not match Bai Hao, so she was not so cold in front of Bai Hao. And it must be said that this girl is really beautiful. Now she is only 16 years old, but she is already a graceful beauty. In a few years, she may be comparable to Yun Yun. Just when Bai Hao was admiring the sleeping face of this girl and feeling depressed, Nalan Yanran said, lightly, and woke up slowly. Seeing that Bai Hao was awake, Nalan Yanran's pretty face immediately showed a touch of excitement and said, Brother, you are awake? Yes, just woke up. Bai Hao nodded and asked, Why am I here? In the secret realm, your injuries are very serious. I can only bring you out to have elixirs to help you heal your injuries. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be so seriously injured. Nalan Yanran lowered her head, and her voice was a little more choked. Bai Hao was injured so badly for her. If something happened to Bai Hao, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Touching the girl's head from behind, Bai Hao comforted her softly. What you said is true. I am your senior brother. It is my duty to protect you. Don't feel guilty. Nalan Yanran suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, the sect leader is also worried about you. I will tell her that you woke up now. With that, she left in a hurry. Bai Hao moved his body to get out of bed. but the pain in his back affected his internal organs. He felt pain all over his body when he moved. He couldn't even get out of bed, so he had to give up. At this time, the door was opened, and Yun walked in from outside, her beautiful face full of worry. Seeing that Bai Hao was really awake, she was relieved, and there was even a hint of resentment in her tone, and she said angrily, "Why are you trying to be so strong? A one-star great fighter is going to cause trouble for 2 King Kong apes. Do you know that those 2 King Kong apes are the 2 strongest magic beasts in the secret realm? You are too brave, aren't you?" He started scolding her as soon as he came in. Bai Hao also looked aggrieved and said, "But didn't I win in the end? It's okay if you don't praise me, but you also scold me. So you think you are great now, don't you? You beat 2 people by yourself. You have become more capable, right?" Bai Hao's words made Yun even angrier. It was the first time she got so angry with a disciple, and she almost pointed at Bai Hao to teach him a lesson. But seeing Bai Hao lowering his head and no longer refutating, Yun's anger suddenly subsided. She sighed helplessly, and her voice softened. "Do you know how dangerous it is for you to do that? If something really happens to you, do you know how sad I will be?" Bai Hao looked up in surprise and saw that Yun's beautiful face was full of worry. He couldn't help but feel moved and guilty and whispered, "Sister Yun, I'm sorry. I swear I will never be so stubborn again next time." It turned out that Yun was also so worried about him, but he was too impulsive and did not consider how worried the people who cared about him would be. "It's good that you know your mistake. Don't do it again next time." Seeing that Bai Hao also admitted his mistake, Yun's anger completely disappeared. She sat down on the bed, took out a medicine bottle from her arms, and said, "Turn around, take off your shirt, and I'll help you apply the medicine." Oh. Bai Hao immediately turned around and was about to unbutton his shirt when he suddenly stopped and said shyly, "Well, do you want to find a junior brother to help me apply the medicine?" "Why, don't you want me to help you?" Yun immediately asked back. Her voice couldn't help but rise a little as if questioning. No, that's not what I meant." Bai Hao shook his head repeatedly. "Okay, take it off quickly, it's not like you haven't seen it before." Yun said in a low voice, but her face was slightly red, because she suddenly remembered that she was seen by this little guy in the Warcraft Mountains. Now this little guy is still not happy? Oh. Although Yun's last words sounded a bit strange, Bai Hao still unbuttoned his shirt and exposed his back. A hideous wound was exposed in front of Yun. Looking at the deep wound that could be seen to the bone, Yun couldn't help but be shocked. Such a hideous wound was not common, even for her. She poured some white medicine powder from the jade bottle and gently smeared it on the wound with her slender jade fingers, fearing that it would hurt Bai Hao. She complained distressedly, "Remember, you must never be so stubborn again in the future." "Yeah." Feeling the gentle coldness on his back, Bai Hao just nodded and didn't refute. After a while, Yun applied the medicine and said, "Fortunately, the bones were not injured. After applying the medicine, you will be fine after a few days of rest. But you definitely can't go in and participate in this secret trial." Bai Hao was stunned. "And Yanran, she has been taking care of you here for 3 days and 3 nights without a good rest. I have just asked her to go down and have a good rest. With your current condition, you are definitely not allowed to enter the secret realm again. You should rest assured and have a good rest," Yun suddenly said. When they came out of the secret realm, it was Nalan Yanran who had been taking care of Bai Hao. She felt it necessary to tell Bai Hao something. 3 days and 3 nights. Bai Hao was a little touched. It turned out that he could sleep so well. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He could sleep better than a pig. On the days when he didn't have to enter the secret realm for trials, Bai Hao lay in bed for 2 days before he was finally able to get out of bed and move around. These days, Nalan Yanran and Yun also came back to see him from time to time, especially Nalan Yanran. Every time she would chat with him for a long time before leaving reluctantly. Yun came relatively less frequently. After all, she was the sect master and had a busy schedule, but she still insisted on coming twice a day and applying medicine to him every day. It can be said that Bai Hao was able to get out of bed within 2 days, thanks to their careful care. "Finally, I can get out of bed. It's time to move around." Bai Hao stretched his body. Outside the room, the bright sunshine sprinkled on his body, warm and comfortable. Now the secret trial has not ended yet. The elders are basically responsible for monitoring the situation over there, and since I can't go in again, I can take this opportunity to start refining pills. After thinking for a while, Bai Hao thought of what to do next. Since the system rewarded him with alchemy, he has not really refined a pill once, and the alchemist is the most honorable identity on this continent. It would be a pity if he just gave it up. It just so happened that he also got a lot of medicinal materials in the secret realm. Now is a good time to refine pills. After making up his mind, Bai Hao used not very fair means to find a medicine cauldron in the sect, and also took some low-level medicinal materials, and then slipped to the back mountain. The back mountain is the sect's forbidden area. Usually only Yunyun, Bai Hao, and Nalan Yanran as direct disciples can come. Even the elders can't go in and out of the back mountain at will. Today, Nalan Yanran and Yunyun had to leave the sect temporarily for something, which meant that there would be basically no one to disturb him in the back mountain. So this became the best place for Bai Hao to make pills. The back mountain. Holding a half-meter-high medicine cauldron, Bai Hao came to a huge rock in the back mountain and put the two-mouthed cauldron on the ground with a bang. Then Bai Hao took out all the medicinal materials in the ring and put them on the ground, separating them. Although the system rated him as a first-class alchemist, this was Bai Hao's first time making pills, so the whole process was still a little unfamiliar. The first step is to put your palm on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron and input the fighting spirit into it. According to the system's alchemy instructions, Bai Hao touched his palm on the fire mouth, and the fighting spirit in his body slowly turned. When it sprayed out from his palm, it was immediately sucked into the medicine cauldron. With a puff, it turned into a ball of substantial flame that was roiling and burning in the medicine cauldron. This flame was not a simple fire flame, but contained a trace of wood-attributed fighting spirit. Compared with ordinary flames, it was less violent and more durable and controllable. The next step is to put the herbs in. The simplest first-grade elixir is the blood coagulation powder, 1 vitality fruit, 1 blood coagulation grass, and 2 poppy flowers. After finding the herbs he needed, Bai Hao first threw the blood coagulation grass into the medicine cauldron. Based on his many years of experience in cooking in his previous life, Bai Hao actually had a good grasp of the temperature of the flame. The blood coagulation grass did not burn directly into ash, but was slowly smoked into a little bit of white protein powder. The essence of the blood coagulation grass was all in it. Next came the vitality fruit and poppy flowers. Bai Hao successfully refined them one by one, and finally the elixir was formed. However, Bai Hao was much more cautious in this last step. The 3 herbs are finally fused into an elixir. The required heat is completely different. The temperature cannot be too high or too low. If you want to achieve perfect control of the heat, Bai Hao's eyes suddenly condensed, and the Sharingan quietly emerged. Before, Itachi fried eggs with his Manjeki Sharingan, and now Bai Hao is refining pills with his 3 Magatama Sharingan. Isn't this too much? With the help of the Sharingan's pupil power, Bai Hao quickly controlled the temperature at a suitable angle, and then put the 3 refined medicinal powders into the medicine cauldron. In the nearly perfect temperature control, the medicinal powder in the flame gradually churned and condensed into a fuzzy shape, and finally slowly condensed into a crystal-clear light red pill. Refining the pill, it's done. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in Bai Hao's mind. Ding! Alchemy experience plus 50. Hearing the voice of the system, Bai Hao was stunned for a moment, and then immediately called up his system interface and found the Alchemist column. First grade Alchemist, current experience 50. 950 experience points are required to upgrade. Alchemy can actually be upgraded through experience points? Bai Hao was delighted, and he still needed 950 experience points to upgrade to the second grade Alchemist. 50 experience points for each refining, which means that as long as I successfully refine 19 more times, I can be promoted to a second grade Alchemist. After a quick calculation in his mind, Bai Hao was immediately motivated and immediately began to refine the elixir. Just 19 times, so simple. Ding! Alchemy experience. Ding! Alchemy experience. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to a second grade Alchemist. The experience points required to upgrade to a third grade Alchemist are 10,000. 10,000 experience points still acceptable. As long as there is a clear goal and the value is reached, you can upgrade. Bai Hao will not think that this experience requirement is too much. Anyway, he has plenty of time, and he can upgrade by refining for 3 to 5 days. However, today is Bai Hao's first time refining the elixir, and the consumption is still quite large. He no longer has the energy to continue refining. Let's do it tomorrow. We need to combine work and rest. After getting up and stretching, Bai Hao put all the things here into the storage ring and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a strong breath blew from not far away, and a black fog flashed over the back mountain at a very fast speed. If Bai Hao hadn't opened the Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to see it. Such a strong breath, this should be the cultivation of Douqi. Bai Hao was a little surprised by the sense of power just now. He had experienced Douqi before, so he was somewhat familiar with the breath of Douqi. But besides Sister Yun, there should be no other Douqi in Yunlan's sect at this time, unless... Bai Hao suddenly had an amazing idea in his mind. Oh, I almost forgot that Yunlan's sect secretly has another Yunshan in seclusion, and Yunshan successfully entered Duzong with the help of Soul Palace. In other words, the Douqi who just flew over is from Soul Palace? Have the people from Soul Palace come at this time? Bai Hao's heart suddenly became heavy. Under the interference of the Soul Palace, Yunlan's sect did a lot of wrong things later, which led to its destruction. Bai Hao is now a disciple of Yunlan's sect, which means that he will have to face this problem in the future. At this time, a voice of the system sounded. Ding, triggering task. Expel the people of the Soul Palace and protect Yunlan. Task requirements. Drive the people of the Soul Palace out of Yunlan's sect and change the ending of Yunlan's sect's destruction. Task reward. A random pair of Meki Sharingan, a random summoning card of an original character in the world of Naruto. The sudden task issued by the system made Bai Hao stunned for a while, and then he was surprised by the reward of the task. A random summoning card of a Naruto character? There is such a thing? This reward is much more tempting than the Manjiki. If he summons Madara, won't he dance everywhere? Although he was surprised, Bai Hao quickly calmed down. Although the reward is generous, the task requirements are not low. It is not easy to drive the people of the Soul Palace out of Yunlan's sect and prevent Yunlan's sect from being destroyed. He is only a 2-star Great Douqi now. If he wants to complete this task, he must reach Douqi at least. Otherwise, he can't deal with the people of the Soul Palace. There are only 2 ways to prevent Yunlan's sect from being destroyed. One is to drive the people of the Soul Palace away and prevent them from making decisions in Yunlan's sect. Then he will not have such a big hatred with Xiaoyan later. The second method is simpler. Kill Xiaoyan, then Yunlan's sect will not be destroyed by him. However, even if Xiaoyan is not there, as long as it colludes with the Soul Palace, the fate of Yunlan's sect may not be very good. Let's find a way to deal with the people of the Soul Palace first. It's not easy to do it now. Let's find a way to deal with the people of the Soul Palace first. There is still time now. It should be in time. After weighing it in his heart, Bai Hao finally chose to kill the people of the Soul Palace first. As for Xiaoyan, it is also a good choice too. Let him attract the firepower of others. The road ahead is long and arduous. Stretching, Bai Hao left the back mountain and went back to his room to take a nap to recover his physical and mental strength. The secret trial was successfully completed in the end. Except for Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran, who withdrew unexpectedly, everyone else successfully completed the trial and obtained a lot of resources. On the second day after the secret trial, Yun also came to Bai Hao's room to explain the final result to him. However, when Yun came to Bai Hao's room early in the morning, Bai Hao was still sleeping soundly in bed with a quilt in his arms. "You haven't gotten up yet this early in the morning." Seeing Bai Hao like this, Yun sighed helplessly. It was Bai Hao. If it were someone else who hadn't gotten up at this time, they would have been severely scolded. But Yun was not in a hurry to wake him up. Seeing Bai Hao sleeping like a child, she couldn't help but reveal a doting smile on her face. After watching for a long time, she whispered in Bai Hao's ear, "Lazy pig, time to get up." But Bai Hao just turned over and murmured, "Who is it? Don't make noise. If you don't get up, be careful or I'll spank you." The gentle voice suddenly had a hint of threat. Bai Hao opened his eyes at once and was startled by the beautiful face in front of him. He quickly sat up and hugged the quilt tightly, smiling embarrassedly. "Well, good morning, Sister Yun. Have you had breakfast?" Yun raised her eyebrows and said, "What time is it now? You still have the nerve to say good morning? Isn't it time for lunch yet? As long as you haven't had lunch, it's still morning." Glancing at the bright sunshine outside the window, Bai Hao himself felt a little lacking in confidence. With her beautiful eyes rolling at him, Yun didn't bother to care whether he got up or not. She turned around and walked to the table and sat down, gracefully. She held her cheek with her jade hand and looked at Bai Hao and said, The secret trial was completed yesterday. Do you know what your ranking is? I quit halfway? How can I rank? Bai Hao muttered in a low voice. He knew that Yun would definitely take this opportunity to criticize him again, so he was ready to be scolded. But Yun didn't say anything to him, but slowly said, "Your ranking is 10th. 10th? Bai Hao was stunned when he heard this ranking. He had quit the secret realm for half a month, and he could still be 10th? In other words, he only achieved half a month's results and left most people behind? Hearing that Bai Hao seemed to be very surprised, Yun's voice suddenly became a little serious and said, "If you hadn't acted rashly at the beginning, the first and second places would have been you and Yanran." Seeing that Yun was going to bring up the past again, Bai Hao could only lower his head and listen to the not daring to refute. This was not the first time he was scolded, so he was used to it. "If you do this again next time, be careful or I'll teach you a lesson." After glaring at Bai Hao fiercely, Yun took out a scroll from her bosom and said, "The top 10 inner disciples in the trial will receive a scroll of Xuan-level advanced fighting skills. I picked it for you, and it's a fighting skill that's suitable for you to practice. It's also a fighting skill that I've practiced before." After taking the scroll, Bai Hao saw the words "Wind Extreme Sunset Glory" written on it. "I didn't expect that I could get a ranking reward," Bai Hao said with a grin. "Don't be happy so early. After getting this fighting skill, you have to practice well. The sect competition will be held in a month, and this time I ask you to get first place." Yun's words were like a basin of cold water poured on Bai Hao's head, causing the latter to wake up with a start. Sect competition? Well, this sect competition is not easy. In addition to the disciples in the sect, the royal family of the Jiama Empire, the Alchemist Union, the Mu family, the Miter family, and other major forces will send people to participate in the competition. It is related to the face of our Yunlan sect, so my requirement for you to get the first place in this competition is to get the first place. Yun looked at Bai Hao seriously and said, "So many people?" After hearing Yun's introduction, Bai Hao suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Isn't it a sect competition? Why are there so many outsiders coming, and all of them are here? It's okay if they come, but the problem is that Yun actually wants him to get the first place in the sect competition. Isn't this throwing all the burden on him? This competition is an opportunity for our Yunlan sect to show its strength to the outside world, and it is also an opportunity for major forces to spy on the strength of our Yunlan sect. As my direct disciple, you will shoulder the responsibility of this sect competition with Yanran, and you must not let others underestimate us." Yun said so accurately that Bai Hao also became nervous. If he messes up, they won't expel him from the sect, right? At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Ding! Triggering the task, first in the sect, task introduction. In this sect competition with major forces, you can complete the task by getting first in the trial. Task completion reward, 10 random ninjutsu, 1 Duong experience card for 24 hours, 1 random Manjiki Sharingan. Task failure penalty, 10 random ninjutsu deducted. My star, you star, there is a penalty for mission failure? Bai Hao was quite excited when he heard about the previous task rewards of the system, but when he saw that there was a penalty for mission failure, he wanted to curse. Isn't this forcing him to get first place in this trial? Don't worry, although there are many people coming, most of them are fighting masters. With your current level of great fighting master, as long as you don't underestimate your opponent, it shouldn't be a problem to get the first place. Seeing Bai Hao's expression was a little uncertain. Yun thought that she had set too high a requirement for Bai Hao, so that he felt pressured. But Bai Hao is now the disciple with the highest level of cultivation in Yunlan sect, so it is normal to entrust him with such an important task, right? Seeing that Bai Hao's face seemed to be a little unhappy, Yun could only continue to comfort him. "It's okay, even if you really lose. I won't blame you." In fact, Bai Hao had been complaining about the tasks issued by the system in his heart just now, and he didn't listen to Yun's words at all. Now he reacted belatedly, but Yun thought he was not happy with such a request, biting her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth as if she had mustered up the courage to say, "If you can get the first place in this competition, I can meet any of your requirements. Any one of your requirements." Bai Hao heard this sentence clearly. Isn't it the same as doing whatever you want to do if you don't want to do anything? If you can't get the first place, it will be unforgivable. Don't worry, Sister Yun. If I can't get the first place in this competition, I will chop myself up. Bai Hao promised solemnly. It seemed that something was wrong, but Yunyun didn't think much about it, but nodded. I believe you can do it. If you need it next, I can let you practice and strive to improve your strength before the competition. Thank you, Sister Yun. If you encounter any problems, I will go back to you. Okay, then I'll go first. Yu Ye, get up quickly. At the end, Yunyun didn't forget to scold Bai Hao. Heh, right away. Scratching his head embarrassedly, Bai Hao quickly got up, dressed, and washed. From today on, he will practice seriously. Even if it's not for the face of Yunlan sect, for any arbitrary request of Yunyun, he will do his best to win the first place. Time passed quickly, and a month passed quickly. In this month, all the disciples have been practicing hard just to prepare for the sect competition. Unlike the Secret Realm trial, the sect competition is open to all disciples, and as long as you participate, you will get rewards. The better the ranking, the richer the rewards, and the rewards are richer than those of the Secret Realm trial. In addition, other forces from the Jiama Empire will also participate in this sect competition. Even if it is not for the rewards, they must practice hard for the face of the Yunlan sect. Back Mountain. A nimble figure quickly shuttled through the jungle, and his hands quickly formed seals. Wind escape, wind cutting technique. Several huge wind blades whistled out, cutting off the surrounding trees, lazily, and the red feeling fell down with a bang. On the other side, the opponent of Bai Hao was his clone. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Facing Bai Hao's wind escape, the clone was also unwilling to be outdone. A huge fireball whistled out and collided with those huge wind blades, and suddenly turned into a wave of fire that burned fiercely in the forest. But the next moment, a deep dragon roar roared out from the waterfall on the cliff, and it roared fiercely into the flames, directly submerging the flames and the clones. Boom! A large number of trees fell down, and finally gradually returned to silence. Who? Bai Hao panted slightly. He consumed a lot of fighting spirit, but also gained a lot. During this period of time, he trained most with his clones. After all, there were basically no disciples in the sect who could be at the same level as him, and even Nalan Yanran could hardly be his opponent. So he could only fight with his clones. Under the condition of the same ability, he could better hone his application of ninjutsu, and his skills improved by leaps and bounds. It's almost done. There shouldn't be any problems. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Bai Hao turned and left the back mountain. The sect competition will officially begin tomorrow. As Yunyun's direct disciple, he will also attend the ceremony tomorrow, so he has to go back to prepare. Yunlan sect as the most powerful force in the Jiama Empire. Both the royal family and the other major families respect and fear it. On the one hand, they coveted the profound heritage of Yunlan sect and hoped that their clansmen could enter Yunlan sect to practice and obtain better practice resources. But on the other hand, the increasingly powerful power of Yunlan sect also made them wary. Especially the royal family. If one day Yunlan sect becomes ambitious and tries to replace the royal family, it is not impossible. Therefore, all major forces have always paid close attention to Yunlan sect. And Bai Hao, as Yunyun's newly recruited personal disciple, they have heard of it. You know, Yunyun rarely accepts personal disciples. Before, there was only Nalan Yanran, which made the Nalan family very proud. But now, I don't know where Bai Hao came from, but it is said that his cultivation and talent are not inferior to Nalan Yanran at all, which makes all the major families eager to come and explore the truth. And this time, the sect competition is the best opportunity. The huge square paved with all kinds of huge stones is simple and majestic. Around the square, the steps built of huge stones were still full of disciples of the Yunlan sect, who were solemn and quiet, and dared not say much. On the high platform at the edge of the square, Yunyun and a group of Yunlan sect elders sat in order. On both sides of the high platform, there were also people who were not from the Yunlan sect, including the royal family, the Meidel family, the Mu family, the Nalan family, and the Alchemist Guild. All those old guys came. In addition to these old guys, there were also several outstanding young people from their respective families. These were also the people they would send to this sect competition. Since they were going to compete with the disciples of the Yunlan sect, they must show their sincerity. Moreover, with the strength of the Yunlan sect, the disciples would not be much worse. If they sent ordinary disciples, regardless of winning or losing, if they lost miserably, they would be the ones who would be embarrassed in the end. Moreover, an important purpose of the major forces participating in the sect competition this time was to test whether Bai Hao's strength was as strong as the rumors said. The best way to test him is to let his own disciples fight with Bai Hao in person. Whether he lives up to his reputation or not, we will know it by trying. As everyone arrived, an elder stood up on the high platform and said loudly and slowly, "The competition begins." As the elder's voice fell, a group of Yunlin sect disciples wearing sword-patterned robes slowly walked in outside the square, each of them with a dignified and extraordinary demeanor. These are inner disciples, just to show the momentum of Yunlin's sect to the outsiders present, and the leaders are naturally Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran. Looking at Bai Hao, who was wearing the same personal disciple clothing as Nalan Yanran, everyone on the high platform couldn't help but look at him carefully. Is that Bai Hao, Yunyun's new personal disciple? At such a young age, he has reached the level of a 2-star grand fighter. He has a good talent. Royal family Xingqian looked at Bai Hao, who was walking side by side with Nalan Yanran, with a few traces of surprise in his eyes. The president of the Alchemist Union, Fa Ma, who was not far from Jia Xingqian, nodded slightly, and his eyes slowly swept across Bai Hao's face, and said meaningfully, "I didn't expect that Master Union could find such a talented disciple. It seems that Nalan Yanran's status has been challenged." After saying that, he did not forget to glance at the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Su, who was standing beside him. Facing Fa Ma's ridicule, Nalan Su was not angry, but smiled and said, "Our Yanran is not the most talented person in the world. It is normal for someone to be better than her. And I think that Bai Hao is a little older than Yanran. In another 2 years, it is not impossible for our Yanran to reach the level of a great fighting master." Brother Nalan is right. That kid is just relying on 2 more years of cultivation to have a higher cultivation level than Nis Yanran. If it takes another 2 years, Nis Yanran may not be able to reach his current cultivation level. The head of the Mu family, Mu Chen, said with a smile, but his eyes were always looking at Bai Hao on the field. For these guys, no matter what they said on the surface, they secretly took Bai Hao very seriously. They had to take such a talented young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, seriously. On the field, after all the inner disciples finished their performance, they retreated to the steps on the side. Then an elder in gorgeous clothes came to the center of the square and began to read out the rules. This competition will be divided into 2 rounds. The first round will be the selection of outer disciples. Because there are so many outer disciples, a free-for-all will be adopted. The last 20 remaining can advance to the next round. The second round will be a 1-on-1 arena battle, 2-on-2 battles, and the winner can enter the next round. In addition to the disciples of the Yunlan sect, in the second round, the royal family, the Mu family, the Nalan family, the Meter family, the Alchemist Union, and the Mo family will send a clan member to participate in a friendly competition. The rewards for this competition are extremely rich. In addition to the top 10, the first and second place winners can also get a 5th-grade pill made by the Pill King Gu He himself. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Even Jia Xingqian and others on the high platform looked sideways after hearing this. The 5th-grade elixir personally refined by the Pill King Gu He, this reward is enough to make everyone crazy. And it is not specified what kind of elixir it is. Maybe the person who receives the reward will choose it himself. This reward is extremely generous. As expected of Yunlan sect, they gave out 2 5th-grade elixirs personally refined by the Pill King. I'm afraid no one can match this kind of financial resources. Fa Ma sighed. As the president of the Alchemist Union, he himself is also a 5th-grade alchemist, and he knows the preciousness of a 5th-grade elixir. Even, they can't do it so easily to take out 2 5th-grade elixirs, but Yunlan sect did it. It can only be said that Yunlan sect, with the Pill King Gu He in charge, is willful. Jia Xingqian, who was standing aside, also had a meaningful look in his eyes. He said slowly, 2 5th-grade pills? I'm afraid they were prepared by Yunlan sect specifically for Yunyun's 2 direct disciples. We can only envy them. That may not be the case. We are also envious of these 5th-grade pills, but they may not be the 2 disciples of Yunyun who can get them. Mu Chen, who was standing aside, suddenly said with some meaning. Hearing his words, everyone looked over with deep eyes. No one said it out loud, but they all understood what Mu Chen meant. Mu Chen had some ideas about the 5th-grade pills. This competition is intended for learning from each other. Stop when you are satisfied. Remember not to hurt your life. As the words of the elders on the stage fell, the sect competition officially began. The first round began with the selection of outer disciples. Because there were too many outer disciples and their basic strength was not strong, there was not much to watch. So they chose to choose a mixed battle method to select 20 people from hundreds of people. If it weren't for the fear of causing dissatisfaction among the outer disciples, there would be no need for the outer disciples to participate in this competition, because with their strength, even if they entered the second round, they would basically not be a match for the inner disciples and would only be eliminated in the first round. But for the sake of fairness, the selection of outer disciples must still be carried out, and if one or two of them really have improved in strength, they can be promoted to inner disciples afterwards. However, the final highlight of this trial is still the second round. Bai Hao had no interest in the first round of selection melee, but because he could not leave, he could only sit and watch. Half an hour later, the melee on the field finally ended, and the top 20 were selected to enter the second round. The number of people in the second round was much smaller, with only 54 inner disciples, plus the 20 outer disciples who were promoted, adding up to only more than 70 people. The list of the second round of the competition was determined by random drawing. In the square, a square stone slowly rose from the middle, and the list of the first round began to roll on it. There were many names, and everyone was staring at the list displayed on the stone tablet. Bai Hao had a headache looking at all the unfamiliar names, but he never saw his own name. During this time, he seemed to see a few familiar names floating by, but he couldn't remember where he had seen those names for a while. Until the list on the stone tablet was frozen at the last picture, Bai Hao finally saw his own name and his opponent, Mo Li. Mo Li. This name is a little familiar. Who is it? Seeing this name, Bai Hao felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. The others were a little surprised to see the last contestant. I didn't expect that senior brother Bai Hao would face senior brother Mo Li in the first game. It will probably be an exciting duel. What a pity, these two are so handsome, it's hard for me to decide who to support. For a while, the disciples outside the field whispered, and Bai Hao became more curious about Mo Li. Mo Li's last name is Mo, so he should be from the Mo family. It seems that he did appear in the original owner. Forgive him for not being able to remember some insignificant supporting roles. Anyway, the supporting roles that he couldn't remember were destined to die. The battle between Bai Hao and Mo Li was the last one, so although many people were looking forward to it, they still had to wait slowly, but this made Bai Hao suffer. He had to wait here all the time and couldn't go back to sleep in the middle of the game. It was really depressing. However, this depression did not last long, because it was Nalan Yanran's turn to play in the third game. As the most glorious eldest sister of Yunlan's sect, although Bai Hao had taken away a lot of the limelight now, she was still a unique and dazzling existence in Yunlan's sect. In some aspects, even Bai Hao could not compare with her, such as the pair of long white legs. No matter how high Bai Hao's cultivation level is, or how handsome he looks, he can only attract the young junior sisters in the sect who are not very experienced in the world. But there are more male disciples in Yunlan's sect. They are not only not interested in Bai Hao, but even have some resentment. Since Bai Hao appeared, the junior sisters in the sect have basically been discussing him, which has caused them to have no junior sisters to like him. And Nalan Yanran is the second goddess in the minds of all male disciples of Yunlan's sect. The first one is of course Yun Yun, but they dare not have any romantic feelings for Yun Yun, but Nalan Yanran is more likely. As long as Nalan Yanran stands there, that temperament, that beauty, can Bai Hao a wild man compare? In the minds of many male disciples, Nalan Yanran must be the first. Come on, senior sister Nalan! Senior sister is always the first. As soon as Nalan Yanran appeared, she caused a warm cheer and attracted everyone's attention. Bai Hao's attention also looked over. If you don't look at a beautiful woman, you are a fool. He is not a fool, so he has to look at the beauty. After all, who doesn't like to look at beautiful women, especially those long white legs, if they wear white silk? Ahem. On the high platform, seeing Nalan Yanran's appearance, Jia Xingqian also stroked his gray beard, with admiration in his eyes, and said, I didn't expect Yanran to be a 6-star fighter now. She has made rapid progress. Nalan Su, you have a good daughter. Nalan Su on the side smiled and said, Jia is too good. Although he was humble on the surface, Nalan Su's eyes still flashed with a trace of pride. On the field, the one fighting against Nalan Yanran was an inner disciple, a 2-star fighter. His strength was not bad, but compared with Nalan Yanran, he was still much inferior, and the disciples around him were all cheering for Nalan Yanran, which made him feel under great pressure. He even annoyed himself in his heart about how unlucky he was. He met Nalan Yanran in the first match. Wouldn't that mean he would be eliminated in the first round? But in front of so many people, he couldn't just admit defeat, could he? He could only bite the bullet and bow, saying, "Please teach me, senior sister." "Well, just stop when you are satisfied. I will be careful to show mercy," Nalan Yanran said indifferently. There was no suspense in this battle. Nalan Yanran won in 2 moves. This was also related to the opponent's lack of fighting spirit. Otherwise, he would have used 3 moves. As for the disciple, although it was a bit regrettable to stop in the first match, there was nothing to be ashamed of losing to Nalan Yanran. He could only blame his bad luck. "You fought beautifully just now." As soon as Nalan Yanran returned to her and Bai Hao's exclusive seats, the latter hurriedly praised her. Facing Bai Hao's praise, Nalan Yanran just nodded gently, not as cold as she was to outsiders. "Thank you for the compliment, senior brother." The seats for the 2 of them were set up separately here, and they were the only 2 disciples with chairs. After all, they were direct disciples. The following battle was not interesting. Bai Hao was not interested in watching it, but he could not leave, so he could only doze off while sitting, and slowly fell asleep. However, he still overestimated his concentration. As soon as he fell asleep, his body began to sway, and he could not sit steadily. Finally, his head tilted and fell on Nalan Yanran's jade shoulder. Nalan Yanran's body trembled, and when she looked back, she saw that Bai Hao had actually fallen asleep with his head resting on her shoulder, and her body could not help but become a little stiff. Looking at him from such a close distance, she suddenly found that this guy was really handsome. Thinking back to the time in the secret realm when Bai Hao was injured by the King Kong ape in order to save her, Nalan Yanran was still moved in her heart. So he didn't lift Bai Hao's head, just let him sleep with his head on his shoulder. At this time, everyone's attention was on the competition on the field, except for one person, Mo Li. As an inner sect disciple, the steps where Mo Li sat were not very far from Bai Hao and the others, and he could clearly see Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran. When he saw Bai Hao sleeping on Nalan Yanran's shoulder, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. It could even be said that he was furious. "Bai Hao, how dare you do such inappropriate behavior to Yanran?" He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of anger, but he couldn't vent his anger. Nalan Yanran was the woman that Mo Li liked, and she was also the important task assigned to him by their Mo family. He would never allow anyone else to take the lead. Now Nalan Yanran actually allowed Bai Hao to sleep on her shoulder. He couldn't tolerate such intimate behavior. He couldn't tolerate it. She was his woman. "Bai Hao, I will make you lose face later." A sinister look flashed in Mo Li's eyes. The battles on the field went on one after another. Although there were many people, each match was actually very fast. Even if the 2 sides were evenly matched, the fighting spirit of a mere fighting master would not last long. The winner would be decided in no more than an incense stick of time. Seeing that the matches were going on one after another, it was almost Bai Hao's turn. Nalan Yanran gently shook Bai Hao's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Brother, wake up, it's your turn." "Huh?" Bai Hao woke up hazily and found that he had fallen asleep with his head on Nalan Yanran's shoulder. He quickly sat up straight, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, "Haha, I fell asleep accidentally. Sorry." He was wondering how he could smell a faint fragrance in his dream. It turned out to be Nalan Yanran's. It was really embarrassing. At this time, the elders on the field read out the candidates for the last match. Next match, Bai Hao will fight against Mo Li. As the elder's voice fell, Bai Hao immediately fixed his hair and then stood up and walked down under the gaze of everyone. As soon as he walked onto the stage, Mo Li stepped on the steps, jumped up, left a beautiful arc in the air, and landed perfectly on the stage. Bai Hao was quite surprised to finally see Mo Li's true face. Mo Li was about the same age as him, and in addition to his age, he was also quite handsome. At this moment, Bai Hao even felt that Mo Li was definitely the only handsome man in Yunlan's sect who could threaten him. This boy must not be kept. On the stage, Bai Hao and Mo Li stood opposite each other. "Junior brother, stop at this point. We are just trying to learn from each other. Don't worry too much about winning or losing." Bai Hao looked at Mo Li and reminded him, kindly, as a senior brother. Although Bai Hao came later, as Yunyun's direct disciple, all the disciples of the Yunlan sect had to call him senior brother, and they had to be courteous to their junior brothers. But these words were full of irony in Mo Li's ears. His eyes gradually darkened and he whispered, "Please teach me, senior brother." And in their greetings, the referee waved his hand and shouted, "The competition begins." Almost at the moment when the voice fell, Mo Li took the initiative and the fighting spirit in his body surged out. He stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Bai Hao like a beast. His right hand opened into an eagle claw. When the 5 fingers were drawn, there was even a faint mist rising from the fingertips. Seeing that Mo Li's move was so fierce, Bai Hao was also surprised. This guy, is he serious? Although it was a bit unexpected, Bai Hao reacted quickly, and his right hand was made into a fist, wrapped in light blue fighting spirit, and he hit Mo Li's eagle claw directly. Bang! Fists and palms collided. Bai Hao's figure remained motionless, but Mo Li was shocked by Bai Hao's punch and retreated several steps. Mo Li took the initiative to attack, but was easily blocked by Bai Hao. After this move, Bai Hao also roughly understood Mo Li's strength, a 4-star fighter. To be honest, this strength was beyond Bai Hao's expectations. He didn't expect Mo Li to have such a high level of cultivation. He thought that except for Nalan Yanran, the others were at most 2 or 3-star fighters. Unexpectedly, Mo Li actually reached a 4-star fighter. The real person does not show his face. On the other side, after Bai Hao easily blocked the first move, Mo Li's face gradually became gloomy, but he did not give up. Instead, the fighting spirit in his body became more and more turbulent. He raised his palm and a long sword flashed from the ring to his hand. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword! With Mo Li's low shout, the long sword in his hand suddenly trembled, and then slowly moved, leaving a substantial sword shadow wherever the long sword passed. Until the end, the long sword in Mo Li's hand split into 3 sword shadows, and the sharp sword intent shocked all the disciples of Yunlan sect outside the venue. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword? I didn't expect that senior brother Mo Li could successfully practice the intermediate level fighting skills of the Jiangshuan level. Awesome! Even Bai Hao was shocked by the fighting skills used by Mo Li. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. The difficulty of practicing the intermediate level Xuan level fighting skills is not low. I didn't expect that Mo Li could successfully practice it. The aura emitted by the sword shadow alone has exceeded that of a 4-star fighting master. Why doesn't he remember that Mo Li in the original work is so powerful? Could it be that his arrival has caused some changes in the original world line? Headache. On the high platform, seeing that Mo Li could actually use the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword, many elders nodded slightly to show their recognition of Mo Li. Although Mo Li may not be Bai Hao's opponent, they are also very happy to see that the strength of their sect's disciples has reached a higher level. On the other side, Jia Xingtian and others watched the fighting skills performed by Mo Li on the stage, and a trace of praise flashed in their old eyes. The fighting skills of the Yunlan sect are indeed good. It is just a prototype of the intermediate level Xuan level fighting skills, but it can have such a sharp sword intent. Even Jia Xingtian was a little envious. It would be great if my Mu family also had such a powerful fighting skill. Mu Chen on the side also shook his head, looking at Mo Li with some envy. These old guys look down on this kind of fighting skills, but it doesn't mean that their clansmen don't need it. If there is one more such a powerful fighting skill for their clansmen to practice, it can also take a small step forward. It's a pity that all the good things belong to others. Senior brother, please teach me. Mo Li's eyes were fierce, and the long sword in his hand suddenly pointed at Bai Hao. In an instant, the 3 illusory energy sword shadows behind him trembled slightly, and then shot out rapidly. The sword shadow broke through the air, as if tearing through space, with a sharp whistling sound, and stabbed straight at Bai Hao. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. It's a pity that I haven't learned it yet, so I can only make do with it. With his eyes slightly condensed, Bai Hao quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Wind Escape Wind Cutting Technique." As he shouted in a low voice, several huge invisible wind blades immediately surged around Bai Hao, whistling out and colliding fiercely with Mo Li's Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. Boom! When the two came into contact, there was a sound of energy explosion, and a dazzling green light flashed out from the explosion. Many people could not help but close their eyes. Mo Li also focused his eyes slightly, but he kept his eyes open and looked at the place where the green light was shining. This move of the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword can be said to be one of his best moves. He wanted to use this move to test how big the gap between himself and Bai Hao is now. On the ring, the green light gradually weakened, and suddenly a firelight lit up. A huge fireball brushed the ground and rushed straight towards Mo Li. The rapid approach of the fireball made Mo Li's face change, and he quickly stepped on his toes. When the fighting spirit under his feet swirled, it immediately slid his body back more than 10 meters, creating a distance. At the same time, Mo Li gritted his teeth fiercely. You forced me to do this. He suddenly took out something from the storage ring and put it directly into his mouth and swallowed it. All of a sudden, a powerful fighting spirit suddenly burst out from Mo Li, and the spreading airwave directly shattered the fireball in front of him. The sudden surge of aura on Mo Li startled even the elders on the high platform. This aura is infinitely close to that of a great fighting master. Did Mo Li take some elixir? Yunleng frowned. Even if it is an elixir, there are few that can improve his strength by nearly 5 stars in a short period of time, right? An elder on the other side said. There are indeed many elixirs and exercises that can improve cultivation in a short period of time, but there are few that can directly improve so much. The improvement from a 4-star fighting master to the peak of fighting master is simply shocking. It doesn't matter, just keep watching. Seeing the surprise of the elders, Yunyun finally spoke, and her elegant voice made all the elders silent. Although Mo Li's strength has improved a lot, Bai Hao is a 2-star master, so Yunyun is not worried about him. But Mo Li's behavior made her frown a little. The competition between fellow disciples has been forced to this point. I am afraid that those old guys will see Bai Hao's trump card in advance, she whispered softly in her heart. Bai Hao is the face of their Yunlan sect in this competition. In the end, he will compete with the people sent by the royal family and the Mu family, and it is related to the face of the Yunlan sect. But now Mo Li has fought to this point, which will expose Bai Hao's trump card in advance, which makes Yunyun a little unhappy. On the steps, seeing Mo Li suddenly burst out with such a powerful aura, Fama and others also flashed a trace of surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect that Mo Li actually has such a means to improve his cultivation to such a high level. It seems that this competition is becoming more and more interesting. This way we can see more of Bai Hao's strength and fighting skills. Jia Xingchen also stroked his gray beard, glanced at Mu Chen on the side and said, Mr. Mu, this is a rare opportunity. See how big the gap is between Bai Hao and your candidate. Haha, of course. Mu Chen smiled slightly, his old eyes fixed on Bai Hao on the field. What they care most about in this competition is Bai Hao, Yunyun's new disciple. Now that they have such a good opportunity to see Bai Hao's trump card, it is naturally a good thing. Brother Mo Li, come on! Brother Mo, come on! Off the field, most of the disciples didn't care what was involved in this. They only knew that Mo Li's sudden burst of fighting spirit made them excited. This was destined to be a peak showdown between the two most popular handsome men in Yunlan's sect. On the field, looking at Mo Li's sudden surge in momentum, outsiders couldn't see clearly, but Bai Hao could see it clearly. What Mo Li had just taken was not a pill, but a 3rd-level magic core. Magic cores are basically used to refine medicine and forge weapons. It was the first time he heard that it could be taken orally. Bai Hao also gave Mo Li a thumbs up and said awesome to show his respect. Bai Hao, for Yanran, I must defeat you today. Yanran is mine. Mo Li's eyes were already red at this time, and the power of the magic core gradually fermented in his body, causing some confusion in his reason. For Yanran? What does this have to do with Yanran? Bai Hao was wondering, but Mo Li had already made a move again. He stomped his foot on the ground suddenly, and with the sound of an explosion, Mo Li's speed was so fast that he almost turned into a black shadow, leaving a residual image on the spot. The improvement of his cultivation has greatly improved his speed. Since you, junior brother, are serious, I have to get serious too. Seeing Mo Li coming so fast, Bai Hao no longer underestimated him. His eyes focused, and the moment the Sharingan appeared, Mo Li's almost blurred figure immediately appeared clearly in his eyes. Originally, Mo Li relied on his own cultivation and his fast-flashing body skills to catch Bai Hao off guard. But just as he was about to take action, he looked up and saw Bai Hao's pair of scarlet eyes, exuding a bewitching pupil power, which made his mind shake for no reason. Those eyes, what are they? At the moment when Mo Li was distracted, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly attacked his mind, as if his consciousness was repelled in an instant. Illusion Sharingan. In the eyes of everyone, they clearly saw that Mo Li's offensive was impressive and his momentum was amazing, but Bai Hao just stood there motionless. They thought that Bai Hao could not react in time and would be hit hard by Mo Li's punch. But the scene that happened in the next moment made everyone stun their jaws. They saw Mo Li suddenly fell straight down without any signs. They didn't even see Bai Hao take action, but Mo Li fell down like this? What happened? I don't know. Why did senior brother Mo Li fall down suddenly? Could it be that senior brother Bai secretly made a move? How is it possible? Our senior brother Bai is handsome and has such a high level of cultivation. He doesn't even bother to use those insidious means, okay? Many disciples started to discuss and even split into two factions, one supporting Bai Hao and the other supporting Mo Li. On the stage, Bai Hao smiled at the referee, who was also confused, and said, "Can the result be announced now?" The latter finally reacted and announced, "I declare that Bai Hao wins. You two, send junior brother Mo Li back and just sleep for half an hour." Bai Hao waved to the two disciples closest to him and said, Mo Li was hit by his illusion, and the after effects were still quite strong. After all, even a third-level advanced King Kong ape couldn't withstand his illusion, let alone Mo Li, who hadn't reached the level of a grand fighter. It is estimated that when Mo Li wakes up, he will feel very aggrieved. I even took medicine, but just because I looked at you, I lay down? But this is also a matter for the future. As the referee announced the result, the disciples who supported Bai Hao in the audience finally cheered and congratulated warmly. On the steps. "Did you understand what happened just now?" Face was a little solemn, because he didn't know what happened on the stage at that moment. "I can't tell." Master Fama also shook his head. What happened just now was so fast that it was just a blink of an eye for those on the field, let alone those outsiders like them. But Jia Xingqian on the side said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, at that moment just now, Bai Hao should have used the pupil technique." Hearing this, everyone looked sideways. "Master Jia, did you see it?" Mu Chen asked. Jia Xingqian nodded. "Although it was only for a moment, I still saw that Bai Hao's eyes changed, and then Mo Li was hit by the pupil technique." Pupil technique. This is a very rare ability. I didn't expect that Bai Hao actually possessed such a rare ability. Hearing what Jia Xingqian said, Mu Chen's face sank slightly. It's not that there are no pupil techniques on the Douqi Continent, such as the green snake three-flower pupils. It's just that pupil techniques are very rare, and most people have never even heard of them, but they didn't expect to see a kind of pupil technique here. It seems that Bai Hao is really capable. After understanding what was going on, everyone's minds became more solemn. The stronger Bai Hao is, the stronger the Yunlan sect is, and the greater the threat to them. They don't want to see Yunlan sect have such a demon-like disciple. As soon as Bai Hao returned to his seat, Nalan Yanren showed a beautiful smile and said, "Senior brother, you fought really beautifully just now." "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Bai Hao pretended to be surprised. "I'm telling the truth," Nalan Yanren said seriously with a small face. But Bai Hao did look thoughtful, shook his head and said seriously, "It's still not right. I didn't call it beautiful. I should call it handsome. Beautiful is used to describe you." Hearing Bai Hao's words and looking at his serious face, Nalan Yanren couldn't help but panic. She lowered her head quickly and felt her cheeks getting hot. Is that so?" "Of course, I'm an honest man, and honest people never lie." Bai Hao nodded seriously, but didn't notice Nalan Yanren's abnormality. On the stage, with the end of the first competition, the second competition was about to begin. The second trial was right behind. There were a lot of healing and restoring pills on site, all free. After participating in the first trial, you can take pills to recover. After resting for half an hour, the second and third trials will begin. In these 2 rounds, Bai Hao never encountered an opponent like Mo Li again. In the 3 competitions, Bai Hao won easily and successfully advanced to the semi-finals. I don't know if this was arranged on purpose. After all, Bai Hao's strength is there. Instead of letting him compete with other people who are strong but not as strong as him, it is better to let people of equal strength fight a few times, which is exciting for everyone to watch. Among them, the people sent by the major families gradually showed their strength. Each of them sent a person to participate in the competition, and their strength was not bad. However, not all families want to explore the details of Yunlan sect, such as the Nalan family. Although Nalan Su also came today and sent a Nalan family disciple to participate in the competition, he was eliminated in the 16th to 8th round. There was also a disciple of the Alchemist Union, who was eliminated in the first 2 rounds of the competition. The Nalan family was because Nalan Yanren was Yunyun's direct disciple, and they had no reason to stand against Yunlan sect. The Alchemist Union did not want to be involved too much in this. They were just a group of alchemists who just wanted to simply make medicine and did not want to get involved in so much. The remaining royal family and the Mu family were serious. The royal family sent the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, a 17-year-old boy, a 4-star fighting master, and his strength was considered strong. The Mu family sent a young man named Mushan, who won all the way up, and his cultivation was hard to figure out. Bai Hao guessed that he should be at the level of a 6 or 7-star fighting master. At this age and with this cultivation, he was not a monster. But the Mu family actually sent such a clan member to participate in the competition. The meaning of this is more worthy of reflection than Mushan's cultivation. Mushan, the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, and Nalan Yanran all successfully won from the 8-4 and joined Bai Hao. And the final list of the 4-2 was Bai Hao versus the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, and Nalan Yanran versus Mushan. This round of battles opened at dusk, and the first match was between Bai Hao and the commander's son. Now it's 4-2, and those who can get to this point can be said to be quite powerful, and strength cannot be simply judged by realm and cultivation. However, Bai Hao, a 2-star master, faced a 4-star master. The gap between the two was not small. On the stage, Bai Hao looked at the boy in black iron armor opposite him. According to international practice, unnamed supporting roles are to increase the experience of the protagonist. No matter whether the opponent is the son of the commander or the prince, he cannot escape this rule. Moreover, the opponent is only a 4-star master. Bai Hao really can't muster much interest. Let's make a quick decision. Twisting his neck, Bai Hao had fought 4 games today. Except for the first game where Mo Li gave him some surprises, the following games were very simple. Basically, they were defeated in 2 or 3 moves. There was no pressure at all. So until now, except for the consumption of a lot of fighting spirit, Bai Hao's mental state was still good, and his fighting spirit was restored by taking the Qi recovering pill and revived to full health. Now it depends on whether this son of the commander can bring him more surprises. Let's do it. Bai Hao hooked his finger, with a little indifference on his face. Please teach me, senior brother Bai. The son of the commander held a spear in his hand. When the fighting spirit swirled, a flash of electric light immediately wrapped around the spear from his palm. With his foot stepping, the spear drew a sharp cold light in the air, and stabbed Bai Hao fiercely with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Not bad. Looking at the momentum brought by this spear, Bai Hao showed a touch of approval on his face, and then clenched his right hand. ZZ. With a sound like thousands of birds calling, a ball of lightning was held in Bai Hao's palm, and then there was a loud bang under his feet. Bai Hao held the lightning in his hand, and resolutely stabbed at the spear of the son of the commander, Chidori. The contest between lightning and thunder often only lasts for a moment. After a flash of lightning, the two stood in the position where the other had stood before. The Chidori in Bai Hao's hand had not yet dispersed, and a faint electric light remained. On the other hand, after the commander's son landed on the ground, the spear in his hand broke into 2 pieces with a click. He knelt straight down, with his hands on the ground, gasping for breath, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. So strong. He was defeated with just 1 move. Not to mention him, everyone outside the venue was incredulous. Although the commander's son was indeed only a 4-star fighter, he shouldn't have been killed in 1 move, right? This, on the steps. Seeing that his man was killed in 1 move by Bai Hao, Jia Xingqian stroked his beard, without much shame and anger on his face. He just sighed and said, "That Bai Hao is really good, and he doesn't blame me for losing." Even Jia Xingtian himself said so, and Fama and others on the side couldn't say anything teasing, so they could only say a few words to the machine. Originally, they didn't expect Bai Hao to lose this match, but Bai Hao defeated his opponent in 1 move, and they still couldn't see how many cards Bai Hao had, which was quite regrettable. On the high platform, seeing Bai Hao defeat his opponent, who was also a member of the royal family, in 1 move, Yun Yun felt helpless. Doesn't this guy know how to show mercy and give others a little face? After all, he is a member of the royal family. No matter how strong he is, he still has to give him a little face. No matter how strong the Yunlan sect is, it is only 1 sect in the Jiama Empire, while the royal family represents the entire Jiama Empire. Its strength is not comparable to that of the current Yunlan sect. Even if Yun Yun stood in front of Jia Xingqian, she had to respectfully call him Jia Lao. But now Bai Hao defeated the royal family in 1 move. Yun Yun could only blame herself for forgetting to remind Bai Hao beforehand. Now that he was defeated in 1 second, there was nothing she could do. Bai Hao wins! On the ring, the referee announced the result easily. This was also the first and fastest match he judged today. Now it was already a 4-2 match. Even if there was a big difference in strength, it should have lasted for a while. Unexpectedly, he was defeated in 1 move. It was really shocking. Of course, after being surprised, more disciples cheered for Bai Hao. Brother Bai is so handsome. Brother, you are so powerful. I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Brother, you are awesome. Although there were some cheers from male disciples, most of them were from enthusiastic junior sisters. Bai Hao also responded enthusiastically, one by one. If Bai Hao's fight was beyond everyone's expectations, then the next match, between Nalan Yanran and Mushan, was the real attraction. The cultivation bases of both sides were almost the same, which meant that this would be an evenly matched match. On the ring, Nalan Yanran stood with a sword in her hand, her beautiful eyes calmly looking at Mushan opposite her. Seeing that she was surrounded by light blue wind blades, it showed that she was serious at this time. Mushan was holding a silver spear in his hand, with arcs flickering faintly on the tip of the spear. The thunder attribute fighting spirit made him more sharp than ordinary people. Come on, senior sister. The disciples in the audience began to cheer again. If they were all disciples of Yunlan sect competing, it might be difficult to support anyone, but now that Mushan was an outsider, they would of course support Nalan Yanran unconditionally. This is the home advantage. On the steps, I didn't expect that Mushan would face off against Nice Yanran first. Brother Nalan, if Nice Yanran loses, you won't blame me, right? Looking at the two people confronting each other in the audience, Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle and said to Nalan Su on the side. In response to Mu Chen's teasing, Nalan Su could only smile and said, Old Mu is joking. It is a blessing for Yanran to be able to compete with nephew Mushan. Whether she wins or loses depends on her own luck. Although they are both clan leaders, Mu Chen is one generation older than Nalan Su. He can't say anything about Mu Chen's teasing on the surface, but he definitely hopes that Nalan Yanran can defeat Mushan in his heart. On this point, Nalan Su is absolutely on Nalan Yanran's side. As for Mu Chen and others wanting Mushan to test Bai Hao's background, he doesn't care at all. On the ring. Sister Yanran, I have always wanted to compete with you before. Now I finally have the opportunity. Please teach me. Mushan said with a faint smile on his face. Brother Mushan, you are too polite. I should be the one asking you for advice. Although she said polite words, Nalan Yanran's face did not change much. There was a faint coldness on her beautiful face. The relationship between the Nalan family and the Mu family was not good, and there was even less relationship between her and Mushan. They were just being polite to each other. To her, Mushan was just a simple opponent. All she had to do was to defeat him, nothing more. Begin! With the referee's order, the two started fighting almost at the same time. In the huge square, two figures, one blue and one white, rushed towards each other without hesitation. Bang! With a crisp metal collision sound, a fierce energy wave surged out from the center of the ring, instantly clearing a circular aura around the two. Holding the spear tightly in his hand, Mushan's eyes changed from the previous elegant look. His sharp eyes were like the lightning on the tip of the spear. When the spear stabbed at Nalan Yanran, a dense burst of gunflowers appeared in an instant. The offensive was sharp. Seeing that each spear flower was like a real spearhead stabbing at her, Nalan Yanran did not dare to be negligent in her heart. She held the long sword tightly in her jade hand, and with a light breath, the long sword in her hand also danced a burst of sword flowers in front of her body. Each sword just collided with the approaching spear flower. Ding! The tip of the sword and the tip of the spear intertwined, and the sound of metal collision sounded densely. But every time a spear was received, the powerful force contained in it was beyond Nalan Yanran's expectation, and her palm was hurt. She had to retreat first and avoid the sharp edge temporarily. What a sharp spearmanship! After suffering a loss as soon as she fought, Nalan Yanran's heart was also a little solemn. Then, Nalan Yanran immediately changed her strategy and did not confront Mushan head-on. Holding the long sword tightly in her jade hand, a strange light flashed in her eyes. A gust of wind immediately swirled under Nalan Yanran's feet, and her graceful figure immediately became blurred. Her figure quickly flashed around, and the speed was so fast that it almost left a trail of afterimages. Swan-level intermediate body fighting skill, Feishu body fighting skill. After performing Feishu body fighting skill, the long sword in Nalan Yanran's hands suddenly lit up with a green light, and huge and sharp wind blades slashed at Mushan from all directions. The sharp wind blades tore through the sky, making a shrill whistling sound. Looking at the wind blades that were coming violently, Mushan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he held the spear tightly with both hands. The fighting spirit in his body surged out, turning into a bright lightning attached to the spear, and the spear stabbed out powerfully. Facing the huge wind blade, Mushan actually used the spear to pick it up one by one. The wind blade that flew back collided fiercely with the wind blade that came later, and immediately caused a huge sound of energy explosion. The power of the energy aftermath was so strong that everyone outside the field was stunned. This was a pure collision of power, and I'm afraid only the two people on the field could do this. Mushan's cultivation seems to be more than just 6 stars. This aura is close to that of a 7-star or even 8-star Douqi. Bai Hao couldn't help but frown when he saw the two people competing in true chi on the field, especially Mushan. At first, Mushan gave him the impression of a 4 or 5-star Douqi, but now as he started fighting, Mushan's power was gradually released and his true aura could no longer be concealed. Bai Hao could clearly feel that Mushan definitely had the aura of a 7-star Douqi, and he hadn't used any amplification techniques or elixirs. This guy is hiding his strength. Bai Hao frowned. On the field, Nalan Yanran frowned slightly when she saw that her sword chi was actually picked up by Mushan one by one. She suddenly stopped behind Mushan, and at the same time, the long sword in her hand moved up and down gently and slowly. Without moving a bit, the long sword left a substantial sword shadow in the distance, until it split into 3 sword shadows. It was the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. Nalan Yanran was also able to test out the fighting skills that Mo Li had used, and although both were 3 sword shadows, Nalan Yanran's Wind Spirit Fractal Sword was much stronger than Mo Li's in terms of both its aura and substance. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. Nalan Yanran shouted softly, without any hesitation, and pointed the long sword in her hand at Mushan below. The 3 sword shadows left by her body trembled slightly, and then shot out one after another. Wherever the sword shadow passed, it tore the sky apart with extreme sharpness, as if even space could be cut open, and fiercely shot towards Mushan. His sword-like brows furrowed slightly, but Mushan neither dodged nor dodged. He looked at the sword shadow that was coming at him, took a deep breath, and lightning flashed on his body. Violent arcs of electricity surged out. "Sharp Thunder Spear!" Mushan shouted in a low voice, and all the lightning and thunder fighting spirit in his body surged into the spear. The tip of the spear drew a sharp spear shadow in front of him, and stabbed out fiercely with violent power, turning into a ball of lightning and violently colliding with the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. Boom! Bang! The ball of lightning on the tip of Mushan's spear suddenly collided with the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. The violent lightning immediately twisted the 3 energy swords, and bursts of muffled sounds came out from them. Ka! Suddenly, a tiny Li Feng appeared on the 3 sword shadows, and then it was like a dam bursting and out of control. The 3 sword shadows banged into countless fragments, and the group of gun shadows and lightning shot towards Nalan Yanran with unabated momentum. This scene made the people off the field look surprised. Looking at the gun shadow that actually shattered her fungling fractal sword, Nalan Yanran frowned slightly, holding the long sword in her jade hand, and swung it out. A green light flashed from the sword body, and a huge wind blade suddenly slashed out, with a strong breath breaking through the air, with a sharp whistling sound, fiercely colliding with the lightning gun shadow that rushed over. Boom! With a shocking sound, the huge wind blade directly cut off the group of lightning and slashed down towards Mushan. But the next moment, a flashing and booming sound like lightning and thunder came from Mushan's foot. His body moved suddenly, and when he nimbly dodged the wind blade, his figure appeared in front of Nalan Yanran in an instant, and the long spear in his hand stabbed straight down with a touch of cold light. So fast! Seeing that Mushan had dodged her attack in an instant and came in front of her, Nalan Yanran was surprised, and immediately raised her sword to block without hesitation. The slender sword body accurately blocked the stabbing tip of the spear. But the power on the tip of the spear surprised her, forcing her to retreat again and again. It's not over yet. Mushan's face suddenly cracked into a smile, and violent lightning immediately surged from his arm to the long spear, and the violent electric current immediately spread throughout Nalan Yanran's body along the metal sword body. The sudden numbness in her body made Nalan Yanran immediately pull back her sword, but the next moment, Mushan took the spear back before her and immediately swept it across heavily. Kong Lu's spear! The spear was covered with frantic lightning, and the air was filled with bursts of muffled explosions wherever it passed. The lightning on the spear was faintly visible in the shape of a giant python with hateful fangs. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. She had no time to dodge such a close-range attack, so she could only forcibly raise her sword to block it. Bang! Nalan Yanran was almost hit hard by this fighting skill, and her delicate body flew backwards heavily outside the ring like a kite with a broken string. Senior sister! The people off the stage were immediately worried when they saw this scene, and even Yunyun on the high platform stood up suddenly, almost flying down immediately. But the next moment, a figure flashed down from the steps and appeared behind Nalan Yanran to catch her. It was Bai Hao. Yanran, are you okay? Bai Hao looked worried. Cough? I'm fine? With a light cough, Nalan Yanran's mouth oozed a little blood, but she was still able to stand up by herself. She bowed to Mushan on the stage and said, I lost. Falling off the ring means losing. Seeing this, the referee also announced the result. Mushan wins. Sister Yanran, thank you. On the stage, after hearing the referee's words, Mushan also smiled slightly and bowed. Immediately, he looked at Bai Hao next to Nalan Yanran with a hint of provocation in his eyes and said, I look forward to the next competition with junior brother Bai Hao. Bai Hao did not speak, but just looked at Mushan with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yanran, I'll take you down to rest, Bai Hao said softly. Nalan Yanran nodded and left with Bai Hao's help. The next final competition would be in half an hour, so there was no rush. On the steps, seeing Nalan Yanran defeated by Mushan, Jia Xingqian could not help but praise him and said to Mu Chen, Old Mu, the clansmen you sent out are not simple, they are really good. Hearing the praise, Mu Chen stroked his gray beard and laughed. Mushan is one of my nephews, and is also the focus of our Mu family's cultivation. He is naturally strong, but in this game, he also took advantage of his age. After all, he has practiced for 2 more years than Niece Yanran. Brother Nalan, don't take it too seriously. As he said this, he did not forget to mention Nalan Su, who was standing aside. The latter's face was a little ugly, but he could only smile awkwardly and said, Old Mu, that's not true. Yanran can learn from nephew Mushan, which is also a good thing for her. In fact, Nalan Su felt very uncomfortable watching his daughter lose, but whether it was Jia Xingqian or Mu Chen, they were stronger and more angry than him, so he could only bear it now. If it was the old man of their Nalan family who came today, I'm afraid it would not be the case. Bai Hao helped Nalan Yanran back to her own room. When he saw the decoration of Nalan Yanran's room, he couldn't help but be stunned. To be honest, it was the first time he entered Nalan Yanran's room. Unlike Yunyun's room, Nalan Yanran's room had a lot of decorations, and the colors were all pink, which looked quite cute. But this didn't match Nalan Yanran's usual appearance at all. Nalan Yanran usually looked like a goddess with high clothes. Bai Hao thought that the decoration of her room was also correspondingly cold and simple, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Today I can say that I have opened my eyes. Feeling Bai Hao's confusion, Nalan Yanran understood it all at once. A blush of embarrassment suddenly appeared on her pretty face, but she didn't explain. Instead, she asked Bai Hao to sit down first, and she sat on the bed and leaned against it. Seeing that Nalan Yanran had been holding her waist since she came back, Bai Hao couldn't help but ask, How is your injury? Is your waist injured? Do you want me to take a look for you? No. No, don't bother me, senior brother. Hearing Bai Hao's words, Nalan Yanran blushed and quickly refused. Injury was on her waist. How could she? Let Bai Hao take a look casually. Senior brother, it's your turn to compete in the next match. You don't have to wait for me here. Go and prepare first. Nalan Yanran said, and at the end she didn't forget to remind Bai Hao, Mushan is practicing a thunder-attributed fighting skill, which is very fast. You pay attention. Originally, she wanted to remind Bai Hao to be careful, but suddenly thought that with Bai Hao's cultivation level, it seemed that he didn't need to be too careful. So she changed her words temporarily. Okay, then I'll go and prepare first. Nalan Yanran didn't need his help, so Bai Hao had to get up. Before leaving, he turned back and said to Nalan Yanran, Don't worry. I will help you get revenge later. I will help you get back what Mushan did to you just now. After saying that, he left. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran felt warm in her heart. The last match was a competition between Bai Hao and Bop Mushan. This was not only a competition to determine the first and second place, but also a decisive battle between the Yunlin sect and outsiders. On the stage, Bai Hao and Mushan were fighting against each other. Before the fight started, the cheers of the Yunlin sect disciples below the stage had already sounded one after another. Come on, senior brother Bai. Come on, senior brother, defeat him. Come on, help senior sister Nalan get revenge. They were very surprised that Nalan Yanran lost to Mushan in the last match, and they even couldn't believe it. In their minds, Nalan Yanran has always been the strongest representative. Even though Bai Hao came later, he was also one of their own, and it was not shameful to be inferior to Bai Hao. But Nalan Yanran actually lost to Mushan, which made all the disciples of Yunlun sect feel sad and angry. Now Mushan is like a troublemaker. How can they tolerate that their Yunlun sect has been trampled on? Fortunately, Nalan Yanran is not the strongest disciple of Yunlun sect now. They still have Bai Hao, so they all support Bai Hao now and must avenge their previous shame. This battle is also the one that everyone really wants to see. On the steps, Mu Chen and others looked serious. Haha, Mu Lao, how much confidence do you have in your nephew? Can you test Bai Hao's background? Fama asked with a chuckle. Mu Chen did not hide it and smiled. It's hard to say whether I will win or lose, but my nephew came here specifically to test Bai Hao's background this time. This game should be able to give us some surprises. Just wait and see. On the ring. Listening to the shouts around him, all of which were cheering for Bai Hao, Mushan held his spear in his hand. His eyes flashed with a sinister look that only Bai Hao could see, and whispered, "Brother Bai Hao, now you are the first among the disciples of Yunlun sect, and I have been looking forward to this battle with you." Bai Hao looked at him indifferently and said casually, "Really? I can understand your feelings, but there is a big gap between us. I hope you won't be hit." For outsiders, especially those who just injured Nalan Yanran, Bai Hao didn't have a good face to him. Hearing Bai Hao's words, Mushan laughed and said, "Why not tell the truth? This time I came to participate in your Yunlun sect competition for only one purpose. You. I came here specifically to fight with you." Bai Hao raised his eyebrows. "From what you said, you are very brave." Mushan snorted coldly and said nothing. At the same time, the referee gave the order, "Begin." Mushan took the initiative. Almost the moment the referee's voice fell, his spear had already thrust out, with a cold light, directly approaching Bai Hao's face. The speed is really fast. Looking at the spear shadow that almost instantly came in front of him, Bai Hao's mouth did indeed curl up a sneer, stepped on the sole of his foot, and his body was like a wing, quickly moving to the side and easily dodged the attack. "I am different from Yanran. Your speed is indeed very fast, but I am faster." Speaking lightly, Bai Hao stepped on the sole of his foot again. This time it was his turn to attack. In an instant, he held a ball of lightning in his hand, Chidori. His body almost turned into a flash of lightning, stabbing straight at Mushan. Seeing Bai Hao approaching, Mushan's pupils shrank, and he quickly pulled the spear in front of him to block it. Bang! With a dull sound, the spear in Mushan's hand was actually quite hard, and Chidori was unable to break it in two directly. "We both have thunder attribute Douqi, but your lightning can't do anything to me." Mushan's eyes darkened, and a powerful thunder and lightning Douqi suddenly burst out from his body, shaking Bai Hao away. The violent thunder and lightning Douqi quickly condensed on Mushan's body, gradually forming a blue and white Douqi armor covering his body, appearing in everyone's sight. Douqi armor? This guy is actually a great Do master? Seeing the armor that seemed to be real, the audience immediately burst into an uproar. This Mushan really hides his strength. On the high platform, looking at the Douqi armor on Mushan's body, Yunleng's face was a little angry. This anger came from the fact that the Mu family actually sent a great Do master to participate in the sect competition. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Yunlun sect? No wonder Yanran lost to him. The Mu family is determined this time. Originally, inviting the Mu family and the royal family to participate in the trial was just out of courtesy to enhance the communication between the disciples of each other. Generally, they would not really send the core disciples of the clan to participate. After all, this is the home court of Yunlun sect. To make Yunlun sect lose face is equivalent to offending Yunlun sect. Even if they have a bad relationship with Yunlun sect, they would not be so blatant. But this time, the Mu family's behavior really made Yunleng and others angry. Don't worry, the competition is not over yet. Just watch first. Yun didn't care much. She looked at Bai Hao on the stage with her beautiful eyes. She believed him. Seeing the Douqi armor on Mushan, Bai Hao was also a little surprised. "So you are also a great Douqi. No wonder you are so confident." This also explains why Nalanyan was defeated so easily by Mushan. He actually kept hiding his cultivation. Use whatever skills you have. Looking at Bai Hao indifferently, Mushan's true cultivation has been fully released at this moment. A 2-star great Douqi, just like Bai Hao. "I'm using all my skills, just in case you can't handle it." Facing Mushan, who was using all his strength, Bai Hao also became serious, his eyes focused, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan slowly emerged. Seeing the enchanting Sharingan, the power of the pupils made Mushan feel panic in his heart when he looked at them. The cold eyes seemed to be stared at by a beast, making people feel creepy. These eyes, this is your pupil technique, a rare ability. Mushan's heart became more serious. Then you will be able to see my pupil technique today. It won't take long for this battle to be decided. Bai Hao's Sharingan focused, and he didn't even summon the fighting spirit armor. His feet seemed to be stepping on the cloud wings, and his figure instantly appeared beside Mushan, and his right hand condensed Chidori again. Naive? Although Bai Hao's speed was fast, Mushan, as a great fighting master, was also not slow to react. Almost at the same time, the spear in his hand swept fiercely. However, the Sharingan slowly turned, and Bai Hao leaned back slightly. But once the distance was right, the tip of the spear almost brushed his throat and missed. What? Seeing that Bai Hao had dodged his attack with such a small gap, Mushan was surprised. The next moment, Bai Hao's palm wrapped with Chidori hit him hard. Bang! Despite the protection of the Douqi armor, Mushan was still beaten back by this attack, and he quickly used his spear to hit the ground to stabilize his body. I want to see how much you can dodge. After stabilizing his body, Mushan once again held the spear and stabbed out a confusing burst of gunflowers, leaping like a thunder snake from a tricky angle at an extremely fast speed. But no matter how fast his gun was, Bai Hao could accurately dodge every shot, as if he could see through Mushan's attack every time. Why? Why do all my attacks seem to be seen through? Mushan gradually became impatient. No matter how fast he swung his spear or from which angle he attacked, it was all ineffective. Every attack was seen through by Bai Hao. His attacks were like hitting cotton without any feedback. The strange feeling in his heart was indeed getting stronger and stronger. He had never felt that he could not hit his opponent. It was like playing with a monkey. Why? Why can't my attacks hit you? Mushan's attacks repeatedly failed, and his mentality gradually collapsed. With a low roar, he slammed his spear hard on the ground. A burst of electricity surged from the ground to the surroundings, turning into lightning snakes that rushed towards Bai Hao. But Bai Hao had already seen his actions and retreated in time, perfectly avoiding the surging current. Why don't my attacks work on you? Mushan, whose mentality was almost collapsed, couldn't help but roar. He really couldn't stand it. Facing his roar, Bai Hao's Sharingan became more profound. In front of these eyes, all your attacks are invisible. Looking at the enchanting Sharingan, Mushan gritted his teeth, held the spear tightly in his hand, and a frenzied fighting spirit surged out. I don't believe I can't hit you today. His attack steps were obviously a bit messy. He was so angry that he lost his rules, and the spear in his hand was almost dancing randomly. What's going on? How could Mushan be so angry that he lost his mind? Seeing Mushan's messy attack on the field, Mushan's old face also raised a solemnity. Based on his understanding of Mushan, the latter didn't seem to be such an impulsive person. He should be confused by Bai Hao's body movements. I believe you have all seen that from the beginning. Mushan's attacks almost had no effect on Bai Hao, and all the attacks were dodged by Bai Hao. I'm afraid that's why Mushan became so impulsive, Fama said. They could naturally guess the clues, but after all, they were not competing in person on the field, so some subtle things were not easy to see. Jia Xingqian, who was standing by, saw the clues and looked at Bai Hao on the stage with a serious look, saying, "It's not as simple as his body movements. It seems that Bai Hao can always know Mushan's next move in advance, so he dodges in advance. This may be related to Bai Hao's pupil technique." Pupil technique? Hearing this, everyone's attention was immediately focused on Bai Hao's eyes. Indeed, they could occasionally see those blood-red eyes. His pupil technique should have a strong insight, and he can see through Mushan's moves in time. Jia Xingqian is worthy of being an old monster of the royal family. He has strong insight and analytical ability. Kuang Lu's spear. The long spear wrapped in lightning pounced like a python, sweeping out with fierce power. This time, Bai Hao finally had little power left. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Water-style water array wall. His chest swelled up quickly, and a large amount of water suddenly gushed out of Bai Hao's mouth. The waves were surging, and directly swept Mushan and his spear into it. But Mushan suddenly inserted his spear into the ring, and he actually directly pierced a hole in the hard ground, and divided the water rushing in front of him. This little power can't defeat me. Bai Hao finally stopped dodging, and Mushan suddenly regained confidence. Thunder Spear! He attacked again, and the spear was sharp, flashing, and stabbed directly at Bai Hao. Looking at Mushan, who had regained his confidence, Bai Hao's eyes slightly focused, and the two fingers of his right hand made a sword. Wind Extreme, Meteoric Killing. A faint voice sounded, and Bai Hao waved his fingers violently, and a little light suddenly appeared on his fingertips. and then it turned into a beam of small beams and shot out violently, leaving a turbulent wind circle in the air wherever it passed. Boom! The moment the tiny beam of light came into contact with the spear, the latter immediately shattered into pieces, and the lightning on the spear body also dissipated at this moment. Mushan's pupils suddenly shrank into pinholes, and he let go of the spear without hesitation and threw it aside, thus avoiding the fate of having his entire arm pierced directly by the Wind Extreme Meteor Kill. Although the power of Bai Hao's Wind Extreme Meteor Kill was not as strong as Yun Yun's, it still caused an uproar. I didn't expect that senior brother Bai Hao could even successfully practice Wind Extreme Meteor Kill. This is a high-level Xuan-level fighting skill. It's so terrifying. Feeling the power of Wind Extreme Meteor Kill, Mushan was also afraid. But fortunately, he dodged it. Junior brother Bai Hao's strength really surprised me. Mushan no longer had the calmness and composure he had at the beginning, and his face was solemn. Although they were all 2-star masters, he felt like a monkey in front of Bai Hao. He couldn't hit Bai Hao, but was repeatedly frustrated by Bai Hao. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Although Brother Mu said so, the outcome is still uncertain. I will not show mercy. Bai Hao said slowly, and several flying knives appeared in his hand from the ring. Zizi, Chidori appeared in his hand, but he poured all the power of thunder and lightning into the flying knives. When he threw them out suddenly, several flying knives shot out violently. Do you want to increase the speed and penetration of the flying knives through thunder and lightning fighting spirit? But this speed is still not fast enough. Without a weapon in his hand, Mushan couldn't block these flying knives directly. His eyes quickly scanned, and he soon found a way to dodge. He stepped on his feet, and his figure quickly flashed around the flying knives. Even without a spear, he could still fight with bare hands. But the next moment, Bai Hao's figure disappeared directly in front of him. Eh? Mushan, who had already raised his fist, was stunned. Flying Thunder God technique. Bai Hao appeared directly behind Mushan, clenched his right fist and concentrated all the strength of a 2-star master in this punch, and hit Mushan's back fiercely. Boom! The latter was unable to dodge and was hit hard by Bai Hao's punch, and his body flew backwards heavily. Crack! The hard-fighting armor was immediately broken at this moment. Mushan was hit hard. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fell heavily to the edge of the ring. Cough! He had already consumed a lot of his true energy, and although he was not seriously injured and unconscious after being hit by Bai Hao's punch, Mushan tried hard to stand up. The severe pain in his back was like a broken bone, which made him unbearable just by moving. Finally, blood spurted out of his mouth again and fell down. The whole audience was silent. After a while, the referee said, "Bai Hao wins!" As the referee announced, all the disciples of Yunlan sect cheered in unison, cheering for Bai Hao. On the high platform, seeing Bai Hao win, Yunyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she believed that Bai Hao could win, she was still worried in her heart. Now that she finally saw Bai Hao win, the stone hanging in her heart was finally put down. The faces of Yunleng and others also eased a lot. Bai Hao's victory was equivalent to saving the face of Yunlan sect. Even if Nalan Yanran lost before, it was not something that could not be accepted. Yunyun stood up. Her beautiful eyes lightly swept across the disciples in the audience, and her cold voice sounded, spreading throughout the square. I declare that the first place in this sect competition is won by Bai Hao. As soon as these words came out, the victory and defeat of this time were finally confirmed. The first place in the sect competition is Bai Hao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, winning the first place in the sect competition trial. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 24-hour Duhuang Experience Cards 1, Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke Limited, Edition Unfused. Ninjutsu Gift Pack contains 10 ninjutsu, 1 Mangekyo Sharingan. Bai Hao was immediately delighted when he heard the system's words, and was so excited that he didn't even hear what Yunyun said later. Getting a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? This competition is worth it. With the end of the battle between Bai Hao and Mushan, this competition is also coming to an end. There was originally another competition between Nalan Yanran and the son of the royal leader to determine the 3rd and 4th place, but because the son of the leader gave up voluntarily, the 3rd place fell to Nalan Yanran. Since then, the sect competition has been completely over, and the ranking rewards will be announced later, and the disciples will disperse one after another. Several old guys on the steps also stood up. Yunyun came to see them off in person. Thank you all for participating in our Yunlan sect competition. Yunyun thanks you again. Haha sect, Master Yun Yun is too polite. You have accepted a very good disciple. Jia Xingqian said with a chuckle. Yes, congratulations to Sect Master Yun Yun for having such a beloved disciple. Fama on the side also said with a smile. Only Mu Chen's face was not very good, because only the people sent by their Mu family had real ideas, and now they have lost. They must have been remembered by the Yunlan sect. You are too kind. Facing Jia Xingqian and the others, praise for Bai Hao, Yun Yun also had a faint smile on her face, without commenting. Since the competition is over, we will not bother you anymore. Goodbye. After the competition was over, there was no reason for the few people to stay here any longer. They had achieved their goal today and had a general understanding of Bai Hao, which was enough. Everyone, take care. Watching Xingqian and the others leave, Yun Yun's smile gradually disappeared. She knew very well what the real purpose of Jia Xingqian and the others' willingness to participate in the competition today was. Although only the people sent by the Mu family could threaten the reputation of their Yunlan sect, other forces, except the Nalan family, probably thought so too. But with Yun Yun's personality, she didn't want to conflict with them, and Bai Hao won in the end, so she let it go. Thinking of this, Yun Yun looked back and found that Bai Hao on the field had disappeared. That guy ran so fast. She was still thinking about praising Bai Hao, but Bai Hao's figure was nowhere to be seen, so she had to give up. In fact, Bai Hao couldn't help running back to his room because he wanted to fuse the Mangekyou Sharingan. System, start fusing the Mangekyou Sharingan, he said impatiently. The Mangekyou Sharingan is ready to fuse. Please close your eyes. Bai Hao closed his eyes. Begin fusing. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mangekyou Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke Limited Edition. As the system's voices rang in his mind, Bai Hao slowly opened his eyes. There were no longer 3 Magatama in his eyes, but 6 pointed star patterns emitting powerful pupil power. Mangekyou Sharingan! This is the real Mangekyou, this pupil power. Bai Hao felt the pupil power of his eyes had made a qualitative leap. This was completely different from the Mangekyou Sharingan he had obtained with the experience card. Now this pair can be regarded as the real Mangekyou Sharingan. Bai Hao called up his own system panel. Name Bai Hao, age 18 male, cultivation 1-star grandmaster skills, ninjutsu, summoning technique, flying thunder god technique, Chidori, cloud wing step, bloodline limit, Mangekyou Sharingan eye technique, Amaterasu, Zir 10, Kagutsuchi, Susanoo, 10. Seeing the extra Mangekyou Sharingan and the corresponding eye technique, but what do the numbers behind them mean? System, what the 0 and 10 numbers behind the eye technique mean? Eye technique upper limit. Each time a pupil technique is used, the host will suffer a corresponding backlash. When the number of times reaches the upper limit, the pupil power fails and the eyes become blind. The system's mechanical and emotionless words almost made Bai Hao spit out blood. This is... The system's products can't eliminate the side effects? That is to say, he can only use each pupil technique 10 times, and after using it 10 times, his eyes will go blind. This is too uncomfortable. Bai Hao thought that the system's rewards could eliminate the side effects, but in the end, he was too naive. Well, it's better to have it than not to have it. Just be careful not to blind yourself. At this point, Bai Hao can only comfort himself like this. It's better to have it than not to have it. You can't return it. Just use it sparingly, and you can use it unscrupulously when you open the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in the future. I can only bear it. The sect competition ended, and the rewards were distributed one after another. Among them, Bai Hao, as the first in the competition, one of the most tempting rewards was that he could get a 5th-grade elixir personally refined by the Elixir King Gu He. This 5th-grade elixir can be requested by yourself, but if it is not common, it will take a certain amount of time to refine, and you have to find medicinal materials, which is very troublesome. But there is also a second method. Gu He released several 5th-grade elixirs, and if Bai Hao likes one, he can choose it himself. In the end, to save trouble, Bai Hao chose a 5th-grade elixir that Gu He had already refined, Dragon Power Pill. Dragon Power Pill allows the user to have extremely powerful strength in a short period of time. This power has nothing to do with the increase of fighting spirit, but is pure physical strength. Bai Hao does not need other, special elixirs now, and this Dragon Power Pill can enhance physical strength. In the future, combined with the 8 gates of Dunjia, it may have unexpected effects. The remaining rewards were also distributed one after another, and Yun Yun sent people to deliver the rewards to the major families. Since then, the sect competition has come to an end. In Bai Hao's room, bright sunlight poured in from the window, shining on the handsome face of the young man and the cauldron in front of him that was refining the elixir. The flames in the cauldron danced like spirits, slowly refining the medicinal materials in it into powder, until the essence of the medicinal materials was slowly condensed into a round elixir. The faint medicinal fragrance filled the room, refreshing the heart. Seeing that the elixir was finished, Bai Hao sucked it over with his skillful palm and put it into a jade bottle beside him. There were already more than a dozen jade bottles beside him, all of which contained the same elixir. The second-grade elixir Growing Bone Pill had a better healing effect. Bai Hao didn't need so many elixirs, he just used them to brush up the alchemy experience. Ding! Alchemy experience 100. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to a third-grade alchemist. Experience required to upgrade to a fourth-grade alchemist, 50,000. After hearing the system's voice, Bai Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief and lay straight on the ground to rest for a while. He had been practicing elixirs here for a whole day and night, and he had just been promoted from a second-grade alchemist to a third-grade one. He was exhausted physically and mentally. No more. Let's take a break first. I'll try to become a fourth-grade alchemist later when I have a chance. These days, Bai Hao was here to gain experience because he had nothing to do. Anyway, he could be promoted as long as he had enough experience. He was not in a hurry to be promoted quickly, and the identity of a third-grade alchemist was enough to enjoy good treatment. I have to go to the Alchemist Union to take the assessment when I have time and get a rating. At this time, there was a knock on the door, followed by Yunyun's graceful and pleasant voice. Bai Hao, are you there? I'm going in. Sister Yun? Wait a minute. Give me 2 minutes. Hearing that it was Yunyun who came, Bai Hao quickly stood up, put the jade bottles filled with elixirs and the medicine cauldron around him into the storage ring, and opened the window to disperse the medicinal fragrance in the room. What are you doing in there? Why haven't you opened the door for so long? Yunyun's voice gradually became curious. I'm coming. After calming his breath, Bai Hao walked over to open the door. The bright sunlight suddenly shone on him, which was a bit dazzling. In front of the door, Yunyun stood elegantly, wrapped in a slim green robe with a delicate figure. Her beautiful eyes were gentle and moving. Bai Hao couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. Seeing Bai Hao's reaction, Yunyun was secretly happy in her heart and asked in a coquettish tone, What are you looking at? Ah, nothing. I'm not looking at anything. Being seen through, Bai Hao immediately came back to his senses, scratched his head awkwardly, coughed lightly, and took the initiative to change the subject. Well, what, Sister Yun, what's the matter with you coming to see me so early? If there's nothing, can't I come to see you? Yunyun asked back. Of course. What's that smell in your room? Yunyun sniffed the smell coming from behind Bai Hao, and soon she knew what it was. Such a strong smell of medicine? Are you taking any medicine? Bai Hao was thinking of finding some excuse to fool him, but now Yunyun had already found an excuse for him, so he just took it and nodded and said, Well, I felt that my meridians were a little blocked when I was practicing recently, so I took some medicine to straighten out my meridians. Alchemist is another trump card of his. Bai Hao didn't want to tell Yunyun, at least not yet. My meridians are blocked? What's the problem? Do you want me to ask Guhei to help you? When Yunyun heard Bai Hao say that he had problems with his practice, a trace of worry immediately appeared on her beautiful face, and she even wanted to take Bai Hao over to let Guhei take a look. Seeing her making such a big fuss, Bai Hao also hurriedly explained, It's okay, they are all minor problems. I am fine now after taking the elixir. There is no need to trouble Elder Guhei. Yunyun was making a fuss? Is it really okay? Yunyun still didn't believe it. It's really okay. Do you think I look like I have something wrong now? Bai Hao patted his chest to show that he was fine now. It's good that you are okay. If you have any problems, you must tell me, or you can tell Yun Leng. Still reminded him with some concern, her beautiful eyes staring at Bai Hao tightly, and said word by word, Remember it. Yes, if there is anything, I will report it to Sister Yun as soon as possible. Bai Hao said seriously. Seeing him like this, Yunyun finally felt relieved and said, By the way, I came here to tell you something. I will be away from the sect for a while. You should be careful. Hearing this, Bai Hao was a little confused. Where are you going? I am going to do something with Elder Guhei, but I can't tell you what it is. Just practice well in the sect. Yunyun reminded him. To do something? What to do? And you are going with Guhei? Bai Hao remembered that Guhei liked Yunyun, Now these two are going out together? Remember, practice well. Yun did not notice the change in Bai Hao's expression. Before leaving, she did not forget to remind him again. Looking at her leaving figure, Bai Hao murmured in a low voice, "Although Guhe likes Sister Yun definitely doesn't like him. There shouldn't be any problem." Bai Hao comforted himself in his heart. Sister Yun and Guhe went to do things together, it seems. Could it be? Go to the territory of the snake people in the Tagore Desert to find Medusa to get the strange fire? He suddenly remembered the scene in the original book where Yun and Guhe appeared together. It seems that they only went to the territory of the snake people in the Tagore Desert to find the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. This should be Guhe inviting Yun to obtain it, but in the end, the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire was taken away by Xiaoyan. If they really want to go to the Tagore Desert to find the strange fire, then I have to go too. How can I miss such an important time point? At the critical moment, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Trigger task, go to the Tagore Desert and obtain Strange Fire Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Task reward, Rasengan Series Ninjutsu, Fire Control Technique. Mission failed, deduct 10 ninjutsu. It's really a pillow when you are sleepy. The system released the human fog, which indirectly proved that Yun and Guhe went out to do business this time, most likely for the Qinglian Earth Core Fire. Even the system has issued a task. It seems that I have to go this time. Thinking of what he was going to do next, Bai Hao couldn't help but feel his lips dry and his heart was a little nervous. Then let's go to the Tagore Desert, snatch the strange fire, and meet Queen Medusa by the way. Since he was planning to go to the Tagore Desert, Bai Hao had to find a reason to leave. After all, he was now Yun's personal disciple, so he still had a little status. Yun and Guhe had already left the Yunlan sect. If Bai Hao wanted to leave, he could only go to Yunleng. In the square, many disciples were practicing in pairs. Seeing Bai Hao, they all greeted him. "Good morning, Senior Brother Bai." "Good morning, Senior Brother. Have you had breakfast? If not, I'll go to the kitchen to make breakfast for you," a female disciple said eagerly with peach blossoms in her eyes. Her companions were reluctant and rushed to say, "Senior Brother, I'll help you. I came first. I went first." Seeing them fighting for themselves, Bai Hao sighed helplessly in his heart. Being handsome is also a sin, and then smiled and greeted them one by one. "Good morning, everyone. I've had breakfast, so there's no need to bother you two junior sisters. You continue to practice. I'll leave first." After saying that, he left without giving any chance, leaving only a few junior sisters sighing. Sect Hall. Yunleng was whispering something with a few elders, and Bai Hao didn't go in but waited quietly outside the door. Yunleng also saw Bai Hao, took a look, but did not look at him too much. After talking to several elders present, he waved his hand. "Okay, that's all for today. Just go down and arrange it as required." "Yes, great elder." Upon hearing this, several elders stood up, bowed, and left. When they left the gate and saw Bai Hao outside, they suddenly understood why Yunleng let them go so quickly. The master's direct disciple was more important than them to some extent. After all the elders left, Yunleng looked at Bai Hao, who was still outside the door, and shouted, "Come in and tell me what you want to say." After receiving the summons, Bai Hao also walked in honestly and bowed. "Meet the great elder." "Well, what's the matter?" "Great elder, I have something to do and want to leave the sect for a while, so I came to report to you." Bai Hao said. "Leaving the sect?" Hearing Bai Hao's words, Yunleng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Where are you going? What are you going to do?" Generally speaking, Yunlan sect does not have very strict requirements for disciples' travel, but Bai, as the sect master's direct disciple, is naturally different. Before Yun left, he also told Yunleng to help take care of Bai Hao, so he asked a few more questions. Bai Hao's mind was turning quickly, and he said the reason he had thought of long ago, "I'm going to the imperial capital to visit my old friends." He would not be stupid enough to say that he was going to the Tagore Desert. Going to the imperial capital is the safest option. After all, Yunlan sect is just outside the imperial capital, not far away. Usually, many disciples of the sect will go there occasionally, so it is reasonable for him to make this request. As expected, when Bai Hao said that he was only going to the imperial capital to visit friends, Yunleng did not have too many doubts and just nodded. "Okay, then go ahead, but remember that you are a direct disciple of our Yunlan sect, so don't act in a way that does not reflect your status." "Yes!" Bai Hao bowed and left impatiently, going back to his room to pack some things. However, just as he was about to leave after packing his things, he ran into Nalan Yanran as soon as he went out, She was holding something covered by a piece of cloth in her hand, and it seemed that she was looking for Bai Hao. Seeing Bai Hao rushing out, Nalan Yanran asked curiously, "Brother, where are you going in such a hurry?" "I have something to do in the Imperial Capital." "Imperial Capital? What are you going to do? I'll go with you." Nalan Yanran said immediately, "That's not necessary. I'm going to take care of some personal matters. Yanran, you stay in the sect and practice well." "It's okay. I've been practicing in the sect for a long time. My teacher often tells me that practice should be a combination of work and rest. Going out to relax from time to time may bring better results." Nalan Yanran smiled. Seeing her unwilling to give up, Bai Hao suddenly felt a headache. Why is Nalan Yanran still pestering him at this time? Bai Hao couldn't take her with him, otherwise he would be exposed. After thinking quickly in his mind, Bai Hao looked into Nalan Yanran's eyes seriously and said seriously, "Yanran, listen to me. In fact, I also know recently that you went to Wutan City to break off the engagement and made a 3-year agreement. Your only task at present is to practice and make yourself stronger. So don't go with me." He had to bring up the 3-year agreement just to make Nalan Yanran give up. But Nalan Yanran snorted and said, "With the help of my senior brother recently, my cultivation has improved a lot. There will be no problem dealing with the man from the Shao family. Just let me go." Helplessly, Bai Hao could only raise his hand and wave to her. The latter's face lit up, thinking that Bai Hao agreed, and hurried over quickly. But just as she walked over, Bai Hao's finger suddenly flicked her jade forehead lightly. "I'll take you there next time." Nalan Yanran was stunned, and the slight feeling on her jade forehead went straight into her heart. When she came to her senses, Bai Hao had already left, leaving only a back figure walking away. Gently touching her jade forehead, Nalan Yanran's face was slightly red, and she murmured softly, "Then it's a deal. Imperial Capital." It was Bai Hao's first time to come to the Imperial Capital. Walking on the unfamiliar streets, the prosperity around him made him a little dazzled, but he did not forget his purpose. He wandered around the Imperial Capital and finally found a flight transportation company in a spacious square on the edge of the Imperial Capital. Douqi Continent also has air transportation, and the most important means of transportation is a flying bird called thick-winged bird. It is gentle and easy to obey. It can transport both goods and people. However, because there are relatively few of them, only the Empire has the strength to build a flying transport team. When traveling, Bai Hao took off the clothes of the Yunlan sect's direct disciple and changed into an ordinary robe. He first went to the ticket purchase location to buy a ticket. He sold all the more than 100 Shengu pills he had refined before, and now he has almost 50,000 gold coins in his hand, which makes him very rich. It must be said that alchemists are indeed a profitable business. Even in a place like the Imperial Capital, a second-grade pill can be sold for 500 gold coins. If it is in other places, it may be sold at a higher price. However, time is urgent, and Bai Hao has no choice but to sell it cheaply. After buying a ticket to a city near the Tagore Desert on the eastern border of the Empire, Bai Hao sat on the wooden house firmly built on the back of the thick-winged bird and began his journey to the Tagore Desert. Sitting on the windowsill in the room, looking at the clouds flying outside, the green mountains in the distance are faintly visible, and the scenery is pleasant, if you can ignore the noisy atmosphere in the room. Although this thick-winged bird is a transport team contracted and built by the Empire, the price is not very expensive, and ordinary people can afford it, which leads to the uneven quality of the passengers. For example, some people are shouting loudly, and some people are eating something with a strong smell in their hands. The whole room is mixed with unpleasant odors, and the environment is really bad. I should have asked if there are any special flying tools for VIPs. I remember that alchemists seem to have this treatment. Shaking his head helplessly, Bai Hao felt that he was still too anxious and not fully prepared. Although the environment here is large, each person only has one seat, and there is not much space. There is almost no privacy, and it is inconvenient to do anything. And it takes 4 or 5 days to get to the Tagore Desert. Bai Hao regretted more and more, shook his head helplessly, and leaned against the window, drowsy. During the 4 days of flight, there were 2 stops to rest. Bai Hao simply added that some people left and replaced a group of new passengers to continue to move towards the Tagore Desert. There is still 1 last day of travel. The scenery outside the window has changed from the green mountains to a yellow, and even the clouds in the sky have more sand and dust. We should have entered the range of the Tagore Desert now. Silently weighing in his heart, Bai Hao has begun to think about what to do next. Snake people, Queen Medusa, I'm here. Just as Bai Hao was thinking, there was a commotion in front of the room, which made him frown. Two men with bare upper bodies and dark and strong muscles, one tall and one short, stood at the door of the room. The tall man carried a big knife on his shoulder and shouted fiercely, "Don't quarrel, don't make a fuss. We two brothers are here for money today, not for life. You know what's good for you? Don't move." The tall man's eyes swept across the room as sharp as an eagle's, and his arrogant aura surged out, a 3-star master. No one dared to speak. Most of the people in this room were masters, and there were even a few fighters. They had no chance of winning against a master. Maybe this was also in the plan of the two people, picking on the weak. Seeing that the people in the room had cooperated so well and quieted down, the tall man nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. As long as you cooperate well, we won't hurt you. Now please hand over your rings," the tall man said, and bumped the short man next to him with his shoulder. The latter immediately took out a sack and went down to collect them one by one. Some people didn't want to get into trouble, so they handed over their rings obediently. Some people didn't want to hand them over, but under the intimidation of the short man, they had to hand them over. "Do you really think you two can do whatever you want? We are not afraid of you." Finally, someone couldn't help but stand up and yelled. It was a peak fighting master. The peak fighting master originally wanted to take the lead and unite the dozen people in the room to deal with the two men. But he didn't expect that after he stood up, no one was willing to stand up and join him. "You want to resist us?" Looking at the peak fighting master, a fierce look flashed in the tall man's eyes, and the big knife in his hand shot out like lightning. The latter didn't even have time to react, and was directly cut in half by the knife, and blood immediately splashed on the wooden wall beside him. Many timid people saw this scene and covered their eyes and screamed. "Be quiet," the tall man roared, and the voice wrapped in fighting spirit really calmed down those panicked people. "Hand over the ring honestly, or that person will end up like this." With that scene now, no one dared to resist this time. They handed over their rings honestly, fearing that they would be the next to be killed. Until the short man came in front of Bai Hao and saw that Bai Hao had not moved, he shouted, "Boy, what are you doing? Hand over the ring quickly." "Ah, ring? What ring? I don't have it." Bai Hao shook his head repeatedly, and his palm with the ring was obviously retracted into his robe. Seeing that Bai Hao actually hid the ring in front of him, the short man immediately became annoyed. "Hey, do you think I'm blind? I saw it all. Take it out quickly. Don't force me to do it." "I really don't have it." Bai Hao shook his head honestly. "Give it to you." The short man was too lazy to argue with Bai Hao, and directly reached out to grab it. But the next moment Bai Hao also stretched out his palm, and his 5 fingers crossed with the short man's 5 fingers, 10 fingers interlocked. The next moment, he twisted it with force. Crack! The short man immediately screamed in pain. He could clearly hear the sound of his hand bones breaking. "Second brother!" Hearing this scream, the tall man knew something was wrong. He quickly took back the bloody sword on the ground and rushed over. Just as he was about to attack, Bai Hao suddenly pushed the short man out. The tall man paused and had to catch the short man, but it was this moment of distraction. When the tall man put the short man aside and prepared to continue to attack, Bai Hao suddenly appeared in front of him and slapped him with his palm. "Fire escape! Heavenly prison! Bang!" The powerful force directly pushed the tall man back several steps, and several black marks entangled his body. "You." Seeing that Bai Hao was so rampant, the tall man was furious and raised his sword to rush out. It can be seen that when he was using his fighting spirit, the mark of the heavenly prison immediately took effect, turning the fighting spirit in his body into a flame and burning so that he couldn't use his fighting spirit at all. "What did you do to me?" The tall man's face changed, and the burning pain on his body made him kneel on the ground immediately. He couldn't hold the knife in his hand steadily and was about to fall to the ground, but Bai Hao grabbed it and put the knife on the tall man. The sharpness of the blade made the tall man sober up immediately. He was horrified and begged for mercy. "Sir, please be magnanimous and let us go." At this moment, he realized that he had kicked the iron plate. But before coming up, he had found out that there was no great fighting master here. How could one suddenly appear? What a miserable life. "Why should I let you go? What's the benefit of letting you go?" Bai Hao said lightly. "I have money. We will give you all these things." The tall man put all the rings he collected in front of Bai Hao. Bai Hao shook his head. I have a volume of yellow-level, high-level fighting skills here, and I will give it to you too. Bai Hao still shook his head. The tall man was sweating profusely. Why didn't he want anything? By the way, I'm also an alchemist. I can make pills for you. What do you think? The tall man seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He took out a second-grade alchemist badge from his ring and put it on his palm. Seeing the badge, Bai Hao was also a little surprised. You're still a second-grade alchemist? Then why do you still want to do this kind of business? You've lost the face of the alchemist. Alchemists are such a lucrative profession, but this guy chose not to do his job and came to learn to rob others. What a weird idea. The tall man scratched his head embarrassedly and said, It's mainly because I like the feeling of scaring others. If the adults are willing to let me go, I can give you this badge. With this badge, you can do things very well. Bai Hao thought for a moment. He didn't want the alchemist badge. He would get it after going to the Alchemist Union for certification. But he didn't have time to get certified at the moment. If he had a pharmacist badge in hand, it would be easier to do things. Since you gave it to me, I'll take it. Bai Hao finally took the badge. The tall man's face was delighted. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you? Thank me for what? Bai Hao looked puzzled. Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives. I didn't say I would let you go. You have been evil and violent, and it's time to pay the price. Bai Hao said lightly. No, sir, didn't you accept the badge? How? Before the tall man finished speaking, Bai Hao exerted force on his hand. Blood came out of the blade, and he died. Seeing this, the short man on the side was so scared that he turned around and was about to leave, but he was also hit in the back by Bai Hao's knife. Accepting the badge is not the same as letting you go. Bai Hao wiped the blood off his hand lightly. Even if such a person begs for mercy now, he will definitely take revenge when he has the chance in the future. It is better to eliminate the trouble forever than to let the tiger go back to the mountains. In the east of the Tagore Desert, Shimo City. This is the last stop of the thick-winged bird. After coming out of the transportation square, walking in this exotic city and breathing the hot air, Bai Hao is still a little uncomfortable. The city in the desert is very different from the city in the Gama Empire. It is a bit more simple and heavy, and because it is close to the Tagore Desert, the snake people often make trouble. The defense here is even stricter than that of the imperial capital. Patrolling soldiers can be seen on the streets from time to time. This is Stone Desert City. It's really an exotic place. The largest crowd on the street is naturally the mercenaries who live on the edge of a knife. They stand together in groups, talking about who met a snake man today, who has collected a group of good snakemen, and who has worked hard to find a chance to have fun. The main way for the mercenaries here to get paid is to escort caravans in the Tagore Desert. In such a harsh environment outside, there are almost no monsters that can survive here. Among them, the snakemen dominate the Tagore Desert. This is also the main threat that Stone Desert City has to face. I remember that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire should have fallen into the hands of Queen Medusa now. There is no need to think about how to find the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Before entering the desert, you have to prepare. He was alone, without any helpers. It was definitely a wrong choice to rush into the Tagore Desert without adequate preparation. After wandering around the Stone Desert City for a while, Bai Hao bought a map with the snake people's dens marked on it, as well as some snake repellents and detoxification pills. These are very common pills in the Stone Desert City. After all, they have to deal with the snake people every day, and these pills are essential. However, ordinary detoxification pills can only detoxify ordinary snake venom. If you encounter a snake person with a higher level of cultivation, their toxicity will increase with the improvement of their cultivation. These detoxification pills can only detoxify snake venom at the Grand Fighter level. If you are poisoned by a snake person at the dueling level or above, it will still be very troublesome. After doing all this, he bought some food and fresh water and put them in the ring. After doing all this, Bai Hao was ready. It's time to set off next. Taking a deep breath, Bai Hao resolutely walked out of the city gate. The sky was clear and cloudless. The fierce sun was like a huge fireball hanging in the sky, emitting amazing heat waves, baking the tiny sand grains like red-hot iron sand. Wisps of hot air twisted and rose into the sky, and it felt hot just by looking at them. In such an environment, almost no plants can survive. Only a few sparse cacti are still standing stubbornly. In the endless desert, a thin figure finally walked slowly, wearing a black robe that covered his face and made it difficult to see his appearance. This person was naturally Bai Hao. Walking under such a fierce sun, he had to wrap himself up tightly, otherwise the strong ultraviolet rays alone would burn him. Looking up at the undulating sand dunes ahead, Bai Hao took out a map from his ring and checked it carefully. According to the route on this map, we should be close to the territory of the snake people in about a day. After putting the map away, Bai Hao took out a water bag from his ring and shook it. There was less than half of the water left in it. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Damn it! I underestimated the vastness of the Tagore Desert. It took almost 10 days to get here. Everyone is almost drunk. He knew that the Tagore Desert was very large, so he also stored a lot of food and water at the beginning. But the water resources were consumed the fastest under the scorching sun. He also encountered a supply station in the desert on the way and replenished some fresh water to hold on until now, otherwise it would have been gone long ago. And along the way, Bai Hao also encountered many snake people. Fortunately, they were basically some snake people responsible for patrolling. He easily solved them without any cultivation, and only then did he get all the way here. As he went deeper and deeper into the territory of the snake people, Bai Hao had to be more careful. Otherwise he would be in trouble if he was surrounded and killed by a large number of snake people. There is still a long way to go, and I have to find a way to replenish the water source. After thinking for a while, Bai Hao walked towards the only oasis in the desert marked on the map. The most important thing in the desert is water resources, which is also an indispensable mark on the map. After rushing for a long time until the night fell, Bai Hao still hadn't found the oasis, but there was a sound of fierce fighting in front of him. The powerful energy aftermath spread, and Bai Hao was shocked by the aftermath of the battle before he even saw the person fighting. Just this spreading battle aftermath can have such a strong aura. At least it is a battle at the level of Do Wang. It seems that Gu He and his men have met the tribal leader of the snake people and fought. Thinking quickly in his heart, Bai Hao quickened his pace and soon saw 3 figures fighting in the sky not far away. The 3 of them were Do Wang. One of them had a charming figure, a human body and a snake tail, and was a snake man. The other 2 humans were both men. One was a sturdy man, and the other was a slightly thin old man. That snake man should be Yomei, one of the tribal leaders of the Snake Man, and the other 2 are probably 2 of the top 10 strongest men in the Jiama Empire. Bai Hao quickly analyzed the identities of the 3 people. In addition to the 3 people who were fighting fiercely, there was a flying magic beast with a green body hovering in the sky. There were 6 people standing under the magic beast. Bai Hao recognized the leader at a glance, Dan Wang Gu He. There were 5 Doulings left. Some of them Bai Hao didn't know, but some of them looked familiar and might have seen them once or twice. The last person was a mysterious man covered in a black robe, and his face and identity could not be seen. It's Gu He. Those Doulings are probably the helpers Gu He invited, and the last black-clothed person should be Sister Yun. Seeing Gu He, Bai Hao immediately understood what was going on. Except for the black-robed person, everyone else showed their true colors. Although the black-robed person didn't show his face, Bai Hao knew that it was Yun Yun. On the other side, Bai Hao also saw Xiaoyan, whom he had met once before. Sure enough, Xiaoyan still came here. The timeline can't be changed. Back then, in the Monster Mountain Range, Bai Hao took over Xiaoyan's business, saved Yun Yun, and took the Purple Spirit Crystal. All of this was supposed to be done by Xiaoyan, but she did it. Bai Hao thought it would change the timeline. As a result, Xiaoyan still appeared here to find the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. In mid-air, Yuomei fought with 2 Do Wangs at the same time. She didn't lose much despite fighting 1 against 2. Strange energy snakes were jumping around her body, and she would even force the 2 human Do Wangs into danger from time to time. She was very powerful. Waves of sand filled the sky. The Do Wang man was filled with Do Qi. With a low shout, he inserted his hand into the yellow sand and suddenly lifted it up. A sand gully more than 10 meters high emerged like a strip of cloth and crushed Yuomei fiercely. Seeing this attack, Yuomei's pretty face turned cold. Without hesitation, a burst of Do Qi surged out of her palm, turning into 2 dark green threads, condensing into 2 huge energy green snakes. The details of their appearance were so clear that even the scales on the green snakes could be seen clearly. It was as if this was a real giant snake. It opened its mouth and slammed into the yellow sand fiercely, and actually blocked the powerful blows of the 2 Do Wangs. Seeing this, Gu He was somewhat surprised and said, "I've heard for a long time that the strong snakemen can extract the souls of magical beasts and refine them into unique skills, and can even retain most of the magical beast's strength when they were alive. Today I see that it is indeed true. A man next to Guhei stepped forward and whispered, "Elder, it seems that the two adults cannot get rid of the snake man for a while. Do we need to go together?" Hearing this, Guhei tilted his head to glance at Yunyun behind him, but the latter did not react. After a moment of silence, Guhei glanced at Xiaoyan, who was still in shock, nodded slightly and said, "Two people go up, but be careful not to hurt innocent people." "Yes." With Guhei's consent, the Douqi strongman immediately stepped back, exchanged glances with another Douqi strongman beside him, nodded to each other, stomped his feet hard, and rushed towards Yuemei in midair, with Douqi surging all over his body. Two blue and white strands of brutal Douqi broke through the air and shot towards Yuemei with a whistling sound. Yuemei, who was fighting fiercely with the two Douwangs, did not dare to be distracted at all, so that she suddenly sensed the two Douqi strands when they were about to come in front of her, but it was too late to dodge. Bang! The two strands hit Yuemei heavily, and the latter fell heavily into the yellow sand below, splashing yellow sand all over the sky. Ahem! After being hit hard, Yuemei's mouth also had a bright red, which looked even brighter on her pale face. What a shameless human being, sneak attacking! Her chest kept rising and falling, and there was a hint of anger in Yuemei's eyes. One of the two dueling who took action took a step forward and said slowly, "As you said before, the blood feud between us humans and your snake people is as deep as the sea. If we can take you down here, it will also be a good thing to weaken the strength of your snake people." Hearing this, Yuemei snorted coldly and said, "I am indeed not your opponent, but in this desert I want to leave and you can't stop me." Speaking coldly, Yuemei immediately began to quickly form several seals with her hands. Seeing the Douqi surging in Yuemei, the strong Douwang strongman hurriedly shouted, "Stop her!" As soon as the voice fell, the Douwang old man on the side rushed towards Yuemei like lightning. Seeing the old man rushing over, Yuemei sneered, "Snake skill, differentiation." Under the gaze of everyone, an explosion suddenly sounded, and in the explosion, Yuemei turned into countless tiny green energy snakes, shooting out in all directions. Looking at those energy snakes, the others also took action immediately. Perhaps the number of snakes was too large. Even if they worked together, there were still many fish that slipped through the net and escaped into the yellow sand and flew away. Seeing this, Guhei sighed helplessly. In the desert, the fighting skills of the snake people are indeed weird. It is very difficult to completely kill a strong snake person. Of course, he knew that if Yunyun was willing to take action, Yuemei would definitely not be able to escape. It was just that Yunyun came to help this time just to deal with Queen Medusa. Under normal circumstances, she would not take action casually, so Guhei had no choice. Then he noticed Xiaoyan standing beside him, and he laughed and said, "My little brother, the desert is extremely dangerous. You are brave enough to come in alone. If we hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid you would have been captured by the leader of the snake tribe." "Thank you, seniors." Xiaoyan bowed and smiled. "If you have nothing to do, leave here quickly. Don't go any further. This is my advice to you." Guhei left this last sentence, and then summoned the flying monster in the sky. Everyone jumped onto the wide back wings of the monster and left. Seeing that those people had left, Xiaoyan was relieved. He looked around and quickly left this dangerous place to find a safer place to spend the night. It was not until everyone had left and the desert had returned to calm that Bai Hao came out of the sand dune. He looked at the direction where Guhei and the others had left and smacked his lips with envy. "It's good to have a flying magic beast. I'll have to find a flying magic beast as a spiritual beast in the future." If he had gone out just now, Guhei and the others would definitely let him take a ride on the bird and go to Medusa's territory together. But that would definitely make Yunyun angry. He didn't want to be scolded by Yunyun, and it might also affect his stealing of the strange fire later. It's better to walk honestly. With a sigh, Bai Hao continued to walk towards the oasis, replenished the water source there, and spent the night. The next morning, Bai Hao woke up early and quickened his pace before the sun rose completely. On the way, he also encountered some snake people's outposts and fortresses, but he bypassed them one by one without alarming them. Even when he encountered some lone snakemen, he used illusion to deal with them to avoid any noise from the battle. After bypassing several snakemen tribes, Bai Hao was getting closer and closer to the palace of Medusa marked on the map. Moreover, the closer he got to the palace of Medusa, the stricter the guards became, so Bai Hao did to move forward rashly and had to act carefully. Until the end, Bai Hao observed the patrolling rhythm of the snakeman troops and then used the flying knives with the Flying Thunder God technique to shoot at some hidden places, and then teleported there, so he was not discovered. I wonder if the second and fourth generations will be angry if they know that I use the Flying Thunder God like this. After muttering a few words, Bai Hao continued to move forward in an orderly manner until he saw a huge city standing in the desert, with messy boulders scattered around it, like a strange formation surrounding the city. That should be the temple of Queen Medusa. Bai Hao muttered. Outside the palace, looking at the strict guards, Bai did not dare to move forward rashly, otherwise it would be very troublesome if he was discovered. Although he still had a Douhuang experience card in his hand, he could not use it casually until the critical moment. Wait a little longer. Wait for Sister Yun and the others to come and attract the attention of the snake people inside, so that I can sneak in. Bai Hao hid patiently. After a while, there was a sound of breaking through the air suddenly from the horizon, and a black dot quickly enlarged. But the guards on the city wall immediately noticed the movement and raised their poison spears to the figure. Once they found that the person crossed the line, they would throw the poison spears in their hands without hesitation. The latter suddenly paused in midair and shouted in a low voice, "Mobas, the leader of the Mo Snake tribe, is here to see Her Majesty the Queen. The tribal leaders are here, so the show is about to begin." Seeing the sturdy male snake man, who was also one of the tribal leaders of the snake people, Bai Hao suppressed his breath to the lowest. Not long after Mobas entered the palace, several powerful breaths came from the sky in the distance again. It turned out that Gu Hei and others came here on a flying magic beast. After the flying monster stabilized, Gu Hei and others were suspended in the air. Their eyes fell on Mobas and Mobas on the wall. Seeing that it was Gu Hei and others, Yuemei's pretty face immediately showed a hint of coldness and said, "I didn't expect you to dare to chase here." The Fighting Wings instigator behind Mobas swept Gu Hei and others with a cold look and said, "You humans dared to trespass into my snake tribe's territory and hurt my snake tribe leader. Are you trying to provoke a war between the Gamma Empire and the snake tribe?" "Ha ha, I guess you are the leader of Mobas of the Black Snake tribe. I am Gu Hei of the Gamma Empire. I came here this time because I want to talk to Queen Medusa. I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen can show up to see me?" Gu smiled slightly and said softly, "Danwang Gu Hei, this name is well known, but you can't just meet Her Majesty whenever you want." Although Gu Hei, a master of alchemy, surprised them a little, Mobas didn't look very happy either, and said lightly, "I advise you to go back to where you came from. All the people from the 8 tribes are rushing here, otherwise you won't be able to leave whenever you want." In the huge rocks below, Bai Hao hid his figure and looked at the two parties confronting each other in the sky, without making any rash moves. Now he just had to wait for the people above to fight before he could get in. However, while waiting, Bai Hao found another expected figure. Xiao Yan. That guy was also hiding in this pile of boulders, and he was covered with a blanket that was very similar in color to the yellow sand, which made his figure hidden there and difficult to see with the naked eye. Bai Hao also used the Sharingan to see a clue and recognized that it was Xiao Yan, who didn't find him. Xiao Yan is here too. Even if we can sneak in later, we still have to fight him for the strange fire. Thinking quickly in his mind, Bai Hao already had a rough idea in his mind. In the air, the negotiations between the two sides did not make much substantive progress. Finally, Gu Hei let out a breath, and then the voice wrapped in fighting spirits sounded and spread throughout the city. "Queen Medusa, I am Gu Hei of the Gamma Empire. I am not here to offend the nobles, but I have something to discuss with you. I hope you can show up and see me." The shout spread, and soon the space above the city wall suddenly twisted slightly. Gu Hei and others hurriedly took a step back. Only Yunyun stayed where she was and did not retreat. In the twisted space, a graceful body slowly appeared in everyone's eyes, wearing a graceful purple brocade robe with a delicate body, permeated with a faint charm, and black hair casually scattered and hanging down. And under the robe there was a purple snake tail, swaying slightly, full of wildness. "Queen Medusa! That's Medusa! She's really as famous as her reputation." Seeing the enchanting figure in the air, even though he already knew how beautiful Medusa was, the stunning feeling when he saw it in person still made his heart tremble. With the appearance of Medusa, the atmosphere in the sky became more solemn. What followed was a conversation between Medusa and Gu Hei. As Bai Hao knew, Gu He and the others came here for the strange fire, but the strange fire fell into the hands of Medusa, so Gu He wanted to trade with her. However, Medusa did not agree to the conditions offered by Gu He, and the conversation between the two sides was not smooth. Although Gu He was unwilling to be rejected, he was also somewhat helpless. Just as he was about to leave, Yun Yun, who was covered in a black robe, stepped forward and spoke calmly. I have read in ancient books that if the queen of the snake people reaches the peak of Dohuang and obtains the strange fire, she will be able to enter the realm of Dozong naturally. And if I am not mistaken, you are not the original body now, but just a clone. You mean? Gu He looked a little confused. Yun Yun nodded slightly, stepped on the ground, and disappeared suddenly. The next moment, she appeared behind Queen Medusa, and her white palm hit her back like a breeze. The surging energy suddenly surged out and hit Queen Medusa's back heavily, but the latter made a bang and turned into a light purple smoke and dissipated in the air. It was indeed a clone. Let's fight! Almost at the same time as Yun Yun took action, Bai Hao was also ready immediately. Seeing that Queen Medusa's identity was broken, MOBAs on the city wall gave a cold command, and countless poisonous spears were thrown out. Facing the flying poisonous spears, Yun Yun waved her hand and a huge green tornado surged in front of her, swallowing all the poisonous spears. Go in. Queen Medusa should be at a critical moment now, extremely vulnerable. This is the only chance to grab the strange fire. After blocking all the poisonous spears, Yun Yun said to Gu He on the side. The latter nodded and immediately divided the work with the others to break into the city below. Teacher, can we go now? Seeing the chaos in the sky, Xiaoyan whispered to Yao Lao in his heart. Well, be careful. Seeing the right time, Xiaoyan quietly slipped in from outside the city wall, carefully avoiding the snake people he met on the way, and spread his purple cloud wings to fly quickly in the enemy air. Teacher, this place is so big. Where is the strange fire? Medusa is very cunning. I don't know what method she used to divide the suspicious breath into 4 parts and place them in the 4 corners of this city, but it's still a little short of hiding it from me. The strange fire is in the east. Under the guidance of Yao Lao, Xiaoyan flew quickly towards the east of the city. But what Xiaoyan didn't realize was that there was also a person following behind him, in the temple. With the help of Yao Lao to hide his breath, Xiaoyan quickly ran towards his destination until he encountered a lake full of poison blocking his way. This place is not simple. There is a barrier that restricts flight. I can only use the dumbest method. I will wrap you with the strange fire, and you swim over as soon as possible. Yao Lao said in a deep voice, Okay. Xiaoyan nodded, and then the dark white flames gradually swirled up, completely wrapping his body in it, and he plunged into the lake. Not long after Xiaoyan swam across the lake, another figure also came to the front of the lake. It was Bai Hao. At this time, a pair of pale blue wings of Douqi opened behind Bai Hao. He had already used the Dohuang experience card. I have used all the treasures I have kept in my bottom box. Whether it is the strange fire or the queen, I will never let Xiaoyan take it away. Bai Hao cursed in his heart and looked at the lake in front of him. There is an energy restriction on the lake that prohibits flying. It was set by Queen Medusa herself. Any flying object will be suppressed. However, Bai Hao has now transformed into a Dohuang. Although the energy restriction is strong, he can still fly over by force. Landing on the island, the temperature of the strange fire is already very obvious. Bai Hao walked all the way through the bamboo forest and walked along the path. A circular open area appeared in his eyes. In the bushes, Xiaoyan came here and saw the jumping green flame in the small pool. He couldn't help but feel dry mouth. At this time, Queen Medusa slowly formed a seal with her palm, and the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth quickly gathered, forming a huge vortex that rushed straight to the sky. At the same time, a dazzling purple light suddenly lit up on Queen Medusa's body. After the light, a purple giant snake that was more than 10 feet long was suspended. That was Queen Medusa's body. At this time, outside, looking at the terrifying energy column rising into the sky, everyone's faces were full of shock. The queen has begun to evolve. When the queen evolves successfully, none of you can escape. Looking at the terrifying energy column, Yume said with a grim face, but you should know that this kind of evolution has no rules and the success rate is extremely low. In fact, I also want to see the result after Queen Medusa's successful evolution. Yun Yun said softly. On the small island, in the air, Queen Medusa's body circled the Qinglian earth core fire several times and finally resolutely rushed into the strange fire and a shrill scream sounded in an instant. The flames wrapped around the huge snake body, and the hard scales peeled off piece by piece with blood. And Queen Medusa, who was wrapped in the strange fire, was also shrinking rapidly, a bit like a barbecue with the water evaporated. The shrill scream suddenly stopped, and the huge body of Queen Medusa was burnt to only 2 or 3 feet, a charred black, looking extremely horrible. Outside, hearing the scream suddenly stop and the gradual dissipation of the surrounding energy, Yunyun whispered, "Sure enough, it failed. Your Majesty." Although she was unwilling to accept this fact, many signs at this time had already proved that their queen had failed. Failed? Seeing the burnt giant snake on the island, Xiaoyan sighed lightly. It was really sad that the dignified Queen Medusa ended up like this. Don't sigh. Go and collect the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Use the Azure Lotus seat you got before to collect this strange fire. They are from the same lineage, and it is the safest way. Without the time to pay attention to the giant snake's body, Xiaoyan, under the urging of Yao, Lao, took out a Azure Lotus seat that looked like a work of art from his ring. Bring the Azure Lotus seat close to the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and the latter will automatically condense towards the center of the Lotus seat. Later, Bai Hao saw Xiaoyan's actions and became a little anxious. What's going on? I remember that in the original novel, Queen Medusa finally successfully evolved into a 7-colored swallowing python. Why is there no movement until now? He has not gone out, just waiting for Medusa to come out of the charred giant snake corpse. But now Xiaoyan has begun to collect the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and Queen Medusa still has no movement. Damn, is the queen dead? Damn it! I can't care so much, I have to take action. Seeing that Xiaoyan was about to collect the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Hao could not wait any longer. Success! With the Azure Lotus base, the collection of the strange fire was particularly smooth, and Xiaoyan could not help showing a touch of joy on his face. Leave quickly after you get it, and remember not to put the strange fire into the storage ring, otherwise everything inside will be burned to ashes. Yao Lao reminded. Okay. Nodding heavily, Xiaoyan turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared, and a palm directly snatched the Azure Lotus base in his hand. It was Bai Hao. Who is it? In the face of an emergency, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was snatched away by the other party. Xiaoyan did not say a word and directly pulled out the Xuanzhong ruler behind him. But the next moment, he saw that the other party was covered in a black robe, but a pair of blue fighting spirit wings were spread out behind him. It was obviously not the mysterious black-robed man outside. Another Do Huang? Let me do it! You can't snatch him! After seeing Bai Hao's cultivation, Yao Lao said in a deep voice and soon took over Xiaoyan's body. The white flame jumped in his palm, and a heavy voice that didn't match his appearance came out of his throat. Sir, I got this strange fire first. But now this strange fire is in my hands. With a slight smile, Bai Hao's Douqi wings fluttered behind him, and his figure broke through the barrier and flew out. Xiaoyan said nothing, and the purple cloud wings behind him suddenly fluttered, and he chased after him. Outside. The sudden appearance of 2 Do Huang auras shocked everyone. There are actually 2 Do Huangs? Guhei was surprised to see the 2 figures going away, when he suddenly saw the person in the front holding a ball of green flame in his hand. The strange fire is in their hands. Hearing this, Guhei and others immediately turned around and wanted to chase, but Yume immediately stopped them. Don't even think about it. Don't block the way. At this moment, Guhei could no longer remain calm, and his Do-Chi surged, trying to break through by force. But with Yume and Mobuz working together, even he couldn't break through in a short time. I'll go after the 2 Do Huangs. You guys find a way to retreat first. Yunyun on the side whispered. Seeing that she actually took the initiative to help chase, Guhei was a little confused, but now he could only ask Yunyun for help. Then I'll ask Master Yun. Yes? Nodding, Yunyun's Do-Chi wings fluttered behind her, and she flew quickly into the distance. Under the robe, Yunyun's beautiful face couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. The aura of one of the 2 Do Huangs seems a little familiar. In the desert, 2 figures rushed past, and the strong airwaves lifted up a large area of yellow sand. Good guy, you are really good at chasing. Seeing Xiaoyan chasing closely behind him, Bai Hao was also impressed. This guy? No, it should be said that these 2 guys are really determined to chase for so long. It seems that this Qinglian Earth Core Fire is not so easy to take away today. Bai Hao sighed in his heart. In fact, he is not the kind of person who likes to take away what others love, but he has to do the task issued by the system. If you want to blame someone, blame the system. It's all the system's fault. Seeing that Bai Hao's speed in front of him did not slow down at all, Xiaoyan's heart moved immediately, and a surging Douqi suddenly burst out from his body, and his speed suddenly increased. He came in front of Bai Hao at a weird speed in an instant, and the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand chopped down fiercely with fierce energy. A trace of surprise flashed through his mind, and Bai Hao's figure quickly paused. The wings of Douqi behind him fluttered, and he forcibly changed direction to avoid the attack. I don't know who you are, but I can't let you take this strange fire today. Looking at Bai Hao in a black robe, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed coldly. He knew very well how difficult it was to snatch a strange fire from a Douhuang, but he had no choice. In that case, let's try it. In fact, I have wanted to compete with you for a long time. Seeing that Xiaoyan would not give up, Bai Hao simply stopped running. I must get the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. A cold voice came out, and a touch of white flame emerged in Xiaoyan's palm. It was obviously a flame, but it gave people a cold feeling. Seeing the white flame, Bai Hao couldn't help but smack his lips. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. I want to see which one is stronger, your Bone Spirit Cold Fire or my Amaterasu. As he spoke, he slowly raised his eyes, and the hexagram pattern in his eyes exuded a charming pupil power. Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing Bai Hao's Manjiki Sharingan, Xiaoyan was also a little surprised. Is it a pupil technique? Although surprised, Xiaoyan did not retreat at all. He held the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand, and the wings of his fighting spirit shook, and he rushed towards Bai Hao, angrily. Seeing Xiaoyan rushing, Bai Hao immediately stepped back a few steps, and the ring on his right hand flashed a cold light, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Wind Extreme Meteoric Killing. While shouting, the long sword in Bai Hao's hand trembled, and the fighting spirit in his body gushed out crazily. With the long sword pointing, it turned into a few tiny rays of light and shot towards Xiaoyan. Facing Xiaoyan, who was possessed by Yao Lao, Bai Hao did not dare to be careless. He used a powerful fighting skill as soon as he made a move. Looking at the violent sword energy, Xiaoyan's pupils shrank slightly, and then the dark white flames wrapped around the Xuanzhong ruler. A large amount of fighting energy immediately surged onto the Xuanzhong ruler, and he hit the sword energy fiercely. Flame-splitting, wave-devouring ruler. Boom! The moment the sword energy collided with the Xuanzhong ruler, the huge energy aftermath immediately spread to the surroundings, raising yellow sand all over the sky. Both parties were forced to retreat a long distance. After feeling the power of the other party's fighting skills, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his hand, and the dark white flames immediately turned into a raging fire wave, rolling towards Bai Hao. Bone Spirit Cold Fire, just in time! Looking at the flames surging like waves, Bai Hao's left eye kaleidoscope suddenly condensed. Amaterasu, a cluster of black flames, appeared without warning in the surging fire wave, and then began to burn slowly, forming a sharp contrast with the white Bone Spirit Cold Fire. But the momentum of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire was obviously more violent. Even though Amaterasu had begun to eat away at it, it still rushed towards Bai Hao. Bai Hao did not hesitate to activate the pupil technique of the right eye kaleidoscope again. Kagutsuchi, the flame of Amaterasu, which was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly grew a little stronger, turned into a raging black flame, wrapping the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, and the two sides were evenly matched. But this was only a short-term tie. Amaterasu's stamina was even stronger, gradually eating away at the Bone Spirit Cold Fire until it was completely devoured. Seeing that the flame of Amaterasu had such amazing power, Xiaoyan was also amazed. Is that black flame also a strange fire? It can actually devour the Bone Spirit Cold Fire? But Yao Lao had never seen this kind of strange fire before. Could it be a new strange fire? Who? Bai Hao used two pupil techniques in a row, and he also consumed a lot of Douqi. Damn it, using Amaterasu is really painful. It didn't hurt this much before. At this time, the third Douhuang aura appeared not far away. Yun caught up. I can't let Sister Yun catch up here. I have to run away quickly. Thinking quickly in his heart, Bai Hao put the sword in his hand back into the ring. Seeing this, Xiaoyan knew that he wanted to leave, and the flames on his body became stronger. Don't think about running. I want to leave. You can't stop me. Looking at Xiaoyan, Bai Hao bit his finger fiercely and pressed down in the void with one palm. Spiritual art. Bang! A huge cloud of smoke appeared, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping out in all directions. And a huge monster appeared in the desert, the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. As Bai Hao's trump card, he had never used the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King to summon spirits before. This was the first time today. Amethyst Winged Lion King? Seeing the familiar giant in front of him, Xiaoyan's face was also shocked. Isn't this the Amethyst Winged Lion King in the magical Beast Mountain range? How could it appear here? And it was summoned by that person? At this time, not to mention Xiaoyan himself, even Yao Lao had never seen such a situation before. It was unheard of for humans to summon magic beasts, and it was a dignified 6th-level Amethyst Winged Lion King. Lion King, stop this person. Bai Hao didn't want to get too entangled with Xiaoyan here. After giving the order to the Amethyst Winged Lion King, he rushed in another direction. Don't try to run! Seeing that Bai Hao was about to leave, Xiaoyan hurriedly wanted to catch up, but the Amethyst Winged Lion King blocked him. The strength of the 6th-level magic beast also made him unable to ignore it. Damn it! After receiving Bai Hao's order, the Amethyst Winged Lion King launched a fierce attack on Xiaoyan without hesitation, and Bai Hao quickly moved away from here. Isn't that the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King? How could it appear here? Seeing the familiar giant not far away, Yunyun also felt a little curious. This is not the Warcraft Mountain range, and the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King does not live here. Could it be, recalling what happened in the Warcraft Mountain range? Yunyun gradually had an amazing thought in her mind. Could it be that little guy? Looking at the figure rushing away on the other side, Yunyun looked at Xiaoyan, who was entangled by the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. He did not pay too much attention to it, but rushed in the direction of the number. Sister Yun really caught up. Seeing the figure chasing after him, Bai Hao was speechless. It's just a strange fire, and Yunyun didn't want to use it herself, so why was she chasing so closely? Because he had consumed a lot of fighting spirit in the battle with Xiaoyan just now, Bai Hao's speed was not that fast at this time, and the gap between the two was shrinking rapidly. It's difficult. The Purple Crystal Winged Lion King's spiritualism has an hour of cooldown. We can't use it to stop Sister Yun. The spiritual beasts in the system have a cooldown. Each spiritual beast needs an hour of cooldown. Except for the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King, the other spiritual beasts can't stop Yunyun. Just when Bai Hao was distracted, Yunyun had already caught up with him within 500 meters. Seeing that Bai Hao had no intention of stopping, she had no choice but to take action. Wind Mysterious Wall. With a faint shout, the space in front of Bai Hao suddenly twisted, and a solid wind wall composed entirely of strong winds suddenly formed, blocking Bai Hao in front of him. Huge wind blades can be seen on the wind wall, emitting sharp edges. Damn, this is the rhythm of a real fight. Seeing the wind wall in front of him, Bai Hao hurriedly stopped. Hand over the strange fire. You know, it's not a wise choice to offend a 6th-grade alchemist. After forcing Bai Hao to stop, Yunyun also came in front of him, with a slight wheeze in her light voice. Obviously, the attack just now consumed a lot of energy for her. It was Gu Hei who needed the strange fire, so why did you risk your life for Gu Hei? Seeing that he couldn't escape, Bai Hao's tone was quite helpless. At this time, both of them were shrouded in black robes, and they couldn't see each other's faces. Yunyun didn't know Bai Hao's background, but Bai Hao knew her background. But Yunyun helped Gu Hei so much, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Your Excellency's implication is that you don't plan to hand over the strange fire? Yunyun's voice became a little colder, and her jade hand clenched a strange green long sword. It seems that today can't be settled peacefully. Bai Hao sighed helplessly in his heart. In this situation, he couldn't reveal his true face to Yunyun, otherwise it would be difficult to explain, and it would be difficult for her to decide whether to give the strange fire to Bai Hao or Gu Hei. Bai Hao didn't want to make things difficult for Yunyun. Then let's give it a try. Bai Hao raised his head. Under his black robe, a pair of 6-pointed star-shaped Mangeki Sharingan exuded a bewitching pupil power. Seeing these familiar eyes, Yunyun paused in her heart. These eyes have a sense of familiarity. However, this was also the first time she had seen the pattern of those eyes. Although she was confused, Yunyun still took action. She swung her sword lightly and slashed out several powerful wind blades that shot towards Bai Hao. Seeing these powerful wind blades, Bai Hao complained in his heart, "They are really serious." Feeling helpless, Bai Hao did not dare to slow down his actions at all. His figure quickly fell from the air to the desert below. But the wind blades followed closely and hit the desert heavily. With a huge roar, the yellow sand was raised all over the sky. Yunyun was in the air, looking at the yellow sand below. There was no movement for a long time. She suddenly frowned and immediately leaned down to fly down. With a wave of her white hand, a gust of wind blew away the surrounding sand. But suddenly, Bai Hao rushed out from the yellow sand beside him and grabbed Yunyun's wrist with one hand. Slightly startled, Yun turned around without hesitation and slapped Bai Hao with the other hand without hesitation. But at the moment she turned around, Bai Hao was almost in front of her. Under the black robe, the Mangeki Sharingan exuded a bewitching pupil power. Illusion! At the moment when the two looked at each other, Bai Hao launched an illusion. Yun was shocked, but the next moment a strong fatigue came over her, almost making her lose all her strength, and her body softened and fell down. Bai Hao took this opportunity to quickly step back a few steps and slap the ground with his right hand. Uchiha Fire Formation. A fiery red square barrier immediately rose up, trapping Yun inside. Just stay inside for a while and don't get in the way. After doing all this, Bai Hao rushed in another direction at full speed, leaving Yun here. He had just used a simple illusion, which would only make Yun a little weak for a short time, but she would recover in a short time, and the fire array would naturally not be able to stop her. But by that time, Bai Hao would have already escaped. What a cunning little guy. Seeing Bai Hao's fast leaning back, Yun's pretty face under the black robe was a little unwilling, but she could only do nothing. Seeing that Yun did not chase him, Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He did not return to Shimo City immediately. After all, holding a ball of strange fire in his hand was too conspicuous. Once he entered Shimo City, it would definitely attract more people's attention. Finally, he found a hidden sand dune nearby and stopped. Looking at the blue lotus seat in his hand, the blue lotus earth core fire inside was beating gently. System, I have already obtained the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Why haven't I completed the mission yet? Bai Hao couldn't help but ask when he heard the system's silence. This was one of the reasons why he couldn't hand over the strange fire. The system's mission hadn't been completed yet, and Yun must not be allowed to take the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire back. As if hearing Bai Hao's voice, the system made a sound at this time. Mission completed. Seize the strange fire. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rasengan series of ninjutsu. Fire control technique. Fire control technique. You can freely control flames. After practicing to the extreme, you can even control the strange fire at will. Then the system was very considerate and called out the system panel of the fire control technique. Current level of fire control technique, 1. Upper limit 50. Experience required for the next level, 50. No, the fire controlling technique also requires experience points to upgrade? Seeing this, Bai Hao couldn't help but complain. What's wrong with your system? Other people's system rewards are all maxed out, but why do you need experience points for this and that? Do you think I'm a baby who specializes in gaining experience points? He finally got the strange fire, but this is the reward? If the host doesn't like it, you can give it up. Facing Bai Hao's words, the system just responded with cold words. But with such a simple sentence, Bai Hao immediately admitted his weakness. Don't, I just said that casually just now. You are generous and don't mind it. Fortunately, there was no follow-up sound from the system. Relieved, Bai Hao looked at the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire in front of him, slowly hooked his fingers, and the fire controlling technique was automatically used. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire slowly flew out from the Azure Lotus seat without any resistance and slowly merged into Bai Hao's body. Although Bai Hao's fire control technique was only at level 1, this Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was unexpectedly docile, and it should be that the system had been adjusted, so the entire process of absorbing the strange fire was unusually smooth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strange fire, Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Alchemy Skill 1. Alchemy experience increased by 10,000. Alchemy success rate 10%. Congratulations to the host for improving his cultivation and reaching the 3-star Grand Master. A series of system voices sounded, announcing Bai Hao's success in absorbing the strange fire. That's it. Done? I don't feel anything. Bai Hao was stunned for a long time. He originally thought that even with the help of the system, absorbing the strange fire would be a rather difficult task, and he was even prepared to endure the pain, but in the end he didn't feel anything. Just like that, he had only taken off his pants halfway, and then he was told that it was done? This is too fast. However, there was indeed a ball of fire in Bai Hao's body lying docilely in his body, and he could feel that his body had become stronger and more energetic. Other than that, he didn't feel anything, but the lack of pain was a good thing. Anyway, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire had been absorbed by him, so who cares? Where should I go next? Bai Hao looked at his Dohong experience card. There were still 11 hours left before the end, so he couldn't just waste it. He suddenly remembered that in the Medusa temple, he saw that Medusa's evolution failed, and there was no colorful swallowing python like in the original book. Bai Hao didn't believe that the dignified Queen Medusa died like this. It's impossible. While the experience card has not expired yet, I'd better go back and take a look. After thinking it over again and again, Bai Hao decided to go back. He didn't believe that Queen Medusa fell like this. The wings of fighting spirit behind him fluttered, and Bai Hao turned back and walked towards the Medusa temple. On the way, he also bypassed the place where he had fought with Yun Yun before, and found that Yun Yun was no longer there, so he breathed a sigh of relief and flew quickly into the depths of the desert. Deep in the desert, the temple, which was originally solemn and heavily guarded, was now in ruins, with collapsed walls, collapsed doors, and a bunch of snake people lying on the ground. When Bai Hao arrived here, Yume, Mobaz, and the others were not there. They must have gone to hunt down Gu Hei and the others. At this time, only some surviving snakemen were left in the city wall to clean up the mess. This was exactly what he wanted. He didn't have to hide everywhere, and he sneaked in almost without any obstacles along the way. Bai Hao could walk the road he had already walked once with his eyes closed. He walked all the way without any obstacles. Soon he came to the poison pool and forced himself to fly to the island. He slowed down and walked into the island. Before passing through the bamboo forest, Bai Hao suddenly heard a subtle sound of water. The sound of water splashing made Bai Hao's nerves tense up suddenly. He quickly suppressed his breath to the lowest level, slowed down his pace, and carefully explored forward. Walking slowly through the bamboo forest, Bai Hao saw that in a pool of water in front of him, there was a wonderful figure. When he looked over, Bai Hao saw the person's face clearly at first glance. A pair of narrow and long lavender eyes, charming by nature, matched with the beautiful facial features, which can almost suck every man's soul in. It was Queen Medusa. She is not dead. After seeing that it was Medusa, Bai Hao's breathing tightened. He saw the charred giant snake corpse next to him, which had now shrunk by more than half, and there was an obvious crack in its abdomen. Obviously, Medusa successfully evolved and got out from inside. I remember that it should be the 7-colored sky-swallowing python that appeared at this time. Why is it Queen Medusa? Could it be that she has evolved perfectly and successfully entered the Dozong realm? Thinking that Medusa might have completely evolved into a Dozong, Bai Hao's heart was lifted up. He was even thinking about whether to run away. However, Medusa did not seem to notice him at this time. She was still sitting in the pool, gently scooping water with her jade hands and pouring it on her snow-white body. Just the exposed back alone could make people's nose bleed. Since we haven't been discovered, we shouldn't have to run so fast. Although he was hesitant in his heart, Bai Hao's body was indeed very honest. His eyes were fixed on Queen Medusa in the pool, as if attracted by a magnet. Although this is very dangerous, but men must have the courage to fight danger. In the pool, Medusa poured water on herself, then slowly stood up, and her body perfectly emerged from the pool. Bai Hao's nosebleed almost spurted out. What he saw in front of him was something that could not be written down and could only be enjoyed by him alone. It's a pity for the audience. But soon, Bai Hao looked down and saw that Medusa was no longer a snake tail, but a pair of complete legs, just like humans. She has successfully evolved. Just as Bai Hao was admiring the scenery in front of him, Medusa suddenly looked over here. Bai Hao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt as if he had been discovered. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, run! Run quickly! But just as he turned around and took a step, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. It was Medusa. At this time, Medusa had an extra purple gauze dress draped over her delicate body, but it not only did not work, but also made people bleed from the nose. Of course, in this situation, Bai Hao had no intention of appreciating it, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps to distance himself. Just now, did you enjoy watching? Medusa's beautiful face was covered with a touching smile, but that smile contained a chilling breath. Hello, Queen. I said that I was just passing by. Do you believe it? Bai Hao laughed dryly. Although he is now a Douqi, the graceful and noble aura on Medusa's body made him feel a sudden increase in pressure. What do you think? A glimmer of seduction flashed across her beautiful eyes. Medusa looked at Bai Hao and waved her jade hand gently. A gust of wind blew away the hood on Bai Hao's head. When she looked at that handsome face, even she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Such a young Douqi. If I keep you, I'm afraid it will be a big threat to my snake people. Moreover, I feel the breath of strange fire from you. You took my strange fire, right? Gurgle. Bai Hao swallowed hard and began to regret why he came back. Isn't this courting death? I said that I saw this strange fire on the ground when I passed by just now, and I took it, by the way. Do you believe it? Bai Hao laughed dryly. What do you think? A touch of coldness flashed across her narrow eyes. Medusa suddenly took action, and her jade hand stabbed towards Bai Hao's neck like lightning. But at this moment, a dazzling purple light shone from Medusa. Medusa suddenly made a move. Her jade hand went towards Bai Hao's throat like lightning. The speed of a Dozong strongman was not something Bai Hao could react to. At this moment, Bai Hao himself thought that he was going to fall this time. He could already feel the sharp Douqi about to cut his throat like a blade. But at this moment, a strong purple light suddenly shone from Medusa. The next moment, Medusa turned into a colorful little snake and hit Bai Hao's face directly. Oh my. Being slapped in the face, Bai Hao quickly stepped back, covering his painful face and looking at the colorful little snake on the ground. The colorful little snake was small and not fierce, and even looked a little cute. It shook its little tail and looked naive and respectful. It didn't look like the arrogant Medusa could show. But one thing was the same. This little snake also contained a power that even Do Huang would be afraid of. It seems that the queen has not really evolved perfectly. Bai Hao looked at the little snake in front of him. The little snake was also looking at him, with doubts in its small eyes, as if it was sizing up Bai Hao. After a while, the little snake seemed to sense something and slowly moved towards Bai Hao, rubbing its little head gently at Bai Hao's feet. So cute! Who can resist such a temptation? Bai Hao couldn't resist it anyway. But I don't have anything for you to eat. Bai Hao was a little helpless. Whether it was the companion purple crystal source or the blue lotus seeds, he didn't have any. Other things would definitely not enter the eyes of this little guy. But the little snake kept rubbing in front of Bai Hao, and from time to time, it raised its little head to look at Bai Hao. Seeing it like this, Bai Hao hesitated for a moment, then remembered that he had one last thing on him, and took out the blue lotus seed from the ring. You don't want this thing, do you? As a treasure that once grew with the blue lotus core fire, this blue lotus seed also contains extremely pure energy. When the little snake saw the green lotus seed in Bai Hao's hand, a burst of light immediately appeared in its eyes. It jumped up and jumped directly into the green lotus seed. Hey, you don't want to eat this thing, do you? Bai Hao had just asked when the little snake opened its mouth and bit the green lotus seed. It actually bit off a small piece, leaving a small gap on the green lotus seed. Bai Hao was stunned. Oh my god, you little guy have good teeth. The colorful little snake bit off a small piece of the lotus seed containing pure energy and swallowed it directly, and its stomach was also flashing. With excitement in its eyes, it immediately lowered its head and bit another piece. Hey, can you eat so much? Seeing that the little snake was about to bite the whole green lotus seed, Bai Hao quickly picked it up and put the green lotus seed back. But this time the little snake seemed to be full and fell asleep in Bai Hao's hand. 7-colored sky-swallowing python. I wonder if I can sign this guy as a spiritual beast. If I can, the reward will be very rich. Looking at the little snake lying in his palm, Bai Hao couldn't help but have a crazy idea in his heart. And he has been thinking, snake people, is it considered a snake or a human? After hesitating for a while, Bai Hao finally gave up this idea for the time being. If he failed to sign the 7-colored sky-swallowing python as a spiritual beast, but angered it, the consequences would be troublesome. Let's leave this place of trouble first. Putting the little snake in his arms, Bai Hao turned around and went back the same way. Just as he climbed over the wall and was about to leave, he was suddenly surrounded by 5 figures, including the 2 leaders Yue Mei and Mobaz he knew. There is no doubt that these are the 5 tribal leaders of the snake people. Okay, I didn't expect there is still a human left here. If I can't keep Gu Hei and others, I will use you as a scapegoat. After seeing that Bai Hao was a human, these snake people leaders were angry because they couldn't keep Gu Hei and others who broke in earlier. Now that they saw that there was actually a human hiding here, how could they bear it? Yue Mei took the lead and waved her hand, and a dark green Douqi stream shot out towards Bai Hao. Looking at the Douqi stream coming, Bai Hao waved his hand casually, and a blue flame shot out, burning it directly, and said, "If you have something to say, please talk it over. Why are you using your hands and feet?" Another Do Huang, feeling the aura revealed when Bai Hao took action, the faces of the 5 snake leaders were also slightly surprised. Together! After looking at each other, the 5 Do Huang level snake leaders took action together. Seeing this, Bai Hao did not dare to slack off. There was a loud bang under his feet, and his figure appeared directly on the city wall more than 10 feet away. At the same time, the Douqi wings behind him fluttered, and he quickly flew away. Facing 5 Douwangs in the territory of the Snake People, even if Bai Hao was now a Douwang, he did not dare to take it lightly. Want to run? Chase! The 5 snake leaders also spread their wings of fighting spirit and chased after him. The two sides chased for only a few thousand meters. Seeing that Bai Hao's speed was getting faster and faster, one of the snake leaders, an old man in a gray robe, took action decisively. He shouted and waved his hand to shoot out a strong fighting spirit into the desert below. The next moment, in front of Bai Hao, a huge poisonous snake condensed in the yellow sand, opened its ferocious mouth and pounced on Bai Hao. Frowning, Bai Hao paused and quickly formed seals with his hands, wind-style, wind-cutting technique. Several huge wind blades condensed in front of him, forming a wind wall to strangle the poisonous snake and directly crushed it with a bang. Temporarily becoming a Douwang, the power of ninjutsu has also increased a lot. But when he took action, the 5 snake leaders had already caught up and surrounded him. Despicable human, you actually attacked our snake people again and again. Do you really think that there is no one in our tribe? One of the 5 people, a gray-robed old man, said with a sinister look. He is a respected elder of the snake people, named Yin Shi, an 8-star Douwang. Bai Hao glanced at him and said with a strange look, "In fact, I have always wanted to ask, are you snake people also considered human?" He asked sincerely. "You." Hearing his words, Yin Shi was furious. "Don't think that you, a Douwang, can do whatever you want. It's not that easy to deal with our 5 Douwangs." A middle-aged snake man in a green robe shouted violently. The leader of the flame snake, Yan Shi, who was shrouded in red Douqi, shouted, "Why waste words with him? Just attack directly." Yan Shi took the lead, and the fiery red Douqi rose violently on his body. Like a fireman, he rushed towards Bai Hao angrily. "Then let's try." Bai Hao looked solemn, and his Manjiki Sharingan slowly condensed. Yan Shi took the lead, his body wrapped in vigorous flames and fighting spirit, and he simply condensed the fighting spirit on his fists and rushed towards Bai Hao. His fighting style has always been head-on. No matter who he is, he will rush up and fight first. However, now Yan Shi is facing Bai Hao in the Douwang state. Want a head-on fight? Seeing that Yan Shi actually rushed directly at him, Bai Hao raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and a ball of lightning suddenly appeared on the palm of his right hand, accompanied by a sharp bird cry. Chidori! Since Yan Shi wanted to fight head-on, Bai Hao would do as he wished, holding Chidori in his hand, and fiercely collided with Yan Shi's fist wrapped in strong fighting spirit. Bang! In just a moment, the difference in strength was immediately revealed. Yan Shi was directly knocked back, his fist hurt, and he was almost broken. But it was not over yet. This time it was Bai Hao's turn to take action. He stepped on the sole of his foot, his body shot out, the lightning in his palm did not weaken. It turned into a flash of electric light that shuttled through at an extremely fast speed. The first to bear the brunt of the green-robed middle-aged snake man, Bai Hao came in front of him almost instantly, and the Chidori in his hand stabbed out, brushing against his waist. Like a sharp sword blade, the solid snake scales on the snake man's body were almost pierced directly. Swish! A cut immediately appeared on the waist of the green-robed snake man, and blood immediately flowed out. The next moment, Mobas rushed over from the side and tried to stop Bai Hao. But before he arrived, Bai Hao's figure flashed again and disappeared from the spot, appearing behind Yuemei. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Almost at the same time, Yuemei reacted immediately. The snake tail under her body swung rapidly, and her body immediately retreated dozens of feet like a catapult. At the same time, the tail bounced on the ground, and a huge sand blade shot out with a violent storm, slashing towards Bai Hao fiercely. At the same time, the other 4 people also launched fighting skills, and dazzling fighting skills shot towards Bai Hao from all directions, blocking all his retreat routes. Want to seal me? It's not that easy. Looking at the fighting skills attacks coming from all directions, Bai Hao quickly formed seals with his hands. Water escape, water array wall. A large amount of water spit out from his mouth and surrounded his feet, surging in all directions with Bai Hao as the center, rolling up in the desert like a raging sea wave. The 5 people's fighting skills hit the waves, stirring up huge waves and roaring sounds, but in the end, they still failed to break through Bai Hao's defense. This guy actually used such a powerful, water-based fighting skill in this desert. Seeing that Bai Hao actually used water escape in such a place, Several people were a little surprised. "Be careful, Mobuz is going to your place," Yin Shi suddenly shouted. At the same time, Bai Hao's figure quickly appeared in front of Mobuz, and at this time he seemed to have a long sword in his hand, with a cold light flashing on the blade, and the sword light was bright, and the sharp sword energy was directly approaching Mobuz's face. Facing Bai Hao's sudden strong attack, Mobuz was almost suppressed, but in just a dozen seconds he had several small wounds on his body, and blood slowly flowed out. "Don't fight him head-on. Form the 5 snakes poison-killing formation." Looking at Mobuz being forced into this by Bai Hao, Yin Shi hurriedly shouted. He took the lead in quickly forming a series of dazzling seals with both hands, and at the same time, the other 4 people also quickly retreated, forming the same seals with both hands. They had practiced this kind of seal countless times, and the whole process was smooth and fast. At the moment when they completed the seal, a circle of faint, dim light energy shield wrapped them tightly in it. Is this the fusion fighting skill of the snake people? Looking at their fighting skills that no one launched together, Bai Hao narrowed his eyes. 5 snakes poison-killing formation, start! With a low shout from Yin Shi, 5 huge energy pillars shot out from their palms, intertwined in the air, and condensed into a huge energy pillar. After the energy pillar appeared, the surrounding sand danced wildly, filled with a violent aura, and then the huge energy pillar began to surge, transforming into a giant energy snake more than 10 feet long. At the moment this huge energy snake was formed, a terrifying aura spread, causing the surrounding strong winds to suddenly stop. "Kill!" After the energy snake paused in the air for a moment, with a loud shout from Yin Shi, the 5 people moved their minds together, and the huge energy snake opened its ferocious mouth and pounced towards Bai Hao at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The huge energy snake hit Bai Hao right in the mouth, and immediately stirred up countless yellow sands with a huge momentum. Seeing that this attack successfully hit Bai Hao, Yin and others showed a hint of joy on their faces. But soon, they noticed something was wrong. Their thoughts were connected with the energy snake, and a strange feeling came back, making them confused. At this time, Bai Hao's indifferent voice sounded, "Is this the famous fusion fighting skill of the snake people? It's nothing more than that." As the voice rang out, an unprecedented powerful energy exploded, shocking the energy snake back. Bai Hao stood in the diffuse wind and sand, and the fighting spirit around him surged out, gradually condensing into a solid entity. Purple energy skeletons wrapped around his whole body, and then the skeleton gradually grew stronger, and bones of the arms and head appeared. Then energy lines were wrapped around the skeleton, forming flesh and blood, and finally condensed into a humanoid energy body of an ancient war god, Susanoo. What is that? Looking at the huge Susanoo, the terrifying aura it exuded made Yanxi and others feel terrified. They had seen armor that covered the body with fighting spirit as a protective body, but they had never seen such a huge amount of energy condensed into a solid body. It was as if the one in front of them at this moment was a war god from ancient times. The third power entrusted in the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo, it turns out to be this feeling. Silently feeling the power of Susanoo, Bai Hao moved his mind, and a huge energy bow of 10 feet appeared in Susanoo's hand, while his other hand held an arrow. Pulling the bow, nodding the arrow, aiming at the huge energy snake in the sky, and shooting an arrow. Whoosh! The huge arrow flew through the air at such a high speed that it left a series of sonic booms in the air. One arrow hit the head of the energy snake and pierced it directly. The energy snake let out a shrill scream after being pierced by the arrow. Its huge body trembled in the air and dissipated directly. Ahem! The energy snake was connected to the 5 snakemen. When the energy snake was destroyed, they also suffered a lot of backlash and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Second arrow. The second arrow of Susanoo was aimed directly at the 5 people. Retreat! Yin Shi made a prompt decision and shouted in a low voice. As soon as the arrow of Susanoo was shot, the 5 people formed seals with their hands like lightning. Boom! When the arrows hit them, the bodies of the 5 people exploded at the same time, turning into countless small snakes rushing around like a flood at an extremely fast speed. In the desert, these snakemen are really troublesome. Looking at the retreating people, Bai Hao murmured in a low voice and did not pursue them because his time was almost up. "I'm going to withdraw too." After dispersing Susanoo, Bai Hao quickly flew towards the city outside the desert, Stone Desert City. At the moment when the Dohuang experience time ended, Bai Hao successfully flew back from the depths of the desert. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw the outline of the city in front of him. This time, the harvest is not bad, I'm satisfied. Adjusting his breathing, Bai Hao took off his black robe, shook off the sand on his body, and walked towards Stone Desert City. He got the strange fire and Queen Medusa, and this trip was considered a complete success. Entering Stone Desert City, feeling the familiar flow of people, Bai Hao, who had been in the desert for more than half a month, couldn't help but take a deep breath, wishing to absorb the surrounding aura. It has to be said that humans are a kind of social creatures. It is really difficult for him to stay in the desert for so long alone and be careful everywhere. The bustling city is still suitable for me. After feeling the nostalgic atmosphere around him, Bai Hao immediately found a restaurant, ate and drank, and took a good bath to wash away the dust on his body. He became a completely different person, full of blood. After taking a bath, I am completely different. Bai Hao rented a room in the restaurant and fiddled with the Qinglian earth core fire in his body. It is said that strange fire has great benefits for alchemy. Let's try it first. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, Bai Hao spread out his palms, and a small cluster of green flames appeared in his palms, gently beating. This cluster of flames in his palms was like a docile sheep, allowing Bai Hao to control it at will, whether it was big or small. Especially with the blessing of the fire control technique, Bai Hao felt that this cluster of flames seemed to have become a part of his body, and he could control it at will. However, when Bai Hao tried to make the flame in his palm more vigorous, the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire in his palm suddenly jumped uncontrollably, and it was possible to explode at any time. Bai Hao was so scared that he quickly gathered his fighting spirit and controlled the flame. I can't control such a large flame. Sure enough, while the system allows me to absorb it easily, it won't let me control the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire so easily. Bai Hao silently complained in his heart, and he understood. Although he has absorbed the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire now, he can't control it freely. I'm afraid that only by raising the fire control technique to a certain level can he better control the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. What a thief! However, although he can't completely control the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire based on the basic level that Bai Hao has mastered, it should be good for refining pills. He did it right away. Bai Hao flipped over and got out of bed, took out a two-mouthed tripod from the ring, and also took out several medicinal materials for Shenggu Dan. I want to see how much this strange fire can improve me. Bai Hao has refined this bone-growing pill countless times, and he can even refine it with his eyes closed. In order to test the effectiveness of the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire, Bai Hao directly threw several medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron, put his palm on the fire mouth, and the blue flames popped and burned, enveloping all the medicinal materials. At the moment when the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire enveloped the medicinal materials, they turned into powder visibly with the naked eye, and then began to condense rapidly, and finally condensed into a white pill. The whole process was almost done in one go, and the speed was almost twice as fast as Bai Hao's previous refining. Bai Hao was stunned. Although he is now a third-grade alchemist, refining a second-grade bone-growing pill is easy, but the speed is too fast. The strange fire has contributed to it. It is worthy of being a strange fire, I love it. Bai Hao couldn't help licking his lips. Ding! Alchemy experience 100. Ding! Fire control experience plus 100. Fire control skill successfully upgraded to level 3. The system sounded twice in succession. Is fire control skill already at level 3? That's pretty fast. Bai Hao was delighted and hurriedly continued to refine the elixir. The medicinal materials flew in his hands, and just after he threw them into the medicine cauldron, they turned into a round elixir and came out of the furnace. Ding! Alchemy experience plus 100. This time I can only add the alchemy experience, but there is no prompt for fire control experience. Huh? Why is there no prompt for the increase in fire control experience? System, what's going on? Refine the same elixir, the operation is the same, and the degree of fire control is the same, so there is no experience. Refine the same elixir and you don't get experience? Then how can alchemy skills be given? The system did not answer. Bai Hao was speechless. This is not to let me gain experience. After complaining a few words in his heart, Bai Hao could only take out the medicinal materials that can be used to refine other elixirs from the ring, and continue to refine the elixir. However, the medicinal materials he had on him were so scarce that there were almost no medicinal materials that could be used to refine a complete pill. In the end, Bai Hao only found about 3 sets of medicinal materials and refined 3 different second-grade pills and upgraded his fire control technique to level 4. After the fire control technique was upgraded to level 4, Bai Hao's control over the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire was much stronger. From the beginning, when he only had a cluster of flames, he could now control a small cluster of flames, and the results were remarkable. It seems that I have to buy some medicinal materials and brush up my experience. Bai Hao was in high spirits now. He stood up and was about to leave. As soon as he opened the door, he almost bumped into a figure standing outside the door. He hurriedly stopped and stuttered when he saw the beautiful face of the person in front of him. Yun, Sister Yun? That's right. The person who appeared in front of the room at this time was Yun Yun. Bai Hao was completely dumbfounded. How could Yun Yun appear here? How could she appear here? She shouldn't be here? Shouldn't she have gone back to Yunlan's sect with Gu Hei and the others by now? Why, you won't let me in? A hint of anger flashed across Yun Yun's pretty face as she looked at Bai Hao. No, that, Sister Yun, please come in. Bai Hao turned around blankly and made way for Yun Yun to go in. When she walked into the room, Yun Yun's nose moved slightly, and she immediately smelled the strong aroma of medicine in the room. Were you refining pills just now? No, I'm not a pharmacist. How could I be refining pills? I've just been taking pills recently. I told you, Sister Yun, before, right? Bai Hao's heart about to jump into his throat, but on the surface he pretended to know nothing. He bet Yun Yun had just arrived? And Bai Hao had closed the door just now. Yun Yun should not be able to see him refining pills. Really? Yun Yun walked over step by step. Bai Hao stepped back step by step, and finally he couldn't stand steadily and retreated to the bed and fell down. Then let me ask you, how did you end up here? Yun Yun's eyes were fixed on Bai Hao, making him dare not breathe and swallow hard. Well, Sister Yun, listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. Tell me, why did you end up here? Yun Yun sat on a chair nearby, her slender and well-proportioned long legs raised, gently shaking, dazzling. Bai Hao's attention was also attracted, but he soon woke up in his heart and cursed himself. Damn! Now is not the time to look at legs. Yun Yun just sat there with her legs crossed. There was no expression on her beautiful face. It was unclear whether she was happy or angry. Bai Hao did not dare to guess and thought of an excuse quickly in his mind. He knew that he could not fool around today. Yun Yun would not give up unless he gave a reasonable explanation. But what should he say? What was the reason? Say that he was actually here to relax? Bullshit. Who would come all the way from Yunlan's sect to take a walk here? What should he do? Bai Hao thought quickly in his mind, but he couldn't think of a suitable reason. In this case, he couldn't find any reasonable reason at all. How did you get here? Seeing that Bai Hao was slow to speak, Yun Yun spoke lightly, and her calm voice might contain anger that could erupt at any time. I came from the imperial capital on a thick-winged bird. Bai Hao answered truthfully. This was the only question he could answer now. Have you entered the Tagore Desert and went to the territory of the snake people deep in the desert? Yun Yun asked again. This is a very fatal question. Once it is said, his identity may be exposed. I am just a great fighting master. How dare I break into the territory of the snake people alone? Bai Hao said weakly. He thought he didn't reveal any flaws when fighting with Yun Yun. He used an illusion and a barrier, and even used the Sharingan with a kaleidoscope, all of which were used for the first time. Yun Yun must have never seen it. She couldn't have recognized Bai Hao based on that short fight. Yes, she shouldn't know. She definitely can't recognize it. As long as he refused to let go, Yun Yun would have no way to make him admit it. Sister Yun, why are you here? Bai Hao suddenly asked weakly, looking at Yun Yun cautiously. Yun Yun glared at him fiercely and said, Is it your turn to ask me now? I haven't asked you why you are here yet. She was so angry that she wanted to grab Bai Hao's ears and yell in front of him. But because of her image, she didn't do it in the end. Seeing Yun Yun like this, Bai Hao suddenly felt that Yun Yun should still be willing to believe him, so he said, Okay, I'm not afraid of you scolding me, Sister Yun. In fact, I heard that the snake slaves in the Tagore Desert are very charming, so I wanted to come and see them. I didn't expect to meet you, Sister Yun, here. He even didn't hesitate to destroy his own image. It was really a sin. As expected, after hearing Bai Hao's words, Yun Yun suddenly opened her eyes wide, looked at Bai Hao in disbelief, and then angrily scolded. You are so young and don't learn well. You actually learned from others to find snake slaves? You. Yun Yun pointed her slender jade finger directly at Bai Hao, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. How could this little guy be so shameless? He came all the way from Yunlan's sect to the Tagore Desert just to find a few snake slaves? What's so good about those half-human, half-snake people? Is she not as good as those snake people? Come back with me now. I must punish you well. You are so young. Yunyun was so angry that she went forward and grabbed Bai Hao's ear. The latter grimaced in pain, but did not resist. Like a child who had done something wrong and was caught by his parents, he dared not say anything. Guhei and others had indeed left, and only Yunyun stayed, and the flying monster did not stay either. Yunyun took Bai Hao and walked directly to the square of the thick-winged bird. It seemed that she wanted to ride the thick-winged bird back. Following behind her, Bai Hao did not dare to say anything, but followed silently. Yunyun was obviously very angry now, and seemed to be even angrier than at the beginning. Was it because he used the reason of looking for snake slaves? Not really. He didn't know and didn't dare to ask. This time he was so cruel as to put his reputation on the line. Although snake slaves were good, he really didn't have any feelings for snake people. His hobbies were very normal, but after this time, his image in Yunyun's heart must have become bad. In order to keep his secret, Bai Hao could only swallow his anger. What bad luck! He still didn't understand how Yun found him. He didn't understand. The two walked to the square, and Yunyun's appearance surprised everyone present. What a beautiful woman! How come I have never seen her before? She shouldn't be from Shimo City. I have never seen such a top-notch woman in Shimo City. Even the top-notch snake people pale in comparison to her. I really want to. Heh. The boy following behind her. Isn't he a pretty boy? He looks listless and has no motivation. Many people around were rough mercenaries, talking without restraint and discussing wantonly. But the next moment, Yunyun paused and a gust of wind blew. The few mercenaries who were still discussing wantonly just now felt a warm warmth in their throats the next moment. It was a wound that was neither deep nor shallow that suddenly appeared on their throats. If it was a little deeper, they would die on the spot. Cold sweat soaked their clothes in an instant. In an instant, they felt that they had walked through the gates of hell. At this moment, they realized that Yunyun was not someone they could provoke. Even just discussing was not allowed. At that moment just now, it was not because they were lucky, but because Yunyun did not kill them. Otherwise, the two of them would not even know how they died. The whole place was silent. We are going to the imperial capital. Yunyun walked to the ticket seller, took out a Yunlan sect token from her arms, and said lightly. The ticket seller was already shocked by Yunyun's actions just now. When he saw the Yunlan sect token at this moment, he was even more horrified. He bowed and said respectfully, "Two distinguished guests, please follow me." He recognized this token, which was only owned by the elders of the Yunlan sect and above. For such distinguished guests, they dare not offend them, and they will give them free rides throughout the journey and enjoy the highest level of treatment. The man took Yunyun and the others to the other side of the square. What was parked here was no longer a thick-winged bird, but a flying monster, which was no smaller than the thick-winged bird, and more exquisite. "Sir, this is a flying beast exclusively for VIPs. It's completely free, but because a flying beast just took off, you may have to wait a while before it can take off," the man said respectfully. "Yes." Nodding, Yunyun boarded the flying beast directly, and Bai Hao hurriedly followed. On the flying beast. As a vehicle exclusively for VIPs, the flying beast is entirely different from the thick-winged bird. The rooms here are all separated separately, which is not much different from those in the inn, but a little smaller. Therefore, there are not many rooms that a flying beast can carry, only 15 rooms. Bai Hao and Yunyun naturally stayed in the same room. Yunyun sat on the only bed in the room, with her long legs crossed and looking at the scenery outside the window, not knowing what she was looking at. Bai Hao sat obediently on the chair opposite, with his feet together, his hands on top, and his head down, like a child who had done something wrong. In fact, he didn't want to stay in the same room with Yunyun. After all, Yunyun was still angry and might explode at any time and scold him severely. At this time, it is better to talk less and do less. The two of them sat there, and no one spoke. At this time, a sound that made people's blood boil and their hearts fluttered suddenly came from the next room, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Wow, it's so exciting in broad daylight. Listening to this magical sound that made people's blood boil, Bai Hao was envious in his heart. It is normal to have exclusive services on such a VIP exclusive flying tool. It's just that in this case, Bai Hao can only envy it in his heart, but he dare not have any thoughts on the surface. When Yunyun heard the low panting sound from the next room, a blush rose on her beautiful face. Then she waved her white hand, and a layer of fighting spirit immediately covered the entire room. isolating the sound that made people's hearts flutter. After doing this, Yun glared at Bai Hao again and cursed in a low voice. How can you have such thoughts at such a young age? Can't you just practice well in the sect? Yes, I know I was wrong. Regardless of whether Yun was right or not, Bai Hao just admitted his mistake. At this time, he must not refute, otherwise he would be scolded even more severely. After you go back, you must face the wall in the back mountain and reflect on your mistakes for 2 days. You are not allowed to come out without my permission, understand? Yun became more and more angry as she spoke, her chest rising and falling, as if Bai Hao had really done something terribly wrong. Sister Yun, I know I was wrong. After I go back, I will definitely reflect on my mistakes and face the wall. I will never do such a wrong thing again. Bai Hao resolutely admitted his mistakes and never talked back when scolded. He would do whatever Yun said and would never object. Humph! With a cold snort, Yun ignored him and sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly closing her eyes and meditating. After secretly glancing at her and making sure that you would not scold him again, Bai Hao felt relieved. Then he also sat cross-legged on the ground and waited for time to pass. The speed of flying magic beasts and thick-winged birds is naturally different. It took Bai Hao 5 days to get from the imperial capital to Shimo City, and now it only took 3 days to return on a flying magic beast and landed at the thick-winged bird transportation square in the imperial capital. As soon as they got off, Yun and Bai Hao rushed back to the Yunlin sect. Back to the sect. The disciples who were practicing in the square saw them coming back, and they all stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Sect Master, Senior Brother Bai. Well, continue practicing. Yun waved her hand casually and walked back to the sect hall. At this time, there were many people in the sect hall, including elders such as Gu Hei and Yun Leng. It seemed that there was something that Yun wanted to discuss with him. Bai Hao followed behind, looking at Yun's pretty back, hesitated for a moment, and immediately said, Sister Yun, I'll go to the back mountain first. Yun didn't look back, just nodded and said, and continued to walk into the sect hall. Bai Hao walked directly to the back mountain. Finally, he came to the back mountain alone, and Bai Hao also let out a long sigh. These days, he really paid the price for the excuses he found. It was the first time that Yun was so angry with him. When you are full and warm, you will think about sex. I am a man after all. Isn't it normal to have such thoughts? Muttering in a low voice, Bai Hao still honestly came to the waterfall in the back mountain, lay on the lawn, and enjoyed the peace of this moment. He immediately sat up again and stretched out his palm. A small green flame was dancing in his palm. Now my fire control technique has reached level 5. When it reaches level 10, I should be able to use the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire in battle. After I finish facing the wall here, I have to find a chance to find some medicinal materials and gain some experience. Bai Hao began to plan for the next thing. He must continue to refine the elixir, but he can't do it in the sect during this period. He was almost caught by Yun twice. Even the medicinal materials can't be taken directly from the sect. It seems that I have to go to the imperial capital to buy medicinal materials. I hope Sister Yun won't stop me from going out. Thinking in his heart, Bai Hao lay on the ground again and faced the wall quietly for 2 days. However, his facing the wall didn't last long. Early the next morning, someone came to visit him, Nalan Yanran. Moreover, Nalan Yanran was holding a breakfast box in her hand. Brother, I'm here to bring you breakfast. Yanran, why are you bringing me breakfast? Bai Hao was a little surprised to see Nalan Yanran personally bringing him breakfast. In his impression, he should not be able to bear such a high level of hospitality from Nalan Yanran. Well, brother, although you are facing the wall, you can't be hungry. Nalan Yanran didn't explain, but took out everything in the breakfast box. A bowl of hot white porridge, a plate of pickles, and 2 buns. It was simple, a standard breakfast for Yunlan sect. I thought it was breakfast made by Nalan Yanran herself. After silently complaining in his heart, Bai Hao still ate this breakfast honestly. While watching Bai Hao eat breakfast, Nalan Yanran said, Brother, how could you go to such a far place like the Tagore Desert by yourself? If the teacher hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it. Hearing this, Bai Hao's heart suddenly snapped. He looked up and whispered, What did the teacher tell you? Did Yun tell others about his excuse of going to the Tagore Desert to find snake slaves? Wouldn't he have no face in the Yunlan sect in the future? How could he live? The teacher said that you secretly went to the Tagore Desert by yourself, and she was very angry, so she asked you to face the wall here to reflect on your mistakes. Fortunately, Nalan Yanran's words made Bai Hao feel relieved. Yun didn't say it. If the entire Yunlan sect knew that Bai Hao was the kind of person who went out to find snake slaves for fun, he wouldn't have to live in the Douqi Continent. Just go back to the original place again. Brother, why did you want to go to such a far place by yourself without telling anyone else? The teacher even scolded the elder for this, because it was he who agreed to let you leave the sect. Nalan Yanran said. Bai Hao lowered his head to eat breakfast and said inconspicuously, I just want to take a look. After all, I have never been there. I just want to experience the local customs and people there. He didn't need to find any reasonable reasons for Nalan Yanran, just make up a similar excuse. He didn't even need to give Nalan Yanran a reasonable explanation. From these words, Nalan Yanran also heard that Bai Hao didn't want to say it. If he really just wanted to take a look at the local customs and people there, Yun wouldn't be so angry, and even let Bai Hao come to face the wall to reflect on his mistakes. But Bai Hao didn't want to say it, so Nalan Yanran didn't ask too much. After a long silence, as Bai Hao was about to finish his breakfast, Nalan Yanran finally spoke again, whispering, Brother, after you finish facing the wall, the teacher asked you to go to the imperial capital with me, to visit my grandfather at my house. Visit your grandfather? Bai Hao looked up, a little confused. Nalan Yanran nodded and continued with a gloomy look. My grandfather fought with a 5th-level extremely poisonous beast, the branding poison seal, a few years ago. Although he killed it in the end, my grandfather was accidentally poisoned by the branding poison of the beast. There is still no way to detoxify it. Even Elder Gu He went to see it in person and couldn't do anything. Branding poison. Bai Hao suddenly remembered that there was such a plot. The old man of the Nalan family, Nalan Jie, was deeply tortured by the branding poison, and even the Dan King Gu He couldn't solve the branding poison. Over the years, my grandfather relied on the tyrannical Do Qi of the Do Wang level to hold on, but because there was no way to remove it, the toxins accumulated in the end, and the toxins accumulated half a month ago still broke out. Grandpa fell, and now our family is in chaos. Nalan Yanran drooped her eyelids, and a trace of sadness could not help showing on her strong face. Nalan Ji is her grandfather. In such a situation, how could she not be sad and anxious? Originally, she should have stayed at Nalan's house to take care of Nalan Ji, but she finally came back to ask Gu He to see if he had any solution. After a moment of silence, Bai Hao nodded. Okay, then I will accompany you back tomorrow to visit your grandfather. Well, thank you. Nalan Yanran forced a smile on her pretty face. After Bai Hao finished breakfast, Nalan Yanran packed up and left. Facing the wall will not end until tomorrow, so Bai Hao can still leave today. The branding poison that Gu He couldn't solve, I remember it seemed to require a strange fire to remove it. In the original novel, it was Xiaoyan who did it, but now that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is in my hands, Xiaoyan's route should have been completely disrupted, he murmured. Originally, Xiaoyan was supposed to save Nalan Ji, but now that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire has fallen on Bai Hao, Xiaoyan should not be able to appear in the Nalan family. But with my current fire control technique, I'm afraid I can't save Grandpa Nalan. Although there is a strange fire, Bai Hao's fire control technique is only level 5, and he can only control the strange fire in the outside world. It is not easy to control the strange fire to save people. Ding! Trigger task. Save requirements. Level 10 fire control technique. Task rewards. Illusion jail hang technique. Sealing technique. Random earth level intermediate fighting skill volume 1. Just as Bai Hao was hesitating in his heart whether to find a way to help, the system directly issued the task and even released the task requirements to him. How thoughtful. The 10th level of fire control is still a long way off, but this reward is pretty good. A mid-level, earth-level fighting skill. This reward can be said to be very good. Even in the Yunlan sect, there are few earth-level fighting skills. If Bai Hao can get it, it will naturally be like a tiger with wings. Then go, after facing the wall, then find a way to level up the fire control skill first. As soon as the task was released, Bai Hao had nothing to hesitate about, just do it. By then, the level of fire control skill that is lacking can be improved after going to the imperial capital. After thinking it over in his mind, Bai Hao began to face the wall again for the day, quietly waiting for time to pass. The next morning, it was early again, and Nalan Yanran came with breakfast again, but this time she was not alone, and Yun followed behind her. Yun, teacher? Bai Hao immediately changed his words and stood up quickly. Yun didn't seem so angry today, and her face was not so indifferent. She nodded in response to Bai Hao's greeting and then said, Grandfather, old man Nalan is deeply tortured by the branding poison, and there is no cure now. This time, you will represent our Yunlan sect and accompany Yanran to visit him. Okay. Bai Hao nodded honestly. Although he didn't quite understand why Yun asked him to visit Nalanji just now, it was just right. Anyway, he had to do the mission in the end. After quickly finishing breakfast, Bai Hao ended his face-to-face practice and left the back mountain with Nalan Yanran. Yun looked at Bai Hao's departing figure, opened her thin lips slightly and whispered, "Old man Nalan's branding poison needs strange fire to be removed. I hope I am not wrong." After a simple packing, Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran set off for the imperial capital together. Yunlan sect is not far from the imperial capital. It only took the two of them half an hour to reach the imperial capital again and headed directly to the direction of the Nalan family. After a while, a very imposing mansion appeared in front of Bai Hao, and at this time there were many people gathered in front of the door of the Nalan family. These people were all wearing alchemist robes without exception, with silver ripples embroidered on their chests to show their noble status. On this busy street, this was obviously a surprising landscape. After all, the noble status of alchemists is respected no matter where they are. As for these alchemists, the Nalan family did not neglect them, and some servants were communicating with them respectfully. Before Bai Hao could speak, Nalan Yanran took the initiative to explain. "My grandfather's current situation can't even be solved by Elder Guhe, so my father can only recruit all alchemists, hoping to find other ways." At this point, Nalan Yanran's pretty face was helpless. Now she is also at a loss, and can only pin her hopes on the alchemists, but up to now, there is still no clue. "Let's go this way," Nalan Yanran led Bai Hao to walk towards Nalan's house from another direction. If it were in the past, she would definitely go through the main door openly, and it was necessary to go through the main door. But now the alchemists at the door are all here to save her grandfather, so she also put aside her status and went in through the side door. The two of them went all the way from the side door to the side hall. The main hall is used to entertain the alchemists, so even Nalan Yanran and Bai Hao can only come here temporarily. There were no people in the side hall at this time. Only two maids were doing daily guards, and the others were in the main hall at this time to entertain the alchemists. "Father and the others should not have let the alchemists in yet. Let's go see Grandpa first." As she said, Nalan Yanran led Bai Hao through the side door and came to a side room. At this time, there were several maids busying around in the side room. Seeing Nalan Yanran and Bai Hao coming, they just bent over slightly to say hello and continued to go in and out. In the room, an unconscious old man was lying on the bed. Bai Hao approached and saw that there was a large area of gray and black on the old man's face, and even a little death. The situation was obviously very serious. On the side stood a middle-aged man, who was also the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Su, whom Bai Hao had seen in the sect competition. "Yanran, you're back." "Yes, father, this is the Bai Hao I told you about." "Bai Hao, this is my father." Nodding, Nalan Yanran introduced herself to the two. "Hello, uncle. I have seen your elegance in the sect competition, but I am sorry that I cannot treat you well today. You have seen the current situation. Our old man is in a serious condition and is in danger." Nalan Su forced a smile on his face, but soon his face was full of sorrow. He really couldn't smile at Nalanji's current condition. "Grandpa?" Looking at the old man on the bed, Nalan Yanran's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Her bare hands tightly grasped the old man's dry palm, but she was powerless. "Bai Hao, I wonder if the Pill King has found a good way for Master Yun to ask you to come this time?" Nalan Su suddenly asked, looking at Bai Hao with hope in his eyes. The latter shook his head gently and said, "This time I came to visit the old man according to the teacher's words, but there is no way." If there was really a way, I'm afraid he wouldn't be needed. Nalan Yanran himself couldn't wait to rush back, but Guhe couldn't do anything. Only the strange fire can save Nalanjie. Hearing this answer, Nalan Su also sighed and shook his head. "Alas, it seems that we still have to see if the alchemists outside have any solution. Yanran, you come with me. As for Bai Hao, I will have someone take you downstairs to rest first." Since Bai Hao did not bring any solution, Nalan Su could only continue to pin his hopes on the alchemists outside. "Okay?" Nodding, Nalan Yanran stood up. As stubborn as she was, although her eyes were red, she did not shed tears. "Then you go downstairs to rest first," she said to Bai Hao. "Well, the old man is blessed by heaven, and he will definitely be fine." "I hope so." Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran left the side room and walked towards the main hall, while Bai Hao, led by the maid, came to a wing room. After bringing Bai Hao here, the maid respectfully said a few words. Just tell me if you have anything to do, and then left. Everyone has left. I have to prepare myself. Before coming here, Bai Hao had a general understanding of the situation around the Nalan family. Now the entire Nalan family is very heavily guarded, with hidden guards everywhere, so it is impossible to sneak out. Shadow clone technique! Bai Hao did not hesitate for a long time. After creating a clone to stay here, the main body left openly, walked out of the side hall, and left the Nalan family. Street. There were not many alchemists in front of the Nalan family. Some had already entered, but some did not meet the requirements and were rejected, and those who were rejected were basically second-grade alchemists. If I go directly, a second-grade alchemist will be rejected. It's really asking too much. After complaining for a few words, Bai Hao used the transformation technique in a hidden corner, turning from a handsome young man into an ordinary young man with a common face that would not attract other people's attention. Then he took out the second-grade alchemist badge of the robber that he got from the thick-winged bird from his ring and put it on his chest before walking towards the Nalan family. There were still quite a few people at the door, but most of them were rejected because they did not meet the requirements, and there were even some first-grade alchemists who came purely to watch the fun. Pushing through the crowd, Bai Hao took a step forward and a butler hurried over to greet him. However, when he saw the second-grade alchemist badge on Bai Hao's chest, a trace of disappointment flashed in his turbid eyes, but he still showed a gentle smile on his face and said, "My little brother, I guess you are here to try to see if you can cure our old man Nalanji? But I'm sorry, our requirement this time is a third-grade or above alchemist, and you don't seem to have met the requirement yet." Rank is not everything. Didn't Dan King Guhi fail to save your old man? Bai Hao lowered his voice and said calmly, "Don't let your old man lose his last chance." The alchemists on the side, especially the second-grade alchemist who was rejected, saw that Bai Hao was so arrogant at such a young age and couldn't help but sneer. "Young man, don't be too self-righteous. Second grade is second grade. What do you think you can do?" "That's right, don't think you are proud of being a second-grade alchemist." The butler on the side had a slight change of expression on his face, but did not speak. Because these alchemists said what he wanted to express, if this could make Bai Hao give up, he would not need to say anything offensive. "You are the ones who are ridiculous. As an alchemist, you don't have any ability, so you take it for granted that others don't have any ability either. It's really ridiculous," Bai Hao said lightly after looking at those people who laughed at him. "You!" The faces of the second-grade alchemists who were mocked turned ugly immediately, and they were about to fight. But the next moment, a cluster of light blue flames jumped up in Bai Hao's palm, and the heat it emitted raised the temperature of the surrounding area a lot. Seeing that the temperature emitted by the flame in Bai Hao's palm was incomparable to that of ordinary flames, the second-grade alchemists couldn't help but be stunned. Could this be strange fire? Someone suddenly whispered in surprise. The faces of the alchemists around changed drastically. Strange fire, this is what many alchemists dream of, but most people don't even have the opportunity to see a strange fire in their lifetime, let alone get a strange fire. But now the strange fire is right in front of them. "Excuse me, am I qualified to go in now?" "So can I go in now?" Bai Hao said calmly, looking at the housekeeper in front of him. The housekeeper was still in shock at this time. He reacted after hearing Bai Hao's words. He quickly made way for the mountain god and bowed deeply, saying, "Sir, please come in." They had gone through so much trouble to find a way to save Nalanji. Among them, the strange fire was the only way mentioned by Danwang Guhe, but where could they find the rare strange fire? That's why they had to recruit talented people and hope to find a glimmer of hope. Now Bai Hao came with the strange fire. How dare they neglect it? In the surprised eyes of the mer people around him, Bai Hao nodded slightly and walked slowly into the gate under the guidance of the housekeeper. Originally, the way behind was led by the maid, but now the housekeeper did not dare to neglect Bai Hao at all, and led the way in front of him, through the corridors and paths, all the way to the hall. At this time, there were already quite a few third-grade alchemists standing in the hall, and they had all tried to treat Nalanji, but they had obviously failed. Each of them was either disappointed or embarrassed, and they were silent. The atmosphere in the hall gradually fell into dullness. Nalansu sighed and smiled reluctantly. "Thank you all. It seems that the old man can't escape this disaster. Although he failed, I will still have someone pay you later." Several people also heard Nalansu's words that were a disguised way of chasing people away. They shook their heads with a bitter smile and stood up to leave. They really didn't have the face to accept the payment in this atmosphere. Let me do it. At this moment, a calm voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw Bai Hao walking slowly. Seeing that he was so old, he was wearing a badge of a second-grade alchemist on his chest. The third-grade alchemists also took a look at him. They were first surprised that such a young alchemist was there, and then they were a little contemptuous. They, the third-grade alchemists, couldn't do anything, so a mere second-grade alchemist wanted to be a hero? Who is this little brother? Nalansu was a little surprised when he saw Bai Hao, who was brought in by the housekeeper. Before Bai Hao could continue to speak, the housekeeper said respectfully, "Master, this gentleman has a strange fire." As soon as the word strange fire came out, everyone present was shocked. "Sir, do you really have a strange fire?" Nalan Yanran, who was standing aside, couldn't help but stand up suddenly, her beautiful eyes staring at Bai Hao closely, her eyes full of hope. "Well, of course I do." Being stared at by Nalan Yanran, Bai Hao was still a little guilty and afraid of being seen, but he soon calmed down. After all, he was now transformed, and Nalan Yanran couldn't recognize him. As he spoke, Bai Hao stretched out his palm, and a ball of green flame rose in his palm, causing the temperature in the hall to rise a lot. Strange fire? As alchemists who deal with fire all day, those third-grade alchemists naturally recognized the flame in Bai Hao's palm. While they were surprised, they couldn't help but have a hint of enthusiasm in their eyes. Strange fire is the common dream of all alchemists. Many people dream of it, but they may not be able to see it once in their lifetime. Even the king of pills Gu Hei doesn't have a strange fire, so you can imagine how rare it is. But now, they actually saw a strange fire on a second-grade alchemist. Isn't this too unfair? It's really a strange fire! Seeing the cluster of green flames, Nalansu's face was full of ecstasy. "So can I go in?" "Of course, sir, please come in." Nalan Yanran bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Well, no need to be polite." It was the first time that Bai Hao enjoyed such respectful treatment from Nalan Yanran, and he was a little uncomfortable. He walked past her and walked into the side room. Nalansu and Nalan Yanran also hurriedly followed, leaving the housekeeper to say something to those third-grade alchemists and ask them to leave. When they came to the side room, Bai Hao had already had a general idea of Nalan Jie's situation, so he didn't observe much. "Sir, may I ask?" Seeing that Bai Hao was hesitant to take action, Nalansu was about to ask a question, but saw Bai Hao took out a small stack of papers from his ring and handed it to him, and a calm voice came. "According to the recipe above, find all the medicinal materials I need, as many as you can, and I need a good medicine cauldron that can refine third-grade elixirs. You should be able to get them, right?" Nalansu took the stack of recipes, which were densely written with recipes for various elixirs. He roughly counted them and found that there were at least 50 or 60 kinds. He couldn't help but whispered with some curiosity, "Sir, are these elixirs to be refined for our old man to take?" The main reason was that the elixirs on it were a little strange. Even though Nalansu was not a pharmacist, he still knew some commonly used elixirs, such as the 5-poison pill, the cold water pill, the Niwan pill, etc., which were all poisons. Well, Nalan Jie was poisoned by the brand, so it was not unacceptable to fight poison with poison. But he couldn't understand some of the elixirs at the end. What about the Heihuan pill and the Yingchen pill? Aren't they all drugs for incest? Why are they on this recipe? Bai Hao raised his eyebrows and said, lightly, "Is there a problem? Go and prepare them if I tell you to. If you miss one, your old man can't be saved." Hearing this, Nalansu immediately realized that his question just now was too stupid. He dared to question the words of a pharmacist with strange fire. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I said too much. I will go down and prepare the herbs now." Nalansu turned and left. Before leaving, he also reminded Nalan Yanran, "Yanran, take good care of the master." In the room, the herbs had not arrived yet, so Bai Hao could not start yet. However, he still felt Nalan Ji's pulse and used his soul power to carefully sense the injuries in his body. Although he had been prepared for this, he was still shocked by the situation in Nalan Ji's body. Almost all the bones in Nalan Ji's body turned black, and one could imagine how deeply poisoned he was. "Sir, how is it?" Seeing Bai Hao frowning, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but ask, "The situation is a bit serious, and I'm not very sure. Everything has to wait until the herbs and the medicine cauldron arrive." Bai Hao said lightly, retracted his palm and sat quietly aside, waiting for Nalansu to bring the herbs back. It must be said that Nalansu's efficiency was still very fast. In just half an hour, he had already prepared all the herbs that Bai Hao needed, and found 4 people to use baskets to fill 4 large baskets. There was also a 3-mouth bronze medicine cauldron, which was of top quality at first glance. "Sir, the herbs you requested are all here. Do you think we can start?" Nalansu said, his voice full of urgency. After taking a look at the herbs, Bai Hao nodded and said, "You guys go wait outside first. Don't disturb me for an hour." Nalansu and Nalanyanran looked at each other. Although they were a little confused, they still left as requested. "Then I'll leave it to you, sir." Before leaving, Nalanyanran bowed solemnly to Bai Hao. Looking at the herbs in front of him, Bai Hao stretched his body. Next is the time to gain experience. Controlling the strange fire to help Nalanji expel the brand poison requires a 10th level fire control technique, and Bai Hao's current fire control technique is only level 5, so naturally he needs to gain experience again. And gaining experience can only be achieved by refining unique pills, which requires a large amount of herbs. He can't spend money to buy these herbs himself, so of course he has to make good use of the Nalan family's rich family background. Not only the fire control technique, but also the experience of alchemy and the medicine cauldron. If you can get it for free, you can't let go of any of them. Start to gain experience. After stretching his body, Bai Hao sat down on the spot, adjusted the depth of the medicine cauldron, and began to put various medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron according to the order on the recipe, and began to refine the elixir with the strange fire. Ding! Alchemy experience 200. Ding! Fire control experience 150. There is a lot of experience in the 3rd grade elixir. There are a total of 57 recipes on the recipe that Bai Hao gave to Nalansu, and they are all 3rd grade elixir. Although there are indeed many strange elixirs in it, there is nothing you can do about it. There are only so many 3rd grade elixirs. As long as you can gain experience, it will be fine. You can't care about so many things. Ding! Ding! Fire control experience 150. Ding! Fire control technique upgraded successfully, current level 10. After all the medicinal materials were refined into elixirs, the fire control technique just reached level 10. Bai Hao seriously suspected that the system did it on purpose. However, the experience of alchemy only increased by more than 10,000, which was still a long way from the 4th grade alchemist. Bai Hao could accept this. It took so many pills to reach level 10. If it were any less, it would not work. The calculation was just right. Silently complaining, Bai Hao put all the refined pills into the storage ring. These pills were not for Nalanji, but simply used to brush experience. The refined pills were all put into his own pocket. Now that his fire control technique has reached level 10, he can start to treat Nalanji. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Bai Hao also took a chi recovering pill, and after recovering the Douqi consumed by alchemy, he came to the bed. He supported Nalanji's body with both hands, slowly lifted him up, unbuttoned his shirt, and a skinny body appeared in front of Bai Hao. A body tortured by branding poison, even a Do Wang, could not withstand such consumption. Sighing and shaking his head, Bai Hao slowly extended a finger, and a cluster of green flames appeared on his fingertips. At this moment, as the fire control technique reached level 10, Bai Hao could clearly feel that his control over the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire had undergone a qualitative change, and he could control it more freely. After getting familiar with the changes brought about by the upgrade of the fire control technique, Bai Hao wrapped the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire with his soul power and gently tapped it on Nalanji's back. The small cluster of flames immediately drilled into Nalanji after touching him. The latter, who was originally unconscious, trembled suddenly at this moment. Obviously, the strange fire in the body was not without reaction to Nalanji. Under the precise control of the fire control technique, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire quickly and steadily traveled through the main meridians in Nalanji's body, and soon came to the bones that were eroded black by the branding poison. The poison is quite deep. Carefully feeling the poison in Nalanji's body, Bai Hao controlled the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire to slowly cover the blackened bones, slowly baking the poison attached to the bones. With the blessing of the 10th level fire control technique, Bai Hao's control over the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire reached an unprecedented level of proficiency, almost turning the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire into tiny lines, baking the poison of the branding poison bit by bit. However, the branding poison was too deep, almost completely integrated with the bones. Even Bai Hao did not dare to rush at this time, and could only do it bit by bit. During the treatment process, Nalanjie was also in great pain, and his throat also made painful sounds, and his body trembled violently. Ah! In the intense pain, Nalanjie suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce tiger-like momentum came out of his body as if he was returning to life. "Old man, you are awake. I am removing the poison from you. This is an inevitable pain. Only if you can endure this pain, you will have a chance to live." Looking at the sweaty Nalanjie, Bai Hao said calmly. He did not slack off in his movements, controlling the strange fire to continue to drive the poison from Nalanjie's body. "Little brother, are you saving me?" Hearing the voice behind him, Nalanjie turned around and looked at Bai Hao's calm face. He was a little surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that it was a young man who saved him. "It's hard to say whether I can save you now. The treatment is not over yet. You have to bear it for the time being." Bai Hao concentrated on driving the strange fire. The treatment was carried out silently. Nalanjie had been silently enduring the pain. As time went by, cold sweat gradually wet his back. "Little brother, are you still not well?" After a long time, Nalanjie asked in a hoarse voice, with a hint of almost unsuppressible pain in his tone. Even for someone as determined as him, there is a limit to how much he can endure in such a painful and lengthy treatment. "Since you can't hold on, old man, let's stop here for this detoxification. It will take another 3 days to completely expel the poison in your body." Slowly withdrawing the strange fire from Nalanjie's body, Bai Hao also took a deep breath. Such a treatment is also a great consumption for him. "Little brother, can I really remove this poison?" Hearing Bai Hao's words, Nalanjie asked in disbelief. "You know, this poison has troubled him for several years, and even this time he almost died. He no longer hopes that this poison can be completely expelled. As long as he can reduce the pain and live a few more years, it is enough." But now Bai Hao actually said that he can completely expel his poison. How can he not be happy? "If nothing unexpected happens, your poison can be completely expelled in the next 3 days. Nodding, Bai Hao confirmed again. Nalanjie showed a hint of joy on his face. "I really have to thank you, little brother, this time." Outside the door, hearing the conversation in the room, Nalan Yanran and Nalan Su also couldn't wait to open the door and come in. When she saw that Nalanjie had woken up, Nalan Yanran's eyes suddenly turned red. She hurried over and held Nalanji's thin palm. "Grandpa, you finally woke up." Nalanji touched Nalan Yanran's hair and said, "I have to thank this little brother for this. By the way, I don't know what the little brother's name is." "Subai. I will come to treat him in the next 3 days, and then the old man's brand poison should be completely expelled," Bai Hao said. "Thank you, little brother. As long as you can cure the old man, I will never let you down in terms of reward." At this time, a huge stone in Nalansu's heart finally fell, and he clasped his fists and bowed deeply. "Well, don't worry about the reward. But in the next 3 days, I hope that the head of the Nalan family will still prepare all the medicinal materials I want like today." Bai Hao said lightly, "There is no need for any elixir to treat Nalanjie, but there is a reason to get the herbs for free. So why not?" "Yes, I will have someone prepare the herbs tomorrow morning." Nalan Su responded quickly. Since the treatment has already shown initial results, Nalan Su naturally has no reason to refuse Bai Hao's request. Although the herbs he requested are of many types, they are still easy to obtain for the Nalan family. "I will come again tomorrow, and I will leave today. Little brother, why don't you stay here with us, so as to save the trouble of walking back and forth?" Hearing this, Nalan Su hurriedly said enthusiastically, "No need." After refusing, Bai Hao turned around and left directly. Of course, he couldn't stay here as Subai, otherwise it would be exposed. "Well then, Yanran, you go and see little brother Subai off." Seeing that he was so persistent, Nalan Su couldn't force him. "Okay," nodding, Nalan Yanran quickly caught up with the figure in front. Walking on the cobblestone path, looking at the back of Bai Hao walking in front of her, Nalan Yanran actually felt that the back was a bit familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. But she quickly shook her head gently and threw this idea out of her mind. She had seen the face of the man in front of her with her own eyes, and she didn't feel familiar at all. It must be the first time they met each other. This familiarity should be just an illusion. Thinking in her heart, Nalan Yanran quickly stepped forward, walked side by side with Bai Hao, and was the first to ask, "Subai, sir, you are not from the imperial capital, right? I have never heard of your name before. Such a young second-grade alchemist, who also has a strange fire on his body, must be as dazzling as the stars in the sky no matter where he is. If he is from the imperial capital, the Nalan family cannot be unaware of it." I am from the imperial capital. I just didn't show up before, and you often practice in the Yunlan sect. It is normal that you don't know me, Bai Hao said lightly. Nalan Yanran was a little stunned. She obviously didn't expect Bai Hao to answer like this. But then she smiled gracefully and said, "It seems that I am indeed ignorant. I have never heard of your name. I'm just a second-grade alchemist. I don't have any reputation. Besides, it's not a good thing to be remembered by others, so don't remember me." Bai Hao turned his head and glanced at her, jokingly saying, Nalan Yanran was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Bai Hao to say such a thing. It seems that this alchemist with great ability is not so difficult to get along with. Before they knew it, the two had already arrived at the door. "Okay, I'll send it here. Miss Yanran, please go back. See you tomorrow." Bai Hao stopped and smiled. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Nalan Yanran also smiled and waved goodbye to Bai Hao. In the streets approaching dusk, Bai Hao walked around the streets around Nalan's house for a few laps, and then secretly returned to his original appearance and slipped back to his room in Nalan's house. Today's harvest is not bad. While saving people, I also got a lot of free pills. After 3 more days of experience, I should be able to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. This deal is a big win. Thinking carefully, he could get a lot of medicinal materials to refine pills in the future. Bai Hao felt more and more that his decision was right. If he relied on himself to buy medicinal materials, refine pills, and gain experience, it would take him a long time to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. But now he has the big tree of the Nalan family, so he can get as much as he can. "Brother, are you there?" Nalan Yanran's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Why are you here again?" Bai Hao muttered in a low voice, and he immediately responded, "Yes, wait a moment." When he opened the door, Nalan Yanran was standing in front of the door. Now Nalan Yanran's face was no longer sad, replaced by a touch of hard-to-disguise, moving joy. "Why? So happy. It seems that Mr. Nalan's condition has improved a lot." Bai Hao pretended not to know and said, "You know this too?" Nalan Yanran was a little surprised. She thought Bai Hao had been here all the time and had never left, so he should not know about Nalan Ji's situation. "I heard earlier that an alchemist with strange fire came and saved the old man." Nodding, the joy on Nalan Yanran's pretty face finally spread, and she said, "That's true. My grandfather has woken up now and his condition has improved a lot. I'm here to ask you to have dinner and introduce you to my grandfather." "Okay, let's go." Bai Hao agreed readily. It just so happened that he was hungry too, and the consumption just now was quite large. "Let's go." The two came to the living room, where Nalan Jie and Nalan Su were already seated. After only half an hour, Nalan Jie's condition had obviously improved a lot. He was full of energy. At first glance, it was hard to tell that he was still a dying man tortured by the branding poison during the day. "Bai Hao is here." Seeing the two people coming, Nalan Su laughed. Bai Hao also bowed and said, "Hello, uncle. Hello, old man. You must be Bai Hao, the new disciple of Master Yun Yun. I have heard of you for a long time. Today, I see that you are indeed a talented person." Nalan Ji laughed. "Brother is the first place in our sect competition this time. Now he is a 3-star master. It's amazing." Nalan Yanran couldn't help but praise him. "Oh, already a 3-star master. It's not easy, Yanran. You should learn from your brother and practice hard." Surprised, Nalan Jie couldn't help but talk about Nalan Yanran, causing the latter to look at him unhappily. This dinner was to celebrate Nalan Jie's improvement. It was very lively, and the conversation basically revolved around some light-hearted and festive topics. Of course, with Bai Hao here, they also talked about Bai Hao from time to time, which was also a welcome for Bai Hao's arrival. After dinner, Nalan Jie went back to rest early. After all, the brand poison in his body had not been completely expelled, so he could not work too hard. Bai Hao sent Nalan Yanran back to her courtyard. "I'm here. Senior brother, you should go back and rest early too." Nalan Yanran stood at the door in a coquettish manner, with a faint smile on her pretty face, and looked at Bai Hao with bright eyes. "Okay, then I'm leaving. See you tomorrow." Bai Hao waved his hand without paying too much attention to the expression on Nalan Yanran's face, and turned away. Seeing that he actually left like this, Nalan Yanran suddenly felt a little resentful. But when she saw Bai Hao's back as he left, she was a little stunned. "This back, why does it feel a little familiar?" she murmured softly, her pretty eyebrows slightly twisted. The next day, Bai Hao continued to leave a clone, and the real body became Su Bai, swaggering into the Nalan family mansion. At the door, Nalan Yanran had been waiting here early. When she saw Bai Hao coming, she stepped forward and greeted him. "Mr. Su, you are here." Today, Nalan Yanran was wearing a moon-white dress as always, which wrapped her exquisite figure and looked elegant and graceful. Somewhat surprised that it was Nalan Yanran who came to greet him in person today, Bai Hao smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, I promised that I would come back to treat the old man in the next 3 days, and I will not break my promise. Then please go inside." Leading the way in front, Nalan Yanran led Bai Hao straight to the side room. In the side room, Nalan Ji was already sitting on the bed. His mental state had obviously improved a lot. Seeing Bai Hao coming, he laughed and said, "Little brother Subai, you are here. Today I have to trouble you to treat me again. Old man, you are too polite. I will expel the poison for you, and you will pay me. This is what I should do." Nodding calmly, Bai Hao glanced sideways and found that Nalan Su had prepared all the herbs he requested in the room just like yesterday and placed them in the room. Seeing where his eyes were, Nalan Su immediately said, "These herbs are prepared according to the pill formula you prepared yesterday, little brother Subai, and the amount is the same as yesterday. If it is not enough, I will ask someone to prepare more." Although these herbs are not very rare, the Nalan family is not a family of alchemists after all, and there will not be so many herbs idle in the warehouse. These herbs were purchased temporarily from various herbal medicine shops in the imperial capital. "Almost enough. Just continue to prepare according to this amount. I will refine the pills later. Today let's just continue to drive away the poison," Bai Hao said, and waved his hand calmly and put all the herbs in the room into the ring. "Grandpa, we can start." He sat on the bed. "Thank you for your hard work, little brother." Nalan Ji didn't say anything more, and took off his shirt directly, revealing his skinny back. Silently mobilizing the strange fire in his body and wrapping it with soul power, Bai Hao pointed a finger at Nalan Ji, and the gentle green flame penetrated into Nalan Ji's body from the fingertips and began to treat. Seeing Bai Hao start the treatment, Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran both retreated to the door not far away, looking at Bai Hao, who was concentrating on treating Nalan Ji. "I didn't expect that little brother Subai could have strange fire at such a young age, a treasure that even Master Guhead didn't have, and his potential is unlimited." Nalan Su couldn't help but whispered, "Such an amazing talent. Even he could only admire." "Indeed, I asked yesterday. He is also from the imperial capital. But why have I never heard of him?" "Haven't you heard of him, father?" Looking at Bai Hao inside, Nalan Yanran also lowered her voice. "Really? Brother Subai is also from the imperial capital? I really haven't heard of such a young man in the imperial capital. And I can feel that Brother Subai is the same as Bai Hao. Both are 3-star great masters, but he is a second-grade alchemist and has a strange fire. His potential is even greater than Bai Hao." Nalan Su couldn't help but exclaimed. Originally, he thought that Bai Hao's talent was already enough. He was a great master at a young age. Looking at the entire imperial capital, almost no one could compare. But he didn't expect that there was someone better than Bai Hao. Sure enough, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heaven. "You said he is also a 3-star great master?" Hearing this, Nalan Yanran was a little surprised, and a flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Subai in the room. As a proud child among her peers, Nalan Yanran could accept that Bai Hao was stronger than her, but now there was another one who was even stronger. They were both 3-star masters. Was it really such a coincidence? She couldn't help but frown slightly. "What's wrong?" Seeing Nalan Yanran's somewhat abnormal reaction, Nalan Su couldn't help but ask curiously. "Nothing, father. You stay here first. I'll go find my senior brother." As she said that, without waiting for Nalan Su to ask clearly, she turned around and left, walking towards the yard where Bai Hao was. In the yard. "Senior brother, are you there?" Although it was a question, Nalan Yanran directly opened the door. In the room, Bai Hao was sitting cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Seeing Nalan Yanran coming in, he asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Yanran? What's wrong?" "Senior brother, so you are here." Seeing Bai Hao, Nalan Yanran was suddenly disappointed. "I have been here all the time. What happened?" Bai Hao said with a puzzled look on his face. "No, the alchemist with the strange fire I mentioned to you yesterday is here today. Do you want to meet him?" Nalan Yanran quickly put away her thoughts and smiled calmly. Regarding her invitation, Bai Hao thought about it briefly and said, "Okay, then let's see who this alchemist you guys are talking about is." With a slight smile, he also got up from the bed and walked towards the side room with Nalan Yanran. The two came to the side room. Subai had finished the detoxification for today. The whole process went smoothly, but Nalan Jie had consumed a lot of energy in the detoxification process, so he took a rest. At this time, Nalan Yanran and Bai Hao arrived. Seeing that Subai had finished the treatment and was chatting and laughing with Nalan Su, Nalan Yanran came up with a smile and said, "Mr. Subai, it's just right. Let me introduce you. This is my senior brother Bai Hao. Senior brother, this is the Subai laugh I mentioned to you. Hello, I've heard a lot about you." Bai Hao shook hands with Subai, but the feeling of shaking hands with oneself is really a bit subtle. As the original body, Subai also pretended and smiled. "I have heard that Master Yunyan has accepted a new disciple. Today I see that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. It just so happens that Mr. Bap Subai has finished the treatment now. Let's go there together." Nalan Yanran took the initiative to make a suggestion. What does this girl want to do? It feels weird. Nalan Yanran's look made Subai a little confused, but he still agreed and smiled slightly. Since Miss Yanran asked so kindly, Su will naturally not refuse. Okay. The clone Bai Hao also nodded. "Yanran, what are you going to do?" Nalan Su, who was standing by, was also a little confused about what Nalan Yanran meant. How did she mix up Bai Hao and Subai? "It's okay, father. Go take care of Grandpa. We young people can just have a casual exchange. You don't have to join in the fun." After evading Nalan Su, Nalan Yanran left the side room with Subai and Bai Hao and headed for the Nalan family's garden. Nalan family mansion. In the huge garden, birds are singing and flowers are blooming. The scenery is pleasant and the cool breeze is refreshing. "I didn't expect you have such a beautiful garden here," Subai murmured, admiring the scenery in the garden. "If Mr. Subai likes it, you can come and walk around more often. We welcome you at any time." With a faint smile on her face, Nalan Yanran said softly, "Haha, since Miss Yanran said so, Su will naturally come and walk around more often if there is a chance in the future." Subai replied with a smile. The three of them came to a pavilion, and soon several maids brought several plates of cakes. Looking at Subai, then at Bai Hao, Nalan Yanran picked up a piece of cake, handed it to Subai, and said casually, "Senior brother, try our osmanthus cake." "Oh, okay, thank you." Subai didn't think much about it and was about to reach out to take it. Suddenly he realized something and looked up at Nalan Yanran. The latter was looking at him with some pride at this time. Just now. I heard it all just now. I called me senior brother. Why did you respond, Mr. Subai?" At this moment, Nalan Yanran's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. At this time, Subai, no, it should be said that Bai Hao finally realized that something was wrong. I heard it wrong just now." He scratched his head awkwardly. "The pronunciation of senior brother and Mr. Subai is not the same at all. How could they have heard it wrong? And I've noticed something is wrong a long time ago. Mr. Subai and senior brother are very similar in some aspects." With her eyes fixed on Bai Hao's original body, Nalan Yanran is now more and more certain that Subai and Bai Hao are the same person. "You are the same person, right?" "Just alike. Now Bai Hao and I are both here. How can you say we are the same person?" Bai Hao said stubbornly, but he was becoming less and less confident. "Senior brother, don't doubt a woman's intuition. Besides, I've seen your clone fighting skills when you were competing with the Great Elder. As for changing your face, it shouldn't be a difficult task. How did you find out that something was wrong?" With a helpless sigh, Bai Hao lifted the transformation and clone skills and returned to his original appearance. Seeing this, Nalan Yanran's smile became even brighter, and she said with a smile, "I've told you, don't underestimate a woman's intuition." "A woman's intuition? Is it true or false?" Bai Hao really didn't expect that Nalan Yanran would find out his flaws. What went wrong? There must be no problem with his transformation technique. He was actually tricked into talking out of nowhere. It was such a failure. "But I tell you, don't tell anyone my identity." At this point, Bai Hao could only give one warning. "Why?" Blinking her bright eyes, Nalan Yanran looked at Bai Hao with a smile on her face. "Now that I have the evidence against you, brother, you shouldn't beg me, right?" "Hey, that's what you said. Speaking of this, the poison in your grandfather's body hasn't been cleared yet. If you tell anyone, I won't help the old man clear the poison." Speaking of threats, Bai Hao is not afraid of her now. The poison in Nalanji's body still depends on him. Even if Nalan Yanran sees his identity, what does it matter? He is not afraid. "Don't be like this. I can keep it to myself. But can you tell me why you hide your strength? If the teacher knew that you were an alchemist, he would definitely ask Master Gu Hei to accept you as his apprentice." Nalan Yanran held her chin with her jade hand, looking at Bai Hao, with a curious look on her face, her pretty face full of anticipation. "What's the reason? Isn't it normal to have some trump cards? Would you reveal all your trump cards? Afraid that the enemy doesn't know." Speaking lightly, Bai Hao took the cake in Nalan Yanran's hand, put it in his mouth and bit it hard. It was this cake that exposed his identity. It seems so. Nodding, Nalan Yanran could understand Bai Hao. Okay, anyway, don't tell my identity to anyone. Wait a few days to get rid of your grandfather's brand poison, and we should go back to the sect. Picking up another piece of cake and putting it in his mouth, Bai Hao patted the crumbs on his hands and went back. Only Nalan Yanran was left here, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. The third day. As the strange fire cleared out the last trace of the branding poison, Bai Hao slowly exhaled and smiled. Grandpa, the branding poison in your body has finally been completely cleared. After hearing what Bai Hao said, Nalanjie hurriedly felt the situation in his body carefully. The branding poison deeply rooted in his bones was actually completely dissipated at this time. Although his cultivation has not yet fully recovered to its peak, it is only a matter of time. Now that the branding poison has been completely resolved, it is a great joy for him and the entire Nalan family. Ha ha ha, little brother Subai, I really want to thank you this time. Thanks to you, this old man has saved my life. From now on, you are our Nalan family's eternal friend. If you have any requests, just let us know and we will satisfy you. Nalanjie couldn't help showing joy on his face and said cheerfully. Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran on the side also had great joy on their faces. Nalanjie fully recovered, and they finally put down their worries. Brother Subai, we in the Nalan family will always remember your kindness. If you need our help in the future, just let us know. Of course, the reward we promised before will not be less. Nalan Su was also very happy. Faced with the enthusiasm of these two grown men, Bai Hao was a little overwhelmed and said with a smile, "You are too polite. It is also my opportunity to treat the old man. As for the reward, Su dares to have a request." "Oh, just tell me what you want, little brother. As long as we can do it, we can satisfy you," Nalanji said proudly. Bai Hao smiled slightly and said, "It's not an excessive request. I am not short of money. I just hope to get more in terms of medicinal materials. We don't need high-grade medicinal materials. Ordinary ones are enough." Hearing this, Nalan Su immediately said, "That's no problem, but we can't get many medicinal materials in a short time. But we can immediately ask the middle family for help in purchasing. In just 2 days, we can prepare a lot of medicinal materials. Then thank you, Master Nalan." This request was considered a shameless request by Bai Hao. "Then I'll take my leave today, and I'll come back in 2 days." "Okay, see you later, little brother." They were already used to Bai Hao's attitude of leaving as soon as he said he would. When Bai Hao just left the Nalan mansion, the voice of the system rang in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! Completed the task. Save Nalanji. Successfully used the strange fire during the task. Fire control experience plus 1000. Fire control technique upgraded to level 13. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the illusion jail hang technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth-level intermediate fighting skill, Tiangong's Sword Finger. As soon as he walked out of the Nalan mansion, the system prompted that the task was completed. Tiangong's Sword Finger. This is my first Earth-level fighting skill. I'll try its power when I have time, Bai Hao muttered in his heart. Although he was very interested in this Earth-level fighting skill, he didn't have the conditions to try it out under the current circumstances. After walking outside for a while, Bai Hao returned to his original identity and returned to the Nalan family. When he walked through the path and passed a side hall, he saw Nalan Su and Nalan Yanran discussing something in the hall. Both of them looked a little serious. Seeing Bai Hao, they both fell silent at the same time. "Sorry, did I disturb you?" Bai Hao scratched his head. "No. What were you doing just now, senior brother?" Nalan Yanran simply stood up and walked with Bai Hao. Bai Hao was a little confused by Nalan Yanran's question, but soon realized that she didn't want Nalan Su to get suspicious. So he said, "I'm just going out for a walk. You guys are discussing things. I won't bother you." He turned around and was about to leave, but Nalan Yanran followed him. "Brother, let's take a walk together." He looked at her in confusion and found that the latter didn't say anything, but walked towards the garden. Bai Hao didn't ask anything, but walked with her to the garden. Along the way, Nalan Yanran didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something, a little absent-minded. "What's wrong? Did your father scold you just now?" Finally, Bai Hao spoke up to break the quiet atmosphere. Nalan Yanran was silent for a moment, and then she said softly, "No, it's because of other things." "Other things, could it be? The 3-year agreement between you and Xiaoyan?" After thinking for a while, Bai Hao suddenly thought of this. According to the timeline, the 3-year agreement is about to end. Nodding slightly, Nalan Yanran did not avoid the question and said, "There are still 17 days. In the past 3 years, she has heard something about Xiaoyan. The once useless boy has now regained his previous talent for cultivation and has grown a lot. It is unknown how far he has grown now. Do you regret it?" Seeing her expression, Bai Hao asked softly. After a moment of silence, Nalan Yanran gently held up the strands of black hair scattered on her forehead and said calmly, "Maybe I was wrong at the beginning, but I have never regretted the decision I made. Whether I win or lose, I will not regret it." This stubborn girl, even if she knew that she did something wrong at the beginning, she would not regret it. This is her choice. "Okay, I just talked to my father about this. Let's not talk about this topic anymore." Nalan Yanran suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, a little smile on her face, and said, "After 2 days, we have prepared the medicinal materials. Brother, you take them, and we will go back to the sect together." "Well, go back after taking the medicinal materials, and you can also ask the teacher for guidance and strive to make further progress." Bai Hao nodded. On the 3rd day, Nalan Su prepared a large amount of medicinal materials, as agreed. Bai Hao transformed into Subai and accepted them all without hesitation. After a few polite words with Nalan Jie and Nalan Su, he was able to leave. This time Bai Hao did not rush back, but secretly said hello to Nalan Yanran, and then he found an inn in the imperial capital, intending to refine all the medicinal materials obtained in the ring into pills before going back. Otherwise, when he returned to Yunlan sect, he would not have such a good opportunity to refine pills. In the room of the inn, Bai Hao placed the bronze tripod he had asked for from the Nalan family on the ground, and then took out a medicine tripod he had used before, and a medicine tripod he had bought yesterday at a high price. There were 3 medicine tripods in total. Shadow clone technique. Bai Hao created 2 clones and started working at the same time, releasing a large amount of medicinal materials from the ring, and the 3 medicine tripods began to refine pills at the same time. He was already at level 13 in the fire control technique, and he was very proficient in controlling the Azure Lotus Earth fire. With the main body and the clones, there was no problem for 3 people to use it at the same time. Ding! Alchemy experience plus 200. This alchemy session lasted from morning to evening until the last pill rose from the alchemy furnace, announcing the end of the alchemy. Bang! The moment the 2 shadow clones were released, the double fatigue from alchemy was fed back to Bai Hao's body. He was so tired that he lay down directly. He quickly stuffed 2 third-grade chi-restoring pills into his mouth and slowly restored the almost exhausted fighting spirit in his body. Alchemy successfully upgraded to 4th-grade alchemist. Experience required to upgrade to 5th-grade alchemist, 500,000. Ding! Fire control experienced, plus 100. Fire control has reached level 15, has reached the current upper limit. Hard work pays off. After so much hard work, Bai Hao's alchemy finally reached the 4th grade, but the fire control reached the upper limit at level 15? System, isn't the upper limit of my fire control level 50? Why is it now at level 15? The upper limit of one kind of strange fire can only reach level 15. If you need to continue upgrading, please ask the host to obtain a second kind of strange fire. You need a second kind of strange fire to continue upgrading. What a pit. After complaining a few words in a low voice, Bai Hao suddenly heard a movement on his arm and saw a colorful little snake crawling out of his sleeve. It was the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Little guy, you finally woke up. Seeing that it was the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, Bai Hao couldn't help but stretch out his fingers to tease it. Since this guy took 2 bites of the green lotus seat last time, he has been sleeping until now, and he has a lot of stamina. The 7-colored sky-swallowing python seemed to understand what Bai Hao said, nodded gently, and stared at it blankly with its little head, silly and cute. After a while, the sky-swallowing python must be hungry, and slowly crawled to Bai Hao's feet, rubbing its little head against him gently, looking at him with expectant eyes. Little guy, you are hungry, but I can't let you eat so much this time. Seeing the cute appearance of the sky-swallowing python, Bai Hao couldn't help but smile, endured the fatigue and sat up, and took out the green lotus seat from the ring. There were 2 obvious gaps on it, which were bitten off by the sky-swallowing python last time. Feeling the familiar blue lotus seat, the sky-swallowing python's eyes also glowed, and its small body actually jumped on the ground, jumping straight towards the blue lotus seat in Bai Hao's hand. Bai Hao was quick-witted and grabbed it, holding it in his hand, and said, "I can't let you eat so much this time. Otherwise you will have to sleep for another 10 days or half a month." However, the sky-swallowing python was obviously unhappy that Bai Hao was holding it like this, and kept struggling. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the sky-swallowing python's body, and then Bai Hao felt that the little snake in his hand became bigger and softer. A soft and lazy voice slowly sounded, "Little guy, you are so brave." Bai Hao's face changed. "Beautiful. Queen Medusa?" At this moment, the little snake in Bai Hao's hand disappeared, and instead a soft body fell right on him. That charming face was simply perfect, like a masterpiece of heaven. Although the beautiful eyes were full of evil, it could not stop the enchanting charm. Any man would be almost obsessed with her after just one look. Almost no man can resist such a stunning beauty. If he didn't know the identity of this woman, Bai Hao would definitely be moved. After all, the beauty is in his arms. Having a beautiful woman in your arms is a beautiful thing. However, this is Medusa. Bai Hao's mouth twitched, and he barely squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, "Hi, you. Hello." Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes were filled with evil, but she didn't speak. Her slender arms, like white jade, climbed up Bai Hao's neck, and her soft body was almost attached to Bai Hao. The breath that came to her face made Bai Hao breathe faster, but he didn't have any bold ideas in his heart. He knew the current situation very well. As long as Medusa was willing, killing him would be like killing a chicken. "You dare to bring my body with you as a pet? You are very bold." A warm breeze filled his ears, and a voice that could almost make a person's bones crisp sounded softly in Bai Hao's ears, making him numb all over. Medusa's entire body was almost hanging on Bai Hao, and her soft body pressed against him. Almost no man could refuse. Bai Hao swallowed hard, and said embarrassedly, "Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. I saw you turned into a little snake that day, and I was afraid that you would starve to death if I left you there, so I kept you by my side. Do you think I will starve to death in the territory of the snake people?" Medusa said lightly, with a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes, and the threat was already very strong. Gurgle. It is not an easy task to confront Queen Medusa, who is notorious throughout the Gamma Empire. Bai Hao couldn't help but leave a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Now he has no Duong experience card, and is just a 3-star douchi. He has almost no chance of winning against Medusa. But he is not the kind of person who will be slaughtered. A cluster of blue flames popped out from Bai Hao's body. Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes changed slightly. Her charming body flashed away from Bai Hao and appeared on the bed not far away. She picked up a quilt beside her and covered her naked body, leaving only a pair of flawless white jade feet. "Huh. You should be familiar with this. I know I am not your opponent, but if we really fight, I may be able to seriously injure you." The strange fire jumped in his palm. Bai Hao panted slightly and felt confident. "You are the first person who dares to threaten me." Seeing the familiar Qinglian earth core fire, Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of coldness. "I didn't expect that this strange fire would fall into your hands in the end. You actually picked up the biggest benefit. Guhi must be very angry." Didn't Her Majesty also successfully evolve? This should be called a win-win situation. None of us will suffer. Bai Hao laughed. However, he was always on guard. Once Medusa made a move, he would do it without hesitation. Even if he died, he could make Medusa lose a layer of skin. "I have to say that you are the most daring human I have ever seen. Not only did you dare to break into the territory of my snake people alone, but you also brought me with you as a pet." Sensing the murderous intent in Medusa's words, Bai Hao shrugged and said innocently, "I've said it before. I was afraid that you would starve to death if you stayed there, so I adopted you. I was kind. Are you challenging my limited patience?" With a chill in her narrow eyes, Medusa suddenly exuded a strong murderous intent, which was like a wave towards Bai Hao. The latter was startled and quickly controlled the strange fire to form a curtain around him. At the same time, his eyes condensed, and the Manjeki Sharingan appeared directly. Facing this woman, Bai Hao dared not be careless at all. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have pupil techniques." Seeing the pair of Sharingans, a trace of surprise flashed in Medusa's eyes, because at that moment she actually felt a hint of pressure from Bai Hao's eyes. A great douchi could make her, a dozong, feel a hint of pressure. This was simply unbelievable. "Interesting, little guy. Wait. I really can't touch you now, but when I wake up next time, I will take your life." The feminine voice fell, and a strong light burst out from Queen Medusa's delicate body. Then her body quickly shrank and slowly turned back into a colorful little snake. "Huh. Looking at the little snake, Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief, dispelled the flame curtain around him, and his eyes slowly turned back into dark black pupils. The head of the colorful little snake looked at him, with some doubts in its eyes. "Little guy, come here." Bai Hao saw this and waved to it. The latter immediately crawled over. Bai Hao broke off a small piece of energy fragment from the green lotus seat and placed it in front of the little snake. Seeing this, the colorful little snake immediately opened its mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and digested it silently. "Little guy, you have to suppress the soul of Queen Medusa. Don't let her come out easily," Bai Hao said softly while stroking the little snake's head. He knew very well that Medusa didn't kill him just now because the soul of the sky-swallowing python was suppressing him. Otherwise, even if he had the strange fire, Medusa would not let him go. "Luckily you are here." Bai Hao couldn't help but sigh. The colorful little snake seemed to understand, and didn't quite understand what Bai Hao said. But Bai Hao fed it, and Bai Hao was its master. It listened to Bai Hao. After eating the fragment of the green lotus seat, the colorful little snake seemed to be full, and it wrapped itself around Bai Hao's arm again and fell asleep. "I should go back too." After taking a look at the sky outside, Bai Hao left the inn and walked towards Nalan's house. Back in the yard, Nalan Ji and Nalan Su did not discover the relationship between Bai Hao and Su Bai. It was Nalan Yanran, however. When Bai Hao returned to the courtyard, he found her waiting for him. "Brother, you are back. It seems that you should have finished refining all the elixirs." Nalan Yanran smiled slightly. Bai Hao nodded. "Well, there were some setbacks in the middle, but it was successfully completed." "What do you want to see me for?" Nalan Yanran was obviously waiting for him. "No, I just got a message from my father that the Alchemist Union will hold the annual Alchemist Conference recently, so I came to see if you are interested in participating." "Alchemist Conference?" Bai Hao was stunned for a moment. At the same time, the system sounded, ding, ding. "Triggering task Alchemist Conference, task requirements, win the championship of this Alchemist Conference. Task triggering task, participate in the Alchemist Conference, win the championship of this Alchemist Conference. Task reward. Triggering task, participate in the Alchemist Conference. Task requirements, win the championship of this Alchemist Conference. Task reward, Menjeha Shisui Limited Edition." The sudden sound of the system made Bai Hao raise his eyebrows. He was originally considering whether to participate in this Alchemist Conference, but the system directly issued him a task. "Shisui's Manjiki, the strongest illusion, Kotoa Matsukami. This is the rhythm of doing big things," he murmured in a low voice. "Although there is only one reward for this task, this reward is Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan, the strongest illusion Kotoa Matsukami, which can be called a bug. This reward alone is much better than any Earth-level fighting skills. Even if it is a Heaven-level fighting skill, it may not be as good as this. Moreover, he has just been promoted to a 4th-grade alchemist. There should be few people in this Alchemist Conference who can threaten him." Nalan Yanran, who was standing by, saw him mumbling in a low voice and asked curiously, "How about it? Do you want to attend, brother?" "I want to attend, but if I attend the Alchemist Conference, I won't be able to go back to the sect for a few days, and you can't go back either. This way I have a reason not to go back, otherwise the teacher will scold me again." Bai Hao scratched his head and said, "He must attend the Alchemist Conference, but this is not just his business. Nalan Yanran must stay so that he can stay openly. Otherwise, if Nalan Yanran goes back first, Yunyun might come to the capital to find him right after. With the previous experience, he dare not be so rampant now. If you are sure to attend the Alchemist Conference, I can go back later. Anyway, my grandfather has just recovered, and I want to stay with him for a few more days." Nalan Yanran nodded and asked, "However, why do you have to hide the fact that you are an alchemist? It's not a bad thing. If you tell it, you can not only get more training from the sect, but also participate in the Alchemist Conference openly. The teacher will definitely not have any objections." She still can't understand this. Although Bai Hao has taken away almost all the honors that belong to her in Yunlan's sect, she is not dissatisfied, because Bai Hao really has this ability. Although Nalan Yanran is still the young master, she knows that according to this development trend, it is not impossible for the position of young master to move to Bai Hao. Even as long as Bai Hao does not disclose his identity as an alchemist, he can almost immediately obtain the position of young master. Compared with Bai Hao, Nalan Yanran is ashamed of herself. If the position of young master is given to him, she will not have any complaints. You don't understand. A tall tree attracts the wind. Before you have enough self-protection ability, don't expose all your things. You should know that there are many insidious villains in this world. Bai Hao looked at Nalan Yanran and said seriously, you should also remember that you can't act too ostentatiously. Although our Yunlan sect is very powerful in the Jiama Empire, this world is very big. There are people who are better than you. If you don't have enough strength, don't be ostentatious. Nalan Yanran seemed to understand. Of course, if you have a talent like me, you can actually be a little arrogant, but I like to keep a low profile. Bai Hao couldn't help bragging for a while. Then, senior brother, are you going to sign up for the Alchemist Guild now? I'll go with you. Nalan Yanran raised her head and looked at Bai Hao, her pretty face looking at her precious Bai Hao very seriously. Her eager look made Bai Hao a little happy. She was so anxious that people who didn't know would think that Nalan Yanran was going to participate in the Alchemist Conference. But it's okay to go now. Okay, let's go now, but I will still attend the Alchemist Conference as Su Bai, so don't expose me when the time comes. Bai Hao still reminded him to be on the safe side. Of course, he couldn't attend the Alchemist Conference with his real identity. How could he hide it from Yun Yun and the others if he didn't wait until he became famous? Nalan Yanran nodded, and she knew this too and had no objection. Then let's go. The two turned back and left the Nalan mansion. After Bai Hao transformed into Su Bai, they walked towards the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild in the imperial capital. The Alchemist Conference, as the most grand competition among alchemists in the Gamma Empire, is not only attended by alchemists from the Gamma Empire, but also by alchemists from other empires. Not to mention the champion, even the top 10 can get rich rewards. Alchemists from the entire Gamma Empire are preparing for this conference, and alchemists from all over the place have been rushing to the imperial capital in the past few days, and the situation is surging. Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran walked through the streets and alleys and came to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Registration for this year's Alchemist Conference has begun. The majestic Alchemist Guild headquarters has also set up a registration point in front of the door, and a long line has formed. Almost all the people in the line are wearing alchemist robes, which means that they belong to alchemist guilds in various places. Some of them are not wearing alchemist robes, which means that they do not belong to any local alchemist guild, but this does not affect their participation in the Alchemist Conference. There is only one restriction to participate in the Alchemist Conference. That is, the age must be under 30 years old. There are no other restrictions. It seems that there are quite a lot of people participating in the Alchemist Conference. Seeing this long line, Bai Hao also felt overwhelmed. There are at least 200 or 300 people. It is not obvious at ordinary times, but now that everyone has come out, Bai Hao found that there are still many young alchemists in the Jiama Empire, and most of the people in the line are third-grade alchemists. Then I'll go to the queue first. Yanran, you can walk around first. You don't have to wait for me, Bai Hao said. Nalan Yanran smiled and said, I'll wait for you here. Okay. Nodding, Bai Hao joined the queue. The queue looked long, but the speed of progress was quite fast. It only took Bai Hao half an hour to register as Su Bai. The Alchemist Conference will start in 3 days. Have you registered? Seeing Bai Hao coming back, Nalan Yanran immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. Well, the conference will officially start in 3 days. We can go back now. Bai Hao nodded. Then you have to prepare for these 3 days. Nalan Yanran smiled. The two turned around and prepared to leave, but they ran into a young man in black robes. Seeing the young man in black robes, both sides were stunned. The two looked at each other for a long time. Nalan Yanran's pretty face showed a trace of surprise, and then she slowly spoke. Xiaoyan? Nalan Yanran. Seeing the black-robed young man, Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran were both surprised, because that person was none other than Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. Nalan Yanran didn't expect to meet Xiaoyan here, but she soon figured it out. The 3-year appointment was about to end, and it was normal for Xiaoyan to appear in the imperial capital, but she didn't expect to meet Xiaoyan here, and she was not prepared. Moreover, Xiaoyan now looks like he has grown a lot compared to 3 years ago. Nalan Yanran. Xiaoyan also recognized her and clasped his palms together, his face a little ugly. Obviously for him, he was not prepared to meet Nalan Yanran here. Neither side expected this encounter. Seeing the atmosphere gradually becoming tense, Bai Hao took the initiative to break the silence and said, You are Xiaoyan. I have heard of you for a long time. I am Su Bai. He took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Xiaoyan, but the latter snorted coldly. "No need to shake hands. We will meet again in the future at Yunlan Sect." With a flick of his sleeves, Xiaoyan turned around and left without even looking at Bai Hao, leaving Bai Hao alone in embarrassment. How disrespectful. Nalan Yanran looked at Xiaoyan's departing back. The surprise in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by determination. 3-year appointment. I'll wait. Xiaoyan, who was leaving, was still in a state of excitement. Facing Nalan Yanran, he couldn't keep calm. At this time, Yao Lao's solemn voice sounded in his mind. "Xiaoyan, I felt the breath of Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire on that Subai just now." Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised his head suddenly, his pupils trembling slightly. "Teacher, are you sure you didn't feel it wrong? Is there really the breath of Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire on Subai?" The last time the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was robbed in the Tagore Desert, he has always been worried about it, but he can no longer find any clues about Bai Hao, let alone snatch the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire back. Well, if I feel it right, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is indeed on him, but his current strength is only a 3-star Ground Dew Master, and he should not be the Dew Emperor that day. It is very likely that Subai is the disciple of the Dew Emperor, and the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was also passed on to him by the Dew Emperor. Yao Lao said. Xiaoyan punched the wall hard. I didn't expect that he was in the same group with Nalan Yanran. Birds of a feather flock together. I noticed just now, too, that Subai has a strange fire, so he should also participate in this year's Alchemist Conference. Yao Lao continued. It would be better if he participates so that I have a chance to defeat him openly. Xiaoyan's eyes gradually became sinister. I want him to know that strange fire is not something that anyone can get. On the way back to the Nalan mansion, Nalan Yanran said nothing and walked silently. Why, are you worried about the 3-year agreement? Bai Hao asked when he saw this. If everything went according to the route of the original novel, Nalan Yanran would not have encountered Xiaoyan's true identity before the 3-year agreement. But now it is obviously different. In fact, he should have thought of it long ago. In the original novel, Xiaoyan would also come to participate in this year's Alchemist Conference, and he should not have brought Nalan Yanran here. Yeah. Nalan Yanran nodded. She was indeed thinking about the 3-year agreement in her mind. Because of the encounter just now, she had already felt that Xiaoyan was indeed no longer the same as he was 3 years ago, and Xiaoyan was probably not much worse than her now. But no matter what, I will abide by what I said in the 3-year agreement, and I will not complain whether I win or lose. She raised her stubborn eyes and said so. Seeing her like this, Bai Hao did not say anything to comfort her, but just nodded and said, Well, I believe you. Nalan Yanran did not need comfort. She herself had a strong character and would not give in easily. Moreover, she had already prepared for the 3-year agreement, and now she was just facing it calmly. Brother, don't worry about me. What you have to do now is to prepare well for the Alchemist Conference. This is what you have to face now. The solemnity on Nalan Yanran's face was swept away, and she turned to teach Bai Hao how to do things. I know what I am doing. You don't have to worry about me. Bai Hao smiled. Back to Nalan's house, it was getting late. After dinner, everyone went to rest. For the next 3 days, Nalan Yanran stayed by Nalan Ji's side, serving him, and Bai Hao also naturally stayed here to prepare for the Alchemist Conference. Although Bai Hao felt that he was staying at the Nalan family like this, doing nothing every day, just occasionally chatting with Nalan Jie, Nalan Su and others, eating and living for free, he felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough. At first, he felt a little embarrassed, but slowly he was relieved. After all, he was Nalan Yanran's senior brother and Yunyun's direct disciple. Maybe he would replace Nalan Yanran as the young master of Yunlan sect in the future. With all these identities and the fact that Nalan Yanran and Bai Hao had a good relationship, Nalan Yanran would basically go to Bai Hao's place every day, and no one knew what she was doing. With their relationship, Nalan Su naturally would not have any objection to Bai Hao. On the contrary, he was very curious. In the side room, Nalan Su saw Nalan Yanran coming back from Bai Hao again today, so he stopped her and asked, Yanran, what did you talk about with your senior brother today? Nothing. Just chatting casually, asking senior brother for advice on cultivation. Nalan Yanran answered casually. Well, Bai Hao is your senior brother. I also watched the sect competition back then. His performance was indeed outstanding. He has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age, and his potential is unlimited. If I hadn't seen little brother Subai, Bai Hao would undoubtedly be the most talented disciple I have ever seen, Nalan Su whispered. Raising her pretty eyebrows, Nalan Yanran whispered, Senior brother is not necessarily worse than Mr. Subai. Nalan Su didn't know that Subai was Bai Hao, and she couldn't say it out loud, so she could only speak for Bai Hao. Mr. Subai is an alchemist, and he is indeed very talented, but I think my brother's cultivation is even deeper. You don't know. When my brother was first brought back by the teacher, our elder disagreed, and he needed my brother to pass the trial before he could become the teacher's disciple. At that time, my brother almost defeated the elder with the cultivation of a one-star great fighting master. Thinking of Bai Hao's performance at the time, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but marvel in her heart, and a strange light flashed in her eyes unconsciously. She herself didn't realize that she was not optimistic about the competition between Bai Hao and Yunleng at the time, but now she thinks that the trial at that time was amazing. Later, in the secret trial of the sect, Bai Hao saved her and even gave her the medicinal materials that Gu He needed, so that she got some pills from Gu He to improve her cultivation. From the moment he appeared in front of her, Bai Hao had been showing amazing talent and strength, and he had always taken good care of her. Seeing the brilliance in Nalan Yanran's eyes, Nalan Su couldn't help but whisper, Yanran, you're not in love with him, are you? Yanran, you're not in love with Bai Hao, are you? Seeing his daughter's expression, Nalan Su suddenly joked, What nonsense are you talking about? Nalan Yanran rolled her eyes at Nalan Su fiercely. I'm not talking nonsense. With Bai Hao's current talent, he will definitely have unlimited potential in the future. If you really like him, your father will support you. Nalan Su smiled half-jokingly. If Nalan Yanran really gets together with Bai Hao, it's not impossible. With Bai Hao's current cultivation and talent, his future achievements are limitless. Of course, Nalan Su still respects Nalan Yanran's own opinion. He was just teasing. After all, there are not many men who can make Nalan Yanran get along so warmly. Bai Hao was the only one. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm gonna see my grandfather. Nalan Yanran turned and left after saying this. But in her heart, she was a little flustered because of Nalan Su's casual words just now, because she found that she seemed to really like Bai Hao. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Nalan Yanran shook her head and threw it away. Now was not the time to think about such things. Today is the Alchemist Conference held every 8 years in the Jiama Empire, which is a major event in the entire Jiama Empire. Jiama Holy City, this city with a long history. The streets that are usually bustling and prosperous are particularly quiet today. All the shops on the street open their doors early, looking at the people wearing alchemist robes appearing on the street like ants. They are all alchemists. These alchemists with noble status, who are almost difficult for ordinary people to see on weekdays, are always synonymous with mystery and nobility in the hearts of ordinary people. It is undoubtedly a grand phenomenon to see so many alchemists appear at the same time today. Although these alchemists walked on different routes, their focus was the same. The ancient alchemist guild standing in the holy city of Gama. Such a spectacular scene can only be seen once every 8 years. On this special and important day, Bai Hao got up early, had breakfast, adjusted his breathing, adjusted his state to the best, and then greeted Nalan Yanran alone, and then left Nalan Mansion. At a street corner, after Bai Hao transformed into Subai, he did not forget to bring the second-grade alchemist badge he had taken from others, joined the crowd, and walked slowly towards the Alchemist Guild. Looking at the alchemists around him, in addition to those from the Gama Empire, Bai Hao also saw a lot of alchemists who were obviously from other countries, and their clothes and dress were obviously different. It seems that this alchemist conference is quite attractive. In addition to our own country, alchemists from other countries have been attracted. Walking towards the Alchemist Guild with the crowd, the number of people participating in the competition this time almost blocked the entrance of the entire guild. The competition venue of the Alchemist Conference was not in the Alchemist Guild, but in the Royal Square. However, the Alchemist Guild was responsible for leading the participants. The crowd slowly dispersed, and soon the huge Royal Square appeared in Bai Hao's eyes. At this time, the square was already stationed with fully armed troops to maintain order and prevent accidents. You have to know that for such a grand competition, people from all major forces will come out to watch. If something happens, it will be a slap in the face of the Jiama royal family, so you can't relax at all. At the entrance of the square, soldiers were checking in. Only those who successfully registered and those from the Alchemist Guild could enter. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Bai Hao submitted his registration information and stepped into the square. Compared with the crowded outside, as soon as he entered the square, Bai Hao felt that his vision was much wider and the space was extremely wide. The square was distributed in a circle, surrounded by spectator seats with countless seats. And on the square, there were thousands of bluestone square platforms neatly distributed, and each square platform was a position. There were a total of 1,000 or 2,000 people attending this conference, so this scale was normal. Glancing around, Bai Hao also saw some familiar faces, such as Jia Xingtian, the guardian of the Jiama royal family, Fa Ma, the president of the Alchemist Guild, and Mu Chen, the head of the Mu family. They were all big figures that Bai Hao had seen at the Yunlan sect's sect competition. It was normal for them to appear here now. Without paying too much attention to them, Bai Hao was about to walk to the stone platform on the square to prepare for the trial. As soon as he turned around, a surprised voice sounded. "Brother Subai?" The one who spoke was Nalan Ji, and there was also Nalan Yanran next to him. The grandfather and grandson were here too. "Hello, old man." Bai Hao was a little surprised that they would appear here. His eyes shifted slightly and looked at Nalan Yanran next to Nalan Ji. The latter stuck out her tongue playfully, as if to say, "I just didn't tell you." Nalan Yanran didn't tell Bai Hao that the Nalan family would also come as spectators. "Oh my god, I got cheated. I knew that little brother Subai would also come to participate in this alchemist conference. I really met him." Seeing Bai Hao, Nalan Ji was happy from the bottom of his heart. Before coming, he had been thinking that this alchemist conference was so grand, and Bai Hao, as an alchemist, should not be able to resist such temptation. Sure enough, he met him. "I just came to try my luck." Bai Hao laughed. "Now there is still some time before the conference starts. I will take you to meet some big people, which will be good for you in the future." Patting Bai Hao on the shoulder, Nalan Ji took him to the VIP seats in the audience. Bai Hao did not refuse, but followed. There was already a row of people in the VIP seats, one of whom was the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma. That is the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma. He rarely appears here on weekdays. Today he is here because of this conference. Nalan Ji pointed to Fa Ma over there. Bai Hao naturally recognized him. After all, he had seen him in Yunlan sect before. Feeling the gazes from this side, Fa Ma also looked over. After seeing that it was Nalan Ji, a smile appeared on his dry face and he said loudly, "Old man, you are here. I heard that your branding poison has been cured. Why didn't you come to show your face so late at night?" Nalan Ji also smiled and said, "Now you are here. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Subai. He is the one who helped me cure the brand poison." During the conversation, Nalan Ji introduced Bai Hao. Hearing this, Fa Ma also looked at Bai Hao seriously. Seeing that he was young and wearing the badge of a second-grade alchemist, what was even more surprising was that he had the ability to cure the brand poison that even Gu Hei couldn't handle. "I didn't expect that Brother Subai had such extraordinary abilities at such a young age. It seems that this alchemist conference will be very exciting." "Master Fa Ma is too kind. I am just lucky." Bai Hao smiled and said. While the two were talking, several people came from the other side. They were from the Alchemist Guild of Black Rock City. One of them was Otto, the famous fourth-grade alchemist master of Black Rock City. Behind Otto, there was a young man with an indifferent look. When the man saw Bai Hao and the others, his eyes twitched slightly. "President Fa Ma, Mr. Nalan, long time no see." Otto greeted with a chuckle. "Ao Tuoda is here too, long time no see." Nalan Ji greeted with a smile. Otto is a member of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, and his seniority is lower than Nalan Ji and the others, but because he is a fourth-grade alchemist, it is worth Nalan Ji's courtesy to him. "Master Otto, this is your Black Rock City's recommended candidate this year." With a turn of his eyes, Fa Ma saw the young man behind Otto. Hearing this, Otto also introduced, "This is Yan Xiao, one of the candidates of our Black Rock City Guild." "This is one of the representatives of our Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, Yan Xiao." Otto still had to introduce the people he brought. Bai Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Yan Xiao, Xiao Yan, he really knows how to hide his true identity." Others don't know, but Bai Hao is still clear. He was actually looking forward to it. Without the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, how amazing would Xiao Yan be at this alchemist conference? Fa Ma's cloudy eyes swept over Yan Xiao and Bai Hao, and he laughed. "Haha, it seems that this alchemist conference has a lot to watch. I am very optimistic about you two young people." Although Bai Hao and Xiao Yan both wore the badges of second-grade alchemists, one could cure the brand poison that Gu Hei was helpless against, and the other was strongly recommended by Otto. These two were obviously not incompetent. Fama was looking forward to their performance. The few of them chatted for a while. As more and more people came to the conference, the square stage in the square was gradually filled with people, all of whom were contestants participating in the competition. The seats around were also filled with spectators. Standing at the front desk of the VIP seats, looking at the boiling square below, Fama spoke lightly, and his voice, wrapped in fighting spirit and old age, reached everyone's ears. "Now please all contestants go to your seats." As the words fell, the noise in the square suddenly weakened a lot. At the same time, many young alchemists stood up in the VIP seats. These alchemists are all trained by certain forces, which is naturally different from those free alchemists. Bai Hao also stood up and walked down the special passage on the side. Shaoyan, who was standing next to him, also stood up and walked side by side with Bai Hao, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "I heard that Mr. Subai has a strange fire. This time I am quite looking forward to Mr. Subai's performance." The words were polite, but Bai Hao heard the meaning of Shaoyan's words, and the latter's eyes were not so friendly. "This guy must have felt the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire in my body." With his eyes slightly narrowed, Bai Hao quickly understood the meaning of Shaoyan's words. With Yao Lao around, it was not surprising that Shaoyan could sense the aura of the strange fire. Moreover, Shaoyan had been in contact with the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire for a period of time, so it was normal for him to sense it. "I am looking forward to your performance as well." With a slight smile, Bai Hao replied with the same words. Who doesn't know how to be sarcastic? "Humph." Hearing this, Shaoyan snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the square platform in the square. In the huge square, most of the square platforms are distributed at the same level. But in the middle of the square, there are more than 10 huge bluestone platforms, which are higher, larger, and more imposing than the surrounding square platforms. They are undoubtedly the focus of the whole venue. Those who can be tested on them will become the focus of the whole audience. And those who can reach that position are all the most eye-catching in this trial, such as the quirky little Princess Yao Yue of the royal family, and Liu Ling, the disciple of Gu, who are all the best among the young generation of the entire Jiama Empire. Xiao Yan's position was also at the top. After all, he was the contestant recommended by Otto. If Bai Hao had come to the conference through the Nalan family at the beginning, maybe he could have made it to the top position. But now he can only sit on the square platform below, which is ordinary, but also good. When he came to the square platform, Bai Hao saw a set of medicinal materials and a piece of paper neatly placed on the platform. After taking a look at the prescription on the paper, Bai Hao could tell at a glance that it was a second-grade pill recipe. However, this was the simplest recipe, which only wrote the medicinal materials needed to be used, but did not specify how much of each medicinal material should be used. All the details of refining depended on the individual. It was not easy, and there were obviously only 2 sets of medicinal materials here, which meant that everyone had only 2 chances. If they failed, they would be eliminated. The contestants were carefully looking at the pill recipe and medicinal materials in front of them, trying to figure out how to refine this pill recipe. The quiet atmosphere did not last long, and a dull bell sounded in the square, and suddenly a series of medicinal cauldrons of different shapes rose from under the square platform and appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Fama also opened his eyes and read out the rules in a calm voice. In the first round of the competition, you need to refine the finished pill according to this incomplete pill formula. Each person has 2 chances. If you fail both times, you lose. At the same time, the hourglass on the opposite wall represents the competition time. If you fail to refine the pill before the time is up, you will also fail. Once you fail, the jade mirror in front of you will light up red, and you will automatically leave the stage. Do you understand? Yes. The response in the square was as loud as thunder. In this case, let's start. With a slight smile, Fama waved his hand, and the hourglass immediately started counting. All the contestants began to prepare, and flames bloomed one after another, which was very spectacular. Standing in front of the square stage, Bai Hao carefully looked at the pill formula and medicinal materials in front of him. What they were going to refine was the second-grade pill, Shenggu pill. This kind of pill is very common in the market and is not difficult to refine. However, the recipe for refining the bone-growing pill was obviously reconfigured by the Alchemist Guild. If you replace some of the roughly the same medicinal materials with some of the same efficacy, you can still make the same one. This is a rather radical method. Normally, when refining pills, you must choose the most skilled and successful recipe. Now that the recipe has been changed, it is quite difficult for alchemists who usually follow the rules and don't like to take unconventional approaches. Only 10 minutes after the trial began, the square platform on the square began to flash red light one after another, and many alchemists withdrew with shame. The remaining people have obviously found a trick and have begun to refine the medicinal materials. After checking the herbs on the stage, Bai Hao quickly confirmed which formula this was. Ordinary bone-growing pills are made with jade apricot root, green spirit grass, blood-sucking leaf, and wood magic core. Now the blood-sucking leaf is replaced with blood-clotting fruit, which has a worse blood-clotting effect, and the jade apricot root is replaced with white peony flower, which has the same effect but requires 2 portions. It's simple. The biggest difficulty with different herbs is that it is difficult to grasp the purity of the herbs, but this is based on the unfamiliarity with the herbs. Bai Hao is now a 4th-grade pharmacist. In order to gain experience, he has refined hundreds of pills, if not 1,000. This 2nd-grade bone-growing pill is basically not difficult for him. What's more, he has a pill recipe book rewarded by the system, which records so many pill recipes that it is unbelievable. There are different medicinal material configurations and medicinal material extraction purities for the same pill. It can be said that among the pills in the entire Douqi Continent, only Bai Hao doesn't know, and there is no pill recipe that is not on it. And the configuration of this bone-growing pill on the stage is also recorded in the pill recipe. After confirming the prescription, Bai Hao casually snapped his fingers, and a cluster of green flames fell directly from his fingertips into the emerald green medicine cauldron in front of him. Nearly 1/3 of the contestants were eliminated in the first round of testing. It must be said that this alchemist conference is indeed strict. Those who remained on the field in the end were all those who had refined the elixir, but as to whether the elixir was a bone-growing elixir, it remained to be verified. Fama looked at the quiet square and slowly said, "Congratulations to you who are still standing in the square for successfully refining the bone-growing pill. However, there are always some cunning guys in every conference. The things they refine have a good shape, but they don't have any effect of the pill. So there is a green button in the lower left corner of your stone platform. After pressing it, a detection machine will rise. Put the bone-growing pill you have refined into it. The red light fails, the green light succeeds, and the stronger the green light, the better the effect. Now, let's start." As Fama finished speaking, everyone began to find the green button on their stone platform. After pressing it, a detection machine rose. It was a stone slab with a small groove on it, which was the place to detect the effectiveness of the pill. The surroundings began to light up in waves, red and green. Indeed, many people's pills only had shapes but no effects. Those alchemists whose pills failed the inspection had gloomy faces, slammed their fists on the stone platform, and left one after another. Bai Hao noticed that they were basically alchemists from other empires, not from the Jiama Empire. After all, this is the Jiama Empire. If our own people cheat here and are exposed, they will lose face. They will have no place to stand in the Jiama Empire in the future. Only those alchemists from other countries don't care about face. Aside from the expected chaos, 3 bright green lights suddenly lit up on the high platform. They were the pills of Shaoyan, Liu Ling, and the little princess. The little princess' green light was lighter, and Liu Ling's green light was a little deeper. The green light in front of Shaoyan was, undoubtedly the brightest, as green as jade, and was undoubtedly the most eye-catching on the field. Shaoyan was the first one to succeed in refining, and the efficacy was also the best, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of the whole audience. If I remember correctly, that person was the first to succeed in refining the medicine. I didn't expect that the medicine was also the best. Oh my God, he is only a 2nd-grade alchemist. He is too strong. Even the pills refined by the little princess and Liu Ling are not as good as his. Seeing that the pills refined by Shaoyan were so effective, Fama and others in the VIP seats nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the winners of this conference are those 3 little guys. In comparison, Bai Hao's pills were just mediocre and did not attract attention in the crowd. Grandpa Nalan, doesn't that little brother Subai have a strange fire? But now it doesn't seem to be very eye-catching. Although it was not conspicuous, Fama and others also noticed Bai Hao's situation. The whole process can only be said to be mediocre, and it was not conspicuous among the contestants. If he was just an ordinary second-grade alchemist, it would naturally be very good. But Fama and others knew that Bai Hao had a strange fire, and they had high expectations for him, so they were a little surprised by his mediocre performance. I don't know much about refining medicine, but I think it may be that Brother Subai is reserving his strength. Facing Fama's ridicule, Nalanji also smiled slightly. Haha, that's right, it's only the first round. There are 2 more rounds of tests to come, let's wait and see. Fama laughed. On the field, seeing the ordinary green light in front of Bai Hao, Xiaoyan didn't say anything, but there was a smile on his face, and his eyes were a little disdainful, as if saying, "Is it like this with the strange fire?" Feeling Xiaoyan's provocative gaze, Bai Hao also laughed a little. This guy is so arrogant. But he did feel something was wrong. He remembered that Xiaoyan in the original book was not so ostentatious. He was the first to succeed in refining, and the efficacy was also the best. Could it be that Yao Lao was possessed directly? But this idea was denied by Bai Hao himself as soon as it came out. He was not sure whether Yao Lao was sleeping like in the original novel, but in front of Fama and other alchemy masters, it was basically impossible for Yao Lao to openly make medicine without being discovered. It seems that it is not easy to get this championship. Shaking his head helplessly, Bai Hao felt a little pressure for the first time. He was good at fighting, but making medicine was a side job after all. After another group of people were screened out for the test of elixirs, the remaining people on the field were considered to have truly completed the first trial. Okay, since everyone has passed the first round of trials, the second round of assessment will begin. Please press the red button on the stage. Fama's voice sounded in the square. As the button was pressed, the stone platform trembled slightly, and a neat set of medicinal materials and prescriptions appeared in front of everyone. This prescription is an orthodox prescription. You also have only 2 chances. If you succeed in refining according to the prescription, you will succeed. Refining pills according to the prescription. Such a simple test stunned everyone present. But in this kind of alchemist conference, the first round of assessment was so difficult. How could the second round be so simple? Many people began to think about it, thinking that there seemed to be something wrong, but also that there seemed to be nothing wrong. Very tangled. Bai Hao took a look at the recipe. Fengxing pill, a 3rd-grade pill. The recipe records 9 kinds of medicinal materials. With the recipe, it is not difficult for most people to refine the pill step by step, even though it is a 3rd-grade pill. It is precisely because of this that the simpler it is, the more they feel that something is wrong. Even Lu Ling and the little princess frowned and did not start. But for Bai Hao, who got the script, he certainly knew what the problem was in this round of trials. Among the 9 kinds of medicinal materials, the other 8 are fine, but this, Ho Tu Ji, is redundant. This round of assessment is whether they dare to question the recipe. But for Bai Hao, he didn't need to think so much, and directly put Ho Tu Ji aside and started to refine. But at this moment he saw Xiaoyan on the high platform sneer, and also let go of the thick earth fungus, and began to refine the other 8 kinds of medicinal materials, very decisively. Obviously, he also knew where the problem was, and he didn't even need to fail to refine once to see the problem from the medicinal materials. This guy. Seeing this, Bai Hao frowned slightly. Now he was basically sure that Yao Lao was not asleep now, and was guiding Xiaoyan to refine the medicine. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xiaoyan to understand the problem as quickly as Bai Hao, who read the script. It takes an old man and a young man to refine a pill together. It's really fucking cheating. Cursing in his heart, Bai Hao was not in a hurry, and slowly began to refine. At this time, on the stage, Xiaoyan was refining the pill, and Yao Lao's voice sounded in his mind. That Subai is indeed not simple. He can also see the problem with this pill formula so quickly. He will become your strongest competitor for this championship. Humph, so what? I will definitely make him lose convincingly. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a sinister look, and the movement of refining the pill in his hands continued to speed up. On the field, many people also began to refine pills, but, after a while, a series of muffled sounds were heard. Bang! That was the sound of failed refining. How could it be? I clearly refined it according to the recipe. How could it fail? They didn't understand, didn't comprehend. Only Bai Hao and Xiaoyan had no problems. The 8 kinds of medicinal materials had been refined and were about to be made into pills. In the VIP seats, seeing that the two people actually started refining directly and both saw the problem, Fama was also a little surprised. Those two little guys are really amazing. This was even beyond their expectations. They saw the problem so quickly. Even some of the alchemist elders in their guild couldn't find the problem at a glance without knowing anything. But Bai Hao and Shaoyan both saw the correct recipe directly, which was really surprising. And the two of them were so smooth that they undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience. That Yanxiao achieved great results in the first round of trials, and now he can refine the pills so quickly. It's really not easy. But you see, besides Yanxiao, there is actually another person who has also started to refine pills, and the progress is almost the same as Yanxiao. Yes, who is that person? At this moment, someone finally noticed Bai Hao, who was also making good progress, and discussed in a low voice. Who is that guy? Seeing that Bai Hao's progress was almost the same as Xiaoyan's, Liu Ling and the little princess on the high platform were also a little surprised. Just now, the two of them also failed once. It was understandable that Xiaoyan was faster than them, but Bai Hao was also the same. They couldn't understand it, and frowned and looked at Bai Hao. At this moment, Bai Hao and Xiaoyan were undoubtedly the focus of the whole audience. The two of them almost finished refining the medicinal materials at the same time, put the refined medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron, and made the final pill. Xiaoyan's pill took shape very quickly. After a while, it took shape. He shifted his gaze slightly and looked at Bai Hao's progress with his peripheral vision. He found that the latter was actually a little faster than him and was about to complete the pill. That guy! Xiaoyan's eyes twitched slightly, and he gritted his teeth to speed up the pill. At the moment when Xiaoyan was about to complete the pill, Bai Hao's pill furnace made a clang sound, and a pill flew out of the pill furnace and was held in Bai Hao's hand. Then, Xiaoyan's pill was also successful, but it was still a little slower than Bai Hao's. I can't tell that the guy's pill speed is faster than Yanxiao. You can't judge a person by his appearance. 1 second faster is also faster. Bai Hao completed the pill before Xiaoyan and immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Su Bai is slightly better this round, and he is starting to show his talent. On the seats, the two of them were starting to have some tension, but Fama found it quite interesting. The Alchemist Conference is interesting only when there is a competition of equal strength. Haha, it's good to have a strange fire, but Su Bai is not much faster than Yanxiao. Otto agreed, but his words were more biased towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was the candidate recommended by their Black Rock City Guild, and it would be best if he could win. Both are very good. I'm already looking forward to their competition in the last round. Fama didn't favor anyone and admired both of them. After Bai Hao and Xiaoyan successfully refined, the others finally realized the problem. After eliminating the thick earth Ganoderma, many people also succeeded in refining. But there were still many people who were eliminated. In addition to those second-grade alchemists, many alchemists who had just reached the third grade failed because of carelessness. After all, this Windan is a genuine third-grade elixir, and there is a certain chance of failure in alchemy. After the assessment time is up, it is still necessary to test the effectiveness of the elixir as usual. This round has screened out many people. The best results of the Windan are Bai Hao and Xiaoyan, tied for first place. This time, Bai Hao is no longer low-key and directly broke into everyone's vision. The first round was mediocre, the second round showed its prowess, and the third round showed its edge. Many people are now looking forward to how Bai Hao will perform in the third round. After the second round of trials, the sky has gradually darkened, and the lights are on. Everyone, today's meeting is over. Please go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow will be the last round, which is also the last round to decide the champion. I look forward to your performance. Seeing that there are only about 100 people left on the field, Fama said with a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, the people in the square breathed a sigh of relief and began to pack up and leave. Xiaoyan also came down from the high platform neatly. When he passed by Bai Hao, a deep voice rang out. It's just like this with the strange fire. Tomorrow we will see the real result. I look forward to your performance. Glancing at Xiaoyan's gloomy face and feeling his malice towards him, Bai Hao just smiled and didn't answer. The latter snorted coldly and left quickly. Bai Hao was also about to leave, but a familiar voice came from behind him. Mr. Su Bai. Nalan Yanran and Nalan Jie walked towards him. Haha, little brother Su Bai successfully passed the 2 rounds of trials. Congratulations. Nalan Jie laughed heartily. Now it's just past 2 rounds. There's still the last round tomorrow. It's not worth congratulating now. Bai Hao also smiled slightly. I'm a little tired after these 2 rounds of trials. I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow. Haha, okay, see you tomorrow. Nalanji didn't try to keep him. Goodbye, Mr. Subai. Nalan Yanran waved and said goodbye to Bai Hao. The next morning, the Huang family square was already full of people. Apparently, after the 2 rounds of trials yesterday, everyone was still unsatisfied and couldn't wait to watch the last round. Bai Hao, Xiaoyan, and others also came to the square and found their seats. It is worth mentioning that yesterday, Bai Hao's seat was still on the ordinary stone platforms below, but today, his seat was arranged on the high platform in the middle of the square, in the same position as Xiaoyan, the little princess, and others. Obviously, after the 2 rounds of competition yesterday, Fama and others also knew that Bai Hao's ability was not small. Putting him in the most conspicuous place would allow more people to see him. And opposite Bai Hao, it just happened to be Xiaoyan. Seeing that everyone was present, Fama did not keep them in suspense and announced the rules directly. Today is the last round of competition. The winner of this round will be the champion of this conference, so you all have to go all out. The content of this round of competition is very simple. Our guild will not provide you with anything else. Whether it is medicinal materials, pill formulas, or anything else, you have to rely on yourselves. Whoever refines the highest level of pills with better effects within the specified time will win. As soon as Fama said this, it immediately caused an uproar on the field. Obviously, they did not expect that the last round of assessment would be this way. However, although the test questions were somewhat unexpected, many people still reacted and started quickly, and Xiaoyan did not hesitate to sacrifice a dark red pill furnace from the ring and placed nearly 20 portions of medicinal materials on the stage. But he did not rush to do it. Instead, he glanced at Bai Hao. A cold look flashed in his eyes, and then he slapped his palm on the medicine cauldron, and a cluster of blood-red flames shot into the medicine cauldron. Subai, you are not the only one who has a strange fire. A ball of blood-red flames appeared in Xiaoyan's hand, bounced into the medicine cauldron, and immediately spread out. The flames burned fiercely, and a ferocious beast head appeared faintly. At the moment when this ball of flame appeared, the flames in the medicine cauldrons of many people around could not help but shift towards the flame in Xiaoyan's medicine cauldron, and there was a kind of submission. When the strange fire appeared, all kinds of fires worshipped. The ball of red flame in front of Xiaoyan was also a strange fire. Strange fire, it's a strange fire. He actually swallowed a strange fire? The alchemists present saw that Xiaoyan's flame was unusual. In the VIP seat, Fama was also stunned. Obviously, he did not expect Yan to have a strange fire. Not to mention him, even Bai Hao exclaimed in his heart when he saw the red flame. Are the strange fires so worthless now? Can they be found easily? Ignoring the surprised voices of others, Xiaoyan only cared about Bai Hao. Seeing the surprise on Bai Hao's face, he sneered, "You can't imagine it, right? Without the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, I still have this 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Let's see which of us has the better strange fire today." 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, the 22nd on the strange fire ranking list. Seeing the sneer on Xiaoyan's face, Bai Hao just rolled his eyes, but he couldn't help but marvel at Xiaoyan's luck. The original book didn't mention that Xiaoyan could find a 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire at this time. Damn, he is worthy of being the protagonist of Dupo. His luck is beyond words. But now in this book, you are not the protagonist. Bai Hao waved his hand and a cold light flashed on the ring, and a large pile of medicinal materials appeared on the square table. Then he flicked his finger lightly, and a cluster of green flames fell on the bronze medicine cauldron in front of Bai Hao. As soon as the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire appeared, many of the flames that were originally attracted to Xiaoyan's 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire also turned to Bai Hao's Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and they were evenly matched. The strange fire appeared, and all the fires came. In the first 2 rounds of the competition, although Bai Hao also used strange fire, he had been carefully controlling the aura of the strange fire, so it did not cause much vibration. Now facing Xiaoyan's 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, he had to release the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire completely, so as not to be disturbed by the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. At this moment, the 2 strange fires showed the ultimate brilliance in this venue. Oh my god, Subai also has a strange fire? 2 strange fires? Oh my god, I'm going to faint. How can I be so worthy that I can see 2 strange fires at the same time? Isn't my life overdrawn for the rest of my life? At this moment, people inside and outside the venue were shocked. The original one's strange fire had already shocked them. Now there is a second one, which is simply suffocating. The contestants on the field were cursing in their hearts at this moment. It's not enough for one person to have a strange fire, and now there is a second one. If you don't want them to participate, just say it directly. Is it necessary to bully people like this? Haha, strange fires fighting. This kind of scene is the first time I have seen it. On the seat, looking at the two most dazzling strange fires below, Fama felt so sad. That is a strange fire. How many alchemists want to pursue it, but they can't see it in their entire lives, let alone own it. Even Fama is eager for strange fire, but now two strange fires appeared at once off the field, and they were both owned by two young people. How could these old guys live like this? Stranger fires compete. The champion of this conference will probably be born from Subai and Yan Xiao. Nalanji also sighed. Even if he is not an alchemist, he knows that in this situation, the only thing that can compete with strange fire is another kind of strange fire. Moreover, Xiaoyan and Bai Hao performed the best in the second round. Now they have more strange fires than others. How can others compete? Liu Ling and the little princess on the high platform looked at the strange fires of the two people and felt very frustrated and helpless. They prepared for this alchemist conference for so long, but two Cheng Yaojin rushed out in the middle, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Gritting her teeth secretly, the little princess suddenly showed a firm look and whispered in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with having strange fire? It's not that you will succeed if you have strange fire. She waved her white hand, sacrificed the medicine cauldron, and made fire to make pills. Infected by the little princess, others also regained their fighting spirit and started to make pills. The improvement of the strange fire to alchemy is indeed great, but it does not mean that those who do not have strange fire are necessarily inferior to them. If someone can kill Bai Hao and Xiaoyan, two cheaters with strange fire, in such a situation where everyone is paying attention, then there is no doubt that they will become the focus of the whole audience. And it is the kind of amazing. Many people comforted themselves in this way and started their own alchemy. Bai Hao and Xiaoyan looked at each other. The strange fire in front of them seemed to feel the competition of the same kind and seemed particularly irritable. Let's start. The two looked at each other and almost at the same time began to put the chopped medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron in order for refining. With a glance at the medicinal materials on Xiaoyan's table, Bai Hao could easily see the elixir he was going to refine, the fourth-grade elixir, the Royal Gathering Pill. The Royal Gathering Pill can temporarily and significantly improve one's cultivation after taking it. The improvement is basically fixed at 2 stars and can last for half an hour. Pills that temporarily improve strength are not uncommon. Compared with pills that can permanently improve 1 or 2 stars of cultivation, the Royal Gathering Pill is not superior. But the biggest advantage of the Royal Gathering Pill is that it can be taken by anyone below the Douhuang level, and whether it is a Douqi or a Douwang, it can temporarily improve the cultivation by 2 stars. This is of great benefit to Douling and Douwang level strongmen, even if it is only temporary. In a battle, being 2 stars higher than others, even if it can only last for half an hour, is enough to reverse the outcome. Therefore, this Royal Gathering Pill is also a high-level pill among the 4th-grade pills. It seems that the Rock Owl is going to refine the Royal Gathering Pill, which is not easy to refine. Fama and others saw the pill that Xiaoyan wanted to refine, and their eyes were quite meaningful. But this is interesting. However, when his eyes moved to Bai Hao's stage, his eyes couldn't help but be a little surprised. Su Bai is going to refine the Royal Gathering Pill? That's right. The medicinal materials placed on Bai Hao's stage at this time were also the medicinal materials for refining the Royal Gathering Pill. Xiaoyan also noticed this, so his face was a little gloomy, but he still calmly maintained his own rhythm and controlled the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire to refine the medicinal materials. Bai Hao also controlled the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire to start refining the medicinal materials. 2 people are refining the same kind of elixir. It's interesting. It's really interesting. Fama couldn't help but reveal a deep smile on his thin face. Refining the same kind of elixir is the most direct challenge. Who is stronger and who is weaker will be determined by one elixir. On the field, flames rose and various medicinal materials were refined in the medicine cauldron, turned into powder and put into jade bottles. Bai Hao and Xiaoyan on the high platform were undoubtedly the focus of the whole scene. The strange fire was used freely in their hands, and the medicinal materials flew. Their progress was almost the same. A medicinal material only stayed in the medicine cauldron for 1 minute before it was refined. This amazing speed made the audience around them have to marvel that the strange fire was indeed a good thing. Seeing that Xiaoyan's 10,000 beast spirit fire was so skillful, and not weaker than his own level 15 fire controlling techniques Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Hao was also somewhat amazed. Everyone was refining the same kind of elixir, and the steps were the same. The difference could be seen even if the speed was a little slower, so the two of them were actually competing secretly in their hearts, and were doing everything they could to speed up the refining speed. In fact, Bai Hao did not intend to refine the same kind of royal gathering pill as Xiaoyan, but among his limited medicinal materials, the best elixir he could refine was the royal gathering pill. Moreover, these medicinal materials were some of the medicinal materials that Nalansu had prepared for him before, and he had kept them until now. Otherwise, he would have refined them together when he was gaining experience. He did not expect to collide with Xiaoyan, but now that things have come to this, he can only bite the bullet and continue to refine. As long as Yao Lao doesn't get on top of him halfway, he still has the confidence to compete with Xiaoyan. The Imperial Gathering Pill has nearly 20 kinds of medicinal materials. Even with the strange fire, it still took a lot of time to refine it. It took half an hour. Xiaoyan and Bai Hao almost finished refining all the medicinal materials at the same time. The jade bottles filled the entire stone platform. The next step is to make the pill. The most difficult part of refining the Imperial Gathering Pill is to make the pill. You need to inject the flame into the pill intermittently while refining the pill, and forge it repeatedly. The more times you forge, the better the effect of the pill. Seeing that the two people on the field have reached the stage of making the pill, Fa Ma has been watching them. The Imperial Gathering Pill is different from ordinary pills. The most taboo for ordinary pills is the instability of the fire, but the Imperial Gathering Pill needs the flame to beat repeatedly, just like forging iron. It needs to be beaten continuously. And the flame that bakes the pill must maintain the same strength every time. Once there is a deviation, the whole pill will be ruined. This is also the difficulty of refining the Imperial Gathering Pill. A person's energy and fire control skills are limited. It is not an easy task to use flames to bake pills intermittently many times in a short period of time. To successfully refine the Huangju Dan, it is necessary to use flames to bake it intermittently 10 times to succeed. And the average 4th grade alchemist can only reach about 10 times, which is just enough. Now Bai Hao and Xiaoyan can start to see the difference in this link. Refining the Huangju Dan requires a high concentration of mental power. With your soul, forging 15 times should not be a problem. Yao Lao's voice sounded in his mind. Yes. Nodding, Xiaoyan took a deep breath, put aside distracting thoughts, and concentrated on controlling the 10,000 beast spirit fire, putting all the refined medicinal powders and liquids into the medicine cauldron. He first slowly refined all the pills into shape, and the prototype of a pill appeared. Then he controlled the 10,000 beast spirit fire to start baking intermittently, and stopped sending flames every time the flame lifted the pill to the top of the medicine cauldron. Then when the pill was about to fall, the flame was output again to lift the pill up again, and this was repeated to achieve the effect of tempering. Xiaoyan's progress was very fast at the beginning, and he successfully tempered 6 or 7 times in a short while. But starting from the 8th time, he obviously began to have some difficulty, but he was still able to temper smoothly. The 9th time, the 10th time. When he crossed the threshold of the 10th time, Xiaoyan was already obviously struggling, and cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. 14 times, 15 times. Finally, when the 16th time was completed, Xiaoyan stopped tempering and refined the Royal Gathering Pill completely in one go. A purple round pill was held in his hand. At the same time, bursts of purple-colored pill energy floated out of the Royal Gathering Pill in his hand, allowing everyone to see clearly. 16th time, Yanxiao succeeded. Seeing that Royal Gathering Pill, Otto was the first to stand up excitedly and almost cheered loudly. But it was not over yet, because Bai Hao hadn't started to refine the pill yet. It's your turn. Xiaoyan glanced at Bai Hao and snorted coldly. He knew that Bai Hao was waiting for him to finish before taking action, but he didn't care because he believed that Bai Hao couldn't beat him. To refine the Royal Gathering Pill 16 times, even a 5th grade alchemist might not be able to complete it with such a powerful soul. This is Xiaoyan's confidence. 16 times, it's really good. Bai Hao also nodded in approval. But sometimes refining pills requires a little skill, and it doesn't have to be done by one person. Bai Hao's mouth curled up a smile, and his hands slowly formed a seal. Shadow clone technique. Bang! White smoke rose, and 2 more clones of Bai Hao appeared on the stone platform. Is this a clone fighting technique? What does that guy want to do? Is he trying to use his clones to refine the elixir together? How is that possible? Seeing Bai Hao actually using his clones in this situation, he was both surprised and puzzled. The clones' fighting skills were rare, but they seemed useless in refining the elixir. They had never heard that several people could refine the elixir together. President Fama, I'm using my own clones to refine the elixir together. It's not considered cheating, right? Bai Hao didn't rush to start refining the elixir immediately, but shouted to Fama in the VIP seat, "This is your own fighting skill. As long as you can refine it, it's not against the rules," Fama said. He also wanted to see how Bai Hao could refine it. After getting Fama's consent, Bai Hao took a deep breath, and together with his 2 clones, he summoned the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire in his palms. The reason why several people can't refine the elixir together is that different people have different perceptions of the power of fire and the elixir, and they can't be completely synchronized. Once there is a slight difference, the entire elixir will be ruined. But Bai Hao is different. His clones were also able to use the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and the 15th level fire control technique. They had already mastered the use of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. After summoning the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Hao and his 2 clones even opened their Sharingan to ensure that the 3 of them used the same amount of firepower, without any difference. It's my turn to perform next. Taking another deep breath, Bai Hao's original body took action first, putting all the medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron and condensing them into the prototype of the elixir with the strange fire. In the process of flame quenching, the original body and the 2 clones took turns to quench with flames, and the degree of flame used each time was the same. The quenching speed was extremely fast. 1, 2, 3, 18, 19, 20. The number of quenching times easily reached 20 times. 3 people working together, this is the correct way to refine the elixir. 20 times. Bai Hao's Huangju Dan was refined for 20 times. When it was formed, the purple-colored pill fragrance rose up, like a dancing dragon surrounding the square. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the colored pill fragrance produced by the yellow egg refined by Bai Hao was obviously much stronger than that of Xiaoyan. The stronger the colored pill fragrance, the better the quality of the pill. The winner and loser were already clear. That guy can actually use the clone fighting skills to refine the Huangju Dan? Looking at the Huangju Dan in Bai Hao's hand, Xiaoyan's face was extremely gloomy. He also refined the Huangju Dan, so he naturally knew the difficulties in this. It was almost impossible to let several people refine the Huangju Dan at the same time. But Bai Hao used a clone, and he had never thought of such a situation. The whole audience was silent. As Bai Hao's Huangju Dan came out of the furnace, the brilliance of others was suddenly covered up. Even though Liu Ling and the little princess had also refined the 4th grade elixir at this time, ordinary 4th grade elixir would definitely not be able to compete with the Royal Gathering Pill with colored elixir fragrance. When the hourglass stopped running, the time for the competition was up. On the high platform, Ma's face was full of smiles. Looking at the Royal Gathering Pills of Bai Hao and Xiaoyan, he said with a smile, "This last round of competition ends here. As for who will win in the end, I believe everyone has the answer in their hearts." Su Bai and Yan Xiao both refined the Royal Gathering Pill with colored elixir fragrance, which is the top 4th grade elixir. Although others have also refined 4th grade elixir, they are slightly inferior to the Royal Gathering Pill. We all know that the stronger the colored elixir fragrance, the better the quality of the elixir. Su Bai's Royal Gathering Pill has a stronger colored elixir fragrance than Yan Xiao's. I believe everyone knows who wins and who loses, right? I declare that the champion of this Jiama Empire Alchemist Conference is Su Bai. As soon as Fama's voice fell, warm cheers rang out from the audience. Being able to see 2 alchemists use the same elixir to decide the winner at this Alchemist Conference, and both sides used strange fire, even if the entire conference was not very thrilling, it was enough for those who witnessed this competition to have the ability to brag. This was not only a battle between 2 talented young alchemists, but also a battle between 2 strange fires. They were satisfied to see such a competition. The cheers around made Xiaoyan's face a little gloomy. He flicked his sleeves, put the medicine cauldron and the royal gathering pill into his storage ring and turned to leave the square. He was very unwilling in his heart. It's okay that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was robbed, but now he also lost at the Alchemist Conference. Why? Xiaoyan, don't be too discouraged. Although you lost this time, you have successfully refined the royal gathering pill. If you practice diligently in the future, you may not be inferior to Subai. Yao Lao comforted. Teacher, what you mean is that Subai's talent in alchemy is better than mine. Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. Well, and Subai's control of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is very skillful, much better than your control of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. After hesitating for a while, Yao Lao did not deny it. From the previous competition, Bai Hao's talent in alchemy is indeed better than Xiaoyan's. Not only in alchemy, but also in the control of the strange fire is extremely amazing. Even Yao Lao, who has possessed the Bone Spirit Cold Fire for many years, feels that Bai Hao's control of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is simply terrifying. It has only been a short time, and he can actually let two clones control the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire at the same time to refine the Royal Gathering Pill. Even he can't do it so easily. I'll keep this account first, and I will definitely get it back when I have the chance in the future. Angrily in his heart, Xiaoyan stepped out of the square. The square was still full of cheers. I really didn't see this little guy wrong. Looking at Bai Hao packing up on the field, Nalanji couldn't help laughing. He is indeed outstanding. Nalan Yanran looked at the figures on the field with her beautiful eyes, and a happy smile spread across her pretty face. If there were no other people here, she might have rushed down to cheer for Bai Hao. More than outstanding, he can refine a top-level 4th-grade elixir at such a young age. He is much more powerful than Gui back then. From today on, there will be many powerful forces offering him olive branches. Nalanji smacked his lips, but I believe he will not join other forces. Nalan Yanran's words were full of confidence. Turning his head to see the look on Bai Hao's face when his granddaughter was looking at him, Nalanji suddenly said, "Why? Do you have any idea about Subai? If so, you should act quickly. Look at how many women in the audience are looking at him with admiration. With such demeanor, there will be no shortage of women around Subai in the future. If he can take the relationship with our Nalan family a step further." Heh! What nonsense are you talking about? Don't be disrespectful to the elderly. Nalan Yanran rolled her eyes at him unhappily, but her beautiful eyes kept looking at Bai Hao on the field, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. She murmured in her heart, "Wait until I go back tonight, and then congratulate him properly." After packing up the things on the field, Bai Hao, with a warm look on his face, walked towards the direction of the Alchemist Guild from the passage on the side. It was the first time for Bai Hao to come to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. However, Fama had someone waiting for him here early, and took him to Fama's study. Bai Hao pushed the door open and entered. Only Fama was in the room. "Congratulations, my friend Subai." Fama smiled on his skinny face. Although he and Bai Hao had not had much contact before, the latter had helped Nalan Jie get rid of the brand poison in the Nalan family, and now he has a good relationship with the Nalan family, so Fama also welcomed him. Bai Hao smiled and said, "It's just luck. Luck is also a part of strength." Fama smiled and said, without further ado, he took out a purple and silver scroll from his ring and said, "This is the prize for the champion, the recipe for the 6th-grade elixir Rongling Pill, which will belong to you from now on." As he said that, he flicked his fingers lightly, and the scroll shot towards Bai Hao. Bai Hao took the scroll in his hand and put it into the ring without even looking at it. Seeing this, Fama's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise and said, "Don't you want to see if it's real?" "I believe in President Fama." Bai Hao smiled. In fact, the recipe for Rongling Pill was of no use to him, because the recipe for Rongling Pill was included in the recipe collection that the system gave out at the beginning. The real reason for him to attend the conference was the system's reward. Haha, there's nothing wrong with the recipe, but it's not a good habit to trust others so easily. Little friend Subai, please pay attention to this in the future. Fama smiled and took out a purple metal plate and placed it in front of Bai Hao. This is the token of the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, and it is also a reward for the champion. With this token, you can get help from any branch of the Jiama Empire. Thank you. Nodding, taking the token, and exchanging a few more pleasantries, Bai Hao left the Alchemist Guild. As he stepped out of the guild, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward Mangjia Shisui Limited Edition. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and winning the Alchemist Conference Championship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Shisui Limited Edition Unfused. Bai Hao successfully completed the mission this time. Although the reward was only a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, this was Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki. The eyes that possessed the strongest illusion, Koto Amatsukami, were much better than other messy rewards. He was a little impatient to fuse this pair of Mangeki, and after turning a few times to restore his true form, he went back to the Nalan family. The sky gradually darkened, and Bai Hao returned to his room without disturbing anyone. System. Start fusing Uchiha Shi's Mangeki. Bai Hao couldn't wait any longer. The Meki Sharingan is ready to fuse. Please close your eyes. Fusion started. 10%, 50, 100%. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mangekyo Uchiha Shisui Limited Edition. As the system's voice fell, Bai Hao opened his eyes, and a four-cornered dart pattern slowly turned in his eyes. It was Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan, the eye that possessed the strongest illusion, Koto Amatsukami. Bai Hao immediately called up the system panel. Name, Bai Hao. Age, 19, gender, male. Cultivation, 3-star Grandmaster skills. Tiangang Sword Finger, Flying Thunder God Technique, Chidori, Rasengan, Cloudwing Step. Bloodline limit, Mangeki Sharingan Eye Techniques, Amaterasu, 110. Kagutsuchi, Koto Amatsukami, Frutu, Susanoo, 120. Sure enough, Koto Amatsukami only has 2 times. Seeing the extra pupil skills, Tianxian only had 2 chances, which was also within Bai Hao's expectations. However, the upper limit of the last Susanoo was increased from 10 times to 20 times, which was an unexpected gain. Tianxian must use these 2 times to the best of his ability. Bai Hao stood up, stretched his waist, and found that it was completely dark outside. Time flies so fast, another day has passed. Shaking his head, Bai Hao took out the recipe for the Rongling pill from the ring and played with it in his hands. Although he already had the recipe for the system, it did not affect his appreciation of this scroll made of good materials. It felt great in his hands. 6th grade recipe. Although the effect of the Rongling pill is a little niche, if it is sold, it should be able to sell for tens of millions, right? He has already started thinking about how to turn this prescription into the most practical thing. Once it is sold, won't he be able to achieve financial freedom? At this moment, Bai Hao suddenly felt the colorful sky-swallowing python curled up in his arm move, and then a familiar voice came into his mind. This king needs the Rongling pill. You can't sell this Rongling pill prescription. It was Medusa's voice. However, this time she did not show up, but just transmitted the sound into Bai Hao's mind. And after saying this, Medusa had no subsequent sound. Bai Hao thought that Medusa's soul should still be suppressed by the sky-swallowing python, and only after hearing the 3 words, Rongling pill, did she force the message out. Bai Hao was very dissatisfied with this. You said it can't be sold, so it can't be sold? I don't need this thing. If I'm unhappy, I will immediately throw it away as garbage. These words were said to Medusa, and it was also a small threat from Bai Hao. I don't know if Medusa heard it because the sky-swallowing python didn't make any movement afterwards. After whispering a few more threats and making sure that Medusa couldn't hear it, Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was still quite afraid of Medusa. After all, she was a Dozong, beautiful and fierce, and she would get into trouble if he was not careful. It's better to be cautious. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Senior brother, you asleep? It was Nalan Yanran's voice. Girl, why are you here so late? Puzzled, Bai Hao said. Not yet, the door is not locked. Come in. After the words fell, a while later, the door opened with a creaky sound, and Nalan Yanran came in with a bowl of steaming things in her hand. What's this? Bai Hao asked curiously. Ginseng soup is for replenishing your energy. You must have consumed a lot of energy at the conference today. It's just right to drink it to replenish yourself. Putting the ginseng soup on the table, Nalan Yanran looked at Bai Hao with a smile on her pretty face. Does an alchemist still need others to send things to replenish his body? Bai Hao felt helpless, but did not refuse, because he knew it was Nalan Yanran's kindness. Thank you. He picked up the bowl and began to drink slowly. Nalan Yanran sat opposite Bai Hao, holding her chin with her jade hand, looking at him quietly. In front of outsiders, she basically maintained the arrogance of the young master of Yunlan sect. But in front of Bai Hao, She was unprecedentedly gentle and easygoing. This was not because Bai Hao was her senior brother, but she could not help but become like this in front of Bai Hao, wanting to be closer to Bai Hao. She herself did not know why. Senior brother's performance today was really amazing. I did not expect that senior brother could already refine the 4th grade peak elixir. Elder Gu Hei did not have such great ability when he was senior brother's age. Nalan Yanran took the initiative to find a topic and said, "That's right. Believe it or not, my alchemy skills will definitely surpass Elder Gu Hei in the future." Bai Hao could not help but brag. Nalan Yanran nodded seriously. "I believe senior brother can do it." She believed Bai Hao. "Okay, I've finished drinking it. Thank you for the ginseng soup you specially brought." Bai Hao put down the bowl that had been drunk clean. Seeing the bowl that had been drunk clean, Nalan Yanran lowered her head slightly and asked cautiously, "How does it taste? Do you think it tastes good, senior brother?" Bai Hao stretched out his voice. He actually tasted that this should be the ginseng soup that Nalan Yanran personally stewed, because the taste was actually a little, not very good. "Is it not delicious?" Hearing Bai Hao's answer, Nalan Yanran suddenly raised her head and looked at Bai Hao with some anxiety in her eyes. "No, it tastes very good, but I just couldn't think of an adjective for the time being." Bai Hao said quickly, "Really?" Nalan Yanran's pretty face lit up. "Really?" Bai Hao nodded seriously. "That's great. Then I'll stew it for you again when I have the chance in the future." Unable to hide the joy in her heart, Nalan Yanran cheered softly. But she immediately realized that she seemed to have said something she shouldn't have said, and immediately covered her mouth. When she saw the smile on Bai Hao's face, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but hit Bai Hao's shoulder with her jade hand and said threateningly, "You didn't hear anything." "I didn't hear anything." Bai Hao nodded obediently. After getting the answer, Nalan Yanran turned around and left with peace of mind. But when she walked out of the room, she couldn't help but feel a little shy and ran away. "This girl." Seeing the somewhat flustered figure, Bai Hao smiled and shook his head. "Go to bed." The next day, Bai Hao and Nalan Yanran were going back to Yunlan sect. In fact, Yun had sent someone to urge them a few days ago, because there was only half a month left before the 3-year agreement. This was not only Nalan Yanran's own business, but also the business of the entire Yunlan sect. Nalan Yanran was still the young master of the Yunlan sect. If she lost, the entire Yunlan sect would lose face. That's why Yun asked someone to urge her. Nalan Yanran had wanted to go back a few days ago, but because Bai Hao was going to participate in the Alchemist Conference, she stayed a little longer. Now that Bai Hao has successfully won the championship of the Alchemist Conference, it is time to set off back. "Father, Grandpa, let's go back to the sect first." "Okay." After saying goodbye to Nalan Ji and Nalan Su, the two walked towards the Yunlan sect. In less than half an hour, the two returned to the Yunlan sect. Looking at the familiar sect and smelling the familiar air, Bai Hao was delighted and was about to recite a poem to express his feelings. Yun came, and she had a cold and pretty face. "Teacher." Nalan Yanran saluted quickly. "Old teacher." Bai Hao stuttered a little, because he could feel Yun's cold eyes looking at him. "You still remember to come back?" Yun's tone was a little cold. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she looked at Nalan Yanran with some regret. "Yanran, do you know what time it is now? There are only 10 days left before the 3-year agreement between you and Xiao Yan of the Xiao family. Don't you care about it?" Nalan Yanran didn't say anything, but lowered her head and listened to the lecture silently. Bai Hao, who was standing by, heard that Yun was here to lecture Nalan Yanran, and he was relieved immediately. But before he could relax, Yun's eyes immediately looked at him. "Bai Hao, don't think I don't know. With Yanran's personality, it's impossible for her to come back so late. It must be because of you that she has been delayed until now." Bai Hao was speechless, because Yun was telling the truth. If it weren't for him, Nalan Yanran would have come back a long time ago. "You are so good at judging people." Seeing that neither of them refuted, Yun's anger subsided a little, and her tone became calmer. She asked, "Yanran, how is the old man's condition? I heard that the old man's brand poison has been completely removed." Few days ago, a disciple had already passed the news back, but Yun still asked in person. "Yes, the brand poison in Grandpa's body has been completely removed." Nalan Yanran nodded and said, "I heard that the person who helped the old man expel the brand poison this time was a young alchemist with a strange fire named Subai, and he also won the championship of this alchemist conference. He was the talk of the town." Yun said lightly, looking at Bai Hao intentionally or unintentionally. Bai Hao felt a little scared when she looked at him and didn't dare to look at her. She didn't know my identity, did she? It's impossible. She was not there at the time, so she couldn't know my identity. He couldn't figure out what Yun meant now, but Bai Hao was sure that Yun couldn't know his identity. Subai is so talented at such a young age. You should learn from him, okay? Yun's last sentence was full of teaching. Yes, teacher. Bai Hao and Yanran nodded at the same time. Okay, go back. Yanran, you should be prepared these days. The 3-year agreement is coming. This is your own decision. You have to show everyone your determination. At the end, Yun did not forget to remind him. The most important thing at the moment is the 3-year agreement between Yanran and Xiaoyan. As the sect leader, she naturally has to take responsibility. Yes! Yanran nodded and went back. Seeing Yanran leave, Bai Hao also spoke carefully. Sister Yun then, I'm leaving too? Let's go. Yun rolled her eyes at him unhappily. After getting approval, the latter ran away quickly, fearing that she would be caught and scolded for a reason if she was a step late. Looking at Bai Hao's departing figure, Yun shook her head helplessly. How long is this little guy going to keep this secret from me? I'll have to ask him after the 3-year agreement is over. The 3-year agreement is approaching, and the entire Yunlan sect has begun to prepare. A serious atmosphere has enveloped the entire sect. Yanran is the young master of the Yunlan sect. The victory or defeat of this competition is related to the face of the Yunlan sect, so it must be taken seriously and commanded by Yun personally. In addition, the Yunlan sect has also sent invitations to major families in the imperial capital, inviting them to participate in the 3-year agreement between Yanran and Xiaoyan. Among them, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fama, the royal guardian Jia Xingtian, and the patriarchs of the 3 major families have all been invited. On the day of the 3-year agreement competition, they will all appear in the Yunlan sect. There is only 1 day left before the 3-year agreement. In the room, Yanran sat in front of the dressing table, quietly looking at herself in the mirror. Her sword was on the table. Tomorrow, she would have a showdown with Xiaoyan. In the past 3 years, she had actually heard a lot about Xiaoyan. She knew that Xiaoyan was no longer the useless young master he once was, and his cultivation had greatly improved. But she would not regret it. However, at this moment, Yanran saw a figure in the mirror quietly opening the door and coming in, sneaking around like a thief. The person who came was Bai Hao. Yanran, it's just right that you are here. Bai Hao bent over and saw Yanran sitting in front of the stage, so he walked over carefully. Brother, what are you doing here? Yanran was a little curious, but she was muttering in her heart. How could anyone just sneak into a woman's boudoir casually? Although she didn't mind, if people knew about it. Hush, I'm here to give you something good, but you can't let the teacher know, otherwise she will say something to me again. Bai Hao lowered his voice. These 2 days, Yun personally warned him not to disturb Yanran, under the pretext that he would disturb Yanran. What a lie! He is not some weird uncle. How could he disturb Yanran? Here I have 2 pills. Keep them with you. They will be useful when you fight Xiaoyan tomorrow. Bai Hao took out 2 pills from his ring. One was the 3rd-grade Qi recovering pill, and the other was the Imperial Gathering pill he made that day. Seeing Bai Hao took out all the Huangju pills, Yanran was very moved, but still refused. Brother, I don't need these pills. I want to compete with Xiaoyan in an upright manner. This is what it means to be upright. You don't know, in fact, the Yanxiao who competed with me that day was actually Xiaoyan. He is also an alchemist. He will definitely take pills in battle. If you don't use them, you will be at a disadvantage. Bai Hao forcefully stuffed the 2 pills into Yanran's palm. Anyway, in tomorrow's competition, you just need to do your best and beat Xiaoyan to death. The Yanxiao who competed with me that day was actually Xiaoyan. He is also an alchemist, so you don't need to worry about it being unfair to take the pills. If you don't take them, he will take them too. Stuffing the pills in front of Yanran, Bai Hao said to her seriously, You mean the Yanxiao that day was Xiaoyan? Hearing Bai Hao's words, Yanran was stunned for a moment. But we also met Xiaoyan at that time, and he looked different from Yanxiao. At this point, Yanran suddenly stopped talking. What she wanted to say was that Yanxiao and Xiaoyan looked different, so how could they be the same person? But she immediately thought of Bai Hao, who also turned into Subai at that time. It seems that it is not impossible for Xiaoyan to change his appearance. So you take this pill, and wait until tomorrow. When you fight with Xiaoyan, you will beat him up. That's it, I'm going back first. Saying that, Bai Hao left in a hurry. Otherwise, when Yun comes and sees him, she will definitely scold him. Time flies, and it's the next day. The sun is high, and the bright sunshine covers the entire Yunlan sect with a layer of light golden light. Today is the deadline for the 3-year agreement. The invitees came to Yunlan sect early, led by Jia Xingqian and the people from the 3 major families, and Yun came out to greet them in person. Old Jia, you are here. Facing Jia Xingqian, the guardian of the royal family, Yun also bowed politely. Master Yun, you are too polite. Since Master Yun has invited me, how can I not come? Jia Xingqian laughed and stroked his gray beard. On the other hand, the heads of the 3 major families and Fama bowed slightly to Yun and greeted him in unison. Hello, Master Yun. Jia Xingqian deserved Yun's active and polite treatment because Jia Xingqian was not only the guardian of the royal family, but also had extremely terrifying cultivation, far above her, and was the most powerful person in the Jiama Empire. As for the patriarchs of the 3 major families, they should be equal to Yunlan sect in terms of power, but from the perspective of strength, Yunlan sect not only has several Do Huangs, but also has Yun, a Do Huang, which has opened up a big gap with the 3 major families. Because of this, the people of the 3 major families still respect Yun. Please take your seats. Yun did not say any more nonsense and invited Jia Xingqian and others to the high platform around the square. At this time, almost all the disciples of Yunlan sect were present, waiting quietly. Nalan Yanran and Bai Hao sat in the exclusive seats for direct disciples on the other side, and everyone was waiting. Until the sun rose to the sky, a sound of footsteps came slowly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in a black robe and carrying a black giant ruler walking step by step with a firm look. Xiaoyan, here he is. He came to keep the 3-year appointment. On the high platform, Nalan Yanran also opened her eyes and looked at the young man's resolute face. Her heart, which was still a little nervous, was completely calm at this time. She didn't know who would win or lose in today's battle, but she just wanted to prove to everyone that my own destiny is in my own hands. The young man looked around the square with a calm expression. He placed the Xuanzhong ruler in front of him and said in a faint voice, Xiao family, Xiaoyan. He felt calmer than ever before, because he knew that all the shame in the past would be washed away today. The disciples of the Yunlan sect around him couldn't help but talk about Xiaoyan. He is Xiaoyan, and he doesn't look that good. This kind of person is really not worthy of senior sister Nalan. I think only senior brother Bai Hao can be worthy of senior sister Nalan. I think so too. Me too. The surrounding discussions did not cause any fluctuations in Xiaoyan's heart. He looked up at Nalan Yanran's position. The latter also stood up, with lotus steps light, like the breeze blowing on the willows, and landed lightly on the square, his eyes fixed on Xiaoyan and said, Nalan family, Nalan Yanran. On the other side of the high platform, looking at the calm Xiaoyan below, Jia Xingqian's eyes flashed with surprise. Is that the little guy from the Xiao family? Wasn't he said to be a waste who couldn't store Douqi? Now it seems that his demeanor is quite good. Mu Chen on the side couldn't help but tease Nalan Jie. Old man Nalan, is this the kid from the Xiao family who almost became the son-in-law of your Nalan family? He doesn't look like the waste in the legend. Nalan Jie's brand poison was finally cleared, and now he was ridiculed by Mu Chen again when he came here, and he felt a little uncomfortable. In fact, he had long known that Xiaoyan was not the waste he used to be. He could face so many people so calmly. Among his peers, he really hadn't seen many people with such a mentality. But now things have developed to this point, and nothing can be done to save it. And there are some younger people who are better than Xiaoyan, such as Bai Hao, who is sitting on the other side. He is also optimistic about him. But he still feels a little guilty about the Xiao family. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely make up for it. In the high seats, seeing that Xiaoyan and Nalan Yanran were already standing on the field, Yun slowly stood up and looked down at Xiaoyan below. A cold voice rang out in the square. Are you Xiaoyan from the Xiao family? Looking up at the character woman in a green dress, Xiaoyan nodded calmly. I am the leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun, and I will host this 3-year appointment. This competition is intended to learn from each other, and it will stop when it is enough. Life and death, each of us will leave it to fate. The plain voice interrupted Yun's words. The latter frowned slightly. What a rude guy. Nalan Yanran looked up in surprise, then nodded and said softly, Whatever you say. Hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Yun originally disagreed, but since the two parties had no objection, she naturally had no objection. This was the Yunlan sect. No matter what the final result was, Yun was still confident that she could stop it at the critical moment. In that case, let's start. The battle was about to start. Holding the heavy Xuanzong ruler in his hand, Xiaoyan's eyes focused, and he rushed out with a sudden step of his foot. Nalan Yanran was not far behind, holding a green long sword in his hand, turning into a wisp of breeze and flashing out. The two immediately fought together, and the sound of the collision of fighting spirits resounded throughout the Var square. After a few rounds of brief fighting, each tested the other's strength, and then the two separated after another collision. Nalan Yanran, let's fight to the death! Xiaoyan's eyes condensed, and the fighting spirit in his body surged out. The blood-red fighting spirit covered the Xuanzong ruler, causing the temperature around it to rise sharply. Strange fire, 10,000 beast spirit fire. Is that strange fire? Seeing the 10,000 beast spirit fire summoned by Xiaoyan, Jia Xingqian was stunned for a moment. Fama, who was standing by, was shocked, because he had seen Xiaoyan's 10,000 beast spirit fire at the Alchemist Conference. Yan Xiao? Is Xiaoyan? He never expected that Xiaoyan was actually Yan Xiao. Although Xiaoyan did not win the championship of the Alchemist Conference in the end, Fama still remembered this equally outstanding young man. But he never expected that Yan Xiao was actually Xiaoyan. It was really fate. When others saw the strange fire on Xiaoyan, they were all shocked. He actually swallowed the strange fire? How did he do that? How could he be so lucky? What was even more surprising was that after summoning the strange fire, the blood-red Douqi surrounded Xiaoyan's body and gradually condensed into a thick armor, Douqi armor. He is also a great Do master? Seeing the armor on Xiaoyan's body, the field once again rang with shock. The Xiao family's waist at the beginning not only possessed the strange fire, but also reached the level of a great Do master. How could such an amazing change not surprise people? Sure enough, you have also reached the level of a great Do master. Seeing Xiaoyan's changes, Nalan Yanran was not too surprised, but slowly adjusted her breath, and the light blue wind attribute Do Qi emerged from her body. The huge Do Qi lingered around Nalan Yanran, and finally condensed into a light blue Do Qi armor. But compared with Xiaoyan's heavy Do Qi armor, Nalan Yanran's Do Qi armor looked more slim and light. Xiaoyan, fight! At this moment, the two had no reservations. Nalan Yanran took the lead, and the sharp sword energy shot out from the long sword, leaving a series of sharp breaking sounds in the air, and rushed towards Xiaoyan. Holding the Xuanzong ruler, Xiaoyan did not dodge or evade the sword energy. He waved the heavy ruler and blocked all the sword energy in front of him with a sweep. The warm-up is over. Show your true ability and decide the winner, Nalan Yanran. Holding the Xuanzong ruler tightly, Xiaoyan took out a pill from the ring and put it into his mouth without hesitation. It was the Huangju pill. After taking the Huangju pill, Xiaoyan's aura soared to the level of a 3-star great fighting master again. The blood-red fighting spirit in his body surged out. The energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was stirred at this moment, and it continuously poured out of the Xuanzong ruler, and the violent momentum gradually climbed. This amazing momentum shocked everyone on the high platform. This aura is actually an earth-level fighting skill? Seeing the aura of the Xuanzong ruler in Xiaoyan's hand soaring, Jia Xingqian was very surprised. There are only a few earth-level fighting skills in the entire Jiama Empire, and now I can see it in a junior. How can it not be shocking? A small great fighting master not only has a strange fire, but also has an earth-level fighting skill. With the Xiao family's background, it is impossible for Xiaoyan to improve so much in such a short time. There must be a stronger strength behind him. The elders of the Yunlan sect looked a little solemn when they saw Xiaoyan showing his fighting skills. Such a young man with great potential will definitely have a bright future with unlimited prospects. But such a young man stood on the opposite side of the Yunlan sect, and it is very likely that he will become the enemy of the Yunlan sect in the future. If he cannot be won over, perhaps destroying him is the best. On the stage, Bai Hao had been watching the two people's fight. As expected, Xiaoyan took the Huangju pill that he had refined at the Alchemist Conference. But on the other side, Nalan Yanran watched Xiaoyan take the pill. She did not take out the Huangju Dan that Bai Hao gave her, but calmly watched Xiaoyan's aura rising continuously. She did not want to take the Huangju Dan that Bai Hao gave her, because she wanted to use her own strength to prove that her original choice was not wrong. This silly girl. Bai Hao naturally saw Nalanyanran's thoughts. With her stubborn personality, although she did not refuse Bai Hao's pill at that time, she still made her own decision whether to use it or not. Xiaoyan, if you really dare to kill Yanran, don't blame me. Bai Hao's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan in the audience. Taking a deep breath, Nalanyanran slowly pulled out the hairband that bound her 3,000 black hair, and her hair poured down like moonlight, falling down from her shoulders to her willow waist. An ethereal temperament suddenly emanated from Nalanyanran, and he slowly floated in the air without the help of any catapulting force or fighting wings. At the same time, the energy around them was rioting, and circles of green ripples appeared. The tip of the sword pointed at Xiaoyan. At this moment, the sunlight in the sky actually gathered towards the long sword, making the long sword shine brightly, as if it had become the second sun here. Both of them used their own killer moves. Flame-devouring wave ruler. Wind extreme sunset radiance. The two of them carried terrifying energy in their own moves, and they collided fiercely. Boom! A huge roar instantly resounded throughout the Yunlan sect, and the energy waves generated by the collision swept around. Group of Yunlan sect disciples quickly worked together to set up a barrier to resist this terrifying impact. The aftermath of the energy hit the barrier, causing ripples and violent tremors. Finally, after holding on for a long time, the entire barrier broke with a snap, and the remaining energy waves blew away the surrounding disciples. Seeing this, Yun frowned slightly, and with a wave of her jade hand, she confined the energy that was spreading wantonly on the square. Cracks appeared on the hard square, raising a cloud of dust. In the dust, Xiaoyan's figure quickly retreated on the ground and stabilized his body. But Nalanyanran's fate was not so good. Her body fell from the sky like a fallen leaf, and she stabilized her body when she was close to him, and did not fall directly to the ground. Cough! Nalanyanran coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her pretty face turned pale. Nalanyanran, I won this battle after all. Putting away the Shenzong ruler, Xiaoyan looked at Nalanyanran coldly. It's not over yet. Nalanyanran bit her thin lips stubbornly, and stood up with difficulty. The remaining fighting spirit in her body surged out, and her eyes were firm. If I had to do it again, I would also go to Wutan City to cancel the engagement. My marriage is my own decision. She gushed out the remaining fighting spirit in her body and stabbed the sword in her hand. It's already this time, and you still have such an arrogant tone. Listening to Nalanyanran's words, Xiaoyan's anger rose again. Looking at Nalanyanran, who was stabbing with difficulty, he suddenly pulled out the Xuanzhong ruler. Since you are determined to die, then I will fulfill your wish. The Xuanzhong ruler was covered with blood-red 10,000 beast spirit fire again, and it smashed towards Nalanyanran fiercely. It was a fatal move. On the high platform, Yun saw that Xiaoyan actually wanted to kill her, and her eyebrows gathered, and she was about to go down. But Bai Hao on the side was one step faster than her. A ball of green flame suddenly rose between Nalanyanran and Xiaoyan. The strong sense of danger forced Xiaoyan to take several steps back. But when he saw the familiar green flame, his surprise immediately turned into anger. Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire? Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire? Seeing the green flame, Xiaoyan immediately recognized it as the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. He looked up suddenly and saw Bai Hao coming down. Bai Hao supported the shaky Nalanyanran and whispered, Yanran, you go back first. Looking at Bai Hao, who appeared beside her, Nalanyanran moved her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. Instead, she nodded and left the square. It turned out to be you. Seeing Bai Hao's face, Xiaoyan remembered that he had seen Bai Hao in the Monster Mountain range. At that time, Bai Hao was still a Douhuang. Now that he thought about it, the black-robed man who stole his strange fire that day was also a Douhuang, which was consistent with the current situation. I met him twice before, and he was Douhuang, but now he is only a 3-star Dou Master, and he is the same person as Subai at the Alchemist Conference that day. Yao Lao's voice rang in Xiaoyan's mind. Although he was not sure why Bai Hao's strength was so different before and after, with Yao Lao's powerful soul perception, he could be sure that the Bai Hao in front of him was Subai that day. It seems that I came to Yunlan sect at the right time this time. Let's settle the accounts between us here today. Xiaoyan raised the Xuanzhong ruler and pointed at Bai Hao and said sternly. He had been frustrated for so long, whether it was the shame of the 3-year agreement in his heart, or the frustration of Bai Hao snatching away the strange fire and the championship of the Alchemist Conference. He would settle it here, today. Are you sure you want to settle the accounts with me here? Seeing that Xiaoyan actually wanted to fight with him, Bai Hao raised his eyebrows. This is Yunlan's sect. When did this guy become so bold? Xiaoyan and Nalan Yanran had a 3-year agreement, so even if Nalan Yanran lost, Yunlan's sect couldn't say anything. But if he were to attack Bai Hao, the meaning would be completely different. It could be completely understood as a provocation to Yunlan Zong. Yao Lao was also surprised by Xiaoyan's behavior. This is Yunlan Zong, and the leader of Yunlan Zong, Yun Yun, is a Do Huang, and there are several Do Wangs. If we fight here, we won't be able to gain an advantage. Teacher, I have developed an obsession with this person. He wants to steal my strange fire and take my championship. If I don't cut off this obsession today, it will probably become my inner demon and affect my future cultivation. Xiaoyan said in a deep voice. Originally, he didn't have such a deep obsession. When the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was stolen, he found the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. When the Alchemist Championship was stolen, he could accept it. But when these two things happened to the same person, he couldn't accept it. If he didn't teach Bai Hao a lesson today, he would never have peace in the future. Yao Lao sighed and said, "Since you have made up your mind, just go for it. Although I cannot help you overthrow Yunlan's sect, I can still protect you from leaving." He knew Xiaoyan's current situation. If he did not get rid of Bai Hao, the biggest worry in his heart, Xiaoyan would not be able to go far in cultivation. The most taboo on the road of cultivation is the inner demon. The people outside the venue saw that Xiaoyan not only defeated Nalan Yanran, but also wanted to challenge Bai Hao. Isn't this too arrogant? He actually dared to shout at senior brother Bai Hao. How dare he do that? Too damn arrogant? Does he think that he has won senior sister Nalan by chance, and that there is no one in our Yunlan sect? There was a discussion in the square. Although Xiaoyan's strength today surprised them, he actually wanted to challenge Bai Hao. He simply didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Seeing Xiaoyan so arrogant, Yunleng and other elders could not help but scold him, but Yun Yun stopped them. "Don't move. Let Bai Hao fight him for a few moves first." Yun Yun's beautiful eyes stared at Bai Hao. When Bai Hao used the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire just now, she had already felt the familiar breath. "I can't catch you this time," she murmured softly. "Why, the dignified senior brother of Yunlan's sect doesn't dare to fight?" Seeing that Bai Hao was hesitant to speak, Xiaoyan mocked coldly. "If you admit defeat, I can also let you go." Bai Hao laughed. "Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill your wish." His eyes slowly condensed, and the 6-pointed star kaleidoscope Sharingan emerged. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the ring and a sword appeared in Bai Hao's hand. It's really him. Seeing the familiar Sharingan, Xiaoyan recognized it at once. That day, Bai Hao used this pair of eyes to snatch his strange fire. His pupil technique is a bit weird. Try not to look directly into his eyes. Yao Lao reminded. "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyan raised the Xuanzhong ruler and fiercely chopped down at Bai Hao. Cloudwing step. Bai Hao stepped on the ground, and his figure flashed like a ghost to avoid the attack. At the same time, the long sword in his hand trembled suddenly, and a burst of green light appeared on the tip of the sword. Wind Extreme Meteoric Kill. The first move was a Xuan-level, high-level fighting skill. Bai Hao did not intend to show mercy. The tiny sword energy turned into a beam of light and shot out at a very fast speed. It came to Xiaoyan in almost the blink of an eye. The latter's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was no time to dodge. He could only quickly block the Xuandong ruler in front of him and use the huge ruler to block the sword. Bang! The terrifying power exploded directly on Xiaoyan's body, and the Xuanzong ruler almost slipped out of his hand. He also retreated repeatedly and coughed up blood. Just a 3-star master. Xiaoyan's eyes were red. He took out a few pills from his ring and stuffed them into his mouth, quickly recovering the Do Qi in his body. Flame-devouring wave ruler. He used this earth-level Do skill again, and the energy around him quickly poured into the Xuanzhong ruler. Flame-devouring wave ruler. I want to see how powerful it is. Seeing Xiaoyan's clothes flying around in the violent energy, Bai Hao also became interested. He simply put the long sword back into the ring and stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand. At this moment, with Bai Hao's 2 fingers as the center, the energy around him also quickly poured in, and a vortex of energy could be seen spinning rapidly. Flame-devouring wave ruler. Xiaoyan shouted angrily and slashed out an astonishing wave of air. At this time, Bai Hao also suddenly made his 2 fingers into swords and swung them violently. Tiangang sword finger. At the moment when his fingers slashed down, countless sword shadows immediately appeared in front of Bai Hao, gathering together, and faintly had the momentum of a surging river, fiercely slashing at the airwaves of the flame-devouring wave ruler. Boom! The flame-devouring wave ruler did not last long before it was submerged by the endless sword shadows, and the remaining momentum poured down on Xiaoyan, hitting him hard and sending him flying, smashing a huge human-shaped pit on the field, filled with smoke and dust. Defeating the enemy with one move? The fighting skill that could defeat Nalan Yanran's sunset glow was so vulnerable in front of Bai Hao, and everyone outside the field was surprised. Bai Hao's strength was even stronger than they imagined. But before they could finish their exclamation, suddenly a very terrifying breath rushed straight into the sky from the deep pit. This aura? Douhuang Peak? Standing up from the deep pit, Xiaoyan's aura rose visibly. Douling, Douwang, Douhuang. It didn't stop rising until it reached Douhuang Peak. Such a huge change, already terrifying pressure, made everyone present feel an extremely huge pressure. Douhuang Peak? The first person to see Xiaoyan's strength at this time was naturally Jia Xingqian. He was also Douhuang Peak, so he was very familiar with this aura. At the same time, he was extremely shocked that Xiaoyan could actually burst out such a terrifying strength. He had practiced for so long, and he was only at Douhuang Peak at an old age. And Xiaoyan, a young man who was less than 20 years old, actually had the cultivation of Douhuang Peak. How could this be possible? However, Jia Xingqian soon saw the clues and narrowed his eyes slightly. This power should not belong to him. If any young man can reach Douhuang Peak, then where would those of them who practiced for so many years to reach Douhuang put their face? How could they still have the face to live? Jia Xingqian did not plan to take action for the time being, but just sat on the mountain and watched the fight. This was a matter between Xiaoyan and Yunlanzong. If Xiaoyan could take this opportunity to severely damage Yunlanzong as the guardian of the Jiama Empire, he would be happy to see it. After all, the development of Yunlanzong was too fast in recent years, which made the royal family feel a little threatened. The main figures of other forces were basically sitting on the mountain and watching the fight. The main reason was that they could not help much. The peak Douhuang had already appeared, and these little Douhuangs were not good enough. Come on, let me see how much you can do now. Xiaoyan looked at Bai Hao coldly, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He even wanted to confront Bai Hao. Wasn't you very capable just now? If you have the ability, you can be more capable now. Bai Hao really disdained his clamor. It's just borrowing the power of others. What are you so arrogant about? He knew that if Xiaoyan couldn't beat him, he would definitely let Yao Lao possess him in the end. But he didn't expect it to be so soon. Moreover, this time, Xiaoyan, who was possessed by Yao Lao, had a stronger aura than before, and had even reached the peak of Douhuang, which was beyond his expectation. No matter who this power belongs to, as long as I can use this power, it's fine. Xiaoyan raised the Xuanzhong ruler and pointed directly at Bai Hao, saying coldly, "Come on, let's see how much you can do now." After saying that, Xiaoyan actually took action directly. The power of the peak of Douhuang made his speed unprecedentedly enhanced, and he came to Bai Hao almost instantly. Fortunately, Bai Hao opened the Mangeki Sharingan and could barely capture Xiaoyan's figure. He stepped suddenly and quickly dodged behind him. Boom! The Xuanzhong ruler hit the square heavily, directly smashing out a huge deep pit, and the power was amazing. Damn, this is the rhythm of killing me! Seeing that the deep pit was deeper and bigger than the pit he had just smashed to send Xiaoyan flying, Bai Hao cursed in his heart. What kind of hatred and resentment is that? Is it that serious? You can only run away. Seeing Bai Hao dodge his attack, Xiaoyan sneered and appeared in front of Bai Hao again. The Xuanzhong ruler smashed down again, and the air was filled with sonic booms. At this moment, a long sword suddenly inserted violently and blocked Xiaoyan's attack with its slender sword body. Yun made a move. Are you going to cause trouble in my Yunlan sect? At this time, Yun looked at Xiaoyan with a cold face. The peak of Douhuang. This strength is stronger than her, but Xiaoyan wanted to stop her from killing Bai Hao, and she would never allow it. Girl, you can't stop me. Seeing Yun's move, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with an unbearable irritability, and the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand could not help but increase the weight. The two started a fierce fight in the air. The battle between Douhuang's strongmen was extremely terrifying. The entire Yunlan sect was covered by a powerful force. Bai Hao took the opportunity to retreat to a seat on the side, turned his head and looked at Yun, who was fighting with Xiaoyan, frowning tightly. The elders nearby wanted to help, but they were not strong enough. The aftermath of the battle alone could exclude these small Do Wangs. They could only worry. Seeing Yun gradually falling behind, Bai Hao couldn't help but shout to Yunleng on the side, "Grand Elder, now is the moment of life and death for the sect. Can't you do anything?" Why didn't this old guy make any move at this time? Hurry up and call Yun Shan, who was in seclusion, out. After he reminded him, the latter suddenly realized and quickly took out a cloud-white flute from the ring, put it to his mouth, and blew it hard. Suddenly, a sharp and somewhat strange tone came out from the flute, lingering in the entire Yunlan mountain for a long time. As the flute sounded, a terrifying aura like a resurrected dragon suddenly enveloped the entire Yunlan sect. Feeling this terrifying aura, Jia Xingtian, Fama, and others on the high platform all changed their faces. That old guy is not dead. Under the gaze of everyone, a white figure suddenly emerged from the depths of Yunlan Mountain and walked slowly towards him on the void. His pace was not fast, but with each step, the entire void could not help but flicker, and his figure seemed to pass through space, appearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, which was very strange. This is Yunlan sect's previous leader, Yunshan? Gradually seeing the face of the figure clearly, some people from the forces below finally recognized him. Bai Hao below looked at Yunshan, who had obviously reached Dozong, and his face was slightly happy. Fortunately, this point was not wrong. As long as Yunshan was there, Xiaoyan alone would not be able to turn the world upside down today. And what Bai Hao wanted to do was not just to make Xiaoyan calm down. The peak of Dohuang. I didn't expect that after all these years, there would be a strong person at the peak of Dohuang who would attack our Yunlan sect. His eyes slowly shifted upwards, and seeing Xiaoyan entangled with Yun in the air, Yunshan frowned slightly. Yunshan took a step forward, and a circle of faint ripples immediately appeared in the space under his feet. The next moment, his figure appeared directly in front of the two people in the air. Then Yunshan casually waved his hand, and a light blue strong wind carrying a faint spatial force swept towards Xiaoyan. Faced with this sudden threat, the latter did not hesitate to withdraw, and the purple cloud wings behind him shook violently, dodging the attack. Dozong? After dodging, Xiaoyan looked at Yunshan, felt the powerful aura on him, frowned, and then smiled. I didn't expect that Yunlan sect actually hid such a task. It's really amazing. Teacher. Yun also retreated to Yunshan's side and said in a low voice. She opened her mouth to say something, but Yunshan raised his hand to stop her. Looking at Xiaoyan's young face, she was slightly surprised, but soon saw the meaning and said lightly, "This power is not your own. It should be the power of the soul in your body." Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but say in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be able to see that I have a soul in my body. Interesting." Although Yunshan is a Dozong, Xiaoyan didn't seem to take him seriously at this time. "I don't care who you are. You have destroyed my Yunlan sect like this today. You need to pay the price." Yunshan's eyes suddenly condensed, and his tone was fierce and murderous. In the battle between Xiaoyan and Yun just now, the energy aftermath destroyed many palaces of the Yunlan sect, leaving a mess. "Although you are a Duzong, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to keep me." Xiaoyan sneered. "It's true that I may not be able to keep you here by myself, but I am not alone. There are more professional people who can deal with soul bodies like you." Yunshan laughed, turned his head and said to the space behind him, "Protector Wu, come out." As Yunshan's voice fell, a huge black fog spread out from the depths of Yunlan Mountain, along with a burst of cold laughter. "Hehe, Yaochen, I didn't expect that I would meet you here." Looking at the spreading black fog, Xiaoyan's face condensed, and he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that the Yunlan sect actually has an intersection with the Soul Palace. You got lucky to escape back then, but it ruined our Soul Palace's careless plans. Now you come to our door yourself. If we capture you, the sect leader will definitely be overjoyed." The black mist slowly condensed and finally formed a figure shrouded in deep black smoke. A pair of crimson eyes were faintly revealed in the darkness. The sudden appearance of the Wu Protector made everyone present look confused, especially Yun, who looked at the black mist with a pretty face and was shocked. Generally speaking, people who appear in this way are definitely not good people. But why did the Wu Protector come out of the Yunlan sect? As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she didn't know at all. What kind of force is this so-called Soul Palace? And now it seems that Yunshan must be in the same group with the Wu Protector. What is going on? Jia Xingtian and others were also a little surprised to see the Wu Protector appearing in this way. It is obvious that the guy is definitely not a good person, and the Wu protector is related to Yunshan. It seems that the Yunlin sect is more mysterious than they imagined. Seeing the guardian Wu, Xiaoyan's face darkened. I didn't expect to meet a filthy thing like you here. In this case, you should pay back some debts to the Soul Palace today. The cold words were filled with endless anger and murderous intent. If it was Xiaoyan's anger at the beginning, then now it was Yao Lao's anger. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. In this situation, who can remain calm? Spreading his palms, two flames immediately appeared in Xiaoyan's palms. One was the blood-red 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, and the other was the Forest White Bone Spirit Cold Fire. There are actually two balls of strange fire? Seeing this, many people were shocked. One strange fire is already rare in the world, and now there are people who have two strange fires. Is this going to make people live? Jia Xingqian didn't know what expression to use to face it. He suddenly felt that he, the peak of Douhuang, didn't seem to be anything great, and he was still the same. Even he was like this, not to mention Nalan Jie and others on the side, who were already shocked and didn't know what to say. Douhuang was already surprising enough, and now there was another Douhuang peak and two Douzong at the same time. This was the first time they had ever seen such a scene. Bai Hao, who was standing by, was genuinely happy when he saw this, and couldn't help but smile. Because the current situation was just what he wanted. Brother, you seem very happy? Nalan Yanran, who was standing by, was very nervous when she saw this, but when she turned around, she found that Bai Hao was not worried at all, but seemed very happy. What was going on? No, I just remembered something happy, Bai Hao said casually. What happy thing? What was there to be happy about at this time? That was a battle between a Douhuang peak and a Douzong strongman in the air. It was rare for them to be able to watch this level of battle up close. If they were not careful, they might be affected. Our old sect master has broken through to Douzong. Isn't this something worth being happy about? Bai Hao asked with a smile. He originally expected Yunleng to call out Yunshan and then join forces with Yun to suppress Xiaoyan, and then they could do whatever they wanted. But Bai Hao didn't expect Yunshan to directly call out the Soul Hall's Wu Guardian, which was really unexpected. However, although he didn't like Wu Guardian, the people of the Soul Hall gave people a very gloomy feeling, and they sneered all day long, and they didn't have any good feelings at all. Now Bai Hao was still willing to let Wu Guardian and Yunshan join forces to punish Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan might not be able to escape today. In the air, Xiaoyan summoned two balls of strange fire, which surprised Yunshan and Wu Guardian, but they were soon relieved. They were both Douzong, and even if the strange fire was powerful, Xiaoyan was only a Douhuang peak at this time. It was almost impossible to use strange fire to make up for the gap between the two sides. Don't think you are the only Douzong. With two balls of strange fire in his hands, Xiaoyan suddenly shouted, and an amazing momentum burst out from his body. His aura was rising rapidly, gradually breaking through the shackles of Douhuang and successfully reaching Douzong. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars! This upgrade directly made Xiaoyan's aura reach the 3-star Douzong at this time. The terrifying aura was spreading, and the whole sky became extremely solemn. Yunshan and Wu Guardian were also shocked. I didn't expect you to have such a good secret method. It seems that strange fire is really a magical thing. But no matter how you struggle, you can't escape this disaster today. The two looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Yunshan's right hand was shaped like an eagle claw. With one claw, 5 huge claw marks immediately broke through the air and chopped towards Xiaoyan fiercely. Even the space was distorted wherever he passed. At the same time, the black mist on Wu Guardian's body turned into a long chain, which was waved in his hand with great vigor and shot towards Xiaoyan with unique power. Although Xiaoyan was able to reach the 3-star Douzong level with the help of secret methods, the two guardians Wu and Yunshan joined forces and did not fall behind, even when facing a 3-star Douzong. In the sky, the three immediately started a fierce fight. The three figures kept crossing each other, and each collision brought a terrifying energy that could cause the space to vibrate. The battle between the 3 Douzongs, Jia Xingqian and others below could only watch obediently. Even the peak Douhuang dared not participate in this level of battle. Douzong, Douhuang, there is only one word difference, but the gap between them is like an insurmountable chasm. Seeing the terrifying battle in the sky, Bai Hao was also a little shocked, and at the same time, he was a little worried about Yunshan and Wu. Of course, Bai Hao was not worried about their lives, but whether they could beat Xiaoyan. Today's Shaoyan is much stronger than in the original work. If Yunshan and Wu Protectors both lose, then it is estimated that Yunlan's sect will be overthrown today, and in that case his plan will fail. I've put all my wealth on you two, so you have to give me some strength. Boom! With a loud noise, the three people in the air separated again, and neither side gained any advantage. Although Yunshan and Wu Hufa joined forces, they were only 1-star Dozong, and it was still a bit difficult to face Xiaoyan, who was a 3-star Dozong. 2 1-star Dozongs, you want to compete with me? Xiaoyan sneered, with the 10,000 Bee Spirit Fire on his left and right, and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire on his right hand, emitting extremely high temperatures. Since you are all out, let's settle all the accounts today. Yunlan's sect will be destroyed. His face was ferocious, and under the eyes of everyone, he slowly merged the 2 strange fires in front of him, slowly forming a lotus, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated in the air. Is he going to merge both strange fires? Seeing Xiaoyan's actions, Yunshan frowned. Madman! The guardian Wu on the side cursed. The strange fire is an extremely terrifying and violent force between heaven and earth. This guy actually wants to fuse 2 strange fires together? He is simply crazy. Just a single strange fire is a great threat to the secret method of their soul palace. Now Xiaoyan actually wants to fuse 2 strange fires together. What else can he be but a madman? Master Yunshan, none of us can handle this thing. Let's prepare to join forces, the guardian Wu suggested. Okay. Yunshan did not hesitate at all. He also felt the terrifying power of the fusion of the strange fire. If he was not careful, today would be the day he came out of seclusion, or it might be the day he died. Below. Feeling the terrifying aura of the fusion of the different fires, Yunyun immediately shouted in a low voice, Disciples of the Yunlan sect, listen to my order and form a formation. Yes! All the people of the Yunlan sect immediately used all their strength to inject it around the Yunlan sect. A huge transparent barrier like glass slowly rose up and finally covered the entire Yunlan sect. At the same time, Yunleng and others personally injected Douqi into the barrier to maintain the power of this barrier. Otherwise, the strength of the Yunlan sect disciples alone would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks that would follow. Not only Yunyun, but even Jia Xingqian and others also helped to reinforce the barrier. After all, they were now in the Yunlan sect. If the barrier exploded, no one would be able to escape. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus, let this guy figure it out. Seeing the 2 different fires in Xiaoyan's hands gradually merge into a lotus, Bai Hao felt a headache. That thing is Xiaoyan's cheating artifact. I wonder if the 2 unlucky guys Yunshan and Wu Guardian can withstand it. Theoretically, they should not be able to withstand it, but Bai Hao hopes that they can withstand it. In the sky, the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Fire and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire in Xiaoyan's hand have completely merged together. He slowly raised his hands and held up the Buddha's Wrath Lotus in his hand. This Buddha's Wrath Lotus is for you. Looking at Yunshan and Wu Protector coldly, Xiaoyan slowly sent the Buddha's Wrath Lotus in his hand. After the Buddha's Wrath Lotus was released, it immediately shot towards the 2 people. Seeing the flying Buddha's Wrath Lotus, Yunshan and Wu Protector's face was extremely solemn. At the same time, all the power in their bodies surged out. The 2 of them pushed out a palm at the same time, and a huge palm print was condensed. This palm print was extremely strange, half black and half blue. The black is the power of Wu Protector, and the blue is the power of Yunshan. This is a joint attack of the 2. The energy palm print also hit the Buddha's Wrath Lotus with terrifying power. The moment the 2 collided, there was a sound like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Boom! A dazzling light immediately covered the entire Yunlan sect. The spreading energy aftermath pressed on the barrier, causing it to sink severely. But it did not break immediately. Instead, it held on tightly. Everyone in the barrier used all their strength to maintain the barrier. Boom! The clouds above the Yunlan sect were cleared in an instant. Snap! Under the pressure of such a terrifying force, the barrier finally couldn't hold on and broke with a bang. However, the energy aftermath generated at this time had just been consumed, so after the barrier was broken, there was not much shockwave. Everyone was only implicated because of the barrier being forced, and it was not a big deal. The smoke and dust in the air gradually dissipated. Suddenly 2 shadows, one white and one black, shot down from the air like cannonballs and hit the houses of the Yunlan sect heavily. It was Yunshan and Wu the Dharma Protector. At this time there was only 1 person left in the air, Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan had also consumed a lot of Douqi at this time, and the power brought by the secret method had been exhausted. His aura returned from the 3-star Dozong to the peak of Dohuang, and his Douqi was almost gone. He won this battle. He defeated 2 Dozongs by himself. Seeing that Yunshan and Wu Protector had both lost, Bai Hao was also shocked. Damn it. This Xiaoyan is indeed a cheater. He beat 2 people alone and still won. It's too much. His plans seemed to have failed. Ha! Yunshan and Soul Palace are nothing more than that. Xiaoyan laughed. Xiaoyan, my strength is almost gone. I have to go. Yao Lao reminded him, his voice a little weak. Defeating 2 Dozongs was already his limit, and Yao Lao's soul power was also exhausted to the extreme. I will never come to this Yunlan sect again, so I must solve everything together today. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly shifted to Bai Hao below, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Teacher, give me one last helping hand. Okay, my current strength can only help you use the flame-devouring wave ruler once more, and it will kill with 1 strike. Yao Lao sighed softly. He knew that Xiaoyan was already bloodthirsty, and if he didn't kill Bai Hao today, he would never give up. That's enough. Xiaoyan held the Xuanzhong ruler and suddenly leaned over to fly towards Bai Hao. Seeing this, Bai Hao was shocked. What the hell? Xiaoyan held the Xuanzhong ruler tightly in his hand, and the majestic fighting spirit was quickly condensing, and the target was obviously Bai Hao. Seeing this, Bai Hao was shocked. Does this guy Xiaoyan hate me so much? Even at this time, he didn't even forget to kill me? Flame-devouring wave ruler. While leaning over and flying down, the Xuanzhong ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was covered with blood-red flames again, and it chopped towards Bai Hao fiercely with terrifying power. So fast, Bai Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. No, at this moment, Yunyun's blue wings of Douqi suddenly appeared behind her. With a heart-wrenching cry, her delicate body actually blocked Bai Hao. At the same time, Yunyun held the long sword tightly in her hand, and the light blue Douqi wrapped around the long sword, trying to block Xiaoyan's attack. But her strength was still not enough in front of Xiaoyan at this time. Bang! The flame-dividing wave ruler smashed down fiercely, and the terrifying power almost hit Yunyun without reservation, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Bang! Yunyun almost endured all the attacks, but the experience still knocked him and Bai Hao hard against the wall. Cough? Bai Hao coughed out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, but at this time he could no longer care about his injuries, but hugged Yunyun tightly. Sister Yun, Sister Yun. Looking at Yunyun who fell in his arms, Bai Hao's mind was blank. Little guy, are you okay? Yunyun's pale face forced out a smile, and after saying this, she fainted. Damn it, someone actually helped him to block. Seeing that Bai Hao was not dead, Xiaoyan was somewhat unwilling to fight again, but Yao Lao's urgent voice rang out. Hurry up, don't fight, otherwise when Yunshan and the people from the Soul Palace recover, we won't be able to leave. But, don't say but, while they are shocked now, hurry up. At this time, Yao Lao's strength was almost exhausted, and he could not let Xiaoyan drag it on. Then I can only let that guy go today. Xiaoyan turned around somewhat unwillingly, waving the purple cloud wings behind him, and flew down the mountain. But at this moment, spiritual art, with a low shout, a huge shadow suddenly flew quickly from behind. Xiaoyan was startled and quickly dodged to the side. A huge monster flew past him. Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. This is Purple Crystal Winged Lion King? Seeing this familiar beast, Xiaoyan was a little surprised. But when he saw Bai Hao on the head of Purple Crystal Winged Lion King, his face darkened and he said coldly, I let you go, but now you want to die? Your strength is running out now. The strength Yao Chen gave you has been exhausted. Today, you can't run away. Bai Hao said coldly. Originally, he didn't want to do it himself, but Xiaoyan actually hurt Yunyun. Just based on this, Xiaoyan must not leave Yunlan sect today. You said it was exhausted, so you have to try if you have the ability. Xiaoyan said with a sneer. Seeing the changes in the sky again, especially seeing that the one flying in the sky was the notorious Purple Crystal Winged Lion King, and Bai Hao was riding on it. That guy Bai Hao can actually control the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King? Jia Xingqian felt a little dry in the mouth. Today he has seen too many surprising things, and his heart is already numb with shock. It was the strange fire, it was the Dozong, and now it appeared that Bai Hao could control the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. These changes even made Jia Xingqian feel that he, who was at the peak of the Dohuang, was not that great. How much strength do you have left? I can see it clearly with my eyes. Today you can't escape. Bai Hao's tone was cold, and the 6-pointed star kaleidoscope Sharingan was slowly turning, emitting cold pupil power. He could see that Xiaoyan didn't have much Douqi now, The battle with Yunshan and Wu protectors had consumed most of Yao Lao's strength. Xiaoyan now was just a Douhuang, and a Douhuang who could return to his original form at any time. Really? Then let's try. Holding the Xuanzhong ruler tightly, Xiaoyan flew up again at an extremely fast speed. But the purple crystal winged Lion King under Bai Hao was not a vegetarian either. It was also very fast. After dodging Xiaoyan's attack, purple light emerged from its body and turned into a huge pillar of fire that swept towards Xiaoyan. Damn it! I forgot that he could summon this purple crystal winged Lion King. Xiaoyan cursed in his heart while dodging quickly. Last time in the Tagore Desert, Bai Hao summoned the purple crystal winged Lion King, but he didn't remember it for a while. Now looking at this demon beast, his face was very ugly. Just as Bai Hao said, his fighting spirit was almost gone. He quickly dodged the attack of the purple crystal winged Lion King, but suddenly heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air above his head. Turning his head, he saw a small sword energy shooting towards him. Bai Hao's Wind Extreme Meteoric Kill. So fast! Xiaoyan's pupils shrank suddenly. The power attached to him by Yao Lao was almost completely gone. With his current strength, he couldn't dodge this sword at all. Seeing that the sword was about to hit him, suddenly, a stream of fighting spirit shot out from somewhere and deflected the sword. Tsk, I didn't expect that Yunlan sect is really full of talented people. A disciple can actually summon the purple crystal winged lion King. It's really amazing. An old voice suddenly came, and then the space next to Xiaoyan suddenly squirmed strangely. After a moment, an old man in a black robe appeared. This person's aura is also like a Douhuang. Are you Ling Ying? Looking at the old man, Bai Hao said indifferently. Ling Ying wanted to introduce himself, but he didn't expect Bai Hao to say his name directly, which made him stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted, frowned, and said, "Who are you?" Bai Hao actually knew him, which made Ling Ying hard to believe. You know, he is responsible for secretly guarding Xiaoyan. Except for their young lady, no one knows his existence. But now Bai Hao actually knows him. How is this possible? I am just a disciple of Yunlan sect. As for why I know you, I don't think I need to explain to you because there is no chance to hear it. Today, even if you are here, Xiaoyan can't leave. Bai Hao said indifferently. At this time, he was standing on the purple crystal winged Lion King. The power of the purple crystal winged Lion King was completely used by him, pouring into his body from the soles of his feet, allowing Bai Hao to have power comparable to that of a Douhuang. The Manjiki Sharingan exuded the ultimate pupil power, and immediately a huge purple energy surged around Bai Hao, gradually condensing into a purple energy giant, with a terrifying aura like a god of war. The third power, Susanoo. Old man, you are. Looking at the unfamiliar face of Ling Ying beside him, Xiaoyan felt a little strange. Because he had never seen Ling Ying before, he was still surprised that he chose to help him. No need to say more. Today I will protect you and leave safely, but you can't stay too long. Otherwise, when Yunshan and the people from the Soul Palace recover, I can't protect you either. Ling Ying looked solemn, looking at Bai Hao not far away, and the Susanoo on Bai Hao's body that exuded a terrifying aura. Go! Ling Ying waved his hand, letting Xiaoyan go, and at the same time waved his sleeves, and an overwhelming black shadow surged out from behind him, shooting towards Bai Hao and entwining around him. Xiaoyan took this opportunity and was about to fly down the Yunlan sect. But at this time, Bai Hao's calm voice sounded again. Spiritual communication technique. And this time, it was twice in a row. Bang, bang. A puff of smoke dissipated, and two huge monsters suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Both of them were two magic beasts. One was a third-level magic beast, the King Kong ape, comparable to a great Douqi, and the other was a fourth-level magic beast, the Red Flame Tiger, comparable to a Douling. Roar. Two roars resounded throughout the Yunlan sect. Can you still summon magic beasts? Seeing the two magic beasts blocking his way, Xiaoyan's face turned pale. He never thought that Bai Hao could actually summon so many magic beasts at the same time. Even if these two were not as good as the purple crystal winged Lion King, it was still a big trouble for him now. This kid can actually summon so many magic beasts? Seeing this, Ling Ying frowned and turned around to help Xiaoyan out. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and a purple energy arrow shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Ling Ying's eyes focused, and his figure flashed suddenly, barely dodging the arrow, but he was still hit by the arrow, tearing off a large piece of his robe. He quickly turned his eyes and saw Bai Hao over there, whose Susanoo had already started to put on the second arrow. You don't have a chance to be distracted. Bai Hao spoke lightly, and the arrow in Susanoo's hand shot out again. Trouble! Seeing this, Ling Ying had to concentrate on dealing with Bai Hao, and could only let Xiaoyan hold on for a while. 10,000 shadow binding. Ling Ying quickly formed strange hand seals with his hands, and his body seemed to merge into the black shadows in the sky. The overwhelming black fighting spirit burst out, completely binding the arrows. Boom! After a loud bang, the arrows of Susanoo were directly crushed, and the remaining strands of silk shot towards Bai Hao with unabated force, entangled in Susanoo's huge body, and bound it tightly. I have to admit that your method is extremely rare. You can actually use the magic beast for your own use, but it is still a little short of the fire. Seeing Susanoo with its arms tightly entangled by his black silk, Ling Ying came to Bai Hao in midair. But Bai Hao and Susanoo just looked at Ling Ying calmly, and his Manjiki Sharingan exuded cold pupil power. Looking at those eyes, Ling Ying suddenly felt panic in his heart for no reason, as if he was seen through. Those eyes are very strange. The panic in his heart made Ling Ying not want to delay any longer. While Bai Hao was being held back, he could take Xiaoyan away from Yunlan's sect. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Ling Ying turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly he found that he couldn't move. His whole body seemed to be nailed by several huge wedges, unable to move. The art of shackles and hanging. Ling Ying was surprised, as if he suddenly remembered something, and suddenly looked up at Bai Hao. "Is it those eyes? You are very strong, but you underestimate me too much." Bai Hao said lightly, and the power of his left eye condensed. Amaterasu! A cluster of black flames suddenly appeared on Ling Ying's body, spreading rapidly, and the terrifying high temperature made even him terrified. The severe pain made him forcibly break free from the illusion and try to extinguish the Amaterasu on his body, but no matter what he did, the Amaterasu on his body could not be extinguished, but burned more and more vigorously. Ah! The shrill screams made the people below feel creepy, watching a Douhuang being burned to ashes by Amaterasu. Next is you, Xiaoyan. After dealing with Ling Ying, Bai Hao set his sights on Xiaoyan, who was entangled by the red flame tiger and the King Kong ape not far away. After Bai Hao arrived, the two demon beasts pushed away on their own initiative. Xiaoyan was also in a state of disgrace at this time. He had many wounds on his body, and blood stained his black robe red. Without Yao Chen's power to help you, who else can help you now? Bai Hao looked at him indifferently. You won't be arrogant for long if you succeed. Xiaoyan looked at Bai Hao with a gloomy expression. How long can I be arrogant? I'm afraid you won't have a chance to see it. Who else can save you now? Bai Hao said calmly, raising a finger, and a terrifying sword energy was gathering at the fingertips. At this time, an illusory soul body suddenly flew out of Xiaoyan's body. It was an old man, Yao Lao. Xiaoyan, hurry up, I'll help you. Delay time. Yao Lao shouted loudly, and the illusory soul body suddenly burst out with a terrifying breath, and the white bone spirit cold fire was surrounding it, also emitting extreme energy. You actually want to self-destruct? Seeing Yao Lao's appearance, Bai Hao immediately saw his intention and frowned. Xiaoyan, go! Yao Lao shouted again before self-destruction. Seeing that he was about to self-destruct, suddenly, a small shadow shot out from Bai Hao's sleeves. It was the sky-swallowing python. The sky-swallowing python, which was originally a small one, suddenly expanded rapidly and turned into a huge colorful sky-swallowing python, swallowing Yao Lao, who was about to self-destruct. Boom! Only a small muffled sound came from the sky-swallowing python's body, and its belly bulged slightly, but soon returned to its original state. Burp! The sky-swallowing python burped, turned back into a small snake, flew back to Bai Hao's hand, and fell asleep again, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was stunned. Many people thought they were dazzled just now. Such a big snake appeared and disappeared as soon as it appeared, and it even swallowed the self-explosion of a soul body with Douhuang power without any harm. This is too much, isn't it? Teacher! Xiaoyan let out a heart-wrenching cry, tears silently flowing down. Bai Hao didn't expect that the sky-swallowing python would come out at this time and eat Yao Lao directly. Seeing Xiaoyan's grief, he sighed. Oh, don't worry. I will send you to see your teacher now. Shaking his head, the sword energy on Bai Hao's fingertips finally shot out and pierced Xiaoyan's heart directly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Ling Ying's body had been completely burned by Amaterasu, and Xiaoyan also fell to the ground, with a large amount of blood spreading from his chest, taking away all his life. Bang! The purple crystal winged Lion King and the other two magical beasts that were summoned by the spirit turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Bai Hao stood in front of Xiaoyan's body and confirmed that he was dead. He finally went to this step and killed Xiaoyan. Well, this feeling is pretty good. Originally, he had no intention of killing Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan wanted to kill him, and also seriously injured Yun. Based on these 2 points, Bai Hao could not let him go. It can only be said that Xiaoyan asked for it. After resolving the situation here, Bai Hao ignored the surprised looks of the people around him, such as Xing Tian, but turned around and found Nalan Yanran, who was taking care of Yun. How is the teacher? Is he feeling better? Bai Hao took Yun and felt her pulse. He was relieved to find that Yun's breath had improved a lot. Fortunately, his elixir was still effective. The teacher should be fine. When Elder Guhi comes back, he can let him treat the teacher's injury. Nalan Yanran's pretty face was also full of worry. Hearing this, Bai Hao unconsciously became unhappy and said, "No need to wait for Elder Guhe. I can do it too." Hearing this, Nalan Yanran was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered that Bai Hao was also an alchemist and had reached the 4th level. Although he was not as good as Guhe, it should be no problem to treat Yun's internal injuries. On the other side, Yun Shan and Wu Hufa, who were severely injured at the beginning, finally walked out of the ruins, looking a little embarrassed. Seeing Xiaoyan's body lying on the other side, Yun Shan was just a little surprised, but did not show it on his face. Instead, he looked up at Jia Xingqian and other outsiders who were still present and said lightly, "Today's incident is a big deal for our Yunlan sect, and it has also caused us a lot of losses. Please forgive us for not being able to entertain you." The meaning of expelling guests in the words was already very obvious, and Jia Xingqian and others could only smile and bow, saying, "In this case, we will not disturb Master Yun anymore." After that, everyone turned around and left one after another. "Yunshan, that kid is dead. Where is Yao Chen's soul? If we can bring it back to the sect master, he will definitely be very happy." The guardian Wu looked at Xiaoyan's body with a cold look and did not find Yao Lao's soul, so he couldn't help asking. Yunshan did not answer him, but came to Bai Hao, looked at the seriously injured and unconscious Yun, then looked at Bai Hao and said, "You are Bai Hao, right? Yuner mentioned you to me. You are really good. Meet the old sect master." Bai Hao bowed. At this time, the guardian Wu also came up, looked at Bai Hao and said coldly, "Boy, you just defeated the kid from the Xiao family, right? Where is Yao Chen's soul?" The cold breath and tone of the guardian Su made Bai Hao frown slightly, and he said calmly, "The soul body tried to self-destruct and has been dealt with. It may not be given to this adult." "That's really a pity. I finally found Yao Chen's soul body. I thought I could catch it and ask for credit in front of the sect master." The guardian Wu was a little cold. Maybe it was someone from the Soul Palace. "No, this thing should not be considered a person, but a soul body. Are these eyes of yours your ability?" Yunshan asked, looking at Bai Hao's Sharingan. Bai Hao's heart skipped a beat, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is my ability." As he said that, his eyes slowly turned from the 3 Magatama Sharingan to a 4-cornered shuriken pattern. Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan. Pupil technique? It's rare, but it's not a great skill. The guardian Wu came up and said with some disdain. Bai Hao was not angry about his attitude, but said to Yunshan with a faint smile, "Old sect master, I think this person is unreliable. Keeping him will be a disaster for our Yunlan sect." "What?" The guardian Wu was stunned. Are all the disciples of Yunlan sect so arrogant now? Saying such words in front of him? You know, even Yunshan didn't dare to be so presumptuous to him. Now a mere disciple of Yunlan sect is so arrogant. "Boy, do you know who this guardian is? You dare to say that, believe it or not." The guardian Wu stopped talking halfway, and the whole person was stunned, because another hand pierced his soul from behind, and it was Yunshan who did it. "Yunshan, you." The guardian Wu looked back at Yunshan in disbelief. "You are too noisy," Yunshan said lightly, and his fighting spirit surged out, wrapping the Wu protector inside, and then with a bang, it disappeared directly. This scene made Nalan Yanran, Yun Leng, and others stunned, although they also felt that Wu Protector was too dark and didn't look like a good person at first glance. But he came with Yunshan after all. Even if they had strange fire in their hearts, they still didn't dare to jump to conclusions. But now Yunshan actually killed Wu Protector himself. What's going on? "Bai Hao, take Yuner down to heal her." After doing all this, Yunshan said to Bai Hao lightly, "Yes." Bai Hao nodded, hugged Yun and left, but there was a smile on his lips, because his goal was achieved. The reason why Yunshan suddenly took action to kill Wu Protector was naturally because of him. At the moment when Yunshan and his Sharingan met, he launched the strongest illusion, Kotoa Matsukami, and let Yunshan kill the guardian Wu. This is also Bai Hao's real purpose. The most important factor for Yunlan's sect to flourish and not be destroyed is to expel the people of the Soul Palace. The people of the Soul Palace cannot be left here to stir up trouble. In the original work, the destruction of Yunlan's sect was related to both the Soul Palace and Xiaoyan. Now the Guardian Wu is dead, Yunshan is also controlled by his illusion, and even Xiaoyan is dead. All the factors that caused the destruction of Yunlan's sect in the original work have now been solved, which means that from now on, the timeline will be completely changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Expel the people of the Soul Palace and protect Yunlan's sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Limited Edition, and then the original character summoning card of the Naruto World 1 to be opened. The sound of the system completing the task finally sounded. This was a task that had been triggered long before Bai Hao completed the sect competition, and it was finally completed now. As the rewards issued by the system were placed in the system space, Bai Hao couldn't help but flash a touch of excitement in his eyes when he looked at one of the cards. The simple and plain room was filled with a faint fragrance. "Brother, will the teacher be okay?" Looking at the unconscious Yunyun on the bed, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but show a trace of worry on her pretty face. "It's okay. The teacher took my pills, and she should wake up tomorrow after a good sleep." Bai Hao carefully broke a bone-growing pill into pieces so that Yunyun could take it. Yunyun's injury was just a simple internal injury, which was not difficult to treat. Bai Hao gave her 2 bone-growing pills, and she would recover in no time. "Yanran, you should go back and rest first. You are also very tired today." Bai Hao looked back at Nalan Yanran and said, "Brother is also very tired today." Nalan Yanran hesitated. Originally, today was her 3-year agreement, but in the end, the development of the situation has completely exceeded the 3-year agreement itself. Whether it was alarming Yunshan to come out of retreat, or Bai Hao decisively wiping out Xiaoyan in the end, it was far beyond what Nalan Yanran could accept. In fact, she was a little confused at this time. Seeing her like this, Bai Hao stood up and raised his hand to touch her hair, comforting her. "You have done very well today and proved your own choice to everyone. You don't have to bear any burden in the future." "Thank you?" Nalan Yanran's eyes were red and her nose was a little sour. Originally, today was her most important day, but in the end it seemed that everyone had left her affairs aside. Only Bai Hao was the first to comfort her at this time. "Okay, go back and rest." Raising his hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of Nalan Yanran's eyes, Bai Hao said softly, "Well, thank you, senior brother." Nodding heavily, Nalan Yanran turned and left. The room suddenly became quiet. Looking at Yunyun on the bed, although she was still unconscious, her face had regained a lot of redness and her breathing had returned to normal. Bai Hao was relieved. He began to think about what would happen next. Even if the ancient clan would not be angry for Xiaoyan if Xiaoyan was killed, if Shuner knew about it, she would definitely come for revenge at all costs. And the Soul Palace, the Guardian Wu was killed. Although the Soul Palace would not make a big fuss for a mere dozong, they might attack in secret. And now the Yunlan sect only has Yunshan as a dozong. If they really fight, they will not be their opponent. Bai Hao rubbed his brows and felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was getting heavier. It seems that I have to speed up and improve my strength. The entire Yunlan sect with only Yunshan as a dozong is definitely not enough, and it can't even fill the gaps between people's teeth. If you want to save the Yunlan sect, you have to rely on Bai Hao. When Sister Yun recovers from her injury, I have to speed up my pace too. Thinking in his heart, he stayed by Yunyun's bed and fell asleep drowsily. Canaan College, on a mountaintop, a beautiful girl in a white dress was looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, but for some reason, she always felt a little uneasy, as if something big was going to happen. At this time, a figure came quickly from not far away, and in a few flashes, he came behind the girl and knelt on one knee. My lady Master Xiaoyan died in Yunlan sect. The figure's voice trembled because he knew very well how angry his young lady would be with the news he brought. "What did you say?" The girl's mind was like a bolt from the blue, and everything went blank. How could this happen? Yunlan sect is just a small sect in the Jiama Empire, and the sect master Yun is just a Do Huang. Brother Xiaoyan has his teacher and Elder Ling by his side. How could something go wrong? The girl suppressed her anger in her heart, but the golden flames in her eyes almost burst out. The last leader of the Yunlan sect, Yu, did not die, but has become a hot Du Zong. Moreover, The Yunlan sect secretly colluded with the Soul Palace, so young Master Xiaoyan would, the figure said in a low voice. Crack! Suddenly, several cracks appeared on the ground under the girl's feet. Go back to the clan immediately to mobilize people. I want to flatten the entire Yunlan sect. Miss, the clan leader asked you to go back to the clan immediately. Besides, the Soul Palace is acting in a high-profile manner now. No one except the clan leader can mobilize all the Dousheng-level people in the clan. The figure almost lay on the ground, his voice trembling, because the anger of the girl in front of him had reached the point where it could not be suppressed. There is no Dousheng, and there is no Douzun. I don't believe that I can't flatten them with just the Yunlan sect. Yes, in the early morning, the warm sunlight shone through the window on the body, warm and cozy, making people not want to get up at all. But Bai Hao still had to wake up because he was sore from sleeping and he was not comfortable. Ha! Bai Hao got up and stretched his body. Suddenly, he found that Yun was no longer on the bed. He didn't know when a blanket had been put on him. Sister Yun? He tried to call out, but no one in the room responded. Your injury healed so quickly? Scratching his head, Bai Hao was about to leave when the door suddenly opened. You woke up? Yun came in with a bowl of porridge. Sister Yun, your injury healed so quickly? Bai Hao was a little surprised. Well, thanks to your elixir, my injury is almost healed. Come, have breakfast while it's hot. Yun personally put a bowl of porridge in front of Bai Hao with a faint smile on her pretty face. Thank you, Sister Yun. Bai Hao did not realize the seriousness of the problem. He sat over and ate the hot porridge mouthful by mouthful. I heard from Yanrun that you saved me with your own elixir last night. Yun sat opposite him, holding her snow-white chin with her jade hand, looking straight at Bai Hao. Sister Yun was injured so badly in order to save me. If something really happened to Sister Yun, I would live with guilt for the rest of my life. You also used the strange fire yesterday, and I heard from them that you finally summoned a purple crystal winged Lion King. Yun continued. But these words seemed to be getting more and more wrong, and Bai Hao became a little uneasy. The strange fire you used has the same aura as the one I lost in the Tagore Desert before, and that purple crystal winged Lion King is not only from the monster forest, but also the same purple crystal winged Lion King I saw in the Tagore Desert. At that time, you were also in the Tagore Desert. You said you were going to find snake slaves, right? Yun narrowed her slender eyes and her meaning gradually became profound. Bai Hao was completely upset, swallowed the last mouthful of porridge with difficulty, looked up at Yun's beautiful face and smiled awkwardly. It seems so. How could there be such a coincidence? Ha ha. It seems there is a little coincidence. Ha ha ha. Bai Hao scratched his head awkwardly. His heart beat faster and faster, and his eyes couldn't help looking around. It's over, it's over. This is completely exposed. I have to think about how to make it up. What can I do? What reason can I use? I can't think of it. At this time, Bai Hao's heart was broken. He couldn't find any reason to explain all this. He himself didn't believe the word coincidence. What should I do? Just as Bai Hao's mind was quickly looking for reasons, suddenly a pair of soft hands held his palms. Bai Hao was stunned and looked back at Yun who was holding his hands, a little confused. Bai Hao, I know everyone has their own secrets, and you don't have to tell me everything. I just hope you can know that I will always be by your side, and you don't have to bear everything on your own. Yun held his palm, her face serious and distressed, and her eyebrows were full of worry for Bai Hao. Sister Yun? Looking at her blankly, Bai Hao suddenly felt very guilty. Yun has always believed in him, but he always hides so many things from Yun. I'm sorry. I shouldn't lie to you. Those guesses you made are actually correct. I have been hiding it from you. Bai Hao lowered his head. Including the fact that I went to the Tagore Desert before, it was not to find snake slaves, but for the strange fire. In the end, I did the strange fire. The black-robed man you met in the desert was indeed me, and I am also an alchemist. Subai, the champion of the alchemist conference that ended not long ago, was me. I was also the one who helped old man Nalanji to remove the brand poison. He said all the things he had deliberately concealed, and finally he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The huge rock finally fell. Whether Yun hit him or scolded him, Bai Hao didn't care. I've said it all. Sister Yun, whether you hit me or scold me, I have no complaints. Bai Hao lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing him like this, Yun was angry and amused. She was angry because Bai Hao actually hid so many things from her, so she was angry. She was amused because she had already guessed these things in her heart, so when she saw Bai Hao sincerely admitting his mistakes, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Besides this, she was more relieved. I didn't expect that you, a little guy, have such great abilities at such a young age. It seems that I am no longer qualified to be your teacher. Yun suddenly sighed. Bai Hao immediately panicked. Sister Yun, I really didn't mean to lie to you. I'm just a little scared. Please don't chase me away, okay? When did I say I was going to chase you away? Then, you just said you were not qualified to be my teacher. Didn't that mean you wanted to chase me away? Bai Hao said weakly. You? Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy wasn't usually so stupid. Why did he become so stupid at this time? I said I was not qualified to be your teacher because you are now more capable than me, not to chase you away. How could I bear to chase you away? Yun said. Really? Bai Hao looked up and his face lit up. When did I lie to you? Yun rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Hearing this, Bai Hao's face lit up. Thank you, Sister Yun. He was so excited that he almost went up to give Yun a hug, but soon realized that something seemed wrong and quickly controlled himself. Well, since you are not angry, Sister Yun, and your injury is not serious, I will go back first. Bye. After saying that, Bai Hao hurried away. This little guy is really... Looking at his leaving back, Yun was also a little helpless. Sect Hall. After Yun Shan came out of retreat, he naturally took charge of the affairs of Yunlan's sect again. However, although he took charge of Yunlan's sect again, the position of the sect master was still Yun, but the title and the real power were separated. In fact, this is also good. With Yun's temperament, she is not very suitable to be the sect master of Yunlan's sect, and she doesn't want to take care of so many complicated affairs. Now that Yun Shan has come out of retreat, she just happens to be free. Usually she stays with Yun Shan and helps with some miscellaneous affairs. Yuner, give orders to let the disciples of the sect practice diligently, and the elders and disciples who are out, let them try not to go out. I am afraid that our Yunlan sect will face a lot of trouble in the future. Sitting on the position of the sect master, Yun Shan said lightly to Yun beside him. Yes, master, but I have something I don't understand. Yun hesitated for a moment, but still asked, what is the identity of the person from the Soul Palace who appeared in the sect yesterday? Why did he help us deal with the enemy? Why did the teacher kill him in the end? He had wanted to ask these questions for a long time. Although she didn't see some things with her own eyes, she also got the news from other people, so she was very confused. The people from the Soul Palace are not good people. At the beginning, the master just used them. Later, it was because the person had no value. If he continued to stay in the sect, it would bring a lot of trouble. Yun Shan said lightly. I see. Okay, there's no need to ask too much about this kind of thing. Just do what I tell you to do. With the master here, you don't have to worry too much. Yun Shan waved his hand, indicating that Yun should leave. Yes, master. Although there were still some doubts in her heart, Yun still left. Night. Bai Hao leaned against the window, looking at the night sky of Yunlan's sect, and fell into deep thought. In fact, he had been waiting for the past 2 days, waiting for the people from the Soul Palace or the ancient clan to come and cause trouble. He believed that they would definitely not give up, at least the ancient clan would not. However, 2 days had passed, and they still hadn't come. Even if they took a space channel from Zhongzhou, they should have arrived, but they still hadn't. And as long as the people from the ancient clan didn't come, he wouldn't dare to feel at ease and leave the Yunlan sect. Bai Hao was only a 3-star Great Douqi now. Even if he had the purple crystal winged Lion King as a spiritual beast, he could only fight with the Do Huang, which would definitely not work. He should also go out and improve his strength, but before going out, he must first deal with the possible consequences of killing Xiaoyan. The biggest hidden danger was, undoubtedly, the ancient clan. Xiaoyan's death was not a big deal for the ancient clan, but it was definitely unacceptable to Gu Shun'er. If Bai Hao guessed correctly, Gu Shun'er would definitely bring people to the Yunlan sect to seek revenge. As the daughter of the ancient clan's patriarch, even if she couldn't bring out the middle forces of the ancient clan, a few Dozun could still do it. And Bai Hao just had to wait now. Come quickly, use my last trump card to solve this problem, then I can feel at ease. Recently, the Yunlan sect has been very quiet, so quiet that it makes people feel that something is wrong. Yun Shan's coming out of retreat was originally a thing worth celebrating, because having a Dozong meant that the status of the Yunlan sect in the Jiama Empire had undergone a radical change. Jia Xingqian, the guardian of the Jiama Empire's royal family, was only at the peak of the Douhuang and was obviously no match, for this was a very serious matter, which meant that the Jiama Empire could no longer suppress the Yunlan sect and had to be wary of the Yunlan sect's actions. In addition, with Yunyun being a Douhuang and Bai Hao's strength that day that could rival that of a Douhuang, in terms of top strength, there was no force in the entire Jiama Empire that could compete with the Yunlan sect. It can be said that the major forces in the entire Jiama Empire have been thinking about how to deal with the relationship with the Yunlan sect in recent days. In the end, should they stand on the side of the Yunlan sect or on the side of the Jiama royal family, because the Jiama royal family would never stand on the side of the Yunlan sect, at least not now. Although the Yunlan sect has not shown any attitude now, all the major forces are thinking about it secretly. And Bai Hao has been wandering around the sect these 2 days. Now he is a celebrity in the Yunlan sect. As a core figure among the disciples, he shined in the battles of the previous 2 days and captured the hearts of many female disciples. Bai Hao's popularity was originally very high, and after such a commotion, his popularity directly reached the peak. Now, no matter where he goes, he is the brightest star. There are even many young and beautiful female disciples who express their feelings to him, but he rejected them one by one. Although beautiful women are good, you still need to be cautious, because Bai Hao only has Sister Yun in his heart. Back in the room, Bai Hao was idle and had nothing to do. He planned to find some medicinal materials in the sect to brush up on the amazing alchemy skills so that he could improve his alchemy skills as soon as possible. Anyway, he told Yunyun everything clearly, and there was nothing to hide, whether it was the strange fire or the identity of the alchemist. As for Gu He, who was also involved in this, Bai Hao didn't care about that much. Anyway, he was not in the sect now, and there was no need to explain anything to Gu He. He might not recognize that the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire was the strange fire he had been looking for in the Tagore Desert. Even if he recognized it, he couldn't do anything. Now that the strange fire had been absorbed by Bai Hao, it was useless to say anything. Moreover, Bai Hao still had the confidence to make Yun Lanzong stand by him. Now Yun Shan was still under his illusion control, and Yun Yun would basically stand on his side. If there were no accidents, he could walk sideways in Yun Lanzong now. Of course, he wouldn't walk sideways. Moreover, after he and Yun Yun had revealed everything recently, Yun Yun was not angry, and he felt relieved and had nothing to retaliate. Let's go see what other medicinal herbs are there in the sect. Bai Hao turned around and prepared to walk towards the Yun Lanzong's medicinal herbs hall. As soon as he walked out of the door, he met Yun Yun at the map corner. "Where are you going?" Yun Yun looked at him straight. Today, Yun Yun wore a rare white plain dress, which wrapped her graceful figure and was beautiful. "No, I just want to find some medicinal materials to refine some pills." Bai Hao scratched his head and said, "Since Yun Shan took over the affairs of Yunlan sect again, Yun Yun has become much freer every day, so she has come to Bai Hao more frequently recently." She said that she wanted to practice with Bai Hao. After all, although Bai Hao has the purple crystal winged Lion King as a spiritual beast, his own strength is still a 3-star Great Do Master. As a Douhuang, Yun Yun still has the strength to guide him. As for whether it is really just guidance, it is unknown. "So you don't have time today? What kind of pill do you want to refine? I'll go with you," Yun Yun said with a smile. "Sister Yun, don't be like this. I'm scared." Yun Yun's abnormal behavior really made Bai Hao a little overwhelmed. The main reason is that he didn't do anything to Yun Yun. Yun Yun's sudden change of attitude made him feel a little panic. "I was afraid it was a sign of a storm. Why, do you have any objection to me going with you?" Yun Yun raised her eyebrows. Her tone was no longer gentle, but had a hint of threat. No, of course, let's go." Bai Hao didn't dare to say no. The two walked side by side towards the medicinal materials hall in the sect. But at this moment, a huge muffled thunder suddenly rang out over the Yunlan sect, as if the drums of an ancient battlefield were beating in the sky, shocking people. As the muffled thunder sounded, the originally peaceful space above the Yunlan sect suddenly twisted violently, as if an invisible big hand had torn this space apart. Almost at the same time as the space twisted, a strong pressure immediately covered the entire Yunlan sect, making the disciples of the entire Yunlan sect feel like they were carrying a heavy burden, and almost all the disciples were forced to kneel on the ground at this moment. Even Yun Leng and other Douhuang-level elders were almost forced to kneel down in front of this pressure. Only Douhuang can stand under this space pressure. Bai Hao was protected by Yun Yun because he was right next to her, so he was not forced to kneel down by this pressure. He looked at the torn space crack in the sky with a serious face, his eyes deep. Is it finally here? Under this pressure, Yun Shan also flew out of the sect hall and came to Bai Hao and Yun Yun. He looked at the space crack in the sky with a serious face. This pressure is far beyond the Tao. I'm afraid the person coming is a Dozun-level strongman. Before he appeared, just relying on the pressure of tearing the space to make Do Huang and even Do Zong feel such a strong pressure, the person coming is at least Dozun. Dozun? Hearing this word, Yun Yun's pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. The word Dozun is a godlike existence in the entire Jiama Empire. Who on earth could it be? Under the gaze of the crowd, several figures slowly walked out of the space crack in the sky, exuding an ancient and rich aura. The aura of the gray-robed middle-aged man in the lead was particularly terrifying, and he had obviously reached the Dozun level. The four young men following closely behind the man all had a Dozong aura without exception, and the lowest was 5 or 6 stars. 5 people, 1 Dozun and 4 high-star Dozongs. This lineup can easily destroy the entire Jiama Empire, and such a terrifying lineup has indeed appeared above the Yunlan sect. Behind the 5 people, the last person walked out of the space crack. It was a girl. In the air, a girl in a light and elegant dress slowly walked out from behind the 5 people. Her beautiful face had a cold expression. Is this the Yunlan sect? The girl calmly scanned the sect below, and there seemed to be golden flames flickering in her eyes. When the girl was looking at the Yunlan sect, Bai Hao was also looking at them. If he guessed correctly, the girl should be Gu Shuner, and she came to avenge Xiaoyan. Ding! Triggering the task. Defeat the people of the ancient clan and protect the Yunlan sect. Task rewards: Barrier Formation, Cloud Hanging Sky Wing Formation, Random Naruto World Character Psychic Card 1, 7th Grade Elixir Huangji Dan, Heaven Level Advanced Fighting Skills, Annihilation Sword Finger. The task is here, and the rewards are unprecedentedly rich, which also means that the difficulty of the task is unprecedentedly great. After all, this time Bai Hao had to face 4 high-star Dozongs and 1 Dozun, while Yunlan sect could only gather the combat power of 2 Dozongs, and they were low-star Dozongs. Judging from the combat power of both sides, there was only one result: no fight. I wonder why you all came to my Yunlan sect? In the sky, Yun Shan looked at these ancient clansmen whose strength was far superior to his, and his brows couldn't help but frown, but he still had to step forward and ask. It has nothing to do with you. Call out a person named Bai Hao from your sect. Gu Shuner spoke calmly, but didn't look at Yun Shan. Sure enough, they came for me, Subai muttered in his heart. Seeing Gu Shuner's attitude, although the other party was amazing, Yun Shan still said, This lady, our sect does have a disciple like Bai Hao, but before that, can I ask the purpose of your looking for Bai Hao? Hearing this, Gu Shuner didn't speak, but frowned slightly. The Dozun gray-robed man took a step forward, looked down at Yun Shan, and said arrogantly, Our young lady is looking for someone. Why do you have so many questions? If you don't hand over the person, I, Guman, don't mind smashing your entire Yunlan sect with one palm. Yun Shan frowned and said, Nothing. Dozun can indeed destroy the entire Yunlan sect with one palm. Below, Bai Hao knew that today would definitely not end peacefully, and it would not be possible to end peacefully, because Gu Shuner came to ask for punishment today. He was about to get up, but Yun Yun saw his intention and quickly grabbed his foot, whispering, Bai Hao, you can't go out. They are obviously coming for you. Looking back at Yun Yun, whose pretty face was full of worry, Bai Hao knew what she was worried about, but he couldn't hide at this time. They are coming for me, so I can't hide even more. Don't worry, I will be fine. Bai Hao patted Yun Yun's palm, moved her bare hand away from the corner of his clothes, and took a step forward. Yun Yun wanted to say something, but she suddenly fell silent when she saw the young man's resolute back. I am Bai Hao. Bai Hao took a step forward and looked at Gu Man and Gu Shuner in the sky. Although he did not fly to the sky like the others, his face was still stubborn. As soon as he stood out, everyone in the sky focused their eyes on him. The first one to move was Gu Shuner. She did not take action directly, but slowly fell from the sky to the ground, standing on the square of Yunlan sect, looking straight at Bai Hao. Gu Man and others also fell to the ground with Gu Shuner and looked at Bai Hao. As long as Gu Shuner did not speak, they would not take action. In their eyes, Yunlan sect was just a small fry. Dozong Yunshan was a small fry, and the great Doshi Bai Hao was even more of a small fry, not worth their direct action. But as long as Gu Shuner spoke, they could overturn the entire Yunlan sect. Did you kill Brother Xiaoyan? Gushiner looked at Bai Hao, unexpectedly calm. Bai Hao originally thought that Gushiner would be so angry that she would have someone overthrow the Yunlan sect, but now she was able to talk to him calmly. Xiaoyan was the first to attack, Bai Hao said, calmly. I don't care who is right or wrong. Since you killed Brother Xiaoyan, you must pay the price for it. Gushiner's face finally became a little uncalm, and the golden flames in her eyes seemed to be ready to burst out at any time. Her aura also rose rapidly, all the way from the great Do Master, Do Ling, Do Wang, Do Huang, to the peak of Do Huang. At this time, Yun walked out from the side, blocked in front of Bai Hao, and said, If you want to touch Bai Hao, you have to step over my body first. Her eyes were firm, and she was ready to die. The aura of Do Huang was also fully released. My lady's affairs cannot be interfered with by outsiders. Before Gushiner could speak, Guman suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yun in an instant, and stretched out his big hand to her throat. The latter could not react at all. The seemingly slow palm stretched out so fast that it seemed that the space was frozen. But just when Guman was about to touch Yun's figure suddenly disappeared directly from the spot, along with Bai Hao, and appeared on the other side of the square hundreds of meters away. Flying Thunder God technique. Oh, I didn't expect that you, a small Dozong, could also use the power of space? Seeing this, Guman's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't take it seriously just now, but even Dozong could hardly escape from him. But Bai Hao took Yun away from him, which made him surprised. No wonder you can kill Brother Xiaoyan. It turns out that you are also very capable. Looking at Bai Hao, Gushiner's eyes became more unfathomable. A pair of pale golden wings of Douqi slowly condensed behind her, floating in the air, and at the same time she gave orders to the others. Leave him behind and kill the rest. Yes! After receiving Gushiner's order, the others immediately showed a cruel smile on their faces. Don't dream. Bai Hao clasped his hands together, and Douqi surged out. Flying Thunder God technique. All the disciples of Yunlan sect around him suddenly disappeared, and were transferred away by Bai Hao using the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't worry, I haven't prepared anything. I've been waiting for you to come. Bai Hao panted slightly. In the past 2 days, he had already made various marks of Flying Thunder God, but it was still too much for him to transfer thousands of people at once. Even Yun was transferred away, leaving only Yunshan as a Dozong. Bai Hao still needs a toolman. In that case, it's just right to catch you directly to save trouble. Guman smiled and immediately flew towards Bai Hao. At the same time, Bai Hao's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped his palm in front of him. Summoning technique! Bang! A burst of white smoke appeared, covering Bai Hao's figure. At the same time, an extremely powerful force burst out, shaking Guman's figure away, fiercely. Boom! Guman's figure quickly retreated, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at the white mist. Who? The white mist in front of Subai gradually dissipated, and 6 figures gradually appeared. The 6 people were all wearing red clouds and black robes, with a pair of purple eyes that were like water drops falling on the water, rippling circles, and exuding enchanting pupil power. Pain 6 Paths. This is Bai Hao's last trump card. The system rewarded him with a summoning card of a character in the Naruto world, which can summon Pain 6 Paths. Moreover, this is not the simple 6 Paths of Pain in the original book, but a pain that has been strengthened by the system and is more suitable for the power of this world. 6 people. Looking at the pain who suddenly appeared, Guman frowned. Because in his perception, the 6 people in front of him have a very strange aura. 5 of them feel like they are at the peak of Dozong, and the man, standing in the front, even has the aura of Duzun. A mere Yunlan sect actually hides so deeply? This is the trump card I left for you. I hope it will satisfy you. Bai Hao hid behind with a faint smile on his face. Now it's his home court. At the same time, among the 6 Paths of Pain, Tiandao Pain is still the leader of the 6 people. Disperse! The 6 figures immediately dispersed, among which Hellpath stayed at the back, and the other 5 rushed towards Guman and others. Miss, you step back first! Seeing that the newcomers were not friendly, Guman asked Gushiner to step back, and the others took out their weapons and fought. Spiritual Summoning Technique! The first to take action was the Animal Path. While quickly forming seals with both hands, he clapped his palms in front of his body at the same time, and 2 huge spiritual spell formations appeared immediately. Bang! Bang! The first spiritual beast was the amplified Hellhound, and the second spiritual beast was the Yatagarasu. They launched attacks from land and air at the same time, and their huge bodies rushed over with powerful pressure. "I'll do it!" Without waiting for Gu-man to take action, another white-haired young man from the 7-star Duzong took a step forward and looked at the two spiritual beasts rushing over. He saw a flash of jumping arcs on the spear in his hand and pointed to the sky. "Thunder Destruction Array!" In the sky, dark clouds rolled and thunder roared. With the white-haired young man's spear as a guide, the violent sky thunder was drawn down and turned into a thunderstorm in the air, pouring down instantly. In front of the dense thunderstorm, the Yatagarasu was directly knocked down in the air, and the amplified hellhound on the ground was also nailed to the ground fiercely, and dust flew around. Just a trifle. Seeing the two summoned beasts that he had solved with one move, the white-haired young man couldn't help but feel a little proud. But before he could get too arrogant, a cold shout rang out again. "Spiritual art! Spiritual art!" Two more summoned beasts. One was a bull and the other was a crab. At the same time, in the dust, the hellhound that should have been solved by the white-haired young man did not disappear, and even changed from one head to 3 heads. Roar! The hellhound roared, and the 3 heads split into 3 hellhounds, surrounding the few people again. So many? Seeing the summoned beasts suddenly become 5, the white-haired young man was also surprised. "Don't delay, come together!" The other 3 Dozongs couldn't stay any longer and immediately stepped forward to help. But just as they were about to take action, suddenly several sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard. It was a series of artillery shells heading straight for them. Boom! A series of rocket shells exploded directly among the few people, and the shockwave generated by the explosion covered the few people. Not far away, Shuradao was pulling his wrist open, and inside was a series of artillery shells. Swish! The 4 people retreated from the smoke and dust of the explosion without suffering any damage. After all, they were Duzongs, and this little damage was not enough to hurt them. However, just as they dodged Shuradao's artillery shells, the spirit beasts of the animal path all rushed up and surrounded them. With the spirit beasts besieging nearby and Shuradao's firepower attacking from afar, even Dozong was forced to retreat in a somewhat embarrassed manner for a while. On the side, Gu-man saw this and his eyes condensed slightly, but he did not choose to help those people, because he also had opponents in front of him: Heaven Dao, Human Dao, and Hungry Ghost Dao. "Looking at your attire, you don't look like people from any force in Zhongzhou. I didn't expect that there would be Dozun in such a place. It really surprised me." Even facing several people, Gu-man was not panicked at all, with a faint smile on his face. However, Pain's expression did not change at all in response to Gu-man's words. He was even more indifferent and ruthless than him. Seeing their expressions, the smile on Gu-man's face suddenly disappeared. He suddenly took action. The moment he took a step forward, he appeared in front of Tian Dao and grabbed him with his big hand. But the next moment, a strong, repulsive force burst out from Tian Dao, directly sending Gu-man flying. At the same time, a figure flashed in front of him. It was Renjian Dao. Renjian Dao raised his head and kicked Gu-man in the face with a whistling sound of breaking wind. Bang! Gu-man crossed his hands to block, but the strong force still forced him to retreat repeatedly, and his arms were painful. "This level of physical strength, it seems that you are a physical master." Shaking his painful arm, had a general understanding of Renjian Dao's power. Although Renjian Dao gave him the feeling of being only a Dozong, judging from the power of the kick just now, Renjian Dao's physical strength was already comparable to that of a Dozun. And you? What really concerned Gu-man was Tian Dao, because the aura exuded by Tian Dao was the aura of a Dozun. He was not clear about Tian Dao's strength yet, but Tian Dao was also not clear about his strength. At this time, Tian Dao suddenly raised his hand. 10,000 Things Heaven Attraction. Suddenly, Gu-man felt a powerful force sucking him over. Wishful thinking, Gu-man shouted, and the Do-Chi in his body surged out. The power of Dozun was almost released without reservation to resist this strange suction. The effect was also very obvious. The power of a Dozun strongman was enough to resist this degree of suction. At the same time, Gu-man's hands formed a series of skilled seals like lightning, and the majestic Do-Chi quickly condensed, and he blasted at Tian Dao with a palm. Mountain Opening Seal. In an instant, a huge palm print condensed in front of Gu-man, with terrifying pressure and roar, and went straight to Tian Dao. The advanced Earth-level fighting skill, the Emperor Seal. Seeing the palm print coming at him, Tian Dao did not make any move, But the hungry ghost Dao on the side took a step forward and opened his hands to welcome the palm print. Seeing this, Gu-man couldn't help but want to laugh. You actually want to use your body to take over the mountain seal? How arrogant! But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because the huge palm print did not explode directly in front of the hungry ghost Dao as imagined, but was absorbed by the evil ghost Dao. The huge palm print was actually absorbed in front of the hungry ghost Dao. No matter how much power was contained in the mountain seal, it could not be released. Absorbing fighting skills. Seeing this scene, Gu-man's calm face finally revealed a trace of disbelief. In the Douqi Continent, unless the opponent's strength is far superior to oneself, it is impossible to directly absorb the opponent's fighting skills. But now the hungry ghost Dao has done it, and the gap in strength between the two sides is not big. How could this not surprise Gu-man? However, Gu-man was only briefly surprised, and then his expression immediately became serious. His eyes fixed, and his hands quickly formed complicated hand seals again. I want to see how much you can absorb. The hand seals were formed, and a palm was blasted out. Sea-turning seal. This palm seal was more solid and powerful than the mountain opening seal. Wherever the palm seal passed, even the space was slightly distorted. But hungry ghost Dao still stood in the front, raising his hands to absorb the power of the sea-turning seal. Seeing that hungry ghost Dao could really continue to absorb, Gu-man also frowned. The next moment, Renjian Dao and Tian Dao appeared directly in front of Gu-man, without any fancy fighting skills, only the purest physical strength approaching. After seeing the physical strength of Renjian Dao, Gu-man did not dare to despise it. At this time, he decisively retreated, and at the same time, he decisively stretched out his palms, and the strong fighting spirit surged out in front of him like a raging wave, turning into several huge blood-colored wind blades and slashing towards Tian Dao and Renjian Dao. Tian Dao's eyes condensed. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Those blood-colored wind blades were directly shattered less than 10 feet away from Tian Dao, but Shinra Tensei's remaining strength did not decrease, and it pressed hard towards Gu-man. Bang! This time, Shinra Tensei's power was far greater than the first time. The directional power continued to press on Gu-man, like a mountain pressing down on his head, pressing him to the ground, almost unable to move. Damn it! Don't be so arrogant! It was the first time that Gu-man was beaten like this, and he felt ashamed and angry, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't stand up against Shinra Tensei. On the other side, the four Dozongs were also forced to retreat step by step under the joint efforts of the Animal Path and the Shura Path. They could not protect themselves, let alone get out to help Gu-man. Although the animal-summoned beasts did not know any fighting skills, their pure physical strength was comparable to that of Dozongs. Under the same level, the one with more numbers always has an advantage. This is the 6 paths of pain strengthened by the system. The overall strength is not inferior to Dozun. It seems that we can suppress these people steadily. Looking at the pain 6 paths who had an absolute upper hand from the beginning, Bai Hao finally let go of his worry. At first, he was worried that pain 6 paths would not be a match for Dozun, but now, this enhanced version of pain 6 paths is amazingly powerful. Even if there are not many moves, one move is enough in the face of absolute strength. But I don't know if it's Bai Hao's illusion. He always feels that these people from the ancient clan are too weak. Pain 6 paths power has not been fully exerted, and they are restricted like this. It seems that they are not worthy of the status of Dozun. Maybe there are ambushes. Finally, Bai Hao's eyes were on Gu Shuner in the air. Whether it was Gu-man or those Dozongs, they were all Gu Shuner's subordinates, and Gu Shuner's face did not change from beginning to end, just watching the battle below calmly. Don't underestimate the ancient clan, Bai Hao whispered softly, and he always remained vigilant in his heart. Bang! Gu-man was hurled back and landed heavily on a mountain not far away, sinking deeply into it. Even Dozun had such a fate, not to mention the Dozongs, who were all seriously injured under the siege of a group of spiritual beasts. Nothing more. Tian Dao snorted coldly and moved his eyes to Gu Shuner in midair. Next is you. Gu Shuner looked at Tian Dao calmly and said calmly, Elder Gu-man, there is no need to hold back. Let's fight quickly. As her words fell, a rather embarrassed laugh came from the mountain not far away, saying, Haha, it's mainly because I haven't fought for a long time. I want to adapt. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Gu-man flew out from the mountain again, although he was a little embarrassed, but his aura was not weakened at all. Miss, wait a moment. It will be over soon. The moment he finished speaking, an unprecedented gleam of light flashed in Gu-man's eyes, and his figure flashed and disappeared directly in the air, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. Swish! The next moment, his figure appeared directly behind Hungry Ghost Dao. You can absorb fighting skills, so you will be the first one. It was a very casual word, but it brought Gu-man's pure palm, which blasted out with a fierce gust of wind. So fast! Even though the other Pains had seen Gu-man's movements, Hungry Ghost Dao's body could not keep up with the reaction speed. Bang! Gu-man slapped Hungry Ghost Dao with a palm, directly smashing half of Hungry Ghost Dao's body. Shinra Tensei. Tiandao threw his robe and blasted a Shinra Tensei towards Gu-man. But Gu-man had disappeared, and his target was other people. Mountain Opening Seal. A huge palm print descended from the sky, slapping the distant animal path and Shura path directly into the ground, and a deep palm print immediately appeared on the entire earth. There are two more. After dealing with the animal path and Shura path, Gu-man walked slowly towards the heavenly path and the human path. The heavenly path's eyes narrowed slightly, and just as he was about to raise his hand, Gu-man took a step ahead of him, slowly stretched out a finger, and gently pressed in the void. Great Extinction Finger. The target of this finger was not the heavenly path, but the human path behind the heavenly path. As Gu-man's finger fell, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and a finger suddenly appeared in the sky, carrying a breath of extinction of heaven and earth, and crushed the human path with one finger, just like crushing an ant to death. You are the last one. Gu-man put the heavenly path last, because he respected the strength of the heavenly path. But that was all. Bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked, and Gu-man once again came directly in front of Tiandao at a terrifying speed. Before the latter could react, he still blasted out with a palm. Flip Sea Seal. This palm was earth-shattering, and directly turned Tiandao and the Yunlun sect hall behind him into ruins, raising countless dust. After doing all this, Gu-man's eyes slowly moved to Bai Hao. Your helper is strong, but not strong enough. Bai Hao smiled. Really? But I don't think so. What are you laughing at? Gu-man frowned. Nothing, I just remembered something happy, and I have a gift for you. Bai Hao said. What? I'll give you Yunlun sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Hao used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the spot. At the same time, a voice full of indifference came out slowly from the dust. Earth-shattering star. Earth-shattering star. In the dusty ruins, a small black ball suddenly flew out and quickly rose above Yunlun sect. The light spread. At this moment, it seemed that even the sun in the sky was blocked. Boom! At this moment, the entire Yunlun sect was humming, and the broken rubble buildings were slowly controlled by the sound and sucked towards the small ball in the sky. Then, the attraction gradually increased, and huge cracks began to appear on the square paved with bluestone slabs. Large chunks of stone were sucked up, and even the several peaks around Yunlun sect began to slowly shake, break, and be sucked up. Looking at the sphere that was gradually taking shape in the sky, Gu-man's eyes were solemn. The Douqi in his body surrounded him, resisting the suction with a tyrannical force. But even so, he gradually felt the pressure on his body getting greater and greater, and he might be sucked up at any time. Dozun was like this, not to mention the Dozongs. As the suction of the earth-shattering star grew stronger, the four Dozongs almost had to use all their strength to hold on and not be sucked up. But Gu Juner, who was already in the air, was not so lucky. Although she used the secret method to upgrade to Do Huang, she was obviously not good enough in front of the earth-shattering star that even Dozun felt a little tired. Her body had already begun to fly upwards. Miss! Seeing this, Gu-man quickly jumped up and grabbed Gu Juner. The core should be the small ball that just flew up. Watch me smash it! Holding Gu Juner with one hand, Gu-man was about to blast the sphere in the sky with one hand, but at this moment, Tiandao, who was previously blown away by Gu-man's palm, stood up again from the smoke and aimed his palm at Gu-man. Ha! A faintly visible group of wind rushed straight and hit the two defenseless people. Bang! Although this palm itself had no power, it just interrupted Gu-man's rhythm. Not only did the latter fail to stop the earth-shattering star, but even Gu Juner was almost sucked up before she could hold on. Miss, you retreat first. Seeing that the two were about to be sucked up together, Gu-man decisively pushed Gu Juner with one palm, and the gentle force pushed Gu Juner's delicate body out, away from the range of the earth-shattering star. Gu-man's figure was mixed in the surrounding rubble and was sucked up, not to mention the Dozongs, who could not withstand the increasingly strong suction and were also sucked up one by one. I want to see how hard your thing is. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Guman showed no mercy and slapped his palms together. A huge fighting spirit surged out. In an instant, it turned into two huge palm prints and slammed hard on the sphere in the sky. Boom! The violent explosion was mixed with a deafening sound. Guman's two palms directly blasted half of the sphere apart, revealing the dark ball at the innermost part. The core must be that one. Seeing the dark ball, Guman's eyes condensed and he was about to slap again. Wishful thinking. Seeing Guman's actions, how could the heavenly Tao let him succeed so easily? He suddenly clasped his hands together, and the power continued to surge out. Ha! In an instant, the suction power of the earth-shattering star doubled directly, and the scattered gravel and soil were sucked together again. The surface below was sucked up again, and the hard foundation stone deep inside was also sucked up. At this moment, Guman was sucked up by this powerful suction force. He couldn't even move a finger, let alone resist. In the end, Guman couldn't resist this powerful suction force. He was sucked up and stuck to it tightly. Bang bang! Countless boulders covered it directly like a hail of bullets, burying Guman in it densely. But in a moment, a huge stone ball was suspended in the air, almost covering the sun. The huge shadow covered the entire Yunlin sect, blocking the sky. On a mountain outside the Yunlin sect, Bai Hao and all the people in the Yunlin sect were here, looking at the battle in the distance. When they saw the earth-shattering star floating in the sky and blocking the sky, they were all horrified. Is this the battle between Dozun's strongmen? Yun murmured in a low voice, stunned. They couldn't see the specific battle, but even here, they could feel the terrifying power emanating from the earth-shattering star. That was a fighting skill that even Dozun's strongmen were sealed in. If it were them, they would have no power to resist. At this time, several figures came quickly from the direction of the imperial capital and came to Yun and others. They were Jia Xingqian and the patriarchs of several major families. They came here because they felt this terrifying aura. In fact, they should have come a long time ago, because not long after Guman and others arrived, Dozun's aura had spread throughout the imperial capital. But it was also because of this that they felt such a terrifying aura for the first time, and they forgot to come at the first time, and only came now. Seeing that Yunshan, Yun, and all the people from Yunlan sect were actually here, Jia Xingqian was stunned. Master Yun, why are you here? Who is in Yunlan sect now? He was surprised and turned his head to look at the place where the Yunlan sect's main gate should be. But now he no longer saw the majestic main gate. Instead, he saw an empty ruin and a stone ball that covered the sky and was like a meteorite. What is that? The shocking feeling that came over him made Jia Xingqian and others stunned. That's a Dozun-level battle. You should stay here honestly. Yunshan glanced at them and said lightly, such a terrifying battle, even he, a Dozong, didn't dare to get too close, let alone Dohuang. Dozun? Hearing these two words, even Jia Xingqian couldn't help showing a look of shock on his face. Nalanjie, Mu Chen, and others were even more horrified. In the entire Jiama Empire, Dozong is already at the peak, and Dozun has not appeared for who knows how many years. And now a Dozun-level battle is actually happening in the Jiama Empire? Watch carefully. Now you are the only one left. Tiandao turned and looked at Gu Shun'er not far away. The latter's face finally showed a heavy look. She didn't expect that a mere Yunlan sect would hide a Dozun-level strongman, and even Guman was no match for him. If she had known earlier, she would have brought more people. Tiandao raised his hand and was about to take action. At this time, a huge roar suddenly came from the huge stone ball, and bursts of explosions sounded. Ah! With a roar, Guman actually struggled out of the earth-shattering star and landed in front of Gu Shun'er, looking quite embarrassed. Don't even think about hurting the young lady. You are quite capable. Looking at Guman, Tiandao narrowed his eyes slightly. But it seems that you don't have much strength anymore. How can you deal with us? 4 figures slowly walked out from behind Tiandao, making Gu Shun'er and Guman unbelievable. Because those 4 figures were the human realm, animal realm, Asura realm, and hungry ghost realm that Guman should have killed. They're not dead? How is that possible? Guman's eyes widened. They're not dead? How is that possible? Looking at the familiar faces behind Tiandao, Guman couldn't believe it. He had just killed the 4 people, including Animal Realm. If it was a clone technique, he couldn't fail to sense it. No, there's a 6th person. Suddenly, Guman finally saw the 6th person behind the 5 people of Tiandao, Hell Realm. In fact, there were originally 6 people, but Hell Realm stood at the back from the beginning, hiding at the back and not taking action so that Guman didn't notice his existence. And now, he thinks it is very likely that the problem is Hell Realm. Tiandao suddenly raised his hand. Tianyin. Feeling the familiar suction force again, Guman's expression changed, and he wanted to resist, but he had consumed a lot of Douqi when he struggled out of Dibao Tianxing. At this time, he could no longer resist Tiandao's power and was sucked over. Hungry Ghost. Dao stepped forward and immediately held his arms with both hands, handcuffing him tightly. Guman saw that Tiandao did not directly attack him, but let Hungry Ghost Dao handcuff him in this posture from behind. This was simply humiliating. Don't underestimate our ancient clan. Guman's expression gradually became ferocious, and a low roar came out of his throat. The remaining Douqi in his body surged out, trying to struggle free from the restraints of Hungry Ghost Dao. But just as his Douqi surged out, Guman was surprised to find that his Douqi was actually sucked away by Hungry Ghost Dao. This guy? Not only can he absorb fighting skills, but he can also directly absorb my Douqi? Guman was horrified, but it was too late. Almost all of his remaining Douqi was absorbed by Hungry Ghost Dao, and his body became more and more powerless. This time, no one can protect you. Tiandao slowly turned around and looked at Gu Shun'er. At this time, Gu Shun'er was no longer watching the show. A golden flame gradually surged around her body. The wings of Douqi behind her brought her to the air. With a wave of her white hand, the golden flame turned into a raging sea of fire and rolled towards Tiandao. Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. The fourth-ranked Strange Fire, the inherited fire of the ancient clan, and also Gu Shun'er's natal Strange Fire, was extremely powerful. Even though she was only a Dohong now, the terrifying high temperature emitted by the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame made the surrounding space faintly distorted. However, although the Strange Fire was strong, she could not fully release the power of the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame with her current strength. Tiandao just glared, and the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame that had already come to her was directly shattered. Tianyin Wanshang. Tiandao attacked again, and Gu Shun'er was sucked over. Hungry Ghost Dao stepped forward again, using the same trick to restrain Gu Shun'er, and slowly absorbed her Douqi. It's almost over. Renjin Dao stepped forward and stretched out his palm to fall on Gu Shun'er's head. At this time, Bai Hao came and hurriedly stopped him. Don't kill her first. Renjin Dao stopped immediately after hearing this. Bai Hao, if you dare to attack me, the people of my clan will never let you go. Seeing Bai Hao, Gu Shun'er said angrily, If I wanted you to die, I wouldn't have stopped them just now. Bai Hao said lightly. To be honest, he really didn't dare to touch Gu Shun'er now. Gu Shun'er herself was no longer a threat, but the Gu clan behind her was quite capable, and Gu Shun'er was the established heir of the Gu clan. If she was killed now, the Gu clan would definitely retaliate at all costs. By that time, it would not be a simple Dozun, but a large number of Do Shengs would come in person. With Bai Hao's current ability, he will definitely die no matter where he hides. Gu Shun'er did not look happy with his words, but said coldly, You killed Brother Xiaoyan? I will definitely avenge you. If you don't kill me today, I promise that I will mobilize the power of the entire ancient clan to kill you in the future. If you kill me today, my clan will immediately sense it, and you will also die. Are you threatening me? Bai Hao raised his eyebrows. So what? Okay, you are worthy of being a member of the ancient clan. You are courageous, but don't think that I really dare not touch you. Bai Hao stretched out his hand to pinch Gu Shun'er's chin. Since the consequences of killing you or not are the same, I might as well kill you now. Gu Shun'er looked cold, without any fear. But don't worry, I won't kill you, and I will let you go, but the condition is... Bai Hao's eyes suddenly condensed, and the Mangekyo Sharingan emerged. Illusion. The moment she met the Sharingan, Gu Shun'er's expression paused. Her eyes fell into a brief dullness, but soon recovered. But now, she had been caught in Bai Hao's illusion. Bai Hao would not kill her, but he would not let her go back like this, lest she bring back a fatal disaster. Leaving this illusion behind, at least she would not come to cause trouble again in the short term, and even when necessary, Bai Hao could control her to do something. Bai Hao used the same method to cast an illusion on Gu Man beside him. Gu Man, who was already dying, was now completely unable to resist. Gu Man was a Dozun, and he must not be an unknown person in the Gu clan. If he died, it would definitely bring some trouble. It would be better to let him go back with Gu Shun'er, just as a spy in the Gu clan. After casting the illusion on Gu Shun'er and Gu Man, Bai Hao generously gave them 2 Qi recovering pills to restore their Douqi, so that they could reopen the space to go back. Bai Hao does not provide free delivery. You have completed the mission. You can disappear now. Looking at Pain in front of him, Bai Hao made a seal, and they immediately turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. There is a time limit for summoning them out. Otherwise, Bai Hao would not be willing to let go of such a good helper. It would be great if I could use it forever. He sighed. As Pain disappeared, the stone ball created by the earth-shattering star in the sky also slowly rose into the air and flew out of the sky. As for where it flew to, Bai Hao was not worried. Ding! Ding! Completed the mission. Repel the people of the ancient clan and protect the Yunlan sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Boundary Array Cloud Hanging Skywing Array, a random world Naruto character summoning card to be opened. 1. The 7th grade Elixir Huangjidan Tianji, high-level fighting skills Annihilation Sword Finger. With the departure of Gu Shuner and Gu Man, the mission was finally completed, although this protecting the Yunlan sect did not seem to be completed so beautifully compared to the ruins in front of him. However, Bai Hao's guilt was soon attracted by the generous reward. It was the first time for him to get such a rich reward. 7th grade Elixir, heaven-level fighting skills, no matter which one was released, it was enough to make everyone crazy. And most importantly, the system rewarded a character psychic card, which was a real good thing, but it should not be used for the time being. This battle finally ended without any danger. The once glorious Yunlan sect has now been destroyed by nearly half. Only the broken walls and ruins of the magnificent palace remain. Some houses on the outermost periphery have survived, which can be regarded as a little foundation. Although the sect was mostly destroyed, there were no casualties. This battle can be said to be entirely Bai Hao's credit. Otherwise, the Yunlan sect might have been wiped out. Yunshan and Yunyan would definitely not be able to stop it. Hearing the sound of fighting gradually disappear, Yunyan flew down and looked around. Only Bai Hao was left. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Bai Hao, where are those people? They are all gone. The crisis is over. Bai Hao blinked. Yunyan was startled. Is it over? Who won? There is no body here. How can she know who won? Bai Hao smiled helplessly. I found that Sister Yun, you are also stupid sometimes. People came to trouble us, but now we are fine, so of course we won. How dare you say I'm stupid? Yunyan found the key point, and her jade hand immediately grabbed Bai Hao's ear. You are getting more and more arrogant now, aren't you? How dare you say I'm stupid? It hurts, it hurts. Bai Hao screamed immediately. Sister Yun, you see the old master and others are coming. Can you let go first? Not far away, Yunshan, Yunling, and a group of Yunlan sect disciples were rushing back. Seeing this, Yunyun snorted lightly and let Bai Hao go, but her beautiful eyes still waited for him and said, I'll deal with you later. Yunshan and others also came back one after another. Seeing that Yunlan sect had become like this, many people were shocked. The battle at the Dozun level is so terrifying. Jia Xingqian and others also wanted to join in the fun and see the real Dozun strongman, but unfortunately, apart from the ruins in front of them, there was not even a shadow of the Dozun strongman. Everyone, such a big thing happened in my Yunlan sect today. Sorry to bother you. You have seen the current situation of my Yunlan sect. Please forgive us for not being able to entertain you today. Looking at Jia Xingqian and others, Yunshan said lightly, That's not right, Master Yun. We can't help much today, but we will definitely help Master Yun rebuild the sect. Jia Xingqian said with a chuckle. The other clan leaders also expressed their opinions. We will definitely do our best to help Master Yun rebuild the Yunlan sect. The appearance of Yunshan, a Dozong, had already made the clan, leaders of the major families, and even the royal family wary. Now the Yunlan sect has actually erupted in a Dozun-level battle, and it has successfully survived, but more than half of the sect has been destroyed, and there are no casualties. Rounding it off means no loss. This means that the Yunlan sect has the power to compete with the Dozun, and this news is difficult for all other forces to accept. Even Jia Xingqian, who has always been reluctant to see the Yunlan sect grow and develop, now has to take the initiative to offer help. Because if the Yunlan sect really has a stable force that can compete with Dozun, then dealing with their royal family is not a problem. It can even be said that as long as the Yunlan sect wants, it can dominate the entire Jiama Empire at any time. Thank you all for your kindness. Yunshan did not show too much expression, just said calmly, Then we will take our leave first. After bowing, Jia Xingqian and others slowly left. Until their figures completely disappeared, Yunshan turned around and looked at the ruins around him and said to all the people of the Yunlan sect, Today, our Yunlan sect survived the catastrophe. The reconstruction of the sect in the future still needs everyone to contribute. Yes! Everyone shouted in unison. The reconstruction of the sect is a big deal, because almost the entire Yunlan sect is destroyed. Rebuilding a sect is a huge project, and it is not that you can help if you want to. Professional things have to be done by professionals. Jia Xingqian also sent a construction team of 100 people from the imperial capital to help, and the 4 major families also sent various building materials. The speed of reconstruction was not very slow. Yunlan sect was rebuilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before Yunlan sect was rebuilt, Bai Hao and others basically did not stay in Yunlan sect to help, but temporarily rested in the imperial capital. Considerable number of disciples also took vacation and took this opportunity to go home and visit. After all, the disciples of the entire Yunlan sect added up to thousands of people, and the inn in the imperial capital did not have so many places. At the same time, the Nalan family also provided rooms so that some disciples could have a place to stay. Yun, Yun Shan, and a group of elders all stayed at the Nalan family. However, Bai Hao did not live in the Nalan family this time, but lived in the inn. Now that the Yunlan sect's affairs have been resolved, the people of the ancient clan will not come to cause trouble in a short period of time, and other forces in the Jiama Empire will not threaten the Yunlan sect. Bai Hao's plan to improve his strength is about to begin. He has a lot of cards up his sleeve, but he is still just a great fighter after all, which is definitely not enough. It is time to go out and explore. It was a cool night. After Bai Hao finished his dinner, he walked outside for a while. When he returned to the room, he found that Yun was already waiting for him. "Sister Yun, why are you here?" "Can't I come?" Yun sat on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, which was very pleasing to the eye. She held her white chin with her jade hand and looked at him. "I haven't asked you yet. Why don't you stay at Yanran's house and come to live here? Aren't you all living there? There are so many elders here, and the atmosphere is so stuffy. If I lived there too, I would be suffocated to death." While Bai Hao was speaking, he personally poured a cup of tea for Yun. "Sister Yun, have a cup of tea to warm yourself up." Taking the teacup, Yun drank it all in one gulp, her thin lips becoming even redder, and said, "I haven't had time to ask you yet. What is your relationship with those Dozun powerhouses who helped you that day?" She came here today, actually, to find out what the relationship between Bai Hao and Pain was. After all, he was a Dozun powerhouse. If she could become a friend of Yunlan sect for a long time, it would undoubtedly be a big deal. Bai Hao also saw what she meant and did not hide it. He said directly, "I invited them to help, and I can only invite them once. I will not have the chance to ask them again in the future." "You invited them to help?" Yun's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise. Although she had known this for a long time, she was still a little surprised when Bai Hao said it himself. Bai Hao was not only able to control the purple crystal winged Lion King, but also able to call Dozun's strongmen to help. This was really unbelievable. "Sister Yun, don't worry about this for now. I have something very important to tell you." Bai Hao looked at her seriously. "What is it?" "I'm leaving Yunlan sect." "Sister Yun, I'm leaving Yunlan sect." Bai Hao looked at Yun and said softly. Yun, who was still thinking about the previous question, was stunned after hearing Bai Hao's words. She raised her beautiful face and looked at Bai Hao. "What did you say?" "I said I'm leaving the sect." Bai Hao repeated again. "Why?" Yun finally heard it clearly and immediately asked back. "Did someone in the sect bully you? Tell me, I will help you get justice." "It's not because of the sect. I just want to go out to the bigger world to experience it and improve my cultivation." Scratching his head, Bai Hao told the reason. "Improve your strength?" "That's right, the sect really doesn't have much for you to learn now." Yun murmured softly and slowly lowered her head, with a look of loss on her face, which made people feel pity. Seeing Yun's lost look, Bai Hao suddenly understood what she was thinking, and hurriedly explained. "Sister Yun, don't get me wrong. I said I would leave the sect for a while, go out to experience it, and I will come back in the future." "Really?" Looked up suddenly, and there were tears in her eyes. Bai Hao felt a sharp pain in his heart and nodded heavily. "Well, when did I lie to you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me so sad just now." Yun suddenly stood up and grabbed Bai Hao's ear fiercely, causing Bai Hao to grimace in pain. It hurts, blame me, Sister Yun, can you let go first?" Bai Hao was so painful that his whole body was pulled over. "No, who told you to lie to me just now?" Thinking of what she said just now, Yun became more and more angry. The shame and anger in her heart turned into strength in her hands, and she grabbed Bai Hao's ear fiercely and refused to let go. "It really hurts, Sister Yun, let go." Bai Hao couldn't bear the pain anymore, so he had to reach out to pull Yunyun's hand away. But Yunyun was also stubborn at this time and refused to let go no matter what she said. The two pushed and shoved, and suddenly Yunyun slipped and fell backwards, and Bai Hao also took advantage of the situation and pressed his whole body on Yunyun. Both of them were stunned, and each other's breath lingered at the tip of their noses, with a charming smell. Yunyun stared at the pretty face so close to her, and for a moment she forgot to push Bai Hao away. The unique masculine scent hit her face. Bai Hao was also stunned. The familiar fragrance on Yunyun's body kept entering his nose, making him intoxicated. "Get up! Get up!" Yunyun realized it later, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She quickly pushed Bai Hao away, but her heartbeat kept accelerating. Ahem? Bai Hao scratched his head a little embarrassedly, standing aside with his back to her and not speaking. It was quiet all of a sudden, but the atmosphere in the room was somewhat charming. "By the way, when are you going to leave?" After a long time, Yunyun broke the silence. "If there is nothing wrong, I should leave tomorrow." Yunyun raised her head in surprise. Bai Hao nodded. "Well, go earlier and come back earlier. Although I will come back, it won't be so soon, maybe 1 or 2 years or even 2 or 3 years. So long, where do you plan to go for training?" Yunyun looked at him. "The first stop I will go to is the Monster Mountain Range where we first met, and then I will leave the Gamma Empire and go to other places." After a moment of silence, Bai Hao said, "The Monster Mountain Range must be visited, and the cultivation level will be improved there first, and then leave the Gamma Empire. Otherwise, with his current strength, it is not enough to leave the Gamma Empire directly. Are you still going to leave the Gamma Empire? So far?" Yunyun's eyes were more reluctant. "Well, our Gamma Empire is really too small, and Dozong is extremely rare. But there is a wider world outside the Gamma Empire. Only in a larger place can you get better trials," Bai Hao said softly. "The Gamma Empire is destined not to be his home ground. He still has to go to a wider world to see it. Otherwise, how can he improve?" After hearing these words, Yunyun fell silent, and her hands could not help but clasp together tightly. She was struggling in her heart because she wanted to say to Bai Hao, "I'll go with you," but it was difficult for her to say such words. "Sister Yun, will you support me?" Bai Hao suddenly asked, looking at her with clear eyes. Yunyun hesitated for a moment, but still nodded with determination in her eyes and said softly, "If this is your choice, I support you. And you said you would come back, so I will wait for you in the sect." Looking at her determined look, Bai Hao also nodded heavily and said, "I promise I will definitely come back." This is his promise. Yunyun suddenly smiled comfortably. "It's getting late, I'll go back first. If you leave early tomorrow, you don't have to say goodbye to me." She slowly got up, although there was a moving smile on her pretty face, but the reluctance in her eyes was hard to hide. But she still walked out the door. Watching Yunyun's heavy steps, Bai Hao gritted his teeth, turned around and grabbed Yunyun, who was about to leave, and hugged her tightly in his arms. "Ah, Bai Hao, what are you doing?" Yunyun cried out in surprise, but her heartbeat couldn't stop beating faster at this moment, and her face was ruddy. "Sister Yun, I like you. In fact, I have liked you since the Warcraft Mountains. But I have never dared to tell you. I will leave tomorrow. If I don't tell you now, I am afraid that I will have no chance after I come back." Bai Hao said it all at once, not afraid that Yunyun would be angry. "Anyway, it's all over. Life or death doesn't matter." "What are you talking about? Yunyun's face was blushing. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Bai Hao, nor did she resist Bai Hao holding her. "Sister Yun, I like you," picked up Yunyun and walked towards the bed. The next day, the morning light shone in from the window, adding a touch of warmth to the room. Yunyun woke up slowly. Seeing Bai Hao sitting beside the bed ready to go, she was stunned for a moment. She quickly sat up wrapped in the quilt and asked, "Are you leaving?" Bai Hao nodded and smiled. "Yeah, it's getting late. I ordered breakfast for you. You can eat it after you wake up, otherwise you will be hungry soon. I'll take you there." Yunyun was anxious to get up, but it hurt a little. Bai Hao stopped her immediately. "No, you should have a good rest." He leaned over and gently left a kiss on Yunyun's white jade forehead. "Wait for me, I will be back." "Yeah." Yunyun's face flushed and she nodded. He watched the boy bathed in the morning light, walked in the sunshine and left. Warcraft Mountains. In the forest, the quiet atmosphere made the surroundings seem very quiet. From time to time, insects crawled through the dead branches and leaves on the ground, leaving shallow traces. But soon, a burst of rapid and agitated sounds broke the silence. Groups of monsters came running from a distance, looking very panicked. because behind them, Bai Hao was riding a 4th-level monster, the Red Flame Tiger, chasing them. "Why are you running? I won't eat you." With a step on the back of the Red Flame Tiger, Bai Hao jumped up and jumped directly in front of the group of monsters. His hands made a few seals neatly. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Boom! The earth shook and thick earth walls rose up, trapping the entire group of monsters, leaving them nowhere to go. "All of you be honest, I won't eat you." Looking at these 20 or 30 monsters, Bai Hao rubbed his palms and took out 2 spiritual scrolls. "Come on, sign the contract and you can leave. It won't delay anything." Bai Hao walked over with a smile on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 3rd-level magic beast Sandwolf as a spiritual beast, and the cultivation level has been raised to a 4-star Great Fighting Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 3rd-level magic beast Vine Snake as a spiritual beast, and the cultivation level has been raised to a 5-star Great Fighting Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 3rd-level magic beast Grass Tiger as a spiritual beast, and the cultivation level has been raised to a 1-star Fighting Spirit. After signing the contract with all the 3rd-level magic beasts in this group of magic beasts, Bai Hao finally broke through to the Fighting Spirit. The whole process was not difficult. The most difficult part was to find so many magic beasts and drive them together. If he was not afraid of scaring away the magic beasts in the entire Magic Beast mountain range, he would have wanted to summon the purple crystal, Winged Lion King directly and roar directly to see which magic beast dared not obey. However, this kind of breakthrough that he personally cultivated was actually quite good. I have successfully reached dueling, and now I need to find my good brothers at level 4 to help me. After letting go of the group of magic beasts that had signed contracts, Bai Hao began to think about the 4th-level magic beasts. Although he could have troubled the 4th-level or even 5th-level magic beasts at the beginning, it would be too much of a loss, so he had to leave it for later. At each level, only magic beasts of the same level could be signed as spiritual beasts to improve the level. If he had signed all the 4th-level magic beasts when he was a great Douqi, then he would have no 4th-level magic beasts to sign when he was a dueling now, and the 3rd-level magic beasts would be useless. Wouldn't that be a big loss? There are many 3rd-level magic beasts in the entire Magic Beast mountain range, but there are not many 4th-level magic beasts either. It is still the most cost-effective to sign a contract under equal conditions. 4th-level magic beasts can only be found in the depths of the Magic Beast mountain range. Bai Hao looked up at the sky now. It was noon. The higher the level of the monsters, the deeper they are in the Monster Mountain range. Bai Hao accidentally ran to the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range because he was chasing the group of 3rd-level monsters just now, and he had to go back in again. It's tiring. Shaking his head helplessly, Bai Hao was about to walk in, but suddenly heard a low voice talking from not far away. Looking back, he saw a group of 10 mercenaries walking towards him. Bai Hao thought about it, and in order to reduce unnecessary intersections, he hid his figure in the bushes on the side. Soon the group of mercenaries came, a total of 10 people, both men and women, all wearing weapons. As they went deeper and deeper into the Monster Mountain range, they also held their weapons tightly in their hands and looked around vigilantly. If anything happened, they would draw their weapons at the first time. Bai Hao secretly looked at this group of mercenaries who should be from Qingshan Town. Walking in front was a middle-aged man, a 3-star master, with good cultivation. Walking side by side with him was a man and a woman. The girl was an 8-star master, and the young man was a 5-star master. Such strength is already very good in this place, and judging from their appearance, they obviously entered the Monster Mountain range for something. Uncle Kagan, do you think we can find the 8-ling magic needle fruit? The girl next to the middle-aged man suddenly asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man called Kagong shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. High-grade medicinal materials like the 8-hill demon needle fruit require a certain amount of luck to find. Besides, the people from the Snake Nest Mercenary Group and Wan Yaojai will also come to look for it this time. We may not be able to find it smoothly." Okay. The girl lowered her head silently. Everyone continued to move forward. Bai Hao, who was hiding in the bushes, was a little surprised after listening to their conversation. 8-hill demon needle fruit? Isn't this the medicinal material needed to refine the Rongling pill? Why do these people also want it? Do they also want to refine the Rongling pill? The 8-hill demon needle fruit is a medicinal material for refining the Rongling pill, and it is a high-grade medicinal material that is difficult to find. However, in a place like the Magic Beast Mountain Range where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rich, it is also very likely that high-grade medicinal materials will be bred. This is also one of the reasons why he came to this Magic Beast Mountain Range, this time, to sign the Magic Beast while looking for medicinal materials for the Rongling pill. After all, the 7-colored sky-swallowing python is still in his hands, and the soul of Queen Medusa lives in it, and the Rongling pill is what Medusa needs. Although Medusa did not threaten Bai Hao to help him refine the Rongling pill, he could prepare in advance so that he would have more bargaining power at that time. And speaking of the sky-swallowing python, it has been sleeping since it swallowed Yao Lao's soul last time, and there is no sign of waking up until now. The after effects of this are even greater than the energy fragments of the Green Lotus seat. I don't know when this little guy will wake up, but as long as the queen doesn't take advantage of the sky-swallowing python to counterattack while it is asleep, it will be fine. Bai Hao touched the little snake wrapped around his arm, thinking in his heart, and followed quietly. Since there is the 8-ling, magic needle fruit here, he certainly can't give up a good opportunity. Kagang and his party did not go directly to the depths of the Magic Beast mountain range, but stopped at the outer part closer to the middle of the mountain range, and then searched horizontally around. Most of the magic beasts on the outer periphery are 1st and 2nd level, and occasionally there are 3rd level, which can be dealt with by Kagang and his party. But if they go deeper, they may encounter 4th level magic beasts, which are not something they can deal with. Although the 8-ling magic needle fruit is good, they can't take such a reckless risk. Look, isn't that the 8-hill magic needle fruit? Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, pointing to a small green flower on the hillside not far ahead. In the middle of the stamen, a scarlet fruit could be seen faintly. It's the 8-hill magic needle fruit. Kagang's face lit up with joy, and he hurried over. But at this moment, sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a sharp arrow pierced straight in front of Kagan and others. On the other side, another group of mercenaries suddenly walked out. Kagan, this 8-hill magic needle fruit is not your turn to take it yet. Kagan, you can't take this 8-hill magic needle fruit away. A dozen people walked out from the other side, led by a scarred man who threw a bow in his hand to his men beside him. Obviously, he shot the arrow just now. Han Rui? Kagang's face darkened when he saw the scarred man. I didn't expect that your Snake Nest mercenary group was so quick. Your Blood Battle mercenary group is not bad either. You were able to find the 8-ling magic needle fruit at the same time as us. Not bad. The scarred man Hanri laughed and just glanced at Kagang. Then his eyes fell on the girl next to Kagang, with a hint of heat in his eyes. It's been a while since I last saw you. Linger has grown up a lot and become a beautiful young lady. Our leader has been talking about wanting to chat with you. Hanrui's words made the girl called Linger turn pale, and she involuntarily took a step back. Kagan looked angry, stepped forward and blocked Linger behind him, and said sternly, I advise you to give up this idea. With your Snake Nest mercenary group, we are not afraid of you. Haha, since the destruction of the Wolfhead mercenary group, your Blood Battle mercenary group has indeed grown a lot. But our Snake Nest mercenary group is not bad either, and I'd like to tell you a good news. Our leader has been favored by the head of the He family in Black Rock City, and will soon become the son-in-law of the He family. By then, how can your Blood Battle mercenary group compete with us? Hanrui laughed coldly. He family? Hearing this word, Kagan's face suddenly sank. The He family is a big family in Black Rock City, and even in the northeast region of the entire Jiama Empire, it can be regarded as a famous family. Because the current head of the He family has successfully promoted to Do Wang, this has made the status of the He family rise sharply. Do Wang, looking at the entire Jiama Empire, is considered a strong man. The leader of the Blood War mercenary group is only a 7-star Do Ling, while the leader of the Snake Nest mercenary group is an 8-star Do Ling. Originally, the strength of the two mercenary groups was not much different. But if the Snake Nest mercenary group really climbed up the high branch of the He family, it would undoubtedly be bad news for the Blood War mercenary group. So not only Kagang, but also other people's faces became a little ugly when they heard Hanrui say this news. Don't think too much about this Ling magic needle fruit. Give it up obediently, so that we can still get along well in the future. Otherwise, Hanrui didn't say the last half of the sentence, but the threat in his words was already very obvious. If Ka Gang and others don't give up the 8-ling magic needle fruit, they will face the suppression of the Snake Nest mercenary group and the He family in the future. Humph, do you think I will believe you? Even if we give up the 8-ling magic needle fruit today, you will definitely not let us go in the future, so it's better not to give it. Ka Gang snorted coldly. He was not a fool, so he would not believe what Hanrui said. Since you are so ignorant, don't blame us. Hanrui showed a cruel smile. Anyway, we were planning to deal with you today. Hanrui waved his hand, and his men behind him immediately rushed out with weapons in hand. Kill! Ka Gang and others were not willing to admit defeat, and they waved their hands and rushed out with their weapons. The two sides immediately started a melee. However, not long after the battle began, Ka Gang found that things were beyond his expectations, because Hanrui and others were obviously well prepared. Almost every one of them was an 8- or 9-star fighting master, while on Ka Gang's side, except for the 3 of them, most of the others were 4- or 5-star fighting masters, and the gap between the two sides was immediately revealed. More importantly, Hanrui was actually a 7-star great fighting master. When Ka Gang fought with him, he was injured by a palm after only 2 moves, and a mouthful of blood spurted out immediately. Ka Gang tree! Seeing Ka Gang was injured, Linger hurried over to help him up. Seeing this, the 5-star master of the Blood Battle mercenary group also rushed forward to entangle Hanrui. But not long after, the young man was also injured by Hanrui. He was hit in the chest with a palm. His footsteps deng retreated several steps and his face turned pale. Brother Mulan! Seeing this, Linger couldn't help but cried out. The other members of the Blood Battle mercenary group also collapsed completely after a short while. It's useless to shout, but Miss Linger, don't worry, I won't kill you. After I take you back to the captain to have enough fun, I still want to enjoy it. Hanrui had a wicked smile on his hand and grabbed the girl with his palm. At this time, someone from the Snake Nest mercenary group suddenly shouted, Brother, someone wants to steal the 8-ling magic needle fruit. On the other side of the hillside, while the two sides were fighting, Bai Hao had already quietly touched the 8-ling magic needle fruit. He was about to succeed, but he didn't expect to be discovered. The shout from the Snake Nest mercenary group almost scared him. Well, why don't you fight? I'm just watching the fun. You don't have to worry about me. Bai Hao scratched his head embarrassedly, and then he picked the 8-ling magic needle fruit very easily and held it in his hand. Boy, you are very bold. You dare to steal things from our Snake Nest mercenary group? Hanrui's face suddenly became a little ugly. Dealing with the Blood Battle mercenary group and capturing Linger is certainly important, but this 8-ling magic needle fruit is more important, because this is the gift that their leader wants to prepare for his future father-in-law. So this time they will shoot almost all the elites of the Snake Nest mercenary group. If the 8-hill demon needle fruit is thrown away, Hanrui will definitely suffer. This 8-hill demon needle fruit grows here. You didn't pick it. How can you say it's yours? Now that I've picked it, it's mine. After saying that, Bai Hao didn't forget to raise the 8-hill demon needle fruit in his hand, and then put the 8-hill demon needle fruit into the storage ring in front of Hanrui. In Qingshan Town, there are still people who dare to rob our Snake Nest mercenary group. I have to say that you are very courageous, but you will pay the price for it. Hanrui's face darkened, and at the same time several of his men had already surrounded Bai Hao. Linger looked at Bai Hao in surprise. Although she didn't know him, she was looking forward to Bai Hao teaching Hanrui a lesson and helping them out. Although she herself thought it was impossible. Now the thing is in my hand. Even if you are the Snake Nest mercenary group, you can't be so unreasonable, right? Or, if you have the ability, come and take it back. Raising the storage ring in his hand, Bai Hao smiled faintly. You're looking for death! Hanrui couldn't stand this anger. He stepped on the ground and slapped Bai Hao's face. You dare to touch our Snake Nest mercenary group's things. I think you are looking for death. Hanrui was furious. He stepped on the ground and slapped Bai Hao with a fierce momentum and strong palm wind. Seeing this, Bai Hao raised his palm and snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, a cluster of green flames turned into a stream of light and shot out, landing on Hanrui at lightning speed. When the flame touched Hanrui, it immediately turned into a vigorous flame and rose up. With a shrill scream, Hanrui turned into a ball of black ash under the horrified eyes of everyone. He was cremated on the spot. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Hanrui, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was actually burned to ashes like this? A gust of wind blew, and even the ashes were blown away. Seeing this, Kagan and others were surprised and happy. They didn't expect that Bai Hao would give them such a big help in this situation. Killing Hanrui would solve their crisis. On the other hand, the Snake Nest mercenary group and others saw that Hanrui was burned to ashes without any resistance. They all showed horror on their faces and threatened with trembling voices. What did you do? We are from the Snake Nest mercenary group. If you offend us, you will suffer the consequences. Bai Hao looked indifferent, with green flames rising from his palms. He said without emotion, "Are you going or not? If you don't leave, I will burn you to ashes too." The expressions of those people changed, and they immediately turned around and ran down the mountain desperately, fearing that they would repeat Hanrui's mistakes if they were a step late. Tsk, a bunch of cowards. Looking at those fleeing figures, Bai Hao looked contemptuous and put away the strange fire in his palm. On the side, Linger helped Kagang and others up, came to Bai Hao and said respectfully, "Thank you for saving our lives. Our blood battle mercenary group will remember this kindness." Don't get me wrong, I didn't save you. They ran into the gun muzzle by themselves. As for you, you can only wish for the best. Looking at her, Bai Hao turned around and headed towards the depths of the Monster Mountain range. Seeing Bai Hao like this, Linger felt a little unhappy in her heart, stamped her feet and muttered in a low voice, "This guy is also." Obviously he sincerely thanked him, but he reacted like this. "Okay, he saved us after all. How can you say that about him? Let's go back quickly and explain the situation to the leader," Kagang said. "But the 8-ling magic needle fruit?" Linger just remembered that the 8-ling magic needle fruit was taken away by Bai Hao. This situation is not going to work, anyway, as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the Snake Nest mercenary group. Kagang sighed. The 8-ling magic needle fruit was taken by Bai Hao. Did they chase after it and ask others for it? That didn't make sense. Well then, Linger could only give up. The group turned around and walked back to Qingshan Town, deep in the Magic Beast mountain range. Roar! The roar of the magic beasts shook the forest and startled the entire forest. But no matter how loud they roared, Bai Hao could train them to be obedient, because there was a huge monster behind him, the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King. The unique overlord of the Magic Beast mountain range, under its majesty, no magic beast dared to disobey its orders. The 4th-level magic beasts were still a bit difficult to deal with. They had already developed spiritual intelligence. If Bai Hao was asked to deal with it himself, it was not impossible, but it would be a bit troublesome. So he simply called the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King over and let the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King do the work of scaring people. All he had to do was sign the contract, which was very easy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 4th-level magic beast, King Kong Snake, as a summoned beast, and the cultivation level has been upgraded to a 2-star Daoling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 4th-level magic beast, Earth Demon Ape, as a summoned beast, and the cultivation level has been upgraded to a 3-star Daoling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the 4th-level magic beast, Wind Wolf, as a summoned beast, and the cultivation level has been upgraded to a 1-star Do Wang. After a busy day, Bai Hao finally succeeded in reaching Do Wang. In addition to the improvement of cultivation, in fact, every time after signing a summoned beast, the system will also reward some ninjutsu. Although it is not a particularly powerful forbidden technique, it is better than nothing. It is a great harvest. That's it for today. Find a place to spend the night. Tomorrow I will go to find those 5th-level magic beasts to sign, and then I can leave. Looking up at the gloomy sky, the Douqi behind Bai Hao surged out, condensing his own real pair of light blue Douqi wings. With a flap of his wings, he flew away. After finding a cave, Bai Hao got a few torches to light up the cave, and then took out some monster meat that he had picked up and roasted it on the campfire, which was full of fragrance. While eating the barbecue, Bai Hao began to release a large number of medicinal herbs from his ring. These were all the herbs he picked when he signed the contract with the monsters. The quality was not good, but it was better than nothing. After all, he used these herbs simply to make pills and gain experience. The quality did not matter. As long as it could be made into pills, it was enough. After eating, Bai Hao began to gain experience in alchemy. Ding! Alchemy experience plus 500. Ding! Alchemy experience. Ding! Alchemy experience 2000. Now Bai Hao is already a 4th-grade alchemist, but upgrading to a 5th grade alchemist requires a full 500,000 experience points. Now that he has refined all the medicinal materials, he has only gained about 100,000 experience points, and there are still about 400,000 experience points. However, as his alchemy skills have been upgraded, his experience points have also increased. Refining a 3rd grade pill can increase 500 experience points, and refining a 4th grade pill can increase 2,000 experience points. He is now very skilled in refining 4th grade pills with a success rate of more than 90%, but the medicinal materials for refining 4th grade pills are not so easy to find. Bai only found less than 30 pieces of medicinal materials for 4th grade pills this time. The rest of the experience points were gained by using 3rd grade pills, or even 2nd grade pills. So much so that after gaining these 100,000 experience points, the ground was almost full of jade bottles containing pills, and the rich aroma of medicine filled the entire cave. Now there is only this last 8-ling magic needle fruit left. I wonder if I can be lucky enough to find the 2nd medicinal material for refining the wrongling pill. Bai Hao lay on the ground, holding the 8-ling magic needle fruit in his hand and examining it carefully. The high-grade medicinal materials needed to refine the wrongling pill are too rare. Even in a place like the Magic Beast Mountain Range, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rich, it is not necessarily possible to find them. Bai Hao is now in a very open-minded state of mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt a movement in his arm. The sleeping sky-swallowing python actually woke up and crawled out of Bai Hao's arm. "Little guy, are you awake?" Bai Hao placed the sky-swallowing python in his palm, and the little guy looked at him with his little head raised. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light burst out from the sky-swallowing python, and Bai Hao's face suddenly changed. "Oh no!" The purple light illuminated the entire cave. Bai Hao's face suddenly changed, and he quickly withdrew his hand. After the light, the sky-swallowing python turned into Queen Medusa. "Well, good evening, Queen." Bai Hao smiled awkwardly and greeted her. This time, Queen Medusa did not show any ill will towards Bai Hao. After coming out, she just glanced at him indifferently, then stood up straight and stretched lazily, revealing her charming curves. Coupled with her enchantingly perfect face, Bai Hao couldn't help but breathe tight. Of course, he didn't dare to have any thoughts. At least not now, but it's hard to say in the future. But why did she come out suddenly? Shouldn't the soul of the sky-swallowing python be suppressing her all the time? Bai Hao muttered in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the soul of the sky-swallowing python should be able to suppress the soul of Medusa all the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so careless and not take any precautions. But why did the sky-swallowing python suddenly let her out? Medusa seemed to see the doubt in Bai Hao's heart. She glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and a touching smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She said, "This is all thanks to you letting the sky-swallowing python swallow a powerful soul last time, so it had to divide half of its energy to absorb the power of that soul, and the suppression of the king was relaxed a lot." Obviously, she was very satisfied with this situation. Bai Hao said, "Fuck," in his heart. If he had known that the sky-swallowing python would not be able to suppress Medusa after swallowing Yao Lao's soul, he should have stopped the sky-swallowing python at the beginning. Miscalculated. However, this time, Medusa did not seem to have too much malice towards Bai Hao. The snow-white little hands suddenly stretched out in front of Bai Hao, making people have the urge to take a bite. "Give me the thing," Medusa said lightly. Bai Hao was stunned. "Thing? What is it?" "Wrongling pill recipe." He knew that Medusa would not suddenly have such a good attitude towards him. Sure enough, it was because of wrongling pill. Bai Hao smiled bitterly, but he didn't feel bad. Handed the recipe of wrongling pill in the ring to Medusa. After receiving the recipe, Medusa's charming face was moved for the first time, showing an impatient expression. She opened the recipe with her slender hands and read the contents with her beautiful eyes. After a long time, she slowly closed the recipe, looked at Bai Hao with her beautiful eyes, and said, "You should have seen this recipe. Can you refine it?" Bai Hao was silent for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, "It can be refined, but it's a bit difficult. After all, I am only a 4th grade alchemist now, and this wrongling pill is a 6th grade pill. I don't have the ability to refine a 6th grade pill by jumping 2 levels. He can jump levels in a fight, just rushing, but he can't refine pills because it is a technical job. If you can't refine a 6th grade pill, then it has no value to me. I can kill you now and take this recipe away." Medusa said calmly, but her words were full of threats. This is a 6th grade elixir. Looking at the entire Gyama Empire, perhaps only the Elixir King Guhei can refine it. But I think given the relationship between you and Guhei, I'm afraid you can't ask Guhei to help refine it. Bai Hao was not afraid either. In this negotiation, whoever was afraid would lose the initiative. But if you give me 2 years, I promise that I can refine the Wrongling pill. I'll give you 1 year. If you can't refine it after 1 year, I'll kill you and take the recipe away. Medusa's eyes flashed with a hint of light and her body approached Bai Hao. The cold, murderous intent made Bai Hao swallow his saliva with some difficulty. 1 year is not impossible, but what's the benefit of me helping you refine the Wrongling pill? You can't ask me to refine the pill for you for free, right? Bai Hao said. Benefits? The benefit is that I can ignore the places where you offended me before. Medusa looked at him indifferently. Bai Hao cried out in injustice. Where did I offend you? It was you who failed to evolve and turned into a sky-swallowing python. I was afraid that you would stay there alone and starve to death if no one found you, so I brought you with me. You should be grateful to me. Then should I say thank you to you? Medusa's tone suddenly became cold. Then, you don't have to be so polite. Bai Hao immediately became timid. But you can't let me help you refine the Wrongling pill so hard with just 1 sentence, right? Otherwise, how about this? I will leave the Gyama Empire in a few days and go out to experience. During this year, Queen, how about you protect my safety? This condition is not too much, right? Promise you, but I won't be your thug. I will only help you when you are at the critical moment of life and death. Of course, if you can't take out the Wrongling pill after a year, I will end your life without anyone else's help. Medusa said lightly, flicked her slender fingers, and bounced the Wrongling pill formula back to Bai Hao. Well, Queen, won't you change back? Bai Hao asked cautiously after taking the recipe. Are you teaching me how to do things? Medusa glanced at him. Of course not. Bai Hao shook his head quickly. I finally came out once. How can I change back so easily? I advise you not to have any tricks. Medusa stared at Bai Hao with her beautiful eyes. Of course not, Queen. Please do as you please. Bai Hao smiled apologetically. Seeing that Medusa had no intention of continuing to talk, Bai Hao began to put all the jade bottles around him into the ring, and then said, Well, it's getting late. I want to rest, Queen. Do you want to come together? Or, you are quite courageous. With a flash of cold light in her eyes, Medusa's eyes made Bai Hao shut up immediately. I understand, Queen. Please do as you please. He honestly huddled in the corner to sleep. Looking at him, Medusa was carefully studying him. If it were an ordinary person, Medusa would not have such a good attitude towards him. Even if Bai Hao said that he could refine the Wrongling pill, it would not be enough to make her have such a good attitude. What really concerned Medusa was Bai Hao's cultivation. The last time she came out, Bai Hao was still a small Do Shi. Now only a few months have passed and he has become a 1-star Do Wang. This terrifying breakthrough speed is hard for even her to accept. Looking at the entire Gyama Empire, or even the entire Douqi Continent, it is probably a rare existence. However, now Bai Hao is still just a Do Wang after all, not enough to threaten Medusa. If one day Bai Hao grows up to be enough to threaten her existence, perhaps she will personally solve this hidden danger. But now Wrongling pill is still important. Muttering in a low voice, Medusa retracted her gaze, looked at the night outside the cave, leaned against the cave entrance, and slowly closed her eyes. In the morning, when Bai Hao woke up, he found that there was no trace of Medusa or the sky-swallowing python in the cave. Is she gone? Scratching his head, Bai Hao did not think much about it. If Medusa really wanted to leave, he could not stop her. What he had to do now was to find a few 5th-order monsters in the Monster Mountain range to sign contracts according to the plan, and then he could leave here. Start working. Turning over and leaving the cave, Bai Hao found the purple crystal winged Lion King and asked it to help find 5th-order monsters. There were not many 5th-order monsters in the entire Monster Mountain range, only 3. But for the entire Gyama Empire, 3 5th-order monsters were already very threatening, especially since this Monster Mountain range was only affiliated to the eastern part of the entire Monster Mountain range. If the Monster Mountain ranges in other areas were counted, there would probably be no less than 10 5th-order monsters and 3 or 4 6th-order monsters. This level of monsters would also be a very threatening existence in the Gyama Empire. With the help of the purple crystal winged Lion King, Bai Hao successfully found the only 3 5th-level monsters in the Monster Mountain range, which were comparable to Do Wang. The first was a 2-headed stone snake, Huge in size, brown in color, with scales as hard as rocks, the two heads contained the Douqi of thunder and fire respectively. Even in the Gamma Empire, the two-headed stone snake was notorious. The second was a purple-eyed ice bear, with white hair all over its body like a white flame burning. Its strong body contained extremely violent power. It was said that there were two Douwang strongmen who wanted to capture the purple-eyed ice bear, but they were beaten by the purple-eyed ice bear one by one, and both Douwang were seriously injured and fled. The third was a black wolf king with black and shiny hair, sharp claws and fangs, and famous for its speed. It was also a headache for the strong men of the Gamma Empire. Now, these three monsters are in front of Bai Hao. Good morning, everyone. I have something good to share with you. Would you like to take a look? Bai Hao's face was filled with a harmonious smile, but behind him stood the giant Amethyst Winged Lion King. Human, we have noticed your movements in the past few days, but we didn't expect you to dare to come to us. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Wolf King. The monsters had no good feelings towards humans, but the reason why they did not attack Bai Hao directly was that they were concerned about Bai Hao's strength and the Amethyst Winged Lion King behind him. Black Wolf King, don't say that first. Even the Amethyst Winged Lion King agreed to make a deal with me. Are you still going to refuse? Bai Hao pointed to the Amethyst Winged Lion King behind him, and the meaning was very clear. Black Wolf King was also obviously shaken, wavering in his heart. On the other hand, the purple-eyed ice bear on the side said in a rough voice, "So what if the Amethyst Winged Lion King agrees? It doesn't mean we will agree too. Don't think of using this to threaten us." "That's right, we don't buy into your tricks. If you have the guts, conquer us with your strength." The two-headed stone snake on the side also expressed his opinion. "Oh, are you sure?" Bai Hao raised his eyebrows and took a step back, while the Amethyst Winged Lion King took a step forward. "Do you three want to challenge your big brother's ability?" Seeing that Bai Hao actually brought up the Amethyst Winged Lion King, the two-headed stone snake was a little scared. "Human, I can't take you like this. If you have the guts, come on yourself. How can the three of you fight me alone? It shouldn't be too much for me to call for help." Bai Hao said with a harmless smile. "Shameless!" Eyed Ice Bear cursed. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed beside Bai Hao. It was Medusa, who had disappeared for a while. "What are you doing here?" Medusa asked calmly after taking a look at Bai Hao, who was sandwiched between several magic beasts. "Nothing, just chatting with them." Medusa's sudden return did not scare Bai Hao, but the purple-eyed ice bear and the Black Wolf King were shocked. Duzong. Although Medusa did not deliberately reveal her aura, the powerful aura of Duzong still made them feel threatened. That was a strength that was absolutely superior to theirs. Are these fifth-level magic beasts? The magic cores needed to refine the Wrongling pill? If so, I don't mind moving my fingers to kill them. Her eyes glanced at the three fifth-level magic beasts calmly, but Medusa's calm words scared them so much that they quickly took a step back. If a Duzong strongman really wanted to kill these three, it would indeed be just a matter of moving his fingers. No, I can handle this. No need to bother you." Bai Hao quickly stood in front of Medusa, then took out a scroll and approached the three fifth-level monsters, whispering, "You have seen it. That woman is a murderer. You quickly sign this contract and then you can leave. If you delay any longer, I may not be able to help you. Anyway, even the purple crystal winged Lion King has signed it. Are you still afraid that I will eat you? Sign, we sign." This time, they were completely scared. What about the dignity of being a strong man in the Monster Mountain range? How much is dignity worth in the face of life and death? How to sign? Just drop a drop of your blood on it, one by one. The Black Wolf King, the purple-eyed ice bear, and the two-headed stone snake signed the contract in turn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the fifth-level monster Black Wolf King as a spiritual beast, and his cultivation level has been upgraded to a 2-star Douwang. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the fifth-level magic beast Purple-Eyed Ice Bear as a spiritual beast, and its cultivation level has been upgraded to 3-star Douwang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the fifth-level magic beast Two-Headed Stone Snake as a spiritual beast, and its cultivation level has been upgraded to 4-star Douwang. 3 fifth-level magic beasts upgraded to 3 stars. A great harvest. Okay, let's go. Goodbye. After finishing the work, Bai Hao turned around and left without any delay. He did not forget to wave to Medusa. "Queen, let's go." The latter looked at his back. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, She clearly felt that Bai Hao's cultivation level had been upgraded by 3 stars in a row, from a 1-star Douwang to a 4-star Douwang. But Bai Hao obviously did nothing, just signed a contract with those magic beasts. Could this make him stronger? A fragrant breeze blew in his face, and Medusa suddenly appeared in front of Bai Hao. She lifted Bai Hao's chin with her delicate hands, half-closed her eyes and asked, "What did you do just now?" "What? What did you do? Queen, do you have any questions again?" Bai Hao swallowed his saliva. "Just now, your cultivation level was directly upgraded from 1-star Douwang to 4-star Douwang. What's going on? If you don't explain it clearly, I will kill you right here and now." There was a hint of coldness in Medusa's beautiful eyes. This breakthrough speed was so amazing that Medusa could no longer ignore it. Otherwise, at this speed, Bai Hao would most likely break through to Dozong, and then she would not be able to threaten him. Medusa's sudden threat surprised Bai Hao, but he soon calmed down and said, "I'm an alchemist. Isn't it normal for an alchemist to refine some pills to enhance strength?" Medusa's eyes were sharp, her slender jade fingers slid along Bai Hao's chin to his throat, and her nails pressed against his throat, saying, "But you are just a small 4th-grade alchemist. You don't have the ability to refine a pill that can directly improve the Douwang by several stars. If you don't tell the truth, I don't mind getting rid of you as a hidden danger here." "You're not an alchemist. How do you know that I don't have that ability? And since I have the confidence to promise you to help refine the 6th-grade Rongling pill, I must have some ability." Bai Hao looked sincere. "You can use the Rongling pill to check and balance me." Medusa narrowed her eyes. "Then tell me what kind of contract you just signed with those monsters." "It's a summoning contract. You can summon them to help in battle." Bai Hao didn't intend to hide this from Medusa. After all, the sky-swallowing python has always been by his side. Medusa knows more or less. It might be worse to continue hiding it from her, but the benefits of signing a contract with a monster as a spiritual beast must not be told. Summoning contract? Hearing this word, Medusa raised her eyebrows. "I have heard that some people can reach a contract with monsters and fight with them together, but your summoning contract seems to be forced to sign, and is it also forced to summon in battle?" She has been staying on Bai Hao when she turned into the sky-swallowing python. Although she is not very clear, she still knows a little bit. "Then I have to have some skills of my own, right?" Bai Hao shrugged, looking helpless. "Humph, remember not to play tricks, otherwise I can kill you at any time." With a cold snort, Medusa retracted her green fingers. Bai Hao quickly exhaled, touched his throat, and after making sure that he was fine, he complained in a low voice. "How did I play tricks? I have always been honest, okay?" But Medusa ignored him, and kept a certain distance from Bai Hao and continued to walk. "By the way, where did you go so early this morning? I didn't see you when I got up in the morning, and I thought you went back to the snake tribe in the Tagore Desert." Bai Hao hurriedly followed. "The snake tribe has those leaders here, so it doesn't matter if I'm not here. I will stay with you for a year until you refine the Rongling pill, or I kill you, and then leave." Medusa said lightly, "Can you not always say you want to kill me when you talk about the Rongling pill? I didn't do anything to you." Bai Hao was depressed. He didn't do anything to her, but she wanted to kill him at every turn. It was really unfair. Medusa paused, glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, and said in a charming voice, "Then do you want to do something to me?" That tempting voice was simply tempting people to commit a crime. "No, let's go quickly." Bai Hao waved his hand and walked quickly towards Qingshan Town at the foot of the mountain. Before they completely left the Monster Mountain Range, Bai Hao and his companions met mercenaries entering the mountain on the outskirts of the mountain range. The mercenaries stared at Bai Hao and his companions, especially at Queen Medusa, and many of them couldn't move after just one look. However, the aura emanating from Queen Medusa made them dare not make any rash moves. Bai Hao felt a little headache about the looks from all around. With such a demon-level beauty like Medusa around, she was bound to be the center of attention no matter where she went. Fortunately, no one came up to cause trouble. The outline of Qingshan Town was becoming more and more obvious in front of them. Just as Bai Hao and his companions had just left the Monster Mountain Range, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the bushes on both sides and surrounded them. These people all wore the same badge on their chests. Obviously, they all belonged to the same mercenary group, and they were also known by Bai Hao, the Snake Nest Mercenary Group. "Captain, it's him who killed Brother Han Rui." A man in the crowd pointed at Bai Hao and shouted, That man was one of Hanrui's men, and he naturally recognized Bai Hao. The man he called the captain was a man about 30 years old, bald with a beard, and he was shirtless in this late autumn, revealing his strong muscles. More importantly, the captain of the Snake Nest is an 8-star Douqi, and he is an absolute strong man in the entire Qingshan town. It was you who killed Hanrui? The captain of the Snake Nest looked at Bai Hao with a fierce look. It's me. Are you the captain of the Snake Nest mercenary group? Bai Hao glanced at the bald man calmly. If the captain of the Snake Nest had come when he killed Hanrui 2 days ago, Bai Hao would still be a little stressed. After all, he was only a 1-star Douqi at that time. But now, he is already a 4-star Douwang, and it is not a problem to deal with a mere 8-star Douqi. And now there was a Medusa Queen standing behind him, an 8-star Douqi he really didn't take seriously. You dared to touch our Snake Nest mercenary group. You are very brave. The Snake Nest leader looked at Bai Hao and saw Medusa behind him. His eyes widened and he looked at her straight. His soul was attracted to her. There is such a perfect woman in this world. This woman should only exist in heaven, and it is rare to see her in the world. Boy, hand over that woman, and I can consider letting you go. The Snake Nest leader said with unconcealed heat in his eyes. Are you sure? Bai Hao raised his eyebrows. Is this guy so brave? Even he didn't dare to say such words to Medusa. If you are afraid of death, get out of the way. At this time, the Snake Nest leader's eyes were completely occupied by Medusa, and there was only that perfect face in his eyes. Feeling the gaze of the Snake Nest leader, Medusa's eyes flashed with disgust. With a wave of her white hand, the Snake Nest leader exploded into a ball of blood mist in front of everyone's eyes. The whole place was silent. An 8-star Douqi was killed before he even fought, and his end was even worse than Hanrui. He died without even ash. The woman who looked beautiful was so cruel when she started to fight, which made everyone present gasp. Especially the people of the Snake Nest mercenary group who followed their leader to block people with high spirits just a moment ago. But now, they watched their leader turn into a ball of blood mist in front of them. They were all dumbfounded and stood there at a loss. Run! Suddenly, someone shouted, and the rest of the people turned around and ran desperately. This king wants them to die. Medusa spoke lightly with her jade hands supporting her smooth chin, but she didn't do it herself. Now, she meant to let Bai Hao do it. You dare to let me be your thug? Bai Hao was speechless, but he did it anyway. The green flames around him turned into fire snakes that shot out in all directions. The fire snakes, transformed by the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire, swept away, but in an instant, all the people of the Snake Nest mercenary group were burned into black ash by the strange fire before they could even scream. This tragic scene made the other people watching the excitement swallow their saliva and sweat. Originally, they saw the Snake Nest mercenary group making such a big fuss, wondering which unlucky guy was unlucky, and they were thinking of watching a good show. But they never expected that this would happen. The leader of the Snake Nest, an 8-star Douqi, was killed in the blink of an eye, and even the Joint Defense Kang couldn't do it. There were also some Douqi masters among the mercenaries of the Snake Nest mercenary group who followed, but they were still killed without any resistance. This end made everyone who saw it feel terrified. When Bai Hao and Medusa left, the crowd quickly retreated more than 10 meters away, leaving a road for fear of offending them. Bai Hao just shrugged indifferently and walked towards Qingshan town. He still had to prepare some things before leaving. Boy! Medusa suddenly called him. What? Bai Hao turned around in confusion, and something flew towards him. He quickly reached out to catch it. It was a medicinal herb, the 8-ling magic needle fruit. 8-ling magic needle fruit? This is what I found in the Monster Mountain range this morning. It is considered as the second batch of medicinal herbs for you. You must refine the wrongling pill for me. Medusa said lightly, I am going to change back, but I advise you not to play any tricks. Remember to refine the wrongling pill for me within a year, otherwise. At the end, Medusa did not forget to threaten. Yes, I will definitely help you refine the wrongling pill if I have the chance. Bai Hao nodded repeatedly. The latter snorted, lightly, and purple light flashed on its body. It turned back into a colorful little snake and flew back to Bai Hao's hand. The sky-swallowing python raised its little head and looked at Bai Hao quietly. It was cute and adorable, and it didn't have the fierceness of Medusa at all. Seeing this, Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch the little guy's head. Little guy, you are awake. Let's go. The sky-swallowing python seemed to understand what Bai Hao said, nodded its little head. and then crawled into Bai Hao's sleeves very obediently, wrapped around his arms, and its little head poked out of the cuffs. Smiling, Bai Hao turned and walked towards Qingshan Town. He didn't rush to leave, but stayed in Qingshan Town to have a good rest for a day, and then bought almost all the medicinal materials and magic cores in the entire Qingshan Town, and did not let go of anything that could be used to refine pills. After all, he only had 1 year to refine the Rongling pill. It was still difficult for him to upgrade from a 4th-grade alchemist to a 6th-grade alchemist within 1 year, so he had to seize every opportunity and not let go of any medicinal materials and magic cores that could be used to refine the pill. As for money, alchemists never lack money. After clearing out the survivors in Qingshan Town, Bai Hao left and flew away. Along the way, Bai Hao passed through 5 or 6 cities of varying sizes. Every time he passed a city, he would go down and basically clear out the medicinal materials and magic cores in that city. Such a big move did cause quite a stir, but Bai Hao also had the identity of an honorary elder of the Alchemist Union, and he didn't buy things without paying, so there was no trouble. After buying enough things, Bai Hao flew to the northwest region of the Jiama Empire. After a few days of long journey, he finally arrived at the most important military fortress in the northwest region of the Jiama Empire, Zhengui Pass. As a military fortress on the border of the Jiama Empire to deter foreign forces and protect the stability of the border, the defense of the Ghost Gate is extremely strict. The troops stationed here are all soldiers who have survived the battles on the battlefield, and no one is allowed to fly in front of the Ghost Gate. When the outline of the Ghost Gate gradually appeared in front of him, Bai Hao stopped flying and walked over from the avenue. Although this is a border, the bustle is not much worse than other big cities. Occasionally, you can see some mercenary groups of hundreds of people rushing towards the Ghost Gate. These mercenaries are different from mercenaries who hunt monsters, but war mercenaries. That is, mercenaries. Sometimes the Jiama Empire also needs these people to help do something. If they succeed, they can survive and get a lot of money. If they are unlucky and lose their lives, then they are gone, and they can't blame others. When they came to this huge fortress, the guards at the city gate were routinely checking people entering the Ghost Gate. Bai Hao also honestly lined up behind the team, waiting for the people in front to be released one after another, and then he slowly stepped forward. When it was his turn, there was nothing to check, because he had nothing in his hands, unlike those who were checked mainly on caravans. After all, an empire, in addition to war, relies more on economic development, especially economic exchanges with other empires. As for people like Bai Hao who were leaving the Gamma Empire with nothing in their hands, there was no need to check. Bai Hao passed the inventory smoothly. But when he just stepped into the Ghost Gate, a group of people came towards him. The leader was an old man wearing a gray robe. On his chest you could see a very obvious He character. That He character represented the He family. The old man's aura was very strong. Bai Hao could tell at a glance that the old man was a 1-star Do Wang, but he should have just been promoted not long ago, so his aura was not very stable. But even so, a 1-star Do Wang is considered a strong person in the entire Gamma Empire, and is naturally worthy of respect in this Ghost Gate. This can be seen from the 2 men in armor following behind the old man. The 2 were obviously leaders, but they were willing to follow the old man, which was enough to show their respect for him. Bai Hao was not interested in them, so he just took a look and was about to walk over. But at this moment, a disciple next to the old man of the He family suddenly pointed at Bai Hao and shouted, "Hey! It's him who killed our leader!" As soon as these words came out, 1,000 waves were stirred up. Everyone looked over. Even the old man and the 2 generals looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao was also stunned by the shouting. He glanced at the person who spoke, but he had no impression at all. So the man's accusation made him confused. When the old man of the He family heard this, his turbid eyes immediately condensed, and he looked at Bai Hao and asked in a deep voice, "My little brother, did you kill the leader of the Snake Nest mercenary group in a town called Qingshan Town at the foot of the eastern mountain of the Monster Mountain a few days ago?" As soon as the words Snake Nest mercenary group came out, Bai Hao suddenly understood what was going on. This He family should be the power behind the Snake Nest mercenary group. In response to the old man's question, Bai Hao shook his head and said honestly, "I didn't kill the leader of the Snake Nest mercenary group, but I did destroy the Snake Nest mercenary group. I didn't kill the man, but I did destroy the Snake Nest mercenary group." Bai Hao looked honest. He was telling the truth. The leader of the Snake Nest mercenary group was killed by Medusa, and he had nothing to do with it. Hearing this, the old man of the He family's face immediately sank. In other words, it was you who did it? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the two commanders behind the old man immediately waved his hand, and a group of soldiers in silver armor immediately sealed the exit of the Ghost Gate. At the same time, a team of silver-armored soldiers rushed out of the city gate, blocking Bai Hao's retreat. Bai Hao calmly glanced at the silver-armored soldiers in front and behind him. His expression did not change. Looking at the old man of the He family, he said lightly, "If I am not mistaken, you should be the head of the He family, right? I am the head of the He family. He Qian, the leader of the Snake Nest mercenary group you killed, is my son-in-law. You killed him, and today you will pay for your blood debt with blood." He Qian, the head of the He family, said coldly, and the aura around him began to surge. The moment the Do Wang-level aura emerged, the entire Ghost Pass was alarmed, and they all looked at the confrontation between the two. That was their own fault. They started it first. Looking at the aura bursting out of Heiqian, Bai Hao was not panicked at all. His expression was calm. "Humph, you are quite arrogant, but you have to pay the price for your arrogance and Lu Mang's behavior." Heiqian's face was gloomy. The aura on his body surged out, and he swung his sleeves and slapped Bai Hao with one palm. Looking at Heiqian's offensive, Bai Hao snorted lightly and also raised his hand to blast out with one palm. The two palms collided without any skills, only the purest collision of fighting spirit. Seeing that Bai Hao dared to fight him head-on, Heiqian mocked him for being ignorant. But the moment Bai Hao's palms collided, Heiqian's face changed drastically, because he found that Bai Hao's strength was stronger than his. Bang! Just one palm, Heiqian's face turned pale, his body staggered back, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Bai Hao with wide eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. 4-star Do Wang? At the moment of the fight, he felt that Bai Hao's strength was far above his. Do Wang? When this word came out, everyone was shocked. The young man in front of him was only about 20 years old. Even if he was talented and arrogant, he could reach the level of a great Do Shi, which was already far superior to his peers. But now he is actually a Do Wang? How is this possible? Withdrawing his palm calmly, Bai Hao glanced at Heiqian and said, "Master He, you are nothing special." The frenzied breath blew his clothes, revealing the silver sword pattern in the shape of a gold-rimmed cloud on his collar. Seeing this pattern, the middle-aged man in silver armor behind Heiqian suddenly stared and shouted in surprise, "Are you a disciple of the Yunlan sect?" Bai Hao raised his eyebrows and thought, "There is